Qinghai Women's Prison. Lin Yi huddled in the corner of her isolation cell, resembling a wounded creature, trembling uncontrollably. The room was stark and desolate, furnished only with a dilapidated wooden bed. It lacked windows, engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. The frigid iron door stood firmly shut, sealing off two disparate realms, one of unending torment and the other an elusive freedom. Her hair lay in disarray, cascading like wild grass ravaged by a tempest. Her face bore the marks of bruising, with the blood at the corner of her mouth yet to dry, reminiscent of a flower wilting amidst adversity. Over the past 2 years, she had grown numb to the countless times she had been confined in this dark chamber. Each instance of isolation inflicted further trauma upon her body and spirit. Yet she found herself powerless to resist this nightmarish fate. Today, her fellow inmate once again escalated their torment. During lunch, Li Nana deliberately spat into her food, and she chose to swallow her indignation. During exercise time, Wang Li intentionally tripped her, causing Lin Yi to fall and scrape her palm. Yet she gritted her teeth and endured. However, their malice did not cease there. Later, they brazenly doused her blanket with foot-soaking water, the acrid stench instantly permeating the dormitory. For 2 years, this relentless bullying had persisted, an inescapable shadow that loomed over her. At times, 3 of them would gang up against her. Defeat left her battered, victory meant confinement. Occasionally, they would take advantage of her slumber to strike, resulting in her leg injury. Lin Yi had once trained in Taekwondo and even held a black belt, having won awards during her school years. Yet here, any hint of resistance would lead to her being falsely accused of assault by those very bullies. Consequently, she bore the brunt of many a police baton. Today, she could no longer contain her fury. Her wrath erupted like a volcano. With a fierce punch fueled by pent-up anger and frustration, she struck Li Nana, knocking out 2 of her teeth. Li Nana instantly transformed into a frenzied beast, clawing at Lin Yi, while the other 2 seized the moment to pummel her. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. She retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Wang Li flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Swiftly, she turned and dispatched the other assailant as well. At that moment, the prison guard arrived. Upon witnessing the scuffle, the guard attempted to separate them, but the 2 enraged individuals clung to each other like entwined vines. Seeing the futility of his efforts, the guard brandished his baton and struck Lin Yi repeatedly. Each blow pierced her with anguish, yet she felt nothing. Her heart was consumed by boundless despair. Eventually, she was confined once again. The pain in her body paled in comparison to the torment within her heart. Once a pampered heiress from a wealthy family, Lin Yi had lived a life of luxury, sheltered from hardship. Before her incarceration, she had never tasted the bitterness of life. Her parents adored her, and her 2 brothers indulged her every whim. In Qinghai, it was common knowledge that one should not provoke the Lin family's eldest daughter, for she had 2 brothers who would go to great lengths to defend her. Anyone who dared to cross her would inevitably face dire consequences, as her eldest and second brothers would surely retaliate. The Lin family wielded considerable influence in Qinghai, their company having long been publicly traded. Lin Yi traveled in luxury cars worth millions, adorned in high-end designer attire. Yet, this once privileged young lady had endured 2 years of suffering within the confines of a prison. Ironically, her once doting family had not visited her even once. In the beginning, she eagerly awaited her brother's arrival to take her home. With each creak of the iron door, she fantasized it was her family coming for her. But as time passed, even after her leg was broken and she fainted from the pain, her family remained absent. Even when she suffered from acute gastroenteritis and was on the brink of death, they still did not come. Her journey from hope to disappointment culminated in despair. The affection she once basked in had turned into bitter irony. The esteemed young lady had swiftly become a prisoner. Those who had once lavished her with affection were the very ones who had condemned her to this fate. To claim there was no disparity would be a falsehood. Human emotions are indeed tender. Lin Yi, once breathtakingly beautiful, with fair, luminous skin and captivating features, was a name known to all in Qinghai. Now, she gazed down at her body marred with scars. Her once smooth skin and lustrous hair had become coarse and unkempt, a far cry from the radiant heiress she once was. Even if she were to escape this prison one day, the world awaiting her would be one steeped in infamy. The brilliant life she had once led was shattered 2 years ago. It crumbled at the hands of the sister she had once embraced, returning with the DNA test 5 years prior. It was destroyed by the revelation of the true heir, swapped at birth as disclosed by the family made on her deathbed. Before the age of 15, Lin Yi had lived in a cocoon of privilege, never suffering a moment of hardship. But after turning 15, she became a puppet manipulated by fate, enduring the world's injustices. At her 20th birthday celebration, her fiancé, Shi Huai's cousin, Shi Yu, also attended. The atmosphere of the party was vibrant. Lin Yi inadvertently caught sight of her sister Lin Wanwan standing with Shi Yu at the top of the staircase. She noticed a fleeting glimmer of malice in Lin Wanwan's eyes before the latter suddenly pushed, sending the unsuspecting Shi Yu tumbling down the stairs. Lin Yi gasped in horror, rushing over. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire gathering into chaos. Guests hurriedly surrounded the scene. Shi Yu lay unconscious, and the atmosphere was rife with confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan began to weep, her tears flowing like pearls released from a broken string, sobbing uncontrollably. "Why did you push Shi Yu, sister? She merely spoke a few words on my behalf. Even if you dislike me, you shouldn't have pushed you down the stairs." Lin Yi was taken aback by this unexpected accusation, her eyes wide with disbelief as she shouted, "It wasn't me who pushed her. It was you." At that moment, her fiancé, Shi Huai, rushed over, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved Lin Yi, saying, "You've gone too far this time. I will not forgive you." With that, he scooped up the unconscious Shi Yu and hurried outside. The surrounding guests began to voice their accusations. How cruel can the Lin heiress be? Just because someone spoke for her sister, she pushed her down the stairs. She truly has a heart of a viper. Call the police. Yes, call the police. Each accusation struck Lin Yi like a sharp blade, piercing her deeply. Her elder brother Lin Xingnan rushed over, his eyes ablaze with fury, and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Chapter 2 released. "Yi, you have gone too far. How are we supposed to explain this to the Shi family?" Lin Yi held her throbbing cheek, her eyes brimming with grievance and fury. "Lin Xingnan, you hit me. I told you, it wasn't me who pushed her. It was Wanwan." At that moment, Lin Xingnan, consumed by rage, raised his fist again. Just then, Lin Wanwan cried out more pitifully, rushing to intercept Lin Xingnan's punch. "Brother, perhaps sister didn't he mean it. I know she has never liked me. How about I just move out?" Her voice, fragile yet tinged with a hint of grievance, evoked a sense of pity. "Why should you move out? This is your home." Lin father, Lin mother, and second brother Lin Xingbei rushed over. Lin mother, Xiao Yu, looked at the tear-streaked Lin Wanwan with deep concern and scolded. "Lin Yi, you're bullying Wanwan again. She is your sister. How can you always go against her?" Second brother Lin Xingbei anxiously asked, "What happened to Shi Yu?" Upon learning that Shi Yu was in a coma, Lin Xingbei's eyes flared with fury. He lunged forward, grabbing Lin Yi by the collar and shouted, "Why did you push her down the stairs? If anything happens to you, I will never forgive you. It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Lin Yi screamed hoarsely, but no one believed her anymore. During her 2 years in prison, Lin Yi repeatedly recalled that nightmarish evening. Every detail etched into her heart like a thorn. She despised Lin Wanwan's cunning, loathed her family's blind judgment, and resented Shi Huai's coldness. Once beloved family and lover, now not a single soul believed her. As she reflected on the past, tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Were it not for her hatred, she might not have been able to endure until now. At some point, she drifted into a hazy slumber. The sound of the iron gate jolted her awake. "Lin Yi, someone is here to take you out." Slowly, she rose to her feet and walked outside. After completing all the necessary procedures, she donned her clothes and clutched her Gucci bag from when she had entered. The phone inside had long since run out of battery after 2 years. Dragging her heavy body, she stepped outside. Looking down at the haute couture dress from 2 years prior, paired with her unkempt short hair and bruises all over, she felt a profound sense of irony. Shielding her eyes from the blinding sunlight, she felt disoriented. "Am I free now?" A self-mocking smile crept onto her lips. Nothing had changed. The Lin family was still a battleground. Upon exiting the gate, a black Mercedes was parked outside. A man dressed in a black suit leaned against the car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing her approach, he tossed the cigarette to the ground and crushed it underfoot. I'm here to pick you up," Lin Xingnan's cold, aristocratic voice rang out. After 2 years, hearing that familiar voice pierced Lin Yi's heart anew. She slid into the car without uttering a word. Closing the door, Lin Xingnan swiftly started the engine. Turning around, he caught sight of Lin Yi's bruised face. "What happened to your face? After 2 years in prison, why aren't you more subdued?" Lin Xingnan's expression darkened. Lin Yi curled her lips into a cold smile, choosing silence as she gazed out the window. Receiving no response, Lin Xingnan pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away in silence. When the vehicle finally stopped in front of the Nanshan villa, Lin Yi stepped out. There was not a soul in sight at the entrance. Clutching her bag, she limped inside. Perhaps without expectations? There could be no disappointments. Upon entering, Lin father, Lin mother, Lin Wanwan, and Lin Xingbei were all present. As they saw her walk in, they froze for a moment. Lin Yi remained silent, struggling to call out. "Sister, you're back. That's wonderful." Lin Wanwan dashed over and embraced her. "You're back. Come inside." "What is the point of standing at the door?" Lin father spoke. "Dad, Mom, second brother." Lin Yi's voice was barely above a whisper, devoid of any emotion. Lin Xingbei shot her a disdainful glance, ignoring her. "Sister, you've lost weight. What happened to your face?" Lin Wanwan exclaimed. Lin Yi turned to look at her. "Don't you know?" In an instant, Lin Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Sister, you just got back. I understand your mood. Look at you. What kind of attitude is that? Wanwan cares so much about you. Yet you respond with sarcasm. 2 years in prison hasn't taught you anything?" Lin mother rebuked angrily. "With her, how could she change? 10 years wouldn't alter her temper." Lin Xingbei scoffed. "I'm going upstairs." Lin Yi strode up the staircase. "Your room is the one on the far left. Wanwan likes your old room. She is staying there." Lin Yi paused for a moment, but continued her ascent. Upon entering her room, it was in complete disarray. Lin Yi began to tidy up bit by bit. Most of the items were from her old room, but all the valuable bags and jewelry were gone. After half an hour, the room was finally bearable. She changed the bed linens and reorganized her wardrobe. Searching for a charger, she plugged in her phone, unsure if it would still work. She retrieved her laptop and turned it on. Logging into WeChat, a cacophony of notifications erupted, over 100 messages popping up. The most frequent sender was her best friend, Sue Ning. She immediately replied, "And Ning, I'm back." Before long, Sue Ning's video call came through. Lin Yi turned off the camera. Ning, you're finally back. That's wonderful. Turn on your camera. I miss you." The simple phrase "I miss you" broke Lin Yi's defenses instantly. "It is not convenient for me right now." She wasn't without her own concerns, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked. Ning, I miss you too. Are you all right? I'm doing well, but I was so worried about you. After your incident, I went to your house, but they wouldn't say a word. I couldn't find out anything. They wouldn't let me visit you in prison. I felt utterly helpless. Sue Ning's voice quivered with emotion. "It's all in the past. And Ning, things will get better." Lin Yi consoled her. "Don't be so understanding. You've suffered so much, yet you still comfort me. I can't even imagine how you endured these 2 years." Sue Ning could no longer contain her tears. "All right, I'm fine, really. Just lacking freedom. I'll tidy up my room first, and once I'm done, I'll come find you," Lin Yi concluded, abruptly ending the video call. She didn't want to emerge with red eyes, only to be mocked by her family. Lin Yi logged into her author account and, upon checking, saw that her 7 books were still generating revenue. 3 of them earned several hundred daily, while the others brought in tens. Checking her total balance revealed over 5 million awaiting withdrawal. Finding her bank card, she decisively initiated the transfer. Chapter 3: The Return of Luo Dede. She had begun writing novels in high school. Initially with a mindset of simply trying it out with her first book, little did she expect that upon its release, it would shine like a brilliant star in the online literature realm. Achieving legendary status, that first book alone brought her over 1 million in earnings. This sudden success illuminated her world like dazzling fireworks, solidifying her resolve to continue on the path of writing. Subsequently, she adopted the pen name Luo Yi and embarked on a new creative journey. Each new book was like a meticulously crafted work of art, stirring waves in the online literature community. And her earnings remained impressive, with her name gradually becoming legendary in the field. However, just as things were flourishing, she had to stop for 2 years. These 2 years felt like a chasm separating her from her readers. Yet their enthusiasm for her work had not waned in the slightest. The works represented by her pen name Luo Yi had already attained a divine status in the online literature sphere. And her fans eagerly awaited her new creations. Gently opening the comments section, the flood of messages urging her to update poured in like a tidal wave, accompanied by countless words of concern. Inquiring about her situation, thousands of fans anxiously searched for her traces in the vast online world. Those sincere greetings and pleas were like warm sunlight, attempting to penetrate the gloom surrounding her heart. As Lin Yi perused these caring comments, a surge of emotion rippled through her heart. She didn't want to stop updating. But what could she do? She planned to resume once she stabilized. But at present, she was simply not in the mood. Her gaze fell upon the family photo on her desk, her expression gradually turning pensive as she sank into deep thought. Were those once familiar faces truly still her family? Memories of happier times floated through her mind like warm paintings, the joyful laughter seeming to echo in her ears. Yet everything had changed. The warmth in her family's eyes had dimmed, their attitudes rendering her feel utterly foreign, as if she were a stranger, even an enemy. Lin Yi slowly rose, filled a tub with hot water, and sank her weary body into it. The warm water enveloped her. Yet it couldn't dispel the chill within her heart. She looked down at the various scars and bruises on her body. Each wound felt like a sharp knife, piercing her soul. These shocking marks mercilessly reminded her that this nightmarish ordeal had been wrought by those she once cherished most. They had watched her be slandered, yet not one had the willingness to hear her side. They didn't even bother to check the surveillance footage, unhesitatingly concluding that she must have pushed Shiyu. In their eyes, she no longer seemed like the family member with whom they shared their days, but rather an irredeemable villain. It was also they who had dialed the police, emotionless as they watched her being taken away by the officers. In the courtroom, the Lin family's longtime servant, who had served for over a decade, surprisingly took the stand to testify, adamantly claiming that it was Lin Yi who had pushed Shiyu. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan wept bitterly, recounting the so-called reasons behind the incident, her demeanor exuding a pitiful charm. Throughout the proceedings, not a single soul spoke on her behalf, nor did anyone show a willingness to hear her side of the story. When she hoarsely declared that there were surveillance cameras at home that could prove her innocence, the police informed her that, coincidentally, the cameras had malfunctioned. Yet she distinctly remembered that they had just been repaired the day before the incident. Eventually, she came to realize that they had deliberately deleted the footage to protect Lin Wanwan. In truth, they were all aware of the reality. To them, Lin Yi was merely the false heiress of the Lin family, while Lin Wanwan was the one they truly sought to protect. From their perspective, the fact that the Lin family had not expelled her was already a tremendous favor, and her grievances were of no concern to anyone. Retrieving her thoughts, Lin Yi slowly picked up a towel to dry her body, each movement laden with a sense of heaviness. She rummaged through her wardrobe for a pair of jeans and selected a simple white shirt, which conveniently concealed the unsightly scars that marred her arms and legs. She preferred not to see those marks, for each glimpse would remind her of the painful experiences she wished to erase from her heart, a wound that would forever linger. The sound of knocking abruptly shattered the silence of the room. "Sister, come out for dinner. Mom and Dad are waiting for you." That sickeningly sweet voice could only belong to Lin Wanwan. Lin Yi opened the door to find Lin Wanwan standing there. Her makeup flawlessly applied, resembling a porcelain doll, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yi's eyes as she coldly replied, "I know." With that, she turned and returned to her room to continue drying her hair. Observing this, Lin Wanwan's lips curled into a slight smirk as she turned to descend the stairs. Once, Lin Yi had boasted a cascade of envy-inducing long hair, lustrous and silky black. That flowing mane was her pride. Whenever she walked under the sun, it shimmered like black satin, radiating an alluring glow. However, now her hair barely grazed her ears, dry and frizzy as if it were parched winter grass. Fortunately, she had applied a generous amount of conditioner during her shower, making her hair appear somewhat presentable. Without makeup, she descended the stairs, her face adorned with bruises and scars. The once fair and delicate visage was now marred by wounds. She no longer cared about her disheveled appearance. Within this home devoid of warmth, Her heart had long turned to ashes. The family had already begun their meal, and the atmosphere at the table felt oddly strained. Upon her arrival, Lin Wanwan swiftly rose, her face plastered with a false smile, pulling out a chair and sweetly saying, "Sister, please sit here." Lin Yi ignored her overtures and walked straight to the table to take her seat. Raising her gaze, she met Shi Huaiji's eyes, who was seated opposite her. Lin Yi paused momentarily before nonchalantly starting her meal. "Yi, why do you not greet Huaiji? What happened to your manners?" Lin Father angrily set down his chopsticks. "Young Master Shi," Lin Yi replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, not even bothering to lift her head. You truly are becoming increasingly unreasonable. You haven't made any progress in these past 2 years." Lin Father trembled with rage. "It's he once." Lin Wanwan rushed over, placing a hand on Lin Father's chest to comfort him. "Dad, sister has just returned and is in a bad mood. Please don't be angry. Let us not hold it against her, shall we?" Lin Wanwan's gentle voice whispered into Lin Father's ear, and his expression softened. "If only you had half the understanding of your sister, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation." Lin Yi nearly choked on her food, her heart constricted painfully. Chapter 4. Are you a corpse? At the mercy of others in this household, is it truly this challenging even to have a meal? Shi Huaiji lifted his gaze to Lin Yi, noting the bruises on her once fair skin, the roundness of her face now gaunt, and her once long hair now reduced to a mere bob. A pang of discomfort gripped his heart as he reflected on the girl he once cherished, now reduced to this sorry state. Throughout, Lin Yi had not cast a glance his way, nor acknowledged anyone else at the table. She quickly finished her bowl of rice and stood up, announcing, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal. I am done." Shi Huaiji's gaze followed her as she slowly ascended the stairs, while Lin Wanwan's expression soured. "Huaiji, sister is just in a bad mood today. Please don't take it personally." Lin Wanwan cooed. "It's fine. I don't hold it against her," Shi Huaiji replied with a gentle smile. After Lin Yi returned to her room, she noticed her phone was fully charged. She powered it on and checked for any issues, finding none. Grabbing her phone, she made her way downstairs, where the family had already finished eating and was now chatting around Shi Huaiji. Shi Huaiji, the eldest son of the Shi family in Qinghai City, was the future heir of the Shi enterprise. Lin Yi's parents had always held high expectations for him as a potential son-in-law. Furthermore, Shi Huaiji had grown up alongside the 3 Lin siblings, maintaining a close relationship. Ignoring the gathering, Lin Yi walked straight out the door. "Look at her, such rudeness." Lin Mother couldn't help but complain. "Mom, she's just sulking." Lin Xingbei scoffed. Since Lin Wanwan's return, his sister's temperament had become volatile, frequently arguing with the family and distancing herself from her brothers. "Forget her. Just thinking about her irritates me," Lin Mother sighed helplessly. "Huizi, you're not a child anymore. It's been 2 years since you and Yi called off the engagement. Look at how Wanwan has liked you for so long. When will you two confirm your relationship?" Lin Mother beamed at Shi Huaiji. "Auntie, this matter requires careful consideration. After all, Yi is still unaware of the annulment. I will find a suitable time to explain it to her myself," Shi Huaiji replied calmly. Lin Wanwan's face instantly fell. "Huaiji." Upon seeing Lin Wanwan's pitiful expression, Shi Huaiji's heart softened, and he reached out to pat her head. "Wanwan, don't be upset." Lin Mother and Lin Xingbei exchanged knowing smiles. Sensing that Shi Huaiji would soon become a permanent fixture in their family, Lin Xingnan, however, remained silent, his heart heavy as he observed the injuries on Lin Yi's face. The sister he had once pampered had suffered such indignities, causing him great pain. "I have matters to attend to at the company. Huaiji, you stay here, I'll take my leave." Lin Xingnan stood up and left with long strides. Lin Yi stood at the entrance waiting for a rideshare. But after several minutes, no car had arrived. In the past, she would drive herself, but now the car keys were in Lin Wanwan's possession, and she had no desire to ask for them. Just then, Lin Xingnan drove up beside her and rolled down the window, asking, "Why aren't you driving?" Lin Yi forced a smile and replied, "I don't feel like it." Lin Xingnan furrowed his brow, disliking the tone she had adopted. "Get in. Where do you want to go?" Lin Yi gently shook her head. "No need. My ride will be here soon." Lin Xingnan grew impatient and raised his voice. "I won't say it again. Get in." Reluctantly, Lin Yi opened the back door and sat inside. Lin Xingnan glanced at the empty passenger seat, where his sister used to sit. He pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off. Lin Yi opened her phone and scrolled through her social media. Lin Wanwan's latest post featured a photo of her linking arms with Shi Huaiji, who was gazing down at her, a picture of sweetness. The atmosphere inside the car felt stifling, and Lin Xingnan suddenly broke the silence. What happened to the injuries on your face? Lin Yi, taken aback, momentarily lost herself, nearly believing that her affectionate brother had returned. It's nothing. Just a fight, a common occurrence in prison, she replied in a flat tone. Are you dead? Just letting others hit you? Didn't you win awards in Taekwondo? Where are your skills? Lin Xingnan shouted in anger. I fought back, but I couldn't overpower a police baton, Lin Yi said with a self-deprecating smile. Lin Xingnan's heart sank. The reprimands he had prepared were caught in his throat, and after a moment of silence, he continued, didn't the Lin family pay someone to take care of you? How could there still be fighting? Have you developed some spoiled princess attitude? Lin Yi sighed and turned her gaze to the window. Yes, they take such good care of me. Daily provocations, beatings, and slander. They even refused me sleep, leading to severe insomnia. I couldn't dare to sleep. I'm truly grateful for their care. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Thank your entire family and your ancestors for the past 18 generations. Lin Yi, what kind of attitude is that? Can you please stop being sarcastic? Lin Xingnan felt increasingly irritated. Pull over, big brother. Thank you for the ride. Lin Xingnan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Lin Yi opened the door and walked away without looking back. She entered a modest barbershop nearby. Previously, she frequented an upscale salon where a haircut cost thousands, but now she had to be frugal, as the Lin family had cut off her card years ago. Presently, her bank account held a mere 20,000, a sum accumulated from her savings and manuscript fees. Should she move out of the Lin family in the future, she would need to purchase her own home, and that amount would be far from sufficient. The stylist washed her hair, and after Lin Yi briefly outlined her requirements, the barber began to trim. This place was indeed inexpensive. A haircut was merely 50 yuan, and with the added treatment, it totaled 150. She sent a message to Su Anning. Anning, can we meet? Before long, Su Anning requested her location. Just as Lin Yi finished her hair treatment, Su Anning rushed in. As soon as Su Anning entered, she tightly embraced Lin Yi, her voice tinged with tears. Yi, you have suffered. I have been worrying about you while abroad. Yet I felt utterly helpless. Lin Yi gently patted her back, whispering, it's all right. I have managed to come out, haven't I? The two found a CAF to sit down, and Su Anning, noticing the wounds on Lin Yi's face, felt her eyes redden again. Yi, you have endured so much, and what of Shi Huaiji? How can he be so indifferent to your plight? Lin Yi scoffed coldly. Him? He only has eyes for Lin Wanwan now. He doesn't even spare a thought for me. What do you plan to do next? Su Anning asked with concern. I need to find a place to move out. I can no longer stay in the Lin family. Lin Yi replied, a flicker of determination in her eyes. You can stay at my place for now. My apartment is empty, Su Anning quickly offered. No need. Anning, I don't want to burden you. I'll find a place on my own. Lin Yi declined. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered, and a deep male voice resonated on the other end. Miss Lin, our boss wishes to meet with you. He has some information regarding your experiences in prison. Lin Yi furrowed her brow. Who is your boss? The caller merely provided a time and location before hanging up. Lin Yi stared at her phone, puzzled, and Su Anning inquired, what happened? Lin Yi relayed the situation, prompting Su Anning to express her worries. Could it be dangerous? Perhaps you shouldn't go. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi asserted, no, I must go. I need to uncover who has been plotting against me in prison. All right then, Yi, I'll accompany you tonight. Let's not dwell on that. We should go shopping first. I need to buy a few outfits, as none of my old clothes fit anymore. With that, Lin Yi pulled Su Anning toward Xingshun Building. Previously, Lin Yi's wardrobe consisted predominantly of luxury and bespoke items, but now she felt apprehensive about entering the high-end section on the 5th floor. Instead, she guided Su Anning directly to the area featuring more accessible brands. You never used to wear these, Su Anning exclaimed. If you're short on funds, you can use mine. My father gives me 200,000 a month. I have some savings, she added, chasing after Lin Yi. No, Anning, I'm financially stable. I just don't want to waste money. Clothes are all the same, Lin Yi replied. She selected several sets of undergarments, 2 sets of sleepwear, a couple of dresses, a trench coat, and some trousers, spending 3,000 in total, a mere fraction of what she would have previously spent on a single hairpin. The two girls, laden with bags, chattered happily as they sought a restaurant for a meal. Just as they reached the lobby on the first floor, they encountered Lin Wanwan and her entourage. Dressed in a light blue high-end dress, her hair elegantly styled to reveal her fair, slender neck. Lin Wanwan bore a meticulously crafted makeup look that made her stand out. Linked to her arm was none other than Shi Huaizhi, clad in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, his deep-set eyes radiating an aura of nobility and intellect. Following them were Lin Wanwan's two close friends, Tian Nini and Milu. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Out for a shopping spree. Tian Nini approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She fixated on the bags in Lin Yi's hands, bursting into laughter. Who would have thought that the Lin family heiress would now be resorting to these unknown brands? Altogether, it probably doesn't even add up to 1,000. Su Anning's blood boiled at this remark, and she swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Yi. With wide eyes, she scolded, "Who let this dog bark here? Go find a corner to yap in and stop bothering us. Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Tian Nini's face flushed with anger. At that moment, Shi Huaizhi unexpectedly spoke, his gaze soft as he looked at Lin Yi. "What do you wish to buy? I'll get it for you." Lin Yi's expression remained calm, devoid of any reaction as she prepared to respond, but Su Anning's voice cut in again. "Oh, so this is Yi's fiancé. How brazen to be out shopping with another woman." Shi Huaizhi's complexion paled instantly, a flicker of panic and discomfort crossing his features. "Sister, Brother Huaizhi was worried you might not take the news of the broken engagement well upon your release, which is why he hasn't had the chance to tell you. In fact, 2 years ago, the Shi family publicly announced your broken engagement," Lin Wanwan said softly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so I broke off the engagement without anyone notifying me? Well, that's quite all right with that." Her expression darkened. "Lin Yi, do you even realize what a pitiful sight you are now? How could Brother Huaizhi possibly still have feelings for you? You should hurry home and take a good look in the mirror." Milu sneered. Shi Huaizhi pushed Lin Wanwan aside and approached Lin Yi, grasping her hand. "The engagement termination was my grandfather's decision. It was not my wish. Please do not misunderstand," Lin Wanwan scoffed, shaking off Shi Huaizhi's hand. "Fine, I understand. I won't misconstrue anything." With that, she pulled Su Anning away. Previously, Lin Yi had always appreciated Shi Huaizhi's kind nature and how well he treated her, believing their relationship was smooth sailing, a tale of childhood friends with innocent affection. Moreover, Shi Huaizhi was handsome, his demeanor gentle and refined, embodying all her fantasies of a partner. Yet, it became clear that his kindness was not exclusive to her. He bestowed it upon everyone, even if it was not his intention. Did he resist? Just like 2 years prior, had he ever uttered a single word in her defense? It was indeed ironic. Better to be rid of such a fiancé. Lin Yi took Su Anning's hand, and they sought out a nearby hot pot restaurant. Settling down. It had been 2 years, and Lin Yi had craved this taste. Soon, the broth, vegetables, and meat arrived at their table. Lin Yi mixed a hearty bowl of dipping sauce and began adding meat and vegetables to the pot. "Do you truly have no feelings left for Shi Huaizhi?" Su Anning asked while stirring the ingredients. "None. It's been 2 years. He hasn't looked at me once, nor did he speak a word for me 2 years ago. Even though he knew I was wronged, why should I still harbor any illusions about such a person? I am not insane." Lin Yi dipped a piece of meat in the sauce and savored it. The sensation of eating hot pot was delightful. "What does it matter if he is my fiancé?" Su Anning gave a thumbs up. It's wonderful that you can forget him. There are plenty of good men in the world." Lin Yi added a few large prawns to the pot. She was genuinely hungry, having barely eaten breakfast and almost choking on it. If she could, she wished to stay away from the Lin family forever. Dining there felt like an endless ordeal of criticism, as though she were a heinous criminal or a mere footstool for their disdain. Without belittling her, they would hardly be able to eat. "Anning, please help me keep an eye out for suitable housing. I plan to move out of the Lin family soon." After a while, feeling overheated, Lin Yi rolled up her shirt sleeves. She was so engrossed in eating meat and prawns that she completely forgot about the scars on her arms. Su Anning gasped, standing up abruptly. Your arm." Lin Yi hurriedly rolled her sleeves back down. "It's nothing. Just minor injuries." Tears welled up in Su Anning's eyes. You have suffered." Lin Yi handed her a few tissues. "Please stop crying. It's all in the past. Tomorrow, I'll buy some scar cream. It will heal in a few days. Su Anning set down her chopsticks, unable to eat any longer. Lin Yi placed the remaining meat into the pot, eating at a leisurely pace. Anning, everything will be all right. I will no longer give them the chance to harm me. Su Anning wiped her tears. You must take good care of yourself. As night fell like a vast expanse of black silk, enveloping the entire city, Su Anning and Lin Yi left the restaurant, stepping into the now completely darkened streets. The dim yellow light of the street lamps cast long shadows of the two friends. Su Anning expertly drove over, rolling down the window to call out, "Get in." Lin Yi hurried over, opening the car door and taking a seat. The vehicle sped off like an arrow, heading straight for Night Charm. The dazzling neon sign of Night Charm shone brilliantly against the darkness. The two entered the bustling nightclub, not pausing for a moment, and headed directly to the private room where they were to meet the mysterious caller. Upon pushing the door open, they indeed found a man seated inside. He wore a black baseball cap pulled low, his face obscured by a black mask, and his slender frame exuded an air of mystery, rendering his features indecipherable. Lin Yi calmly chose a seat, her gaze fixed intently on the man. With a hint of urgency in her tone, she asked, "You summoned me. Where is the information you promised?" The man remained silent, simply retrieving his phone and tapping the screen with his long fingers. In an instant, a familiar voice echoed from the device, each word piercing Lin Yi's heart like a sharp blade. "I want you to contact someone in prison. I want Lin Yi to suffer there, preferably to die within those walls. That can certainly be arranged, but how much is Miss Lin willing to pay?" Another voice inquired. "Offer 2 million, but ensure the job is done cleanly." The familiar voice cut in again, laced with malice. "Miss Lin, isn't Lin Yi your sister? Why would you want to do this, sister? She doesn't deserve it. I want her to have nothing. If she dies, I will pay you 2 million. Just make it happen." The man pressed the pause button, lifted his gaze towards Lin Yi, and coldly inquired, "Miss Lin, are you interested in this? 2 million, and I will send the recording to you." Lin Yi's face was awash with disbelief, her astonishment gradually morphing into fury. "Lin Wanwan, I have always regarded her as a beloved sister, yet she has resorted to such treachery against me. How utterly outrageous!" She inhaled deeply, turning her gaze towards the man with a hint of desperation. "This elder brother, I know you are a good person, but I currently lack status in the Lin family. I truly do not possess 2 million. Would 100,000 suffice? That is all I have." Upon hearing this, the man was instantly agitated, his brows knitting together as he raised his voice. "As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, you cannot even produce 2 million? Who would believe that?" Lin Yi's eyes reddened as she grasped the arm of the man in black, her voice tinged with a sob. "Could you please help me? 100,000. I still need to borrow from friends." "Woo-woo." The man in black, however, was visibly disdainful, shaking off her hand with force. "Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is merely a pauper?" Get lost with that, he strode out of the private room without a backward glance, his figure swiftly disappearing at the dimly lit corridors. Su Anning, standing nearby, felt a surge of urgency and promptly urged Lin Yi, "I can lend you the money. Hurry, stop him." Yet, Lin Yi merely smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in her eyes, and "Oh need, I intentionally provoked him to leave." As she spoke, she leisurely picked up her phone and tapped the screen, causing the recording played by the man earlier to emanate from her device. "Wow, you are truly crafty. You recorded it," Su Anning exclaimed, bursting with excitement and admiration for Lin Yi. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. For such a person, not a single penny is worth spending. Indeed, she is worthless. Not a cent, Su Anning proclaimed loudly. Moments later, a waiter entered, carrying 2 elegantly packaged bottles of red wine. Let's celebrate your return. Today, the sisters' treat. We shall not return until we are intoxicated," Su Anning declared, elegantly pouring wine into their glasses, her eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. Congratulations on your rebirth. May the rest of your life be smooth sailing." She then tilted her head back and downed her drink in one go, the fiery alcohol causing her to cough. Lin Yi watched Su Anning, offering a resigned smile as she also downed her glass, gently patting Su Anning's back. "If you can't hold your liquor, don't pretend otherwise." Su Anning, having finally suppressed her discomfort, blushed slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. I have been training my drinking capacity these past 2 years. She then poured another glass. This toast is to you finding a good partner in the future. With that, she drained the glass once more, her exuberance starkly contrasting her usually demure demeanor. Lin Yi regarded Su Anning with heartfelt emotion. Anning, it is truly wonderful to have you. This time, I will ensure that Lin Wanwan pays for her misdeeds. I cannot let her off so easily. Su Anning patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Of course, we cannot let her succeed. But what do you plan to do? A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This recording is the best evidence. I will eventually make it public, allowing everyone to witness Lin Wanwan's true nature. However, I must wait for the opportune moment. Before long, the two women had emptied the 2 bottles of red wine. Su Anning, having a low tolerance, was already quite inebriated. While Lin Yi felt slightly tipsy, Su Anning selected a few songs, and after a while of singing, Lin Yi called for a designated driver. In less than half an hour, the driver arrived and helped Su Anning to leave. Lin Yi went to the restroom, and upon her return, encountered a group of men. Is that not the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Why are you out of prison? One of them sneered. Once self-proclaimed the most beautiful woman in Qinghai, how come you look so ghastly now? Ha. Lin Yi glanced up and recognized Su Hang, the second son of the Su family. Accompanied by several young masters from various prominent families in Qinghai, Su Hang had always harbored feelings for Lin Wanwan, leading him to oppose Lin Yi consistently. He was undoubtedly Lin Wanwan's sycophant. Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the way, Lin Yi retorted icily. You filthy wench, who are you insulting? Are you seeking death? Su Hang barked in indignation. One of his companions stepped forward. Miss Lin, you have offended Su Gu. You shall not leave here unscathed today. You will accompany the young master tonight, and I can intercede on your behalf. Ha. As he spoke, he advanced, reaching for Lin Yi. Lin Yi tilted her head, revealing a charming smile. Suddenly, she raised her leg and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying. He cried out, kneeling on the ground and wailing in agony. Lin Yi swayed slightly. The alcohol had made her a bit unsteady. Oh, you wretched wench, quite formidable, brothers. Get her, Su Hang shouted. Chapter 7. Handsome man, care for a date? Lin Yi instinctively tensed her body, preparing for defense. Over the past 2 years, fighting had become a regular occurrence for her, and these privileged youths were merely trifles in her eyes, hardly a challenge. 2 of them charged at her aggressively. Just as Lin Yi was about to retaliate, a shadow flashed by like a gust of wind, and the 2 men were sent sprawling to the ground, as if severed from their strings. Cries of despair shattered the surrounding silence, echoing in the air. Lin Yi, momentarily dazed, shook her head. Could a savior truly have arrived? Yet she quickly dismissed the thought with a wry smile. Such good fortune was not meant for her. Leaning against the wall, her gaze fell upon the mysterious figure, clad in a tailored black suit. Every line of his attire exuded precision and elegance. He was tall and slender, and from his silhouette alone, his impressive physique was breathtaking. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, as if he had stepped straight from the cover of a fashion magazine. He stood before Lin Yi, unflinching against the audacious group. Without a hint of hesitation, his fists fell like raindrops, each blow solid and powerful, and before long, the assailants were begging for mercy. Master Mu, spare us. We will never dare again. Their voices trembled with fear as they pleaded. Get lost. Should I ever see you bullying her again, I will take your lives. The man's voice was low and chilling, reminiscent of a cold wind from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an intimidating authority. The group fled the scene like frightened dogs, and only then did the man slowly turn, his gaze upon Lin Yi transforming into a gentle warmth, as if he could drown her in the depths of his eyes. Are you all right? He inquired softly, his voice akin to the warm sun in winter, dispelling the chill in Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi gradually lifted her head, her eyes meeting a face that could only be described as flawless. His features were strikingly handsome, sculpted with such precision that it seemed a master craftsman had chiseled them. His deep-set eyes resembled the vastness of the starry sky, mysterious and captivating. Imbued with a hint of devilish charm, Lin Yi found herself momentarily entranced, silently marveling. This man is incredibly handsome. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The man locked his gaze onto her, his eyes deepening like an unfathomable pool. Have you had your fill of looking? His lips curled into a subtle smile, a teasing glimmer dancing within. Hee, I doubt I'm fine. Just a few young masters, Lin Yi replied, slightly embarrassed, her voice laced with languor. Being so good-looking and not allowing others to gaze upon you. How stingy. She mumbled playfully, emboldened by the alcohol. The man took a step closer, closing the distance between them. He raised his strong arm, leaning against the wall, effectively trapping Lin Yi in a confined space, creating an intimate atmosphere. Can you see clearly now? Am I handsome? He asked, lowering his head slightly, drawing nearer to Lin Yi. His warm breath brushed against her cheek, making her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Yi laughed, her eyes narrowing into slits as she nodded enthusiastically. You're so handsome. Handsome man. Care for a date? As she spoke, she extended her slender fingers, playfully and daringly tracing the man's jawline, her eyes shimmering with intoxication and daze. The corner of the man's lips curved into a bewitching smile. Reminiscent of the brightest crescent moon in the night sky, a date. The words slipped from his lips, seemingly imbued with magic, causing Lin Yi's heart to flutter. This man is quite the charmer with that. He effortlessly lifted Lin Yi into his arms and walked out. The height difference between them, his 183 centimeters to her 163 centimeters, was starkly evident as he carried her as if she were but a kitten. Lin Yi, nestled in his embrace, was anything but still, her hands exploring his chest as if searching for a hidden treasure. This man looked so familiar. Who are you? Her gaze was hazy, imbued with the innocence and confusion of intoxication. Mu Junheng grasped her wandering hands gently, his voice tender yet tinged with exasperation. Don't move. I bought these clothes. Realizing something, Lin Yi's tone turned anxious. She certainly did not wish to lose her spoils at the bar. Understanding the unspoken cue from his gaze, Mu Junheng's assistant, Su Yuan, swiftly dashed to the private room, gathering the items Lin Yi had purchased and following closely behind Mu Junheng. Upon reaching the outside, Su Yuan hurriedly opened the car door, and Mu Junheng, still cradling Lin Yi, settled her into the back seat. The interior of the car seemed to be instantly suffused with a subtle atmosphere. To Half Moon Bay Villa, murmured Mu Junheng, his deep and magnetic voice resonating within the vehicle, carrying an undeniable authority. Su Yuan cast a glance at the rearview mirror, where she beheld her superior. The president, fixated on the woman in his arms, his gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions, as if the entire world had narrowed down to her alone. Silently averting her eyes, Su Yuan pressed the accelerator. The car shooting forward like a bolt from a bow, leaving a trail of exhaust in the night. The president has finally come to his senses, Su Yuan marveled inwardly. Having followed the president for 8 years, she had never witnessed him exhibit such special regard for any woman. Countless women had pursued him, employing various tactics, some even resorting to underhanded methods, but their fates were invariably tragic. Once, a rising starlet attempted to approach the president through dubious means, only to be swiftly blacklisted by Mu Junheng, vanishing from the entertainment industry thereafter. Since then, many women, despite harboring feelings for the president, dared not approach him lightly, relegating themselves to distant admiration. Although the president had been away from Qinghai City for over 4 years, his reputation still echoed loudly here. Whether commanding the business realm or excelling in other fields, people spoke of him with utmost reverence, referring to him as Master Mu. Now, his multinational corporation was thriving, and his net worth soared like a rocket, rendering him a legendary figure in the business world. Within half an hour, the black SUV sped to Half Moon Bay. The vehicle rolled directly into the courtyard, the tires creating a faint frictional sound against the ground, which resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. At this moment, Lin Yi was already fast asleep in Mu Junheng's embrace, her face flushed like a blooming peach blossom, the long lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids, resembling a princess ensnared in a sweet dream. Chapter 8. Scarred as the car door swung open, Mu Junheng carefully cradled Lin Yi and ascended the stairs to the second-floor bedroom. Each step he took was deliberate, as if fearing the slightest tremor might disrupt her serene slumber. Behind him, Su Yuan stood momentarily dazed, her mind swirling with questions. What has come over the president? He has brought back a seemingly innocent girl from the bar, and he appears to care for her so deeply. The president had always maintained a pristine reputation. Today's behavior was exceedingly unusual. Bewildered, He carried his belongings and followed him into the villa. Mu Junhang gently laid the sleeping Lin Yi on the bed, his movements as soft as a breeze gliding over a lake, producing no sound whatsoever. Yet, Lin Yi's arms seemed to possess a will of their own, tightly wrapping around his neck, murmuring, "Don't leave me, please, don't leave me." Her voice carried a hint of sorrow. As if trapped in a terrifying nightmare from which she could not escape, Mu Junhang propped himself up on either side of her, the position awkward yet intimate. He attempted to rise gently, but Lin Yi unexpectedly tightened her grip, causing Mu Junhang to tumble onto her. Their lips met unexpectedly, like two magnets drawn together, igniting a spark of passion. So soft. Lin Yi instinctively clung to his neck, drowsily nibbling on the man's lips, akin to a child savoring the sweetest candy, so fragrant. Mu Junhang pried her hands away, pressing her head gently. Then he leaned down to kiss her, an electric thrill coursing through him. An unprecedented pleasure flooding every cell of his body. He deepened the kiss, his tongue gently parting her lips, conquering the territory within. Lin Yi, lost in a haze, felt her breath growing increasingly labored, as if bound by invisible ropes, unable to break free. Yet the soft and sweet sensations enveloped her, rendering her utterly entranced, akin to an addict lost in their vice. It was only when Mu Junhang noticed Lin Yi's face turning crimson that he abruptly came to his senses. Hastily releasing her, a flicker of panic and guilt flashing in his eyes. This woman cannot kiss. She doesn't even know how to breathe. Yet a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he teased. "This can't be your first kiss, can it?" Finally able to breathe, the woman turned over, writhing on the bed, still murmuring, "Your lips are so soft." The scene was both adorable and enchanting, reminiscent of a languid kitten. Mu Junhang felt a surge of heat in his lower body, internally cursing himself for having a physiological reaction to her. He quickly rose from the bed and hurried to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, cold water cascaded down, and he stood beneath the spray, letting the icy droplets wash over him, attempting to extinguish the inexplicable flames that had ignited within. After a considerable time, the heat gradually subsided, and his mind began to clear. Returning to the bedside, he gazed at the now peacefully sleeping Lin Yi, his emotions becoming immensely complex, akin to a jar of mixed flavors spilled. After 4 years apart, how could she have changed so drastically? Her face appeared gaunt, with a pallid complexion, reminiscent of a malnourished child, and there were several bruises marring her fair skin, each bruise glaringly conspicuous. What troubled him further were the 2 scars on her cheeks, resembling 2 grotesque serpents that marred her once beautiful visage. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out, gently caressing the scars, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart. As if pricked by countless needles. What has transpired? What could have caused her to endure such suffering? He swiftly exited the room, descending the stairs to find Su Yuan lost in thought, his tone urgent and laced with anger as he commanded. "Investigate the eldest daughter of the Lin family. I want to know what has happened. Furthermore, I need details regarding her relationship with Shi Huaiji." "Yes, President." Su Yuan immediately snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving his phone to commence the investigation. Mu Junhang returned to the bedroom, where the petite woman had merely turned over, continuing her slumber. Her brows were slightly furrowed, suggesting that even in dreams, she bore unending worries. Mu Junhang approached, gently removing her shoes. His touch as tender as one would use to care for the most delicate flower in the world. Then, he hesitated momentarily, glancing at her snug jeans. With a firm resolve, he carefully assisted her in removing them. The moment the pants came off, Mu Junhang felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, shattering in an instant. Lin Yi's legs were marred with numerous scars, some scabbed and dark red, others fresh bruises of various shades. The sight was harrowing, causing his eyes to well up with tears, his vision becoming blurred. Trembling, he reached out to touch the scars, as if he could feel the pain she had endured. The most severe was a long, deep scar on her calf, resembling the aftermath of a grave operation, poorly stitched, akin to a grotesque centipede resting upon her leg. In a fit of urgency, Mu Junhang removed her shirt. And indeed, aside from her chest, her arms and back were riddled with scars of varying depths. These scars crisscrossed like a sorrowful tapestry, depicting the torment she had suffered, each one silently crying out her grievances to him. Mu Junhang's fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. His gaze darkened, fury igniting within him. Could it be the Lin family? It was said that they had found their own daughter years ago. Could it be that upon having their biological daughter, they began to mistreat their adopted one? Were her two brothers not infatuated with their little sister? Why did they not protect her? Mu Juanhong's anger had no outlet. His chest rising and falling with agitation. He dressed Lin Yi in his nightshirt and tucked her in before stepping outside. A thought flickered through his mind, his expression growing colder. If it truly was the Lin family, he would not let them off easily. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he quietly gazed at Lin Yi, silently vowing to uncover the truth behind everything and ensure that those who harmed her would pay a heavy price. Mu Junheng approached the window, picking up the phone and dialing a number. Moments later, it connected. Xian, are you aware of the situation involving the eldest daughter of the Lin family and Shi Huaiji? His voice was tinged with urgency. Junheng, why are you suddenly concerned about Lin Yi? By the way, isn't Huaiji your nephew? Why don't you ask him directly? Xian's languid voice came through the receiver. Enough with the small talk. Chapter 9. Strawberry marks. About 2 years ago, Lin Yi was accused of pushing Shiyu down the stairs. Subsequently, the Lin family reported her to the police, who took her into custody. However, it's strange that Lin Yi never confessed, and the surveillance system at home mysteriously malfunctioned, making the entire incident quite suspicious, Xian stated on the other end of the line. Didn't Shi Huaiji help her? Mu Juanhong's brow furrowed deeply. Xian chuckled lightly. That nephew of yours? No. He personally escorted his fiancée into custody alongside the Xie family. What? I thought they were in love. Why would he do that? Confusion etched itself across Mu Juanhong's face. Later, it was reported that after Lin Yi was taken in, the Shi family announced the annulment of their engagement. Also, it seems your nephew has developed a good relationship with the Lin family's newly returned second daughter. Xiaolin continued. All right, I understand with that. He hung up the phone, casting a glance at the still slumbering Lin Yi, his heart heavy with deeper perplexity. He knew that this matter was far from simple. He must clear Lin Yi's name. Mu Junheng pondered for a moment on the floor before decisively shedding his clothing and slipping beneath the covers, enveloping the deeply slumbering Lin Yi in his embrace. In her dreams, Lin Yi instinctively sought the source of warmth, her hands gradually reaching out, her legs entwining like creeping vines, her entire being resembling a clingy octopus, firmly holding onto Mu Junheng. He slightly shifted his body, extending his arm to deftly grasp his phone, meticulously adjusting the angle to capture several photographs in succession. Satisfied, he tightened his hold on the petite woman in his arms and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, piercing Lin Yi's eyelids and rousing her from slumber. Momentarily disoriented as she gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, her thoughts quickly coalesced. She had indeed been released from prison. However, upon turning her head, she was startled to discover a man lying beside her, his upper body exposed. His short black hair fell casually over his forehead. His fair skin and exquisite features appeared as if crafted by a master artisan, each contour sharply defined, while his long eyelashes hung like delicate butterfly wings. His profile alone was breathtaking, rendering her unable to look away. Lin Yi could not help but wonder who this man was and why he seemed vaguely familiar. In a flurry, she lifted the covers to examine herself. Clad in a nightgown, she noted that several buttons had come undone. What had transpired last night? Why did she have no recollection? Had she drunk too much and lost her memory? Had she shared a bed with this man? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed. She cautiously fumbled for her clothes, meticulously dressing herself before stealthily making her way to the door. You intend to sneak away after having slept with me? The man's rich, magnetic voice resonated. Lin Yi froze, halting her movements and slowly turning around. At that moment, the man had already propped himself up, revealing his muscular torso, broad shoulders and 8-pack abs, akin to the most exquisite sculpture. His handsome visage was striking, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. An incredulous expression crossed Lin Yi's face as she stammered. You are Shi Huaiji's uncle? Her words came out in hesitant fragments. Mu Juanhong's lips curled into a smile that radiated innocence. Indeed, it is I. Hard to believe after all these years, little Yi still remembers me. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed instantly. Was this the right moment to bring up their relationship? Last night she faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. We slept together. The man's bluntness shattered her last shred of hope. Impossible. I have no memory of it at all. Are you deceiving me? Lin Yi's disbelief was palpable. Mu Junheng raised a brow. Little Yi, come a bit closer. I'll show you the evidence. Reluctantly, she inched forward. He pouted, gesturing to his swollen lips and then to the myriad of hickeys adorning his chest. See? Your kisses left my lips puffy. My body is covered in your strawberry marks. So, did we or did we not sleep together? It was only then that Lin Yi scrutinized him closely. His lips were indeed swollen, a painful mark evident, and his torso bore dark red kiss marks resembling tempting strawberries. I did that, she gasped. Aghast, am I still human? Oh, no. The embarrassment surged through her, overwhelming her desire to escape. Had she truly engaged in such behavior? Why him? He was Shi Huaiji's uncle, a man of remarkable stature in Qinghai City. His reputation unassailable. Mu Junheng rose from the bed, clad only in a pair of briefs, causing Lin Yi to hastily cover her eyes. Unable to bear the sight, he stood before her, observing her bashful demeanor with amusement. As if she were his prey. What is this? Now you're shy. You weren't like this last night when you were touching me. He pried her hands apart, teasing, who was it that boasted about their considerable prowess? Why do you shy away from my gaze today? Lin Yi wished to slap herself. How much had she drunk to utter such words? I apologize, uncle. I was inebriated yesterday. Please forgive me, she bowed in contrition. Little Yi, you truly lack a conscience. You've taken my first time, and all you offer is an apology. Mu Junheng's expression darkened, disappointment evident. You should get dressed first. It's too distracting like this. He quickly donned his pants and shirt, then sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on the visibly anxious woman. He unlocked his phone and turned it towards Lin Yi, displaying a photo of her tightly embracing Mu Junheng, an image that nearly shattered her spirit. Lin Yi buried her face in her hands, mortified at the thought of losing face before her former fiancé's uncle. How could she face him now? The repercussions of this encounter seemed insurmountable. Little uncle, what do you want from me? I have no money, she stated, attempting to divert the conversation. My innocence cannot be bought. Do you think I lack funds? Mu Junheng's eyes deepened with intensity. Then what do you propose? How about this, little uncle? You sleep with me once more, and we'll call it even. The words escaped her lips before she could process their implications. Mu Junheng smirked. Little Yi, you want me to sleep with you? Faced with the imposing aura of this man, Lin Yi felt her strength wane. She reluctantly acquiesced. Mu Junheng chuckled. No, that's unfair. You had a fiancé, while I haven't even held a woman's hand. I am the one at a disadvantage. Scoundrel. Are you trying to maintain your innocent persona? Lin Yi was fuming, no longer feigning meekness. Mu Junheng, what do you truly desire? His lips curled into a grin at her sudden assertiveness. Ah, the little wildcat shows her claws. This matter can be easily resolved. Be my girlfriend for a year, and let me have my fill. Mu Junheng's demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, her mind racing. This manipulative man wanted her to be his girlfriend for a year after just one night? Old fox, she thought. Yet, refusing him would only complicate matters, and she still had her vendetta to settle. Furthermore, she needed financial support for her housing situation. Mu Junheng was well off and influential, and having him as an ally might serve her interests. The thought of her eccentric family members' reactions amused her. This powerful man in Qinghai, wealthy and handsome, with a clean romantic history, why not? All right, I agree. Mu Junheng nodded, a charming smile gracing his lips. Xu Yuan, bring in the contract. Upon hearing the call, Xu Yuan rushed in with the contract his boss had prepared the previous night. He glanced at Lin Yi, noting her petite frame and seemingly malnourished appearance. Why does the president fancy this type? He wondered, recalling how his boss had summoned him to pinch his abs while shirtless. Prompting an embarrassing blush, Mu Junheng signed the contract and handed it to Lin Yi, who realized he had anticipated this moment. You old fox, you were ready to trap me from the start. She thought, signing her name without hesitation. Little uncle, I cannot move in with you just yet. I have some matters to attend to with the Lin family. It won't take long, Lin Yi assured him with composure. Mu Junheng's expression brightened. Good. I'll wait for you. Give me your phone. As he reached for her phone, he unlocked it and added his contact details, labeling himself as boyfriend. He then casually returned it to her. Lin Yi accepted her phone, gathered her purchases, and turned to leave without a backward glance. Wait, this is for you. Mu Junheng tossed her a set of car keys. Thank you, little uncle. She called back. Mu Junheng's voice followed her. If anyone bullies you, you can come to me. Without looking back, Lin Yi gestured an okay sign and hurried away. She had not returned home all night, and the Lin family would undoubtedly demand an explanation. A storm awaited her, filled with reproach and ridicule. Shaking her head, she stepped into the Porsche Cayenne, revving the engine as she drove away. On the second floor, Mu Junheng watched her speed off. Such aggression. Could she be a little leopard? Lin Yi sped through the streets, arriving at the Lin family residence in just over half an hour. After securing the car, she marched inside, her spoils in hand. Upon entering, she found several family members gathered in the living room, including her parents, Lin Wanwan, her older brother, her second brother, and an outsider. She Huai's Haida. As she walked in, the room fell silent momentarily before Lin Wanwan rushed over. Sister, how could you stay out all night? Mom and Dad were so worried. We tried calling you. Lin Yi, you dare to come back on your first day and stay out all night? You have some nerve. Lin Xingnan's brow was furrowed with anger. Kneel, you wretched daughter. How dare you stay out all night? You have utterly disgraced the Lin family, Lin's father roared. After they finished speaking, Lin Yi unhurriedly replied, I spent the night at my best friend's house. Does it not strike you as ridiculous how your entire family is acting as if they are the arbiters of justice? You truly are insufferable. Can you not hear the nonsense that spills from her lips? Lin's father trembled with rage. How can you speak to your father in such a manner? After all, you are the one at fault. Lin's mother glared at her and interjected. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. I have brought disgrace upon the Lin family? The Lin family lost its honor 2 years ago. Lin Xingbei could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. 2 years ago. How dare you even mention that? Was it not because you were imprisoned that our family lost its dignity? With a limp, Lin Yi picked up her belongings and headed upstairs, but paused at Lin Xingbei's words. Turning around, she looked down upon him, saying, Oh, who should have been imprisoned 2 years ago? Do you truly believe you can take me for a fool? Using me, a fake daughter, as a scapegoat and thinking to pin the blame upon me. The others downstairs exchanged glances, rendered speechless. You just love to argue. Lin Xingbei's voice had diminished. Let it be, let her go. She has built a wall between us, Lin's mother said softly. Lin Xingnan's eyes dimmed, and he turned to leave. This was the only matter he felt a sense of guilt about. Seeing Lin Yi's gait, Shi Huaizhi felt a tightening in his chest, as if he could not breathe. Lin Yi returned to her room, closed the door, hung the clothes she bought yesterday in the wardrobe, and changed into a set of loungewear. She opened her computer and entered her writer's assistant. With a day's worth of messages urging updates and comments, Lin Yi found one of her unfinished novels, skimmed through the plot, and updated 2 chapters of the chapters she had saved before her imprisonment. Then she resumed typing, and no matter what, the most important thing now was to earn money, and she did not want to disappoint the fans who had been waiting for her. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yi got up to open it, only to be surprised that it was not Lin Wanwan but Shi Huaizhi standing outside. Lin Yi's face immediately contorted with disdain. What do you want, Yi? I just want to talk to I want to ask, what happened to your leg? Shi Huaizhi spoke softly. It's injured. Are you satisfied now? You are all executioners, Lin Yi replied coldly. I never intended for you to be imprisoned. The annulment of our engagement was also at my family's behest. I have always cared for you. Shi Huaizhi's expression was earnest. Shi Huaizhi, do you find this amusing? You've done what you've done, and now you tell me it was not your intention. If I had perished in prison, would you still have had the chance to apologize? Lin Yi's expression was frigid. How could that be? The Lin family and I had already made arrangements with the prison to take good care of you. Lin Yi was amused by his words. Take care? Is that how you take care of someone? She rolled up her sleeves to reveal her arms marred with mottled scars. Or perhaps this is your idea of care? She rolled up her pant leg, exposing the bruised scars on her leg. Is this the kind of care that leaves one covered in scars, or is it the kind that breaks one's legs? I cannot bear your so-called care. Leave, with a loud bang. She slammed the door shut. Shi Huaizhi knocked on the door. There must be some misunderstanding. Please, let me explain. Lin Yi returned to her room, put on her headphones and continued typing. What fiancé? Nonsense. Writing was her true source of joy. Meanwhile, outside, Shi Huaizhi was left in shock. He had never seen a girl with so many scars, densely packed and unsightly. How could she have so many scars? Had she been beaten? Had her leg truly been broken? Hadn't they arranged for her to be well taken care of? Shi Huaizhi, why are you standing at my sister's door? Lin Wanwan approached, dressed in a beautiful dress, her makeup exquisitely done. Shi Huaizhi, feeling awkward, replied, "Oh, I just wanted to ask her if she would like to go shopping with us." Lin Wanwan linked her arm through Shi Huaizhi's and said sweetly, "Sister won't go. She's still mad at us. It's all my fault. I should have made her happy." Seeing her eyes redden, Shi Huaizhi gently patted her hand. "Wanwan, it's not your fault. Do not blame yourself." Suddenly, the door swung open. Lin Yi peeked out. "Who says I won't go? Shopping. All right, just give me a moment to do my makeup and change." With that, she slammed the door shut again, leaving the two outside in disbelief. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists. This Lin Yi, who wants her to go anyway? Now we have to wait for her. This third wheel. Lin Wanwan was furious. However, Shi Huaizhi's expression remained neutral. "Wanwan, I'll wait for her downstairs." Lin Yi closed the door and continued typing, the sound of the keyboard resounding loudly. Her 2 years in prison had provided her with abundant inspiration and unique perspectives. Making her writing more fluid, it wasn't until she finished 4,000 words that Lin Yi finally got up to change her clothes, freshened her makeup, and walked downstairs. As soon as Shi Huaizhi saw her, he stood up. "Wanwan, let us go." Lin Wanwan pulled Shi Huaizhi's arm and started walking out. "Sister, you kept us waiting for so long." Lin Yi paused. "Oh, so you didn't want me to go? Then I won't disturb you." Lin Wanwan nearly choked. "If you're not going, why didn't you say so earlier? We've been waiting for you for an hour." She suppressed her anger. "Sister, I didn't mean that. I really hope you can join us for shopping. Staying at home all day can be quite stifling." Lin Yi replaced her frown with a smile. "Well then, I reluctantly agreed to accompany you two for a bit." "You." Lin Wanwan almost lost her composure. She turned to leave, fearing she might not be able to control her true feelings. She dreaded the day when Lin Yi would fall into her grasp. "Shi Huaizhi, my sister is still upset, and she probably wouldn't want to ride in your car. Why don't you let her drive mine?" Shi Huaizhi patted Lin Wanwan's head. "You rewrite, Wanwan. You are the most considerate." Lin Yi, watching from behind, could barely contain her amusement. This little white lotus of the Lin family was truly living up to her name. "No need for that. I haven't driven in a while, so I'll take Shi Huaizhi's car." Lin Yi smiled innocently. Lin Wanwan's face turned pale with anger. Today, Lin Yi was not playing by the rules. In the past, she would become furious at just one provocation and would drive off herself. Why was everything turned upside down today? She seemed rather abnormal. Lin Yi opened the car door and jumped in, feeling quite pleased to irritate both Lin Wanwan and Shi Huaizhi. Not only did she want to make Lin Wanwan uncomfortable, but she also intended to make them bleed financially. Lin Wanwan, fuming, took her place in the passenger seat as Shi Huaizhi pressed the gas pedal, driving towards the city. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at Xing Shun Building. They took the elevator straight to the 5th floor. Lin Wanwan's hand remained linked with Shi Huaizhi's arm, and despite Shi Huaizhi's attempts to pull away, she held on tightly, determined to make Lin Yi feel uncomfortable. "Isn't he your fiancé? Now he is being held by me." "Sister, you didn't answer your phone yesterday, and the family was worried sick. You cannot just stay out all night. There are all sorts of people outside. What if something happened?" Lin Wanwan feigned concern. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you are worried about me? But my phone is still from 2 years ago. It doesn't work. It's not that I didn't want to contact you. It's just broken. I just got out, and I don't have any money." "What?" Lin Wanwan was taken aback. She had only wanted to imply that Lin Yi was not a good girl for staying out all night. And now she had to buy her a phone? How infuriating. Lin Wanwan was dying to curse, but in front of Shi Huaizhi, she had to maintain the facade of sisterly affection. "Sister, why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go buy you a new phone." They arrived at the phone counter in the mall, and Lin Wanwan pointed excitedly at a phone. "Sister, this phone is beautiful. It suits you perfectly." Lin Yi walked over and took a look at the unknown brand priced at 3,000 yuan. "Wanwan, I don't use my phone much. Something too flashy isn't suitable. I'll just buy a low-key one." Lin Wanwan smiled. "At least you have some sense." At that moment, Lin Yi asked the attendant to bring out a simple white phone. "Wanwan, let us go with this one." It's simple and understated. Attendant. I'll take it. Also, please set up my SIM card. Lin Wanwan tossed her card to the attendant. Lin Yi, you are only worthy of a phone worth 1 or 2,000. Wait, what? 29,999 yuan? Lin Wanwan exclaimed. The attendant looked at her with disdain. Can't you afford it? Why are you yelling? Lin Yi looked at her with a mournful expression. If my sister finds it too expensive, I'll just use my old one. Realizing she had overreacted, Lin Wanwan quickly clarified, Sister, don't misunderstand. I meant to say that this phone is surprisingly cheap. I didn't expect it. Feeling delighted with her new phone, Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed, What a pity. I don't even have money for a screen protector. Using such a nice phone would be a waste. Shi Huaizhi, hearing this, quickly said, I have money on this card. You can use it first. Lin Wanwan, hearing this, hurriedly took the card from Shi Huaizhi. Huaizhi, how can you use your card? I have money. I'll pay for my sister. Lin Wanwan bit her molars. Pulling out a card worth 300,000 from her bag. Her heart ached tightly, but she hadn't brought a smaller denomination card today. She absolutely could not let her use Shi Huai's card. Although Brother Huai was generous, she couldn't allow him to be taken advantage of. Sister, this card has 300,000. You can use it first. Lin Yi expressed her gratitude with a beaming face as she swiftly accepted the card. Thank you, sister. Lin Wanwan felt as though her molars might swallow into her stomach. Had she known, she would have never brought her out. Chapter 12. She is here to annoy. The group strolled to the clothing section, and upon seeing the beautiful garments, Lin Wanwan's mood brightened significantly, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. This one, that one, I want to try on these few. Lin Wanwan commanded the busy sales assistant with an air of superiority. Her expression reminiscent of a queen ruling her domain. As she changed into the clothes, she seemed to forget all her prior displeasures, enveloped in the joy brought by the new attire. Brother Huai. Does this look good? She twirled joyfully, the hem of her skirt swirling around her. Brother Huai, which of these two colors is better? She blinked her large eyes, gazing at Shi Huai with anticipation. Seeing her like a cheerful little bird lifted Shi Huai's spirits unknowingly. Waiter, I'll take both, he declared with a sweeping motion of his hand, utterly unhesitant. Lin Wanwan instantly fluttered over like a little bird, swiftly planting a kiss on Shi Huai's cheek. Thank you, Brother Huai. Shi Huai's face turned a deep shade of red, and he discreetly glanced at Lin Yi, who was quietly seated on a chair, idly staring at her shoes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed those shoes were from 2 years ago, a gift from him. A tightness gripped his heart. Could it be that she had no money to buy new ones? Did the Lin family not even give her pocket money? If there's anything you like, go try it on too. I'll buy it for you, Shi Huai said gently in Lin Yi's direction. Lin Yi raised her head, a hint of detachment in her eyes. No need. I bought some yesterday. They're too expensive and wouldn't suit me anyway. Lin Wanwan's previously radiant smile froze in an instant. How infuriating. Why should she be the one to buy her new clothes? Just consider it a welcome gift from me. Choose whatever you like. I'll cover the bill. Shi Huai's smile was warm and gentle, akin to the sun in spring. Yet, to Lin Wanwan, it felt glaring, as if the light was piercing her eyes. Lin Yi, how dare you? Lin Yi slowly began. Since it's Brother Huai's kind intention, it would seem ungrateful of me not to accept. With that, she elegantly approached the rack, declaring, this one, that one, and these few. I want to try them all. For the next hour, Lin Yi constantly flitted between the mirrors and fitting rooms. Lin Wanwan, enraged, lost all desire to shop. This Lin Yi was utterly shameless. Yet, unable to confront her directly, she could only seethe in silence. Clinging to Shi Huai's arm, she pouted, Brother Huai, how long are we going to keep buying? These clothes and shoes must cost quite a bit. Will you really spend so much on her? Shi Huai smiled gently. Let her try. After 2 years inside, she has endured a lot. He patted Lin Wanwan's arm in a soothing gesture. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finally finished trying on clothes, shoes, and bags, a heap of them. Shi Huai handed the card to the sales assistant, and soon they heard, card charged 580,000 yuan. Lin Wanwan stomped her feet in indignation. In just half a day, she had let her take over 900,000. Her monthly allowance was only 1 million. When did Lin Yi become so shameless? She would never have behaved this way before. After spending years in prison, Did she finally realize the value of money? Was she afraid the Lin family would kick her out? Lin Wanwan resolved to expel her from the family as soon as possible. Only she, Lin Wanwan, was worthy of being the Lin family's sole heiress. Lin Yi did not deserve it. As Lin Yi carried her numerous shopping bags past Lin Wanwan, she noticed her sister's furious expression and smiled. "Sister, what is wrong? Are you unhappy? Would you like me to give you what I bought?" Lin Wanwan, chest tight with anger, retorted, "You look like a monkey. How could I fit into your clothes?" Suppressing her fury, she forced a false smile. "Sister, I am not unhappy. If I can make you happy, I am very happy too." "That's good." Lin Yi's lips curled into a smug smile as she continued forward. "Brother Huai, look how infuriating she is." Lin Wanwan whined, her voice sweet and whiny. "Let us go, Wanwan." With that, Shi Huai strode forward. Lin Wanwan hurried after him. As they exited the mall, Lin Wanwan affectionately linked her arm with Shi Huai's, softly saying, "Brother Huai, sister is tired. Let her head back first." Lin Yi, ahead, turned around, her smile bright and innocent. "I am not tired, sister. Do you still want to buy something? Jewelry?" Lin Yi had been forced to exercise in prison for the past few days, so this brief shopping trip was merely a stroll for her. Lin Wanwan's face fell. "I thought this is driving me crazy. She still wants to buy jewelry, Brother Huai." Lin Wanwan tugged at Shi Huai's arm, her soft, delicate voice like a kitten's paw gently scratching at his ear. "What is wrong? Are you afraid I will follow you?" Lin Yi, tired of pretending, decided to drop the act. Honestly, if it weren't to annoy them, she wouldn't bother with the pretense. "Brother Huai, please take sister home first." Lin Wanwan pleaded, looking at Shi Huai. He nodded. "All right, Yi, I'll take you home first." As the car door unlocked, Lin Yi jumped in. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, leaning back with her eyes closed. Lin Wanwan glanced back at her. Noticing she seemed to have fallen asleep and softly inquired, "Brother Huai, you don't still have feelings for sister, do you?" Shi Huai didn't expect Lin Wanwan to ask such a question in front of Lin Yi. Leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, "Yi and I grew up together. Even without a betrothal, I still regard her as a sister," Shi Huai replied awkwardly. Seeing his flustered demeanor made Lin Wanwan feel quite uncomfortable. Had he not forgotten about her after 2 years in prison? Her face darkened ominously, but when she turned to Shi Huai, her expression transformed into a gentle smile. "And what about me, Brother Huai? Am I a sister, or do you have feelings for me?" Shi Huai was taken aback by her directness, his mind a whirlwind. His family had always hoped he would become engaged to Lin Wanwan, but he had been dragging his feet for the past 2 years, which was why nothing had been settled. Lin Yi would never be welcomed into the Shi family. They would not accept a woman who had been imprisoned. "Huai, brother, can you please say something?" Lin Wanwan's soft voice coaxed again, "Of course, I like you." Finally hearing the answer she longed for, Lin Wanwan leaned forward and kissed Shi Huai's cheek. His face turned a fiery crimson. Chapter 13. The stark contrast between love and indifference. I in the back seat. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, filled with mockery. "Eager to flaunt your affection already? Truly, a green tea paired with a dog. The more they grow together." Lin Wanwan cast a sideways glance at Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Humph, Lin Yi, I knew you heard that. The one Brother Huai likes is me." The car soon pulled into the Lin family villa, and Lin Wanwan looked up to see a Qian parked on the sidewalk outside. "Whose car has been parked there since yesterday?" she inquired, her brows furrowed in confusion. Shi Huai shook his head slightly, indicating he didn't know. After the car came to a halt, Lin Yi jumped out with her bags. Perhaps due to her hasty movements, her injured calf suddenly ached, causing her to limp. Shi Huai and Lin Wanwan followed closely behind. In the living room, Lin Mother and Lin Xingbei were chatting on the sofa. Upon seeing the multitude of bags Lin Yi was carrying, Lin Xingbei's expression darkened instantly. He hurried over and scolded. "Lin Yi, you really are something. After 2 years in prison, you still haven't learned to save." Lin Yi closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Although she had long given up hope for familial affection, hearing such cold words from a brother who once adored her felt like a knife to the heart. The sweetness of past affection contrasted painfully with the current mockery. The phrase 2 years in prison slipped so easily from his lips. Her brother had died long ago, perhaps even before that. "Is there a problem with what Brother Huai bought?" Lin Yi's voice was icy, as if it could freeze the air around her. without another glance at him. She dragged her heavy leg up the stairs. Shi Huai watched her retreating figure, a wave of unspoken sorrow washing over him. Ultimately, he owed her so much. Lin Wanwan, observing Shi Huai's gaze, felt a surge of jealousy. What was there to cling to for a limping ex-convict? Brother Huai, I wanted to buy a necklace today, but didn't he get the chance? Lin Wanwan's voice was soft and plaintive, laden with a sense of grievance. Shi Huai gently ruffled her hair, his tone warm. It's all right. I'll accompany you tomorrow. A smile finally blossomed on Lin Wanwan's face, and the previous gloom dissipated in an instant. Huaiji, come sit over here. Lin's mother greeted warmly, her face radiant with joy. The servant promptly prepared tea and brought out a platter of fruits. After all, the future son-in-law must not be neglected. Mom, Lin Yi is becoming increasingly outrageous. She spends money like it's nothing the moment she returns. You absolutely mustn't give her any money. Indulging her will only foster a habit of extravagance, Lin Xingbei said, his anger still simmering. This younger sister of his seems to regard him with growing disdain. Despite the affection he once lavished upon her, Lin's mother paused for a moment, then replied, I haven't given her any money. Hearing this, Shi Huaiji appeared somewhat taken aback. Could it be true that she was not given any funds? Lin Wanwan nestled against her mother, playfully pouting, Mom, today my sister claimed her phone was broken, so I bought her a new one for over 20,000. Then she said she had no cash. And I gave her a card, Wanwan. With her attitude towards you, you still bought her a phone and gave her a card. You're far too foolish. Lin Xingbei could not help but scoff. Why Wanwan is simply soft-hearted and kind. Valuing familial ties, it's all right. Mom will transfer 1 million to you. However, you must not give her any more money. If she has funds, she'll only become more reckless. Lin Mu Xiaoyue gazed at her daughter with indulgence. Shi Huaiji opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately found his words stuck in his throat. The Lin family's evident favoritism might stem from a lack of blood ties. One could surmise that his prospects with Lin Yi were now virtually non-existent. The Shi family had always been domineering, and Shi Huaiji was quite obedient to his parents' wishes. Since 2 years ago, he had relinquished his engagement to Lin Yi. Though he harbored guilt, he ultimately felt powerless. Wanwan, the day after tomorrow is your birthday. How about I throw you a grand birthday feast? Whatever you desire. Just tell your second brother, and he'll spare no expense. Lin Xingbei spoke with uncontainable excitement regarding his sister's upcoming celebration. Wanwan, whatever gift you wish for, Brother Huaiji will also buy for you. Shi Huaiji added gently, his smile warm. Lin Wanwan was overjoyed, exclaiming, Whatever you buy, I will love. Xingbei, you handle the birthday party arrangements. Wanwan, please write the invitations yourself. Xiao Yue said with a smile. All right, I'll get right on it. Lin Xingbei replied, rising with enthusiasm to leave. Lin Wanwan stood up to retrieve a pen and invitations from the drawer. Brother Huaiji, come right with me. Help me check if I've missed anyone. With that, the two began to carefully consider who the invitations should be addressed to, sprawled across the coffee table. After Lin Yi returned to her room, she meticulously unpacked her spoils, sorting them before hanging them in the wardrobe. Once, her bedroom boasted a spacious dressing room, with high-end clothing, shoes, and bags neatly arranged within, the space ample. Now, however, the room resembled merely a storage area, with a small window, covering barely a dozen square meters. Aside from a bed and an attached bathroom, little space remained, a dilapidated wardrobe and an outdated desk. Even the quarters of the household servants were in far better condition. Lin Yi chuckled to herself, recognizing the stark contrast between love and indifference. Before Lin Wanwan's return, her room was a cozy, pink princess haven, furnished with only the finest selections. Even the curtains had cost several tens of thousands, but now the room lacked even curtains, and she was forced to hang an old bedsheet as a substitute. Were one to claim this was the bedroom of the Lin family's heiress in Qinghai City, no one would believe so be it. She was no longer the Lin family's darling. Soon, she would sever all ties with these people. And she found herself wishing never to see them again. To say she harbored no resentment would merely be self-deception. They had once held her aloft, allowing her to bask in the glory of being the Lin family's cherished daughter for 15 years. Yet, it was they who had cruelly cast her into the abyss, shattering her once proud heart. From now on, no one owed anything to anyone. Lin Yi gathered her thoughts and opened her computer. Upon logging into her Authoress backend, She found it inundated with requests for updates and messages flooding in. After settling her emotions, she gingerly opened the comments section. Author, you've finally updated. I've been waiting for you for 2 years. What on earth happened to the author in these 2 years? Why the delay in updates? Chapter 14. A boyfriend falls from the sky. Luo Yi, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. Luo Yi, what on earth happened? Please share with us. The author has finally updated. How moving. We've all missed you. As Lin Yi read these messages, her eyes brimmed with tears. The warmth of the comments touched the softest corners of her heart. It had been a long time since she last cried, as she had grown accustomed to burying all her grievances and pain deep within. Thus, she left a message. Officially returning, I thank everyone for their support over the years. Though the past 2 years have been fraught with difficulties, I have finally seen the light. The future is promising. As soon as she posted it, replies surged in like a tidal wave. Look, the author is online. Luo Yi, you must take care of yourself. Keep going. Although I just started following your book, I sense you must be someone with a story. I love you so much. Please keep updating. What happened? Can I help you? As Lin Yi looked at these messages, the shadows in her heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. The heaviness of her emotions, akin to a cloud, appeared to have been pierced by the light of their caring words. Quietly, she resolved to write diligently, not only for the readers who have always supported her, but also for herself, the version of herself who once held dreams but had been harshly struck by reality. Lin Yi organized her thoughts and returned to her computer, focusing intently on her writing. With 3 unfinished books to complete, she estimated she needed to write at least 10,000 words a day. Just thinking about it made her head spin. But who told her to be such a doting author? She pressed on, first uploading today's update, then burying herself in her work. The keyboard clattered as she poured her story into her writing. Their essay saying, "Isn't there?" Dreams colliding with reality. For her, it felt like reality had slapped her dream hard. After 2 hours of typing, her fingers ached and fatigue washed over her. She stood up, stretching luxuriously, her joints cracking. Then, she collapsed onto her small bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, she recalled the man from yesterday, Shi Huaiji's uncle, Mu Junhang. She had been quite intoxicated, her memories hazy. How had she ended up in bed with him? He was from the Mu family, one of the most prestigious families in Qinghai City, with the other 3 great families merely looking on from a distance. Though she had not interacted much with him before, she had certainly heard of his feats. He had entered a prestigious American university at the age of 15, returned to Qinghai to take over the family business after graduation, and within a few short years, had ascended to the pinnacle of the industry. It was said that he wielded immense power, with connections that spanned far and wide, conducting business with decisiveness and efficiency. Lin Yi only vaguely recalled seeing him a few times at the Shi family's gatherings and had hardly spoken to him. He was strikingly handsome, a true paragon of beauty. However, it was rumored that women who pursued him faced dire consequences. The word on the street was that he despised women, with some even suggesting he was gay. Yet, his demeanor towards her that day did not seem to align with such rumors. At the very least, he did not exhibit the aversion to women that was commonly claimed, nor did he lose his temper with her. Moreover, he had pressured her into signing a year-long contract, making her his girlfriend. Was it to cover up rumors about him being gay? Or was his family pressuring him to marry? Perhaps he was in a hurry to find a girlfriend to placate them? Lin Yi shook her head, deciding not to dwell on that crafty fox any longer. After all, both parties were merely seeking their own benefits, and she had nothing to lose with such stunning looks. The best part was that being with him would surely infuriate Shi Huaiji and the Lin family. Lin Yi thought. The more she considered it, the more delighted she felt. It was as if a boyfriend had fallen from the sky. Whether he was gay or not held no consequence for her, as it was not a romantic relationship. To let such a splendid opportunity pass by would be an utter waste. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. "Sister, come downstairs for dinner." Lin Wanwan's lively and melodious voice echoed through Lin Yi's ears. "Got it," Lin Yi replied softly. She slowly got up, chose a long-sleeved loungewear outfit, and with somewhat heavy steps opened the door. Heading downstairs, upon arriving at the dining room, she found the family already seated around the table, each in their place. Lin's mother wore a warm and benevolent smile, enthusiastically serving dishes to Shi Huaiji. "Come, Huaiji, try this fish," to an outsider. It would be easy to assume that Shi Huaiji was her biological son at this moment. Lin's father, Lin Xingnan, Lin Xingbei, and Lin Wanwan had all picked up their chopsticks. Her arrival seemed to have no impact on them. Perhaps Lin Wanwan had only come to summon her to project an image of generosity and understanding before everyone else. Silently, she pulled out a chair and sat beside Lin Wanwan. You need to be prompted 3 times just to eat. You make the whole family wait for you. Lin Yi, how can you have the audacity? Lin Xingbei frowned, openly criticizing her. Lin Yi's father's expression darkened slightly, and he merely said in a calm tone, since you're here, just sit down and eat. Lin Yi's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she chose to respond with silence. She picked up a bowl and scooped a spoonful of rice. Her gaze sweeping across the array of dishes adorning the dining table, filled with a sense of helplessness. The table was laden with the seafood that Lin Wanwan adored, while the only dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was placed at the farthest corner. Out of her reach, sister, have some shrimp. Lu Ma's dish is truly authentic, Lin Wanwan said as she picked a shrimp and placed it into Lin Yi's bowl. Lin Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between the shrimp and Lin Wanwan, and after a moment, she gently pushed the shrimp aside and took a bite of rice instead. The chopstick she held momentarily hovered in the air, uncertain of which dish to select, for the banquet of seafood before her was undoubtedly a feast she could not partake in. Lin Yi, what exactly do you mean? Wanwan is offering you food, yet you deliberately refuse to eat. Is this amusing to you? Lin Xingbei's sharp and caustic voice resounded once more. Lin Yi slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Xingbei, who, at this moment, appeared so unfamiliar. She couldn't help but bitterly smile inwardly, wondering if the entire family had forgotten her seafood allergy entirely. Was it collective amnesia or a deliberate act? Lin Yi hesitated no longer. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks and calmly stated, I'm sorry, I'm full with that. She rose and turned to ascend the stairs. Chapter 15. The blade of kinship's second brother, she didn't mean it. She might just dislike me. Lin Wanwan said, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice slightly choked. Wanwan, don't pay her any mind. She's just a stone in a cesspool, foul and hard. As Lin Yi reached the last step of the staircase, her foot involuntarily paused. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately chose silence. Even if she attempted to explain, it would be a futile endeavor, merely a waste of breath. Second brother, please don't say that about sister. She has just been released from prison and is feeling low. Lin Wanwan gently interjected. Wanwan, you are simply too kind. Lin Xingbei muttered as he continued to eat. Shut your mouth. Even eating can't stop your incessant chatter. Lin Xingnan could no longer bear to watch and shot a fierce glare at Lin Xingbei in his eyes. This younger brother was utterly aimless, oblivious to the affairs of the company, indulging only in feasting and revelry, and now behaving like a gossiping old woman. Lin Xingbei, chastised by his elder brother, begrudgingly shut his mouth and buried his head back into his food. After Lin Yi returned to her room upstairs, she tidied herself a bit. She applied a delicate layer of makeup, donned an elegant long-sleeve dress, and picked up her car keys, preparing to venture out in search of something to eat. After all, she hadn't eaten all day, and her stomach was growling with hunger. When she came downstairs, she found the Lin family still gathered around the dining table, yet to finish their meal. She slightly turned and softly addressed her parents. I'm stepping out for a bit. Jianghua, look at her. Is this acceptable? Since her return, she hasn't even called us mom and dad. Lin Mother Xiao Yue complained with a disgruntled expression. Let her be? Lin Father sighed helplessly. Observing this, Lin Yi chose not to say more and quickly departed. She drove the Porsche her new boyfriend gifted her the previous day and called Su Anning on the way. Anning, want to grab a bite? Are you free? You've come out? Of course, I'm free to accompany you. Let's go for barbecue. There's a new place in the city center. Shall we try it? Sure. After exchanging a few simple sentences, Lin Yi hung up and pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the city center. Half an hour later, the two met successfully at the Du Lai barbecue restaurant. Upon meeting, they warmly embraced each other. And Su Anning scrutinized Lin Yi closely. You look a bit off. Have you been wronged at home? She asked with concern. Lin Yi offered a faint smile and shook her head. It's nothing. Let us not dwell on that. Let's go inside and see how this barbecue is. As they entered the barbecue restaurant, the lively atmosphere and enticing aroma of grilled meat temporarily dispelled Lin Yi's gloom. They found a spot to sit and ordered the restaurant's signature barbecue along with some side dishes. While Su Anning busily arranged the utensils for Lin Yi, she animatedly recounted recent amusing anecdotes, attempting to lift her spirits. Lin Yi listened quietly, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. However, at that moment, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone screen and saw that it was a call from Lin Wanwan. Frowning slightly, she hesitated but ultimately answered the call. "Sister, where have you gone? The whole family is worried about you," Lin Wanwan's voice came through, sounding genuinely concerned. Lin Yi replied coolly, "I'm out having dinner with a friend. Is there something you need? Sister, please don't be mad. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made you unhappy," Lin Wanwan said, her voice laced with a hint of tears. The wave of annoyance washed over Lin Yi. She recognized Lin Wanwan's theatrics, attempting to maintain her innocent facade in front of the family. "I'm not angry. It's fine, I'm going to eat now," she said. Hanging up abruptly, Su Anning looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Was that a family member? Are they bothering you again?" With a resigned sigh. Lin Yi replied, "It's my dear sister, always putting on a show. I can't be bothered to deal with her." Su Anning took Lin Yi's hand and said, "Forget about her. The more you engage, the more she will take advantage. Let us enjoy our meal." As the barbecue began to arrive at their table, the two indulged heartily. Lin Yi savored the delicious grilled meat, her mood gradually lifting. They chatted while eating, reminiscing about the past and dreaming of the future, momentarily forgetting the troubles and pains her family had brought her. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the mall for a while, picking up some snacks to avoid going hungry again at the Lin household. By the time Lin Yi returned home, it was already evening. Upon entering the house, she found her family seated in the living room, and as they noticed her return, Lin mother immediately exclaimed, "So you do know how to come home? It's so late. What kind of image is that for a girl out alone?" Lin Yi ignored her and walked straight upstairs. "Lin Yi, how can you be so lacking in manners?" Lin Xingbei shouted from behind. Lin Yi paused, turning around to coldly regard him. "My affairs are none of your concern. Please stop pretending to care about me. This is becoming increasingly unacceptable. After 2 years inside, you still haven't progressed at all. You ought to spend a few more years," Lin Xingbei said through gritted teeth. Lin Yi felt a sharp pang in her heart. Was this truly the second brother who once fought for her? After all these years, their bond had seemingly transformed into mere hurt. Each of his words pierced through her heart like a dagger. Holding back her tears, Lin Yi coldly looked at Lin Xingbei and replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't meet your expectations." With that, she turned and walked into her room without looking back, leaving the Lin family staring at one another in the living room in bewilderment. Once in her room, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. The blade of familial ties could inflict the most profound wounds. In her room lay the Barbie doll her second brother had gifted her on her 10th birthday. On the wall hung a photograph of her with her 2 brothers, where she smiled radiantly. Once upon a time, her brothers had sheltered her fiercely, unable to tolerate even the slightest harm to her. A minor scrape would send them into a flurry of concern. Now, no matter how much grievance she endured or how many wounds she bore, they remained oblivious to her plight. Whatever she said would not be believed. Only Lin Wanwan was considered their sister. She had become a complete outsider in this family, so be it. Perhaps she would remain for just 1 more week, as a proper farewell to her former self. She took out her phone and messaged Mu Junhang, "Moving in a week." The reply came almost instantaneously. "Great." Lin Yi changed into her loungewear and resumed typing at her computer. Upon opening the software, she was greeted by thousands of comments. Are there really such family members? The female lead is so pitiful. Better to be rid of such parents and siblings. Author, please let the female lead find happiness. When will the green tea sister log off? I can't wait any longer. Lin Yi smiled faintly. She had woven her own experiences into the plot of her recent writing, and to her surprise, the data was exceptionally good. Chapter 16. The light fades. The interaction between her and the readers had increased significantly, with daily views reaching unprecedented heights. Lin Yi gathered her thoughts and continued to type away at the keyboard. The crisp sound was akin to a catharsis of her inner turmoil. Everything about the Lin family will soon be irrelevant to me, she silently affirmed to herself, as if motivating herself and bidding a resolute farewell to the past. Thus, she immersed herself in writing for 3 uninterrupted hours, finally accumulating enough material for 2 days. She paused her typing and slowly stood up, stretching her slender arms upwards, thoroughly working out the stiffness in her muscles. The discomfort brought on by prolonged sitting was momentarily alleviated. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 11 at night. Lin Yi nestled into her warm bed, gently turned off the light, and prepared to sleep. The next day, Lin Yi awoke at 7:30, and just as she got out of bed, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Sleepily, she opened the door to find Lin Wanwan standing outside in a flowing white dress. Looking radiant, "Sister, breakfast is ready. Today is my birthday party, and there will be many guests. After breakfast, you should freshen up and get ready," Lin Wanwan said, her face brimming with joy. Such sincerity in her expression. If I hadn't witnessed her push the younger sister of the Shi family down the stairs all those years ago, I might have been swayed by her appearance today. Her acting truly deserves a perfect score. Knowing this, Lin Yi finished speaking and promptly closed the door, changed her clothes, and descended the stairs for dinner. The living room on the first floor was now beautifully decorated, filled with pink roses and balloons. With Lin Wanwan's artistic photographs adorning the walls, it was evident that great care had been taken in the arrangements. At the dining table, the family was engaged in cheerful conversation, and as she approached, silence fell. "Lin Yi, could you please come down for dinner a little earlier tomorrow? The entire family is waiting for you," Lin Xingbei couldn't help but comment, his tone brimming with discontent. Lin Yi ignored him and took a seat beside Lin Wanwan, where Zhang Ma served her a bowl of rice. "Dad knows you've been feeling down, but today is Wanwan's birthday celebration. The families will be arriving shortly, so please make an effort to dress up and cheer up," Lin Father said gently. "Okay," Lin Yi responded. Lin Xingbei shot her a glance. "Just don't dress like a beggar. It's embarrassing for the Lin family." Lin Yi paid him no mind and quietly ate her meal. Lin Wanwan then offered her a bowl of hot soup. "Sister, please have some soup," as she extended it towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised her eyes to meet hers, just as Lin Wanwan suddenly flashed her an odd smile and spilled the soup onto her own hand. A shriek erupted instantly. "Wanwan, what happened? Did you burn yourself?" Lin Xingbei and Xiao Yue rushed over in a panic. "Mom, don't blame my sister. It's my fault for not holding it properly, woo-woo. Mom, it hurts." Lin Wanwan's eyes reddened with pain, tears brimming, appearing utterly pitiful. "Quick, fetch the burn ointment," Lin Xingnan shouted. "Lin Yi, how could you treat Wanwan this way? She kindly served you soup, and you deliberately burned her. How can you be so malicious?" Lin Xingbei reprimanded loudly. His gaze as if it would consume Lin Yi whole. Lin Yi set down her utensils. "I hadn't even reached for it when the soup spilled. How is that my fault?" Lin Yi found the situation amusing. This family couldn't even have a peaceful meal. "Lin Yi, your sister got burned while serving you soup, and you show no concern at all. Are you even human?" Lin Mother Xiao Yue said angrily, her expression as if Lin Yi had committed an unforgivable crime. Lin Wanwan sobbed softly. "Mom, it hurts. Please don't blame my sister. She didn't mean it." Lin Yi rolled her eyes in utter disbelief. How had this family of fools become one of the 4 prominent families in Qinghai City? Their White Lotus act was so cliché it made one want to retch, yet they remained utterly convinced. Indeed, to those who do not love, even breathing is a fault. Only those who are cherished can do no wrong. Let them continue their performance. I have eaten my fill. Lin Yi stood up to leave. "Lin Yi, how can you speak like that? Showing such disrespect and coldness. Did you spend 2 years in prison for nothing?" Lin Xingnan could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Lin Yi slowly raised her head, meeting his furious gaze, unflinchingly replying, "What? Does young Master Lin want me to spend another 2 years inside?" Her eyes radiated defiance and resilience. Though her heart was in tatters, she refused to show a hint of weakness before these people. "You unrepentant. Such lack of upbringing. The Lin family has wasted years raising you." Lin Xingnan spat each word, as if they were daggers aimed straight at Lin Yi. Suppressing her heartbreak, Lin Yi replied, "Yes, I have my own life. No one raised me, fine." In a swift motion, Lin Xingnan strode over and slapped Lin Yi twice across the face. Her cheeks instantly flushed and swelled, the clear imprints of his hand glaringly evident. She stared at Lin Xingnan in disbelief. Throughout her life, he had always been the one who cherished and protected her, never laying a finger on her or uttering harsh words. At this moment, a wave of anguish surged within her, a pain that transcended mere physical hurt. It was the deep ache of betrayal and harm from a family member. Yet, amidst this suffering, a resolute determination welled up in Lin Yi's heart. So be it. Only this way could it be severed completely. After all, there was only a week left. She could endure a little longer. Xingnan, how could you lay hands on Yi? She is your sister, Lin father admonished, his face a mixture of shock and displeasure. Lin Xingnan's chest heaved with anger, but upon seeing Lin Yi's fearless gaze and the scars on her face, a pang of pain began to spread within him. She had become so thin. There was not an ounce of flesh on her once lovely face. The long, beautiful hair she used to have was now a short bob. And most strikingly, her eyes were devoid of warmth, filled only with indifference. Lin Xingnan regretted his heavy-handedness. How had she changed so much? It felt so unfamiliar. Suppressing her resentment, Lin Yi turned and ascended the stairs without looking back, listening to the others fussing over Lin Wanwan behind her. The scene was somewhat ironic. During her few days back, she had not once been able to fill her stomach, and this family couldn't seem to accommodate her at all. Chapter 17. Lin Wanwan's birthday celebration. Returning to her room, Lin Yi sat at the edge of her bed, tears finally streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She no longer knew what she was hoping for. There was simply no place for her in this family anymore. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was Lin father. Yi, the birthday celebration for Wanwan is about to begin. Please change into your outfit and do your makeup before coming downstairs. Lin father's voice was still kind. Wiping her tears, Lin Yi changed into the light pink long-sleeve dress she had bought the day before, applied a simple makeup look, and used foundation to conceal the scars on her legs. By 10:30, guests began to arrive one after another. The spacious living room was drenched in sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the area brightly. The crystal chandelier radiated a brilliant glow, casting a dreamlike quality over the banquet hall. Madame Shen and her daughter, Shun Karen, arrived together. Madame Shun donned an elegant sapphire blue qipao, while Shun Karen looked playful and adorable in a light yellow dress. The Qiao family, including Qiao Kiki and Madame Qiao, also made an appearance, with Madame Qiao in a dignified black evening gown and Qiao Kiki resembling a little princess in her pink tulle skirt. Lin Xinghai, the elder cousin from the Lin family's uncle, looked dashing in his suit, while the second son of the Lu family, Lu Yunji, exuded charm in his casual suit. Lin Wanwan's best friend, Tian Nini, wore a trendy short skirt, radiating energy, while Milu appeared graceful in a white dress. The eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Luyun, accompanied by his mother, also graced the celebration. Gu Madam wore a luxurious purple ensemble, and Gu Luyun looked handsome in a sharply tailored suit. Guests, champagne in hand, mingled in small groups, their laughter and chatter filling the air. On one side of the banquet hall stood a massive multi-tiered birthday cake adorned with candles and exquisite frosting flowers. Beside it was a floral tower composed of various blossoms, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. A band played cheerful melodies on a makeshift stage, adding vibrancy to the celebration. Uniformed servants weaved through the crowd, serving delectable food and drinks to the guests. Lin Wanwan, dressed in a champagne-colored princess gown and adorned with a crystal crown, beamed as she interacted with guests, resembling a true princess. Lin Xingbei and Qiao Yue stood proudly nearby, their faces radiating happiness as they admired their daughter. Lin father and Lin Xingnan engaged in conversation with other family elders, discussing business and family matters. At that moment, Lin Yi descended the stairs slowly, her presence catching the attention of several guests. All eyes turned towards her. Clad in a light pink dress, Lin Yi exuded an air of distinct elegance. Today, she had concealed the scar on her face with makeup, and from a distance, despite her thin frame, she still appeared striking. Upon spotting her, Lin Wanwan's expression soured. This Lin Yi just loves to steal my spotlight, doesn't she? Then, with a gentle smile, she called out, "Sister, come quickly. The guests have all arrived." She approached and grasped Lin Yi's hand. "Sister, Madame Shun and Madame Qiao are here." Madame Shen and Madame Qiao, who had been engaged in conversation, immediately halted, exchanging glances before turning to greet Lin Yi with smiles. "Oh, it's Yi, still as beautiful as ever," Madame Shen exclaimed as she reached for Lin Yi's hand. "Indeed, Yi, you've lost weight, good child. You've suffered," Madame Qiao added, wiping away a tear. Lin Yi's expression remained neutral. "Hello, Madame Shen." "Madame Qiao, good. At that moment, Qiao Kiki approached, Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's the eldest Miss Lin. The food in prison must not have been good. You've become skin and bones. Lin Yi's smile vanished instantly. If you think so, perhaps you should try it yourself. Lin Wanwan hurriedly intervened. Sister, Kiki didn't mean it. She's just blunt. Hearing the commotion, Shun Karen also walked over. Eldest Miss Lin. It's been a while. Lin Yi regarded her with a blank expression. She was unsure of Shun Karen's attitude towards her, and thus did not rush to respond. Wow, after 2 years inside, you've really developed quite the attitude. Shun Karen teased with a smile. Not half as much as Miss Shin S. Those in the know realize you're here for a birthday celebration, while those unaware might think a queen has arrived. Lin Yi retorted. Sister, since it's the first time that Karen has come to our home, please don't hold it against her. Lin Wanwan chuckled. Madame Xian glanced at Lin Wanwan and let out a couple of dry laughs, remarking that it was indeed Wanwan who was understanding. Lin Yi disregarded their gaze, her eyes wandering around the room. As expected, Lin Xingbei was quite thoughtful. The wives and daughters of the 4 prominent families in Qinghai City, along with those from various prestigious clans, had all arrived. Some even had their heads of families present, engaging in conversation with Lin Zhangwo and Lin Xingnan. Lin Yi found a secluded corner, sat down, and began to indulge in the pastries on the table. Having been disturbed in the morning, she had barely managed to eat, and her stomach was now grumbling. At that moment, Lin Xinghai approached her. Cousin, are you hungry? Lin Yi looked up. Her cousin, whom she hadn't seen in 2 years, had matured significantly. She nodded slightly. A bit. I didn't eat well this morning. Lin Xinghai handed her a piece of tiramisu. Eat slowly. A wave of emotion surged within Lin Yi. Her cousin had been the only one to speak up for her 2 years ago. You've lost weight, Yi. Have you endured much suffering in these past 2 years? Lin Yi managed a bitter smile. It's all right. Lin Xinghai's heart tightened. Yi, are they not treating you poorly? Lin Yi paused her eating, assuring him, Cousin, don't worry. It's nothing. Hearing her evasive answer, Lin Xinghai understood he was right. Yi, if there's anything, you can always reach out to me. My phone number hasn't changed. Just then, Lin Xingnan's voice echoed from afar. Xinghai, come here, now. Lin Xinghai pulled out a card from his pocket. Yi, this card has 500,000 on it. You can use it for now. Lin Yi declined. Cousin, no need. I'm not short of money. Yi, you must take this, as it's my birthday gift for you. Happy birthday. Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback, her eyes suddenly glistening. He was the first to remember her birthday today, the only one to wish her a happy birthday. Compared to the cacophony of blessings and the mountains of gifts from various families, Lin Yi felt like a forgotten toy, with no one remembering her special day. She accepted the card without further protest. At that moment, Lin Xingbei ascended the makeshift stage. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. I sincerely thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my sister's birthday banquet. Xingbei extends his greetings to all. Thunderous applause erupted. Now, I would like to invite today's birthday girl, my sister Lin Wanwan, to the stage. Lin Wanwan gracefully walked onto the stage from the side, her exquisite makeup, haute couture dress, and lavish jewelry around her neck ensuring she would be the center of attention tonight. Chapter 18. The Demise of a Lady's Image. Hello, everyone. I am Wanwan. I am truly delighted to have so many guests here to celebrate my birthday. I sincerely thank you all. With that, Lin Wanwan bowed deeply. Lin Xingbei approached her with a gift box. Happy birthday, Wanwan. Thank you, brother. Lin Wanwan joyfully accepted the gift box and opened it. Gasps filled the air. It looks so expensive. Wow. Second brother, I've wanted this watch for so long. Lin Wanwan rushed over to hug Lin Xingbei, her eyes shimmering with excitement. To her astonishment, it was a limited edition watch from the Aegean Sea. With less than 10 pieces globally available, this watch must cost at least 5 million, right? The daughters of various families murmured among themselves, some with envy. At that moment, Lin Xingnan also stepped onto the stage. Happy birthday, Wanwan. He handed over another gift box. Lin Wanwan eagerly opened it, revealing a dazzling sapphire necklace. Wow! The crowd gasped in amazement. Isn't this the heart of the ocean, designed by the world's top jewelers? It was auctioned for 20 million. The Lin family truly spared no expense. For a birthday, they gifted several million. Thank you, big brother. Lin Wanwan hugged Lin Xingnan tightly. As long as you are happy, Lin Yi. Observing the scene from below, couldn't help but smile slightly. Family ties? They had nothing to do with her. She continued to savor her pastries. That moment, Madam Lin and Lin Jiangwo walked onto the stage. I would like to thank all the families for attending my daughter's birthday. Today, I present my daughter with a birthday gift for her 22nd birthday. 0.5% of the Lin Group shares. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Mr. Lin truly treasures his daughter. The Lin family's young lady is indeed fortunate. But wait, wasn't there still an elder daughter? Why hadn't she given a gift to her sister? Hearing this, Lin Xingbei's expression darkened. He scanned the crowd and noticed Lin Yi still tucked away in her corner, enjoying her cake. Lin Wanwan then called out, "Thank you to my parents for their care and affection over the years. I love you both, sister. Come join us for a family photo." The crowd turned to look at Lin Yi, who halted mid-bite, all eyes upon her. Oh no, this would thoroughly ruin her ladylike image. "Sister," Lin Wanwan called again. Lin Jiangwo and Madam Lin turned to her, their expressions immediately cooling. How could her sister be eating cake during her moment of glory? Was she not destined to become the subject of conversation and ridicule among the upper class tomorrow? Lin Yi swallowed the last bite of cake, wiped her hands, and stood up to walk towards the stage. Amidst the disdainful gazes, she ascended slowly. "Sister, come quickly, stand here with me." Lin Wanwan pulled Lin Yi to stand between their parents and brother. What gift did the elder sister prepare for the younger sister? Yes, we are quite curious, Lin Xingnan asked, his brow furrowing slightly. What about your gift? Lin Yi glanced at him and replied with a smile. I didn't prepare anything. The crowd erupted in murmurs. So, the sisters' relationship was that poor? The elder sister hadn't even prepared a gift for her younger sister. Madam Lin felt her face redden with embarrassment. How could you not prepare a birthday gift for your sister? Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Xingbei hissed through gritted teeth. Yet, Lin Yi wore no sign of embarrassment. Madam Lin, do you not recall that since my return, you have not given me a single penny? How would I know? Madam Lin glared at her fiercely. Then do you remember that I came back with nothing? How could I conjure a gift out of thin air? Upon hearing her words, the ladies of the various families began to murmur in disbelief. The esteemed Lin family's elder daughter had no money at all. Mr. Lin and his wife are truly biased. Lin Jiangwo quickly took the microphone. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Why didn't you tell your father if you needed money? If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have thought you were well off, Lin Yi chuckled. Isn't this a family photo? Come on. At that moment, the photographer captured the family on stage. Just then, Shi Huai and his mother entered from outside. Eyes turned towards them. Lin Wanwan's lips finally curved into a smile. Huai had promised to surprise her. Shi Huai walked straight onto the stage. Wanwan, I'm so sorry for being late. Huai, it's all right. I thought you wouldn't come. How could I? I had a little accident on my way here, which delayed me. Are you all right? I'm fine, and here's your birthday gift. Saying this, Shi Huai opened the box he was holding, revealing a stunning set of shimmering jewelry. Wow, Huai, did you design this according to my preferences? Lin Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. Shi Huai nodded. You mentioned before that you liked stars, so I had a master design this necklace, earrings, and bracelet just for you. It's one of a kind, exclusively for Wanwan. The audience buzzed with excitement. Huai truly dotes on the second miss. He even had someone custom make it. How much must that have cost? What thoughtfulness. If only I had a boyfriend like that. Lin Yi observed the two with indifference. Feeling no stir of emotion, she simply wanted to step down as her legs grew weary. Thank you, Huai. Lin Wanwan gently accepted the jewelry, her smile radiant. A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. The crowd chanted, leaving Shi Huai momentarily stunned. He gazed blankly at Lin Wanwan, then quickly glanced at Lin Yi. He remained motionless, as Lin Wanwan, on her tiptoes, planted a light kiss on his cheek. Shi Huai's face flushed bright red. Lin Yi smirked slightly. It seemed that after 2 years, Lin Wanwan still hadn't succeeded. Her tea skills were nothing to boast about. This innocent peck made him blush. You all continue taking photos. I'll step down for now. Shi Huai stammered nervously. Lin Wanwan cheerily replied, Huai, I'll come find you later. Then she turned to the photographer. Keep taking pictures. Just then, several individuals in black suits entered, drawing the crowd's attention. Whose family is this? What a grand entrance. It seems they're here to present a gift to the second miss. The second miss must be quite well connected. Look, families from all over Qinghai are here. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who could it be? Such a grand display. Her heart danced with joy. Father Lin suddenly laughed and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to celebrate my daughter's birthday." Chapter 19. The birthday gift under the curious gazes of the crowd. A man in black steadily approached the stage, kneeling on one knee to respectfully present a gift box, which he then slowly opened. In an instant, a gentle yet radiant light poured forth from the box, illuminating the surrounding space as if it contained the very essence of brilliance. Within the box lay an exquisitely ornate crown, masterfully crafted entirely of pure gold and adorned with numerous large diamonds, rubies, and emeralds. Each gemstone emitted a captivating luster, meticulously cut to reflect and refract light in a dazzling display, as if it had gathered the radiance of all the treasures in the world. The crown's design was nothing short of breathtaking, with flowing, elegant lines and intricate, delicate carvings. This sudden and stunning gift plunged the entire venue into a profound silence, soon followed by a chorus of gasps and muffled sobs. "My goodness! This crown is worth a fortune. Miss Lin, this is a birthday gift from our esteemed master, Master Mu. Please accept it," the young man proclaimed. "Such a lavish gift. What manner of person is Master Mu?" "There is only one Master Mu in Qinghai City, and it is he, Master Mu." "It is indeed Master Mu. Who would have thought that Miss Lin Air would hold such influence, to have the favor of Master Mu? Such a precious gift is likely rare even among royal family members." Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward, reaching out to gently touch the crown. "Please do not touch, Miss Lin Air," the young man admonished sharply. Lin Wanwan's expression shifted, her anger rising. "Why can't I touch a gift meant for me?" With a glare, Lin Wanwan's expression darkened. "Because this is a birthday gift for the eldest Miss Lin Yi." He slightly bowed to Lin Yi, respectfully presenting the gift box, his voice deep and resonant as he stated, "Miss Lin, my master, Master Mu, has instructed me to present this gift in honor of your birthday and to convey his wishes for your happiness and peace in the years to come." The murmurs among the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. "So it turns out that today is also the birthday of the eldest Miss Lin. Why is only the second Miss celebrated? Indeed, why does the Lin family not celebrate both sisters together? I heard the eldest Miss just returned after 2 years. It seems the Lin family does not hold her in high regard." Lin Wanwan's eyes widened, fixating on the crown with jealousy and rage. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. Her complexion shifted from grim to a deep shade of purple, her gaze seething with resentment. They must be deliberately humiliating her by presenting the gift to Lin Yi in her presence. The whispers surged like a tidal wave, and the expressions of Lin father and mother darkened significantly. Lin Xingbei and Lin Xingnan looked on in disbelief, their shock evident. Lin Yi was equally astonished. She had not expected to receive a gift. Her eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and confusion flickering within. After a moment, she took a deep breath, slowly extending her hand to lightly touch the crown, a symbol of grandeur and opulence. "Please convey my gratitude to your master," she said softly. The man in black nodded slightly before turning with his entourage to depart, leaving the audience enveloped in astonishment. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet had transformed into one of eerie tension due to this mysterious and precious gift. The Lin family gazed at the retreating figure with expressions as dark as storm clouds. Father Lin was the first to erupt, spinning around with veins bulging in his neck, his eyes wide with fury, resembling an enraged lion glaring at Lin Yi, his forehead creased with anger. "Lin Yi, what on earth are you doing? Today is Wanwan's birthday, and you have to stir up trouble to steal your sister's spotlight? You haven't learned anything good in these past 2 years. All you've picked up are these despicable tricks." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck Lin Yi across the face, venting his pent-up rage. Lin Yi bit her lip, her mouth turning pale, her eyes brimming with indignation and anger, her body trembling slightly as she retorted, "Dad, how can you say that about me?" Her fists were tightly clenched, knuckles white from the strain. "I didn't ask for this gift. I had no idea what was happening." Lin Mother rushed in front of Lin Yi, her cheeks flushed with anger as she pointed an accusing finger at her, almost poking Lin Yi's face. "You ungrateful wretch. After returning from that place, you can't even behave. We, the Lin family, have provided for you, and this is how you repay us." As she spoke, she waved her other hand in agitation, her emotions running high. "You deliberately had someone send such an expensive gift just to humiliate us. How can you be so malicious, Madam Lin? Do you truly believe that I am so worthless in your eyes? Lin Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling with a hint of choked emotion. Do you even know how much suffering I endured while I was away? Have you ever asked about my life? Since my return, when have you truly cared for me? Lin Xingbei approached, his face contorted with rage. His eyes blazed with fury, teeth clenched as he smashed the wine glass in his hand onto the floor. Splattering wine onto his shoes, he paid no heed, his voice seething with anger. Lin Yi, can't you stand to see Wanwan happy? You pretend to be understanding and kind, yet you are so malicious at heart. On such an important occasion, you had to make a spectacle of our family. What are your intentions? Lin Yi met his gaze, her eyes reflecting defiance and indignation. Second brother, why do you not question yourself about who is wrongly accusing whom? She raised her chin slightly, struggling to hold back her tears. Do I have any dignity left in this family? Though Lin Xingnan did not hurl insults like the others, his eyes were filled with disdain and discontent. With arms crossed, he stood coldly to the side, looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, can you not think before you act? Your actions will only make you more detestable. His lips curled slightly downward, revealing a hint of contempt. Eldest brother, do you also believe this is my fault? Lin Yi's tears swam in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her throat felt constricted, her voice slightly hoarse. Chapter 20. Who remembers my birthday? You all only remember Wanwan's birthday. Who remembers mine? Am I merely an inconsequential presence in your eyes? As Lin Yi faced the merciless barrage of her family's vitriol, her heart gradually grew cold. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her inner fury blazing like an inferno. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she coldly remarked, "Do you think I desired any of this? To you, I have never been a part of this family. Have you ever remembered my birthday? Since that is the case, why feign concern and lay blame upon me? This gift was given by someone else. I had no prior knowledge of it. Do you not find your reactions utterly ridiculous?" Upon hearing this, Father Lin's fury escalated, his hand raised to strike Lin Yi once more. His arm trembling in the air, only to be halted by Lin Xingnan's grip. Lin Wanwan approached, tears glimmering in her eyes, her hands clutching her skirt. "Sister, I know you may not like me, but today is my birthday. How can you treat me this way?" Her pitiful demeanor drew accusatory glances from the bewildered guests, as if Lin Yi had committed some unforgivable sin. Lin Yi gazed upon her family's grotesque expressions, her heart sinking in despair. Ignoring them, she took the gift box and turned to ascend the stairs, leaving behind the suffocating atmosphere. Behind her, the shouts of the Lin family and the whispers of the guests echoed in her ears. Lin Yi trudged heavily back to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The door stood as a barrier, instantly severing her from the chaotic world outside. She walked straight to the vanity. Her eyes locked onto the mirrored eye in the reflection. A clear handprint marred her pale cheek, the remnant of the earlier turmoil. She inhaled deeply, a smirk of derision curling her lips. The sorrow and grievance that had lingered in her eyes dissipated like mist, as if they had never existed. Why should she feel sorrow for such a so-called family? It was the height of absurdity. Lin Yi scoffed inwardly. They were unworthy of her sorrow. She understood that to fully separate from the Lin family, such intense conflict was necessary as a catalyst. Today, Master Mu's spark had ignited the situation perfectly. Otherwise, she might have borne the burden of being labeled an unfilial daughter, abandoning her parents and running away. Now, with numerous guests as witnesses to their discord, she could avoid many future troubles. Lin Yi walked to the bedside, lost in thought, and picked up a piece of ice silk face mask from the bedside table, carefully applying it to her face. Maintaining her image was essential, especially since she aspired to be Mu Ye's girlfriend in the future. She could not afford to tarnish his reputation. After applying the mask, she sat down at her desk, opened her laptop, and her fingers danced lightly across the keyboard. She needed to continue pouring her creativity into her novel. After all, the pursuit of wealth was imperative. Downstairs, the banquet remained lively and boisterous. Lin Fuqiang forced a smile and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter is a bit inexperienced and has caused you to laugh at her. I hope this minor incident has not dampened your spirits. Let us carry on." The guests exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, as if the unpleasant confrontation had merely been a trivial interlude, swiftly drowned out by laughter and the clinking of glasses. They continued to hold their exquisite wine glasses, savoring the fine wine while engaging in lively conversation, relishing the intoxicating atmosphere. Lin Xingnan, Lin Xinghai, Lu Yunji, and Gu Luyun stood together, swirling their glasses and chatting casually. Yet, Lin Yunji's gaze frequently darted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was pulled into a corner by Mi Lu and Tian Nini. Mi Li's face was flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Wanwan, are you really going to just swallow your pride? Lin Yi has gone too far." Tian Nini chimed in, "Exactly, Wanwan. She deliberately tried to embarrass you today. That malicious woman. I can't fathom how she still has the audacity to show her face around here. Why hasn't she perished in prison yet?" Lin Wanwan pouted slightly and replied softly, "Stop it, sister. She didn't mean it." Upon hearing this, Mi Lu became even more incensed. She raised her voice, "Wanwan, don't be so kind-hearted. A wicked woman like her deserves to be dealt with harshly." Tian Nini's eyes lit up, and she eagerly leaned in, asking, "What do you mean?" Mi Lu lowered her voice conspiratorially, "Let us slip her some drugs. Then find a man to ruin her reputation. Let us see if Mu Yi will still be proud of her then." "Absolutely not," Lin Wanwan stated firmly. "She is my biological sister. How could I do such a thing?" Tian Nini urged, "Wanwan, Mi Lu is right. Such a vile woman will surely retaliate against you. If you don't take action, she will harm you." Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow and impatiently replied, "No, I will never resort to such measures. Besides, I have no drugs, nor can I find someone to commit such a heinous act. Please, let us not discuss this any further." With that, she turned and swiftly departed, leaving Mi Lu and Tian Nini exchanging glances. Mila gritted her teeth and pulled a packet of drugs from her bag, swiftly pouring it into a glass of red wine with practiced stealth. Meanwhile, Tian Nini took out her phone and hurriedly left. Soon returning with a young man in tow, Mila carried the spiked wine and a delicate cake, seeking out the Lin family's maid, Wang Ma. With a beaming smile, she said, "Wang Ma, please take this up to the young lady on the second floor. It's a gift from her cousin, Lin Xinghai." Wang Ma, not suspecting anything amiss, took the tray and ascended the stairs. As Mi Lu and Tian Nini exchanged malicious glances, brimming with wicked anticipation, they awaited the unfolding drama. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking shattered the tranquility within the room. Lin Yi, engrossed in her typing, suddenly paused. She lifted her head, rose, and opened the door to find Wang Ma standing outside with wine and pastries. "Miss, these are from young Master Xinghai," Wang Ma said respectfully. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback but quickly smiled, accepting the tray. "Thank you, Wang Ma." She turned back into her room, thinking to herself, "It seems that among this family, only my cousin truly cares for me." Returning to her desk, Lin Yi sipped the wine while continuing to type. However, not long after, she began to feel a sense of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by an increasingly peculiar sensation. She shook her head, attempting to regain her clarity, but a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Could there be something wrong with this wine? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Reasoning impossible. How could my cousin harm me? She stood up, her steps unsteady, and made her way to the bathroom. Turning on the cold water tap, she cupped her hands to splash cold water on her face, desperately hoping to awaken her senses. Unfortunately, this proved ineffective. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, if someone has drugged me, there must be a follow-up plan. With this realization, she hurried to the bedside, opened the drawer, and retrieved a sharp dagger. Gripping it tightly, she then concealed herself behind the door, vigilantly watching for any movements. However, her head spun increasingly, and her vision began to blur. In desperation, she resorted to slicing her own arm with the dagger. As the blood trickled down, a sharp pain jolted her back to some semblance of awareness. At that moment, she heard a faint noise at the keyhole, causing her heart to leap into her throat. The door was gently opened by a man clad in a black suit, who cautiously surveyed the room while softly calling out, "Miss?" Lin Yi, suppressing her discomfort, replied coolly from behind the door, "What do you want?" The man, sensing the tremor in her voice, felt his earlier fear dissipate. He even chuckled disdainfully. "Miss, I can see you're struggling. I'm here to deliver the antidote. I guarantee it will leave you yearning for more." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi plunged the dagger into his back, albeit shallowly. "Miss, how could you?" He began, but before he could complete his thought, she pressed the blade deeper. "No, no. I confess, it was Tianini and Mi Lu. They sent me," he exclaimed desperately. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with anger, and she withdrew the dagger, summoning all her strength to kick him away. Despite being under the influence of the drug, she still managed to unbalance him. "Miss, how could you strike me?" he protested, clutching his back in feigned grievance. "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." Lin Yi gritted her teeth, her voice laced with venom. The man, realizing her resolve, smirked slyly. "Why make things so difficult for yourself, miss? The joy of love is so delightful." When he showed no signs of leaving, she made a resolute decision, pressing the dagger tip against her arm once more. Startled, the man exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Young Master Lu barged into my chamber and assaulted me." Lin Yi retorted coldly. "I didn't touch you." Lu Yunji protested hastily, alarmed at the prospect of her madness. Seeing her raise the dagger as if to stab herself in the abdomen, he rushed forward in a panic to seize the weapon. In the ensuing chaos, Lin Yi managed to inflict a wound. Though thankfully it was not deep, Lu Yunji snatched the dagger from her, his frustration mounting. Clutching her abdomen with one hand, Lin Yi wore a pained expression as she suddenly threw open the door. Crying out with all her might, "Help! Help!" in a frantic attempt to silence her, Lu Yunji reached out to cover her mouth. But Lin Yi, seeing his panic-stricken face, flashed him a cunning smile, then pretended to succumb to weakness. Gradually collapsing to the floor. Downstairs, the banquet guests fell silent, glancing at one another in confusion. Lin Xingnan's expression darkened as he hurried upstairs, with Lin Xinghai and Lin Xingbei following closely behind. Upon reaching Lin Yi's room, they were met with a shocking sight. She lay on the ground, surrounded by a pool of alarming blood. Lu Yunji stood nearby, clutching a bloodied knife, one hand still covering Lin Yi's mouth. Looking utterly flustered. "What have you done, Lu Yunji?" Lin Xingnan shouted in fury. Lin Xinghai called out anxiously. "Quick, call an ambulance. There's no time to waste." "I'll go get the car," Lin Xingbei exclaimed, rushing downstairs. Before long, the vehicle arrived, and Lin Xinghai carried Lin Yi down. Throughout the journey, Lin Xingnan's expression was ominous, his emotions a tumultuous storm as he gazed at the unconscious Lin Yi. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctors swiftly wheeled Lin Yi into the operating room. Outside, Lin Xingnan, Lin Xinghai, and the others anxiously awaited news. Every passing second felt like an eternity. Finally, the operating room door creaked open, and a doctor emerged. Lin Xingnan rushed forward, his voice trembling with urgency. "Doctor, how is my sister?" The doctor removed his mask, his expression grave. "The patient is no longer in critical condition, but she remains very weak and needs ample rest and care." Half an hour later, Lin Yi was wheeled into a standard hospital room. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her brows furrowed tightly, and her lips devoid of color. Surrounding her bedside were the brothers of the Lin family, each displaying a distinct expression, while Lin Wanwan, trailing behind, had a flickering gaze, seemingly calculating something. Lin Xinghai, his face etched with anxiety, was the first to speak, his voice trembling with urgency. How are you? Is the wound very painful? Please tell your cousin what happened." At that moment, Lin Yi's gaunt face appeared even more ashen, her eyes filled with terror and fury. Summoning all her strength, she uttered, "Cousin, help me call the police. Lu Yunji, under the instigation of Tianini and Mi Lu, intends to kill me." Her gaze was imbued with profound desperation, causing Lin Xinghai's heart to ache. He grasped her hand tightly, as if transferring strength to her, resolutely declaring, "Don't worry. Your cousin will never let them get away with this. I will ensure you avenged." With that, he abruptly rose to his feet and unhesitatingly dialed the police. Lin Xingnan, witnessing this, rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. Panic and concern etched across his face, but it was too late. Lin Xinghai forcefully swatted away Lin Xingnan's hand, his eyes resolute as he strode outside to make the call. Lin Xingbei, seething with anger, approached the hospital bed, veins bulging on his neck, and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, for such a trivial matter, you still wish to involve the police? Do you not realize that the Liu family is negotiating a partnership with the Lin family? Your actions could jeopardize this collaboration? Lin Xingnan quickly stepped in, tugging at Lin Xingbei, pleading, there must be some misunderstanding. How could Liu Yunji wish to harm you? He is a friend of your second brother. Lin Yi gazed at these two so-called brothers, her heart brimming with disappointment and disbelief. She never anticipated that, in her time of peril, they would exhibit such coldness and confusion. With her last ounce of strength, she slowly opened her mouth to utter a single word. Get out, sister. I understand you are hurt and in pain, but your brothers are concerned for you. You cannot break their hearts like this. Lin Wanwan's soft voice felt strikingly grating, as if adding a chill to the already frosty hospital room. Lin Xingnan's face instantly turned awkward, as though his facade had been publicly pierced, and he angrily retorted. Lin Yi, how can you speak to your brothers like that? We are your family. We brought you to the hospital. Lin Xingbei trembled with rage, his facial muscles twitching as he ground his teeth and spat. Lin Yi, you ungrateful wretch. You deserve to bleed to death. Lin Yi, weary of engaging further with these two exceedingly foolish individuals, chose to close her eyes, ignoring their unreasonable outbursts. Seeing this, the two men could only turn away helplessly and exit the room. Upon Lin Xinghai's return from his call, he found the hospital room empty save for Lin Yi. His expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide with anger as he exclaimed, They just left you here? Is this how the Lin family treats you? Lin Yi forced a bitter smile, filled with helplessness and sorrow, and softly replied, They are not my family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghai felt a sharp pang in his heart. His cousin, once so innocent and vivacious, had been raised like a little princess, lavished with care and abundance. Yet now, the Lin family displayed such heartlessness, their attitude having taken a complete 180-degree turn. It was not only Lin Yi who found this hard to accept. Even he, as an observer, felt the weight of its incredibility. The actions of the Lin family were utterly outrageous. The stark contrast between love and indifference left one cold. Lin Xinghai remained by Lin Yi's side until nightfall. Quietly sitting beside her bed, watching the 4 drips steadily flow into her body, as though it were his silent guardianship over her. He accompanied her while she gave her statement, attentively listening to every question. Fearful that Lin Yi might suffer even the slightest grievance. Only when the caregiver he had arranged arrived, and after he had given thorough instructions, did he finally feel at ease enough to leave the hospital. Glancing back repeatedly with deep concern in his eyes, the Lin family never returned. Around 7 o'clock, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed at the hospital room door, the sound jarring in the quiet corridor. Lin Yi, like a startled fawn, abruptly opened her eyes. She glanced warily at the entrance, her hands instinctively clutching the blanket, ready for a fight. This was a habit forged during her time in prison, where she dared not sleep soundly, as every minute noise could rouse her from slumber, as if danger lurked around every corner. The door creaked open, revealing a handsome man clad in a black suit. He stood tall like a pine tree, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that framed his deep, penetrating eyes, as though capable of perceiving all. He carried a delicately crafted food container, from which wafted a tantalizing aroma. Uncle, what brings you here? Lin Yi asked. A flicker of surprise crossing her features, quickly replaced by a hint of shyness. Am I not allowed to check on my girlfriend? Mu Junheng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, one that seemed to dispel the gloom of the hospital room. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. As her thoughts drifted back to the incident of her drunken slumber beside him, her heart racing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Uncle, how did you know I was hurt? Is there anything happening in Qin Haisher that could remain concealed from me? The man said, gracefully opening the food container, revealing a steaming bowl of congee. Its fragrance enticing. Uncle, I'm not hungry. Lin Yi weakly protested, her voice barely above a whisper. For reasons unknown, she felt a lack of confidence in the presence of this formidable man, her hands nervously gripping the corner of the blanket. Do eat. I will feed you, Mu Junheng insisted, bringing the congee to her lips, his gaze gentle yet firm. Lin Yi had no choice but to comply, taking careful bites, dragging out the meal over 20 minutes. Each second felt like an eternity, her face still flushed. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Why are you injured? Mu Juanhong's expression suddenly darkened, an air of chilling authority emanating from him, his voice turning cold and low. It was Lu Yunji. Under the direction of Tian Nini and Mi Lu, he had someone drug me, then sent Lu Yunji to me, likely intending to humiliate me, Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly. However, the moment he entered, I managed to subdue him. A hint of pride tinged her tone. Mu Junheng raised an eyebrow, skepticism and surprise dancing in his eyes. You subdued him, yet you still sustained several injuries? Well, the injuries were self-inflicted. Lin Yi grinned, her expression mingling defiance with resignation. Mu Juanhong's face darkened, as if a storm was brewing. Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? You harmed yourself? Uncle, I was under the influence of a love drug. My mind was clouded. If I hadn't injured myself, I wouldn't have regained clarity, and soon they would have arrived with more people to catch me in the act. I had no choice but to protect my innocence in this manner. Lin Yi's expression was a blend of vulnerability and distress, her eyes shimmering with tears as she recalled the harrowing night. Mu Juanhong's heart softened, his gaze filled with compassion. Why didn't you call me, or summon the Lin family downstairs for help? Lin Yi managed a bitter smile, laden with despair. Uncle, do you really think the Lin family would come to my rescue? Just look at this empty room, and you'll know the answer. When I called the police, they scolded me. Even then, you shouldn't have resorted to such self-destructive measures. It's foolish, Mu Junheng chastised, though the concern in his eyes was palpable. Uncle, I had no other option. Lin Yi's voice was as soft as a lamb's, evoking an instinct to protect her. Upon hearing this, Mu Junheng clenched his fists, the veins on his hands standing out prominently. The Lin family really are something, little Yi, do not worry. This matter is in my hands. The villains will not escape. They will pay the price. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed with a look of determination etched across his features. As he spoke on the phone, he strode purposefully towards the exit, exuding a formidable presence with each step. Arriving at the end of the hospital corridor, where tranquility reigned, he lowered his voice. I want Lu Yunji, Tian Nini, and Mi Lu to pay for their actions today. They must be severely punished. No one is to plead for leniency. A respectful voice responded from the other end. Yes, President Mu, we will take care of it immediately. Mu Junheng hung up, gazing deeply into the night through the window, silently vowing to ensure that those who harmed Lin Yi would receive their just deserts. He returned to the hospital room to find Lin Yi exhausted and asleep. Her face still marked with traces of tears, he gently approached her bedside, adjusting her blanket with care, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The night enveloped everything in darkness. Lin Yi found herself ensnared in a long, harrowing dream. In her days, she felt as if she had been transported back to that lightless cell. The walls of the cell exuded a damp, decaying odor, and the dim, yellow light struggled to penetrate through the narrow window. Casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the floor, a group of women, their faces contorted with malice, approached Lin Yi with menacing slowness, their eyes glinting with wicked intent and cruel smiles twisting at the corners of their mouths. Their laughter echoed ominously within the silent confines of the cell, creating an atmosphere of dread and terror. Soon after, their fists and feet descended upon Lin Yi like a relentless downpour. Desperately, Lin Yi struggled and fought back, her hands flailing helplessly in the air as she cried out repeatedly, No, no. Her voice, laden with fear and despair, reverberated within the cramped space, seemingly swallowed by the abyss of darkness that surrounded her, leaving her without a single soul to respond. Outside, the night was profound and silent. Mu Junheng lay quietly beside the bed, his face illuminated by the moonlight, revealing signs of fatigue and weariness. He had kept vigil over Lin Yi throughout the night and had inadvertently succumbed to sleep by the window. Suddenly, Lin Yi began to thrash violently in her sleep, her body writhing uncontrollably, her brow furrowed, cold sweat pouring down her face as she continued to shout, No! Mu Junheng awoke with a start, grasping Lin Yi's hand tightly. His eyes filled with concern and compassion as he softly reassured her, Fear not, I am here. As if his voice possessed some magical power, Lin Yi gradually calmed down, slipping back into a peaceful slumber. Sitting by the bed, Mu Junheng gazed at Lin Yi's somewhat pale visage, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. What had she endured? What indelible scars had those haunting memories left upon her, rendering her restless even in sleep? Mu Junhang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, vowing silently, "From this day forth, I will ensure that you suffer not even the slightest harm." The first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow across the hospital room. Mu Junhang rose early, meticulously preparing breakfast for Lin Yi before carefully instructing the nurse to attend to her every need. Finally leaving with a sense of reassurance, Lin Yi stirred awake, her eyes still shadowed by the remnants of last night's nightmares. The nurse gently placed a steaming bowl of congee before her. Speaking softly, "Miss Lin, please eat something. It will help your body heal more swiftly." Lin Yi nodded slightly, accepting the congee and beginning to eat slowly. Once she finished, a nurse entered to administer N4. The cold needle pierced her vein, yet Lin Yi appeared numb, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Around 9 o'clock, the door to the ward creaked open, revealing the last people Lin Yi wished to see, her parents. Lin Wanwan and Lin Xingbei died in an instant, her expression hardened, as if faced with unwelcome intruders. She lacked the energy to deal with their insincere concern. Resolutely, she turned her back to them, curling herself under the blanket, hoping to shut out the turmoil surrounding her. "Lin Yi, where are your manners? Your parents have come to see you, and you can't even utter a word," Lin Xingbei bellowed, his voice echoing sharply within the ward. "Brother, she's been injured. Her mood is understandably foul," Lin Wanwan interjected, her eyes glinting with a barely concealed sense of triumph, while her voice feigned sympathy. Lin Yi internally scoffed, nearly amused by this little schemer's theatrics. She was well aware that Lin Wanwan, despite appearing to support her, only fanned the flames of the family's disdain towards her. "Lin Yi, although you are injured, your mother and father have come to see you. And you remain silent. Do you not have a conscience?" Lin father's face turned ashen with fury, his hands trembling as he spoke. "I told you not to come. Look at her. How can anyone care for a person like that?" Lin mother, Xiao Yue, chimed in, her eyes brimming with disdain and dissatisfaction. "What do you mean, Lin Yi? Why must you report Lu Yunji and Tian Nini, as well as Mi Lu? They are all affiliated with the Lin family's business." Lin Xingbei's voice dripped with anger as he glared at Lin Yi, as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. "Indeed, Yi, since you seem to be fine, why not withdraw your lawsuit?" Xiao Yue added, waving her hand dismissively at the pungent smell of disinfectant in the room, her impatience growing more palpable. "Sister, I beg you, withdraw the lawsuit. Spare Tian Nini and Mi Lu. They are my dearest friends." Lin Wanwan pleaded, her eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Lin Yi could no longer contain her fury. She bolted upright, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Lin Wanwan, declaring, "If they are your friends, does that mean you orchestrated their schemes against me?" "Sister, I didn't." Lin Wanwan quivered under Lin Yi's glare, her eyes brimming with tears that refused to fall, appearing exceedingly contrived. Lin Yi scoffed, turning her attention to Lin mother, mocking, "And you, Madam Lin, do you believe that being stabbed thrice amounts to nothing? How about I stab you thrice instead?" Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Xingbei, her anger boiling over as she demanded, "So, does the Lin family's business rely on my life? If so, why not exchange it for Lin Wanwan's instead?" Chapter 24. Why not sever ties? "And you, did you express any concern for my injury? What are you truly concerned about? Must I perish for you to cease your torment?" Lin Yi's emotions erupted, her words flooding forth like a tidal wave, her body trembling with agitation. "And you all, do not hide behind the guise of family while casting judgment upon me. Since my return, have you shown me the slightest care? Did I even have a single hearty meal these past few days? Each time I attempted to eat, you found fault with everything, offering not a single penny while I remained hungry. Daily, under the banner of family, I faced reprimands and insults. I exist in the Lin household as less than a servant, even inferior to the dog at the door, and spare me the lectures on gratitude. The Lin family did raise me, true, but I have repaid that debt by enduring 2 years in prison for Lin Wanwan." Lin Yi's voice grew louder, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with resentment and dissatisfaction towards the Lin family. Just as Lin Xingbei prepared to speak of gratitude, Lin Yi's words silenced him. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, his face alternating between pale and flushed. "And do not dismiss 2 years in prison as a trivial matter. Let Lin Wanwan experience that for herself. As she spoke, Lin Yi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marred by scars. The scars crisscrossed her skin. Some healed, leaving grotesque reminders, while others bore fresh bruises that were a harrowing sight to behold. She then hiked up her pant legs, exposing the ugly scars and various marks. Lin Xingbei gasped, his expression one of shock and disbelief at the sight of so many injuries on Lin Yi's body. The reprimands he had prepared lodged in his throat, never to be uttered. Xiao Yue and Lin father stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Yi's scars, a wave of unexplainable guilt swelling within them. The once beautiful girl they remembered now bore the marks of suffering. Had their negligence and indifference wrought this? Lin Wanwan could not bear to look, turning to Xiao Yue and exclaiming, "Mom, since we are at such odds, why not sever our ties? Such family is not worth my while," Lin Yi declared resolutely, her eyes reflecting determination and finality. "If you agree, draft a contract promptly. If not, my lawyer will be in touch." Lin Yi's gaze was unwavering. Having endured enough, she sought to sever all ties with the Lin family. Lin mother burst into tears, her lips quivering as she implored, "Yi, are you truly intent on cutting all ties with us?" Lin Yi retorted with a cold laugh, "If not severing ties, what purpose would family serve during the new year?" Lin father steadied his trembling wife, speaking with resignation, "Yi, regardless of circumstances, we are still family. Please do not act impulsively. Indeed, sister, we are family. Let us not escalate matters any further." Lin Wanwan chimed in, her tear-streaked face evoking nothing but irritation. Lin Yi, exasperated, turned to Lin Wanwan, saying, "Wipe away your tears. It makes it seem as though I am the one bullying you. For years, your fragility and tears have cast all blame upon me. The moment you cry, the entire family believes I am at fault." Lin Wanwan wept more fiercely, her voice choked as she protested. "Sister, that is not my intention. I genuinely do not wish for you to fall out with the family. Leave now. I am weary and do not wish to hear anyone crying here," Lin Yi commanded. Unceremoniously issuing an eviction notice, she closed her eyes, refusing to look at them again. Lin father and Lin mother exchanged glances, their objective for the day unfulfilled. They would have to face the Liu and Tian families, as well as the Mi family, with no satisfactory explanation. "Yi, I implore you, withdraw the lawsuit." Lin Zhengwo suddenly lowered his stance, his eyes filled with desperation and pleading. Lin Yi felt a pang in her chest, a wave of desolation washing over her. How ludicrous and tragic it was that her father sought her mercy for her assailants. Lin Yi pressed the emergency button. Ding, ding, ding. Moments later, doctors and nurses rushed in. Mu Junhang had instructed them to look after Lin Yi with utmost care. "What is it, Miss Lin? Are you unwell?" The doctor parted the crowd and approached the bedside, inquiring with genuine concern. "I have a headache, and my wounds ache. They are here to coerce me into forgiving the perpetrator. Let them leave." Lin Yi's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her voice both frail yet resolute. The doctor immediately rose and addressed the members of the Lin family with sternness, stating, "I do not care who you are. Vacate the room at once. If you continue to pressure the victim, I shall call the authorities." The Lin family members, visibly embarrassed, had no choice but to exit the ward in disgrace. Lin Xingbei did not return home directly but instead drove alone to the Lin Corporation. Upon entering Lin Xingnan's office, he found Lin Xingnan reviewing the quarterly performance report. He paused, lifted his gaze, and inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not at the hospital with our parents?" Lin Xingbei settled onto the sofa, his expression grim, and replied in a low voice, "Just returned." Has she agreed to withdraw her lawsuit? While sipping his coffee, Lin Xingnan asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, "Brother, are you aware that Lin Yi is covered in injuries?" Lin Xingbei suddenly remarked, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lin Xingnan's hand trembled, causing coffee to spill onto the table as he exclaimed in shock, "What? Injured all over? What happened?" Today, she suddenly erupted in anger, revealing all her grievances and showing us her wounds. Her arms and legs are crisscrossed with scars. Lin Xingbei stood up, the memory of the scene still unsettling him, leaving him with an indescribable sense of gloom. How could she be so injured? Wasn't there supposed to be someone looking after her in prison? Lin Xingnan's disbelief was palpable, his brow furrowing tightly. "Brother, once you see for yourself, you'll understand." Those injuries are indeed terrifying. Today, I finally grasped why she looked at us like we were enemies upon her return. A girl in such a state will likely find it impossible to be desired by anyone in the future. Lin Xingbei spoke, a surge of bitterness arising within him. He could torment Lin Yi. Yet he could not bear the thought of others doing the same to her. He never imagined she would suffer so grievously in prison. I will send someone to investigate what truly transpired. Lin Xingnan declared, his expression darkening, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. Chapter 25. Fulfilling the role of an ex-boyfriend brother, she also mentioned, wanting to sever ties with the Lin family. Lin Xingbei's voice was barely above a whisper. As if fearing eavesdroppers, sever ties? That's utter nonsense. Lin Xingnan erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and standing abruptly. With no skills to speak of, she would starve on the streets after cutting ties. Brother, it seems she is not jesting. She appears quite serious. After a moment of silence, Lin Xingnan sat down, massaging his temples and said, I will attempt to persuade her. Brother, have we perhaps been a bit too harsh on her? Lin Xingbei queried softly, guilt evident in his gaze. Lin Xingnan shot him a disdainful look and retorted, Isn't it you who often make scathing remarks? As if you're any kinder to her than I am. Lin Xingbei mumbled under his breath, averting his eyes from Lin Xingnan. You should return. I will find time to speak with her. Be mindful of your attitude in the future. Lin Xingnan dismissed him. As he had several meetings to attend at the company, leaving no time to engage in further debate with his foolish younger brother. Lin Xingbei left the Lin Corporation in a huff. Driving away, meanwhile, Lin Yi was met with an unexpected visitor, Shi Huaizhi. Exhausted from her earlier quarrel with the Lin family, she had fallen asleep after lunch. The sound of Shi Huaizhi knocking stirred her awake. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of him standing at the door, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with your Wanwan? Lin Yi's voice was laced with weakness, causing a twinge of unease in Shi Huaizhi. I came to check on you. How are you faring? He spoke gently, concern evident in his eyes. I'm fine. I won't perish. No need for you to fret over me, young master Shi. Lin Yi replied curtly. Gazing at her former fiancé, she felt no remnants of the affection that once existed. They had been childhood sweethearts. Their families having arranged their betrothal long ago, and their relationship had always been harmonious. Lin Yi once believed she would surely marry him. During her youthful days, no one else had ever occupied her thoughts. Shi Huaizhi had always treated her with unwavering kindness. However, everything had shifted after Lin Wanwan was recognized again. The dynamics had changed. Her brothers gradually began to favor Lin Wanwan. Their parents unconditionally believed her. And ultimately, even Shi Huaizhi began to trust Lin Wanwan exclusively. Whenever she cried, all blame fell upon Lin Yi. Reflecting on these memories, her demeanor towards Shi Huaizhi grew even colder. You should leave. I have no need for you here. Please don't be this way. Can't we have a civil conversation? Shi Huaizhi felt a pang in his heart. He could not comprehend why Lin Yi had changed so drastically since Lin Wanwan's return. She had become someone unrecognizable, sensitive, vulnerable, and acerbic. I thought Shi Huaizhi began, but was interrupted by her indifferent voice. Since you are merely an ex-boyfriend, you should fulfill that role and refrain from making unexpected appearances. Shi Huaizhi's face drained of color. He never anticipated Lin Yi could utter such hurtful words. Take care of yourself. I will visit again another day. He suppressed the discomfort within him and exited the ward. Walking down the hospital corridor, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, reminiscing about the moments he had shared with Lin Yi. Those beautiful memories now felt like shards of shattered glass. Piercing his heart, Lin Yi watched Shi Huaizhi's retreating figure, her heart devoid of any response. She had completely lost faith in this man. The love that had once run deep had transformed into an equally profound hatred. Around 4 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the hospital floor as Mu Juanheng entered with a food box in hand, a tender smile gracing his face. Little Yi, you must be starving. Lin Yi lifted her head, her gaze landing on the man's perfectly sculpted profile. Momentarily entranced, the wave of confusion washed over her. Having lost the prestige of being the Lin family's eldest daughter and with her reputation in tatters, why was he treating her with such kindness? Uncle, you're done with your tasks. For reasons unknown, Lin Yi felt a flicker of fear. her voice unconsciously softening in his presence. Mu Juanheng nodded slightly. Placing the food box on the nearby table, as he opened it, the enticing aroma of the sumptuous dishes wafted through the air. The steaming soup dumplings, translucent shrimp dumplings, glistening sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried silkworm larvae, and fragrant black-bone chicken soup filled the box. "Uncle, you should join me. There's more than enough for both of us," Lin Yi remarked. Eyeing the abundance of food, Mu Juanheng smiled and picked up chopsticks. Joining her for a meal. "Uncle, perhaps we could switch hospitals or rooms. The Lin family is rather bothersome." Lin Yi frowned, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Mu Juanheng's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he inquired, "What were they here for? Are they pressuring you to withdraw the lawsuit?" Lin Yi nodded, her expression a mixture of grievance and resignation. "Yes." A flash of cold determination crossed Mu Juanheng's gaze as he firmly declared, "Rest assured, they will not be allowed to enter tomorrow." Lin Yi's demeanor shifted to one of warmth as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. Eat more. You've become quite thin," Mu Juanheng said, offering her a chicken leg. Lin Yi glanced at her gradually filling stomach and then at the chicken leg in the bowl. Given that it was offered by her uncle, she felt it would be impolite not to eat it. So she steeled herself and took a bite. "Uncle, there's one more thing. I wish to sever ties with the Lin family. Could you help me draft an agreement and publish it in the newspaper? I truly wish to avoid seeing them." A hint of pleading graced Lin Yi's pale face. Mu Juanheng's heart tightened, his eyes filled with compassion as he gently stroked Lin Yi's head, saying, "All right, don't worry. I will take care of everything." Lin Yi nodded slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. In this world, she felt there was no one left who stood wholly by her side. Trust was a fragile thing. Could she believe Mu Juanheng? The answer eluded her. Her understanding of him was limited to the fact that he was Shi Huaiji's uncle. Years ago, she had met him a few times at the Shi residence, but she had no lasting impression of him. Now that he was willing to be her support, she knew she could not let this rare opportunity slip away. Just 2 years, each benefiting from the other. Moreover, Mu Juanheng was quite the striking figure. Although he was 6 years her senior, at 28, he was hardly old. If she could leverage his capabilities to escape the Lin family's grasp, it would be a stroke of fortune. In every aspect, she had nothing to lose. Chapter 26. An encounter with an old friend in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating Lin Xingnan's face as he drove towards the hospital. Contemplating how to persuade Lin Yi to withdraw her lawsuit and discuss severing ties with the Lin family, he understood that once Lin Yi made a decision, it would be difficult to alter. Yet he still wished to try. After all, blood is thicker than water. He did not want their family to crumble. Upon arriving at the hospital and approaching the ward, he was intercepted by 4 robust bodyguards. "Sir, without Miss Lin's permission, you cannot enter," one of the bodyguards stated. Lin Xingnan's expression darkened as he shouted, "I am her older brother. Why are you stopping me?" The bodyguard exhibited no intention of yielding, stating, "No one is allowed in. Please wait here while I inquire if Miss Lin wishes to meet you." He knocked upon the door, entered the hospital room, and respectfully addressed, "Miss Lin, there is someone claiming to be your elder brother. Would you like to see him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately recognized it was Lin Xingnan, suspecting he had come to persuade her to withdraw her lawsuit. She furrowed her brow and replied, "I do not wish to see him. Please inform him that I am tired and resting." Although her voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering determination. Lin Xingnan, standing at the door, heard her words and was incensed. Shouting, "Lin Yi, I am your elder brother." Following his instructions, the bodyguard intensified his obstruction. Lin Xingnan, in exasperation, cursed under his breath and departed. Lin Yi felt that Mu Juanheng's idea was indeed brilliant. Not only did it spare her from encountering these individuals, but it also managed to infuriate them thoroughly. Before long, a few uninvited guests arrived, namely Lu Yunji, Tian Nini, and the parents of Mi Lu. They clamored outside, alternating between pleas and insults. Yet, no matter their antics, they could not gain entry. After a period of uproar, they too had no choice but to leave. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi's mood lightened considerably. Around 10 o'clock, Su Anning arrived. Having been occupied with work at her company, she had been unaware of the turmoil within the Lin family until she stumbled upon a video of Lin Yi's injury in a group chat that morning. Anxious and desperate, She requested leave from her supervisor and hurried to the hospital. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yi promptly instructed the bodyguard to allow her entry. How could you be injured like this? Su Anning exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yi gazed at Su Anning, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reassured, Anning, do not cry, I am fine. Liu Yunji could not possibly harm me. I did this to myself, but it was merely to preserve my innocence. Lin Yi was acutely aware of Su Anning's genuine concern. Su Anning, her expression fraught with worry, implored, Yi, surely you cannot remain in the Lin family any longer. Perhaps you should consider moving out. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, once I am discharged, I will leave. The Lin family has gone too far. I cannot bear to stay even a single day longer. Su Anning inquired, Yi, have you found a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to stay with me. Lin Yi playfully pinched Su Anning's cheek and smiled, saying, no need to fret. I have already secured a place. Spacious, splendid, and free of charge. Spacious, splendid, and free. What place is that? Su Anning asked, astonishment evident on her face. Lin Yi beamed with happiness, declaring, I have found myself a boyfriend. In a couple of days, I will be moving in with him. What? A boyfriend, Yi? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I was not aware? Su Anning's mouth hung open in surprise, nearly large enough to hold an egg. Lin Yi chuckled and explained, we knew each other previously, and we happened to meet again a few days ago. And thus we became a couple. I agreed to be his girlfriend for 2 years, and he will assist me in dealing with the Lin family. This way, I can do whatever I desire. Who is he? Do I know him? Su Anning's curiosity was piqued. Lin Yi replied mysteriously, I'll tell you later. Oh, come on, Yi, just tell me. Am I not your dear best friend? Su Anning playfully shook Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi laughed, saying, if you can guess it, I will tell you. Is he also from a wealthy family? Su Anning tilted her head in speculation. Lin Yi nodded. Do I know him? She asked again. Lin Yi nodded once more. Is he from the Shin family? He used to have a crush on you. Su Anning's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook her head. Then it must be Gu Chuan from the Gu family. He pursued you for 2 years, Su Anning asserted confidently. Lin Yi again shook her head. Su Anning, now dejected, sighed. Then who could it possibly be? Yi, please tell me. Lin Yi smiled and said, Anning, you will find out in due time. Su Anning, realizing she could not pry further, felt an insatiable curiosity gnawing at her. She scrolled through her phone while keeping Lin Yi company. After an hour, Su Anning mentioned she had matters to attend to and took her leave. Having lain in bed for 2 days, Lin Yi felt sore all over and decided to take a stroll. Supporting herself against the wall, she ambled down the corridor, only to be met with a sharp pain at her wound. She inwardly lamented how harshly she had treated herself. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lin Yi. She looked up to see a woman in a white coat, glasses perched on her nose. Lin Yi stared for a few seconds, unable to recognize her. You are? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Yi, you do not even recognize me anymore? It is Nian Nian. Xiao Nian Nian. The woman in the white coat exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yi scrutinized her closely and finally discerned a trace of her old friend Xiao Nian Nian beneath the glasses. Xiao Nian Nian had been Lin Yi's closest friend during middle and high school, but their bond had frayed due to Su Anning's presence, as they often clashed and exchanged harsh words. Xiao Nian Nian had spoken ill of Su Anning, branding her hypocritical and materialistic. This discord led to Lin Yi gradually distancing herself from Xiao Nian Nian until they lost all contact. Seeing her former friend again stirred complex emotions within Lin Yi. Nian Nian. She whispered softly. Yi, how did you end up in the hospital? Where are you hurt? Xiao Nian Nian's eyes sparkled with concern. Lin Yi awkwardly smiled and replied, I accidentally sustained some injuries, but I am recovering quickly. Which ward are you in? Let me help you to it, Xiao Nian Nian said, supporting Lin Yi as they returned to the hospital room. Observing Lin Yi's frail figure, Xiao Nian Nian felt a pang of sorrow. She fought back tears as she asked, Yi, what have you been through? How did you become so thin? Lin Yi replied calmly. I was imprisoned for 2 years and have only just been released. Xiao Nian Nian reached out to touch the scar on Lin Yi's face, her expression one of shock. Yi, you must have endured a great deal of suffering while inside. What happened? Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Lin family? How could you end up there? Lin Yi offered a bitter smile and recounted the events surrounding Lin Wanwan's return and the incident involving the push down the stairs. Xiao Nian Nian listened intently, her head bowed as tears streamed down her cheeks. She said with regret, Yi, I had no idea you suffered so much over the years. I should not have abandoned you because of Su Anning. Reflecting on their close bond during middle school, Xiao Nianyan felt a swell of emotion. Had it not been for Su Anning's interference, they might still be the best of friends. Nianyan, do not be sad. It is all in the past, Lin Yi comforted her. Do you still keep in touch with Su Anning? Xiao Nianyan inquired, drying her tears. Lin Yi awkwardly nodded, saying, she just left not long ago. After a moment of silence, Xiao Nianyan sighed softly. I know you trust Su Anning deeply, and I understand you do not want past grievances to affect your relationship. However, I find it difficult to forget the unpleasantness that occurred between us. Lin Yi grasped Xiao Nianyan's hand sincerely, stating, Nianyan, let us leave the past behind us. I believe we have both grown, and we can start anew. Xiao Nianyan nodded slightly, her gaze filled with genuine emotion as she looked at Lin Yi. I hope you find happiness. If you ever need anything, please let me know. My brother has some connections that might help. Lin Yi smiled gratefully and replied, thank you, Nianyan. Your presence makes me feel much better. After Xiao Nianyan departed, Lin Yi's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. Recalling their school days when they were inseparable, she never imagined they would drift apart. Even more surprising was that the girl who once feared needles had become a doctor. Willingly reconnecting with her as a friend, Lin Yi felt warmth in her heart. In the following days, Lin Yi recuperated in the hospital. Xiao Nianyan frequently visited, sharing amusing anecdotes from work and keeping her company. Lin Yi, in turn, shared snippets of her life, gradually mending their relationship to its former glory. 3 days later, Mu Junheng arranged for her discharge. Xiao Nianyan helped pack her belongings, and a vehicle sent by Mu Junheng arrived to take her home. Several bodyguards assisted in loading her luggage into the car. Be sure to keep in touch, Xiao Nianyan urged. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. I will definitely reach out, Nianyan. As the car slowly pulled away from the hospital, Lin Yi gazed out the window, her heart filled with myriad thoughts. Driver, please take me to the Lin family villa first. I have some things there. Upon arrival, you need not wait for me. I will drive myself over. Lin Yi instructed the driver. Understood, Miss Lin, the driver replied, flooring the accelerator. The car sped towards the Lin family villa like an arrow released from a bow. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the villa's entrance. The driver confirmed once more, leaning in with concern, Miss Lin, would you like me to accompany you inside to retrieve your belongings? Lin Yi gently shook her head, her tone calm as she replied, no need. There isn't much to take. I can manage on my own, and it's a perfect opportunity for me to drive this car back. She gestured towards the Porsche parked quietly by the roadside. The driver nodded. Very well. Please take care, and call me if you need anything. He handed her a business card. Lin Yi accepted it with gratitude and limped inside. Upon entering the living room, she found her father, mother, and Lin Wanwan gathered on the sofa, their expressions grave as they discussed her situation. They were taken by surprise when she unexpectedly walked in. You actually decided to come back. Now the Lin family's business with the Liu, Tian, and me families is in disarray because of you. Are you satisfied? Xiao Yui exclaimed, springing from the sofa, her face flushed with anger as she shouted. The deafening sound reverberated through the living room, laden with accusations and fury. Lin Yi merely raised her gaze slightly, her eyes as frigid as frost, responding icily, can you blame me? They are trying to harm me. Must I simply endure it meekly? Upon seeing her, Lin father furrowed his brow, a visage of helplessness and anxiety, and spoke. Because of you, the Lin family now faces a substantial compensation payment. Why can't you consider the overall interests of the family before acting? Family interests? Lin Yi scoffed derisively. When I was wrongfully accused and imprisoned, did you ever consider me even the slightest? Do you realize? If you do not withdraw the lawsuit, they will be sentenced. You have utterly offended these families by ruining them. Xiao Yui began to weep once more, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Lin Yi felt only disgust at her hypocritical demeanor. You are aware that their crimes are severe, aren't you? Are you afraid they will be sentenced? Why were you not afraid when I faced sentencing? Lin Yi retorted bluntly, her gaze filled with disdain and chill. Lin father's expression darkened further, and he said heavily, you know the Lin family's situation has been deteriorating for these past 2 years. The Liu family demands 200 million in compensation, and we must also bear the losses from various broken collaborations. This is a calamity for the Lin family. Xiao Yui added, they deserve punishment, But you should not let the Lin family suffer such losses. We are family, after all. Family should support one another through difficult times. Family? Himph. How ironic. Lin Yi laughed scornfully. If the Lin family is in such dire straits, perhaps it would be better to declare bankruptcy outright. Why pretend to hold on? Sister, how can you say such things? You are still a part of the Lin family. Lin Wanwan hurriedly stood up, taking small steps to Lin Yi's side. She tugged at the sleeve of her garment, speaking softly and sweetly in persuasion, her face a mask of feigned grievance as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Yi shot a cold glance at Lin Wanwan, shaking off her hand. Do not touch me. Spare me your insincerity. After all these years in the Lin family, are you not aware of the things you have done to me? Lin Wanwan's eyes reddened, her voice quavering as she said, Sister, I know I may have erred in some ways before, but that was due to my youth and ignorance. Please forgive me, we are family. How can there be lingering grudges? If you withdraw the lawsuit, we can help the Lin family through this crisis together. And I will listen to you from now on. Youth and ignorance? Lin Yi raised her voice, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Lin Wanwan. Every time you deliberately spoke ill of me in front of our parents, took my belongings and caused misunderstandings between them and me. Was that also ignorance? Do not take me for a fool. Lin Wanwan began to cry even harder, sobbing, Sister, I truly understand my mistakes. Those are all in the past. Please do not hold on to them. Chapter 28. Sisterhood? Sister, the Lin family is on the verge of collapse because of this matter. For the sake of our sisterhood, can you not let them go and also help the Lin family? Sisterhood? Lin Yi scoffed. When I was wrongfully accused and pushed down the stairs, where were you? Why do you not admit that it was you who pushed me? When I was suffering in prison, where were you then? Now you speak of sisterhood. Do you not find it laughable? Lin Wanwan was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, she weakly replied, Sister, at that time, I wanted to help you, but I truly lack the ability. Now things are different. If you withdraw the lawsuit, we can find a way together, and the Lin family will surely recover. We can live happily together as we did before. Lin Wanwan's tears painted a pitiful picture. As we did before? Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with disdain. I never wished to relive the days of being ostracized and hurt by you. I have returned today to reclaim what is rightfully mine and to sever all ties with the Lin family. Do not harbor any illusions. Lin father, unable to bear the scene any longer, scolded, Lin Yi, how can you speak to your sister like that? She is humbling herself to plead with you, and you remain relentless. Do you not possess even a semblance of what it means to be an elder sister? Lin Yi turned to Lin father, unflinching, and said, What does it mean to be an elder sister? Who among you has ever treated me as part of this family? Now you come to blame me. How amusing. Lin Wanwan, still unwilling to concede, grasped Lin Yi's clothing, pleading, Sister, please give me another chance. Give the Lin family a chance. Let us forget the unpleasantness of the past and start anew. Shall we? I promise to treat you well and make amends for my previous wrongs. Lin Yi forcefully broke free from Lin Wanwan's grasp, resolutely declaring, Enough. I do not believe a single word of your promises. My mind is made up. Do not waste your breath. With that, Lin Yi ignored them and turned towards her former room. Lin Wanwan attempted to follow, but Lin father seized her, shaking his head in despair. Lin Yi entered her room, quickly gathering her essential belongings into a suitcase. When she emerged once more, passing through the living room, Lin Wanwan rushed towards her. Tears in her voice, Sister, must you be so heartless? If you leave, what will I do? I do not wish to lose you as my sister. Lin Yi replied coldly, You lost me long ago, the moment you chose to hurt me repeatedly. Do not cling to me any longer. I do not wish to see you again. Lin Yi halted, gazing at Lin Wanwan's feigned pitiful expression, feeling only annoyance. She stopped, producing the severance agreement that Mu Junhang had prepared for her. Tossing it onto the coffee table, Madam Lin, do find time to sign the agreement. Lin Yi, are you trying to drive me to madness? You stir up such great trouble and then think you can simply escape? Not a chance, Lin Mother shouted. Lin Father, seeing the situation, stood at the doorway, his eyes reddened as he declared loudly, If you step out that door today, do not ever return. Lin Yi disregarded him, bypassing him and walking out of the villa without a backward glance. She opened the door of her Porsche, loaded her belongings, settled into the driver's seat. and started the engine. As the car slowly pulled away, Lin Yi glanced at the Lin family villa through the rearview mirror. Her heart a tumult of emotions, but predominantly a sense of relief. In the Lin family's living room, the atmosphere was as heavy as a storm cloud. Lin father and Lin mother sat on the sofa, their faces etched with anxiety and exhaustion. Lin Wanwan sat nearby, wringing the handkerchief in her hands, her gaze flickering. Lin father furrowed his brow, arms crossed over his chest, and spoke gravely. The compensation amount facing the Lin family is immense. It is a heavy burden for us. The only way to salvage the situation now is to persuade Yi to withdraw the lawsuit. Lin mother slightly nodded, her eyes filled with resignation. Lin Wanwan bit her lip and softly said, "Father, sister will never agree to withdraw the lawsuit. Her stubbornness makes her difficult to persuade." Lin father sighed, rubbing his temples, but if the lawsuit is not withdrawn, the losses for the Lin family will be too great. At that moment, Lin mother raised her head, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. The Lin family proposes that Yi marry Lu Yunshan. This way, we can settle everything in one stroke. Lin Wanwan frowned, a glint of triumph in her eyes. Sister is presently intent on severing ties. How could she agree to such a condition? Lin father shook his head in helplessness. She will not agree. Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about I call sister to discuss it properly and explain the stakes involved?" Lin father contemplated briefly and nodded. "We have no other option." Lin mother sighed, her eyes clouded with worry. "I hope she can understand." Lin Wanwan grasped her phone, hesitating briefly before dialing Lin Yi's number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Wanwan hurriedly said, "Sister, now the Lu family proposes that you marry Lu Yunshan. This way, we can resolve the compensation issue. Could you please consider it carefully?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Lin Yi's furious voice. "Humph, Lin Wanwan, why don't you go marry that fool? Who doesn't know that the Lu family's eldest son became foolish after a fever in his childhood? Why should I sacrifice myself to serve your interests?" Lin Wanwan quickly clarified, "Sister, that's not what I meant. I merely think this is a solution to our problem." Lin Yi interrupted her angrily. "A solution? This is the ridiculous idea you came up with. If you think it's good, then you go marry him." Lin Wanwan pleaded urgently, "Sister, please do not be so impulsive. This is for the good of our family." Lin Yi scoffed, "For the good of the family? You all just know how to sacrifice me, I tell you. I will not compromise." With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Wanwan shook her head. "Father, sister refuses to agree. She even berated me, telling me to marry Lu Yunshan." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Lin mother seethed with anger. "When she agrees, that will be impossible. This time, she must marry, whether she likes it or not." "Mother, sister has already left? Then deceive her back. Didn't your grandmother give her a bracelet once? She used to cherish it greatly. Is it not with you?" Lin mother Qiao Yue fumed. "Deceive her back? Mother, is it not inappropriate? After all, she is my sister, a member of the Lin family. If she truly regarded herself as part of the Lin family, she would not behave this way. We have already shown her immense grace." Chapter 29. Entering the Mu residence, Lin Wanwan nodded, hurrying upstairs to retrieve the emerald bracelet. Lin's mother took the bracelet, her expression darkening. When she married into the family, she had longed for the bracelet held by the elder matriarch. Yet the matriarch had resolutely refused to part with it, ultimately giving it to Lin Yi instead. It was with this very bracelet that she had been lured back. Call her tomorrow morning and tell her she has left the bracelet behind. Inquire if she will return to collect it. She will undoubtedly come back." Lin Yi drove along the winding road, bathed in the warm, golden sunlight. She finally arrived at the location Mu Junhang had sent her, Lanwan Villa. From a distance, the villa's exterior was constructed of light beige marble, shimmering softly under the sunlight. The roof was adorned with deep gray tiles, arranged in a harmonious manner, resembling a grand piece of natural artistry. Surrounded by lush greenery, as soon as she parked, a bodyguard rushed over, respectfully opening the car door and taking Lin Yi's luggage. The servants stood neatly in a line, their faces adorned with warm smiles, collectively greeting, "Welcome, Miss Yi." One servant stepped forward, guiding Lin Yi into the villa. The interior was lavish yet elegant, with a marble floor that gleamed like a mirror and walls adorned with exquisite paintings. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, the servant gently pushed open a door. Inside, The room was cozy and tastefully decorated, featuring a large solid wood bed at the center, its headboard cushioned with soft fabric embroidered with intricate patterns. A delicate bedside lamp rested on a small table, while a comfortable lounging area by the window boasted a plush sofa and a petite coffee table. The curtains, a pale blue, harmonized with the cerulean sky outside. As if inviting the beauty of the heavens into the room, in one corner stood an elegant wardrobe, its deep brown doors accented with golden handles. The entire room was suffused with a subtle floral fragrance, transporting one to a serene and delightful realm. Lin Yi stepped inside, surveying the room while casually inquiring of the nearby servant, "Where is my uncle?" The servant replied respectfully, "Master Mu is away on business and has yet to return." Lin Yi nodded gently, approaching her suitcase to unpack her belongings into the wardrobe. Upon opening the wardrobe, she found it brimming with women's clothing. A closer inspection revealed they were all from a renowned brand. Tags still attached, from dresses to coats, trousers, sleepwear, and even undergarments. How did he know my size? Lin Yi felt her cheeks flush. Recalling that night, the warm sensation surged within her, and a faint smile graced her lips. Her uncle, it seemed, was quite considerate. The servant smiled and remarked, "Master Mu has always held Miss Yi in high regard. All of this was prepared specifically for you." Lin Yi gently caressed the garments. Her eyes filled with gratitude. It was evident her uncle had put much thought into this, indeed. "Master Mu is quite attentive," the servant echoed. Lin Yi began to organize her clothes, finally departing from the suffocating confines of the Lin family. As she reveled in the room's warm ambience, a gentle knock at the door interrupted her reverie. The servant's soft voice called from outside, "Miss Yi, dinner is ready. Please come downstairs." Lin Yi acknowledged, setting down her belongings and rising to descend. Upon entering the dining room, she was greeted by a table laden with exquisite dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma. The servant pulled out a chair for her, saying, "Miss Yi, please have a seat." After sitting, she surveyed the array of dishes and couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't we wait for him?" The servant smiled and replied, "Miss Yi, Master Mu will not be dining here tonight." Lin Yi nodded, picking up her chopsticks and sampling a dish. Remarking, "The flavor is delightful." The servant stood nearby, softly saying, "I am glad you enjoy it. Master Mu has always been concerned about your dining experience here." While enjoying her meal, Lin Yi inquired, "When will my uncle return?" The servant responded, "The exact time of Master Mu's return is uncertain, but he will hurry back as soon as his work concludes." Lin Yi nodded, continuing to savor her meal. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such delicious food. After dinner, Lin Yi returned to her room, comfortably settling into her chair in front of the computer. The soft seat molded beautifully to her body, and the solid wood desk exuded a faint aroma of timber, making it exceedingly pleasant to use. She opened her writing software, and a flood of notifications and messages filled the screen. "Dear author, why did you suddenly stop updating? I've been waiting every day. Unable to focus on anything else. Dear author, is everything all right? I hope you return soon. We miss you. Dear author, the new chapter was so exciting. I couldn't get enough. Please update soon. Dear author, are you unwell? Take care of your health. We will always support you." Reading these messages warmed Lin Yi's heart, and she replied, "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. I have been preoccupied with some matters, but I will resume updates as soon as possible. Thank you all for your support and understanding." After responding to the messages, Lin Yi took a deep breath, focusing intently on her writing. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic tapping of keys and the occasional click of the mouse. As she immersed herself in her creative world, seemingly forgetting everything else. Just as she was engrossed in her writing, a gentle knock at the door interrupted her. "Come in," Lin Yi said without looking up. The servant entered quietly, carrying a tray with a steaming cup of coffee and a small plate of exquisite snacks. The servant placed the coffee and snacks beside her desk, softly saying, "Miss Yi, you must be tired. Please enjoy a snack to refresh yourself." Lin Yi paused her work, looked up at the servant and smiled, saying, "Thank you, I appreciate it." The servant replied with a smile, "Not at all, please continue with your work. Just call for me if you need anything." Lin Yi took a sip of the coffee, and its rich aroma filled her senses. "This hand-ground coffee is truly delightful," she remarked. The servant responded, "I'm glad you like it. This is specially prepared coffee from Master Mu. As long as it suits your palate, that is all that matters." Lin Yi took a piece of the snack, savoring its sweet flavor, This is also quite delicious. The servant, seeing Lin Yi so pleased, smiled in return, saying, I'm glad you enjoy it. If you have any other cravings, feel free to let me know. Lin Yi nodded, returning to her writing, as the servant quietly exited the room, restoring the peaceful ambience. When Mu Junheng returned, he stood at the doorway, his tall figure leaning against the frame as he watched Lin Yi, engrossed in her typing. Her slender form and delicate profile made her look like a porcelain doll. After a moment, Lin Yi closed her computer, stood up, and turned around, only to find Mu Junheng, clad in a black shirt, lazily leaning against the doorframe, his refined features impeccable and a hint of his chest muscles visible through the slightly unbuttoned collar. Uncle, you're back? Lin Yi spoke up. MHM, Chapter 30. Healing Scars. Mu Junheng smirked. Little E, come with me. Lin Yi hesitated briefly, then closed the door behind her, following him. They walked along the corridor, carpeted with thick rugs that silently absorbed their footsteps. Soon, they arrived at a guest room on the second floor. Mu Junheng opened the door, and Lin Yi's gaze was immediately drawn to the scene inside. In the room stood 5 or 6 medical personnel in white coats, arranged neatly in a line. Lin Yi was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise and a hint of panic flashing across her face as she asked, What is this for? Mu Junheng slightly turned to the side. Introducing them, these are the top doctors I have found for you from across the country. This is the renowned dermatologist, Zhang Minmin, who possesses profound insights into skin trauma repair. This is orthopedic surgeon Lu Yiming, who has successfully treated numerous fracture cases, and this one, a leading plastic surgeon in the country, is exceptional in facial trauma restoration. These 3 are their respective assistants, each with considerable experience. He paused briefly, then added, Little E, as long as you cooperate with the treatment, your injuries will heal swiftly. Lin Yi was astounded, unable to fathom that Mu Junheng would go to such lengths for her. Before she could fully process this shock, Su Yuan approached them quickly. He slightly leaned in, whispering a few words in Mu Junheng's ear. Upon hearing, Mu Junheng's lips curved into a knowing smile, responding, MHM, I understand. Lin Yi keenly noticed the way Su Yuan looked at Mu Junheng was somewhat different. This scene stirred an unusual feeling within her. Mu Junheng turned to the medical personnel behind him, his expression serious and authoritative, saying, Please give her a thorough examination, then devise a detailed treatment plan. I want her to recover to her optimal state as quickly as possible. The doctors nodded in acknowledgement, with dermatologist Zhang Minmin stepping forward first. Miss Lin, please allow me to examine you. With that, Zhang Minmin and the plastic surgeon, Li Meiwan, each took an arm of Lin Yi, guiding her gently into the inner room. The door closed gently behind them, temporarily severing all ties to the outside world. Within the room, bright lights poured down unreservedly, illuminating every corner. Zhang Minmin and Li Meiwan worked in perfect harmony, first softly soothing Lin Yi's frayed nerves, gradually helping her relax, before proceeding with their meticulous examination. Her gaze was focused and sharp, missing no scar on Lin Yi's body. Her fingers delicately touched the wounds, carefully assessing their condition, occasionally exchanging hushed words and jotting down key information in a notebook. Time slipped away in silence, and after a brief interlude of several minutes, the door to the inner chamber opened slowly, revealing Zhang Minmin and Li Meiwan escorting Lin Yi out. Zhang Minmin spoke first, directing her serious and resolute gaze toward Mu Junheng. Sir Mu, the scars on Miss Yi's body can largely be effectively treated. However, the wound on her leg is too deep and requires Dr. Li's intervention. Dr. Li interjected. Miss Lin's leg scar necessitates surgical removal. However, her leg itself also requires surgery, and we can address the wound during the suturing process. And no sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Yiming strode over. Professional examination tools in hand, he looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with concern and gentleness. Miss Lin, please lie down. I need to examine your leg to assess the extent of the skeletal damage. Lin Yi nodded slightly, and with Lu Yiming's assistance, she carefully reclined on the examination bed, a flicker of tension and unease crossing her eyes. Lu Yiming then approached and said to Lin Yi, Miss Lin, please lie back. I will check your leg. Lying on the examination bed, Lin Yi remained still as Lu Yiming donned gloves and gently grasped her leg, cautiously moving the joints while inquiring, Does this hurt? How about this? Lin Yi bit her lip and nodded slightly to indicate the location of the pain. That moment, Su Yuan hurried into the room and whispered a few words into Mu Junheng's ear. The frown that had previously marred Mu Junheng's brow eased slightly, and a barely perceptible glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He turned to Lin Yi and gently said, "I have good news. The top domestic rehabilitation expert, who has been studying abroad, has returned ahead of schedule and will join your treatment team tomorrow." A spark of surprise flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, quickly overshadowed by deep gratitude. While her family seemed indifferent to her injuries, this man, whom she had only met a few times, was making efforts to heal her. "Sir Mu, Miss Lin's scars can now be treated," Zhang Minmin respectfully informed Mu Junhang. He nodded in acknowledgement, and his assistant promptly wheeled over a medical bed, upon which Lin Yi lay down. Zhang Minmin retrieved a medical box and put on gloves. "Miss Lin, you need not fear. I will first apply a local anesthetic, followed by injections around the scar. I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering," Lin Yi nodded. A little pain was worth it for the sake of beauty. Zhang Minmin gathered her hair atop her head, exposing the scar on Lin Yi's cheek. Mu Junhang felt a pang of heartache as he faced her scar for the first time with such clarity. Despite having witnessed numerous gruesome scenes, he couldn't help but wonder, how did this scar come to be? It must have hurt terribly at the time. Zhang Minmin deftly applied anesthetic to the facial scar, then proceeded to administer more around the scars on her legs and arms. Mu Junhang sat on the sofa in the room, his gaze icy. He fiddled incessantly with a lighter. When Su Yuan entered, she froze momentarily. Sir Mu only plays with the lighter when he is deeply angered and repressing his emotions. This signified he was furious. Su Yuan had originally intended to report some matters from the company, but, upon witnessing the scene, remained silent and stood quietly beside Mu Junhang. Aside from the sound of Mu Junhang manipulating the lighter, the room was enveloped in silence. Lin Yi, lying on the bed, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Eventually, unable to endure the prolonged quiet, she succumbed to sleep. Su Yuan stole a glance at Mu Junhang, whose expression was as dark as water. The Lu family, the Tian family, and the Mi family must be kept on a tight leash. "Understood," Su Yuan affirmed. "As for the Lin family, I will ensure they regret everything they have done. Currently, those families are all seeking compensation from the Lin family." Su Yuan hesitated mid-sentence. "They dare?" Mu Junhang's hand stilled at the sound. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing Su Yuan like a hawk, his brows knitting into a tight frown. "And what else?" His voice was low and frigid, like stagnant water in a cold pool. Su Yuan's expression was exceedingly complex, his features nearly contorted. He leaned closer to Mu Junhang and whispered, "The Lu family demands that Miss Lin marry their eldest son, Lu Yunqing." Mu Junhang's eyebrows shot up in fierce indignation, his eyes brimming with anger and disdain. That fool from the Lu family? Are they dreaming, or do they think everyone else is a fool as well? "What does the Lin family say?" Mu Junhang pressed. Suppressing his fury, Su Yuan licked his dry lips. The Lin family should have acquiesced. Su Yuan cautiously observed Mu Junhang, who instantly turned a fearsome shade of rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He marveled inwardly, realizing that Mu Junhang had already developed deep feelings for Lin Yi after only a few encounters. "The Lin family, they dare?" Mu Junhang spat through gritted teeth. "Should we take action?" Su Yuan asked, summoning his courage. Mu Junhang remained silent for a moment before uttering two words, "Stay alert." In the treatment room, Zhang Minmin and her team were busily occupied. The assistants diligently applied anesthetic to every scar on Lin Yi's body, taking over 2 hours to complete the task. Zhang Minmin and Dr. worked in seamless coordination, one administering scar-reducing injections while the other monitored the situation. Sweat continuously streamed down their foreheads, yet they showed no signs of stopping. Lin Yi lay on the bed, even without moving, feeling sore all over. Fortunately, the anesthetic was effective, dulling the pain. Mu Junhang remained by her side, occasionally seated in a chair fiddling with the lighter and at other times pacing. His gaze never leaving Lin Yi. Su Yuan stood straight beside them, intently watching the progress of the treatment. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Lin Yi stole a glance at Mu Junhang. She noticed him tugging at his tie, sweat-dampened strands of hair falling over his forehead. His deep-set eyes, framed by long lashes, appeared even more captivating. In contrast, Su Yuan's countenance was gentle and amiable. Together, they formed a harmonious tableau, one exuding an air of aloof elegance, the other appearing harmless. A peculiar thought flickered in Lin Yi's mind, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing it. After over 4 hours, Lin Yi's initial scar treatment concluded. Zhang Minmin wiped her brow and presented a few boxes of scar cream to Lin Yi. Miss Lin, these 2 boxes of medication are to be used alternately. Apply 1 box for a week, then switch to the other, 3 times daily. Lin Yi accepted the medication, expressing her gratitude profusely. Sir Mu, if Miss Lin experiences any discomfort, please contact us or seek medical assistance immediately. I will return in 3 days for a follow-up. Zhang Minmin instructed Mu Junheng. He exchanged a glance with Su Yuan, who promptly stepped forward. Thank you all for your hard work. I will escort you out. After everyone departed, only Lin Yi and Mu Junheng remained, and the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Yi, enduring the pain, sat up from the bed. The deep scar on her leg throbbed with increasing intensity as the anesthetic wore off, causing her to frown involuntarily. Observing her discomfort, Mu Junheng quickly approached her side, supporting her arm with concern. Does it hurt? Lin Yi forced a smile. It's manageable, Mu Junheng saw through her bravado, his heart aching for her, and without hesitation, he swept her into his arms, carrying her into the room. The night had deepened, and moonlight spilled onto the ground like a layer of silver frost. Gently, Mu Junheng laid Lin Yi on the bed, speaking tenderly, you just had an injection. Avoid bathing and go straight to sleep. Once the expert arrives, surgery may be scheduled this week, so rest well. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, and Mu Junheng tucked her in carefully and watched her for a moment before he felt reassured enough to leave. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Lin Yi. This was the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in 2 years, free from nightmares or a sense of impending crisis. Excitedly, she sprang from the bed and raced to the mirror, pushing her hair aside to inspect the scar on her face. The once vivid red scar had faded to a pale hue, and the protrusion had diminished significantly. She quickly rolled up her sleeves and pant legs to examine other areas. The scars on her arms and legs appeared lighter and much smoother. Although there was still a distance to complete recovery, the evident results filled her with joy. After washing up, Lin Yi sat at the vanity, diligently applying the scar cream. At that moment, the housekeeper knocked at the door. Miss Lin, breakfast is ready. Please come downstairs to dine. Lin Yi changed her clothes and made her way to the dining room. The table was set with a sumptuous array of dishes: congee, soup dumplings, pickled vegetables, stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, boiled shrimp, steamed egg custard, small tofu, and yam and pork rib soup. Gazing at the lavish breakfast, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed such a proper meal. She picked up a soup dumpling and took a bite, savoring the flavorful broth and finely minced meat. Delicious. The housekeeper, Wang Ma, smiled and served her a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Her favorite dish, Lin Yi relished the meal, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After eating to her heart's content, she decided to take a stroll in the garden. Upon arriving at the villa yesterday, she had been too anxious to notice her surroundings. Now, taking a closer look, she was astonished by the vastness of the estate. There was a garden bursting with vibrant flowers, a shimmering swimming pool, an elegantly designed pavilion, as well as a fish pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Lin Yi walked along the path toward the garden when suddenly, a fluffy white ball darted out from the flower bushes, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a small white Bichon frise. Lin Yi tentatively reached out to stroke its head. The little creature not only showed no fear, but also joyfully shook its head and wagged its tail like a rattled drum. Amused, Lin Yi picked it up and gently tapped its nose, asking, "What is your name?" "You're simply adorable." Upon seeing this little Bichon frise, memories of her former white Pomeranian flooded back. Back then, that little Pomeranian was her closest companion, bringing her immense joy. However, after Lin Wanwan arrived at the Lin household, she always looked down on the dog. Once, after returning home from school, Lin Yi discovered that her little Pomeranian was missing. Despite searching the villa thoroughly, she found no trace of it. Later, Zhang Ma informed her that Wanwan had claimed to have been bitten by the dog, and in a fit of rage, the second young master had kicked it away. The little dog had been left bleeding, cast away to an unknown fate. When she inquired with Lin Wanwan and Lin Xingbei, they refused to divulge anything. Since that incident, she had never owned another dog. "Miss Lin, did the little one frighten you?" "It's just being mischievous. It escaped from its cage." The breathless servant Zhang Ma approached. "Whose puppy is this?" Lin Yi asked with curiosity. "It was brought back by the young master a few days ago." Zhang Ma replied, "He likes puppies?" Lin Yi was astonished. In her memory, Mu Juanheng was aloof and stern, making it hard to imagine him having an affection for such a cute creature. This is the first puppy the young master has ever kept. Zhang Ma added, "Where is its nest? May I go see it? I could come by to feed it when I have time." Lin Yi inquired eagerly. "Miss Lin, please follow me," Zhang Ma said with a smile as she led the way. Not far from the villa, there was a fenced and grassy area with a wooden doghouse in the corner. Lin Yi set the puppy down, and it wobbled back to its nest, then rushed out to bark at her. "Little Bai, is this your home?" Lin Yi squatted down, pouring a handful of dog food into its bowl. The puppy dashed over and began to eat eagerly, its little tail wagging joyfully, watching Little Bai. Lin Yi thought to herself, if only every day could be like this, free of arguments and domestic strife, spending her time writing, admiring beautiful scenery, and playing with a little dog. Life would be so wonderful. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Miss Lin." Turning at the sound, Lin Yi saw it was the servant Wang Ma. "Wang Ma, is there something you need?" she asked calmly. "Miss Lin, your phone has been ringing incessantly, so I thought to bring it to you," Wang Ma replied with a warm smile, handing over the phone. Lin Yi took the phone, her gaze immediately fixating on the flashing name on the screen, Lin Wanwan. She pondered silently. It seemed the Lin family could hardly contain their anxiety. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiped the screen and answered the call. "What is it?" "Finally, you picked up. You left in such a hurry yesterday. While tidying up your room, I found the jade bracelet Grandma gifted you left in the drawer. Did you forget it in your rush?" Lin Wanwan's voice flowed through the receiver, soft as spring willow catkins, imbued with a hint of concern. Hearing this, Lin Yi's mind flashed back to her frantic search for the bracelet, only to find nothing. A wave of doubt washed over her. How could it suddenly appear in the drawer? What was the hidden agenda behind this? "Are you certain it's in the drawer?" Lin Yi questioned pointedly. "Dear sister, it's all my fault. When you weren't home, I couldn't resist wearing the beautiful bracelet for a few days, and then I absent-mindedly left it in my room's drawer. I only remembered after you left yesterday. It panicked me." Lin Wanwan's tone was earnest, tinged with self-reproach. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, a trace of sarcasm evident as she replied, "Are you truly willing to return it to me? Sister, please don't blame Wanwan. The bracelet was a gift from Grandma to you. I could never claim it as my own. It must be returned to its rightful owner." Lin Wanwan's voice sounded exceedingly sincere. "Huh?" Lin Yi scoffed inwardly, knowing full well she could not easily trust Lin Wanwan's words. It was undoubtedly a ploy by the Lin family. Cornered and desperate. Whether they aimed to deceive her into discussing the withdrawal of her lawsuit, or to persuade her to agree to marry that foolish young master of the Liu family, they were sorely mistaken. Nevertheless, that bracelet was Grandma's, holding precious memories for her. She had to retrieve it at all costs. "Fine, I will return in an hour to collect it. You'd best have everything ready. Don't play any more games of can't find it when I arrive." Lin Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Instantly, a cheerful voice came from Lin Wanwan's end. "Sister, are you no longer angry with me? That's wonderful, by the way. What would you like for lunch? I'll have Zhang Ma prepare your favorites." Lin Yi frowned slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. "No need to trouble yourself. I want to be eating. I'll just take the bracelet and leave." A hint of grievance laced Lin Wanwan's voice, reminiscent of a neglected pet. "All right, sister, please be careful on your way if you need a ride. Just let me know, and I'll come to fetch you." Lin Yi, disinterested in further pleasantries, abruptly hung up the phone. She understood clearly that the Lin family would not return the bracelet without ulterior motives. This time, she had to be on high alert, wary of any food or drink they offered, ensuring they didn't get a chance to drug her. Swiftly, Lin Yi changed into a simple pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, exuding an air of competence. She then strode toward the garage, driving her car out of the Mu residence at breakneck speed towards the Lin family's old manor. Shortly after her departure, Mu Juanheng's phone rang sharply. "Sir, Miss Yi has left in her car. Seems someone from the Lin family called her back to retrieve something." The bodyguard's voice came through clearly. "Stay close to her and ensure her safety. If she remains inside for over half an hour without coming out, you are to enter and bring her out immediately," Mu Juanheng commanded, his voice icy and authoritative. "Understood, sir." The bodyguard acknowledged before swiftly starting the vehicle and speeding towards the Lin family's old residence. Inside the Lin family manor, Lin Yi parked her Porsche steadily outside the entrance and gracefully stepped out of the car. Upon entering the living room, her gaze immediately locked onto the two figures on the sofa, Lin Mother and Lin Wanwan. "Sister, you're back?" Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up, her face blossoming with a radiant smile like flowers in spring. She quickly rose and hurried to Lin Yi, taking her hand in a display of affection. Lin Yi's expression remained cool as she subtly withdrew her hand. She fixed her gaze on Lin Wanwan, her voice icy. "Where's Grandma's bracelet?" She had no desire to engage in idle chatter with this family. She simply wanted to retrieve the bracelet and leave this den of deceit. The expression on Lin Mother's face darkened instantly, resembling the ominous sky before a storm. "Lin Yi, after all the hardships I endured to raise you, you now want to even call me mother? You truly wound my heart." Lin Mother's voice carried a mixture of resentment and fury. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Mrs. Lin, you should be well aware of who has truly felt their heart grow cold. If anyone is unqualified to say such things, it is undoubtedly you." Lin Mother trembled with rage at Lin Yi's words, pointing a finger at her, voice shrill. You unfilial daughter. I should never have brought you home. Now you only bring me distress. Mother, please don't say that about my sister. She didn't mean to upset you. She is just recovering from her injuries, so her mood isn't great." Lin Wanwan quickly interjected, gently shaking Lin Mother's arm, her face filled with concern. Lin Mother's gaze softened immensely as she looked at Lin Wanwan. "Wanwan, you are simply too kind, always thinking of others." Watching this scene unfold, Lin Yi felt a wave of disbelief. Lin Wanwan kind? The very person who had pushed her down the stairs and framed her. The one who had stolen her fiancé. The one who secretly bribed criminals to assault her. How could such a person be labeled as kind? It was utterly absurd. "Lin Wanwan, where is the bracelet?" Lin Yi decided to cut through the familial pretenses. She merely wished to reclaim the bracelet and escape this place steeped in hypocrisy and scheming. "Sister, please sit down and rest. I'll fetch it for you right away," Lin Wanwan said, stepping forward to pull Lin Yi down onto the sofa. "Sister, please have a good conversation with Mother. I'll be back shortly with the bracelet." She then turned to Zhang Ma nearby, instructing, "Zhang Ma, please pour a cup of freshly brewed flower tea for my sister." "Yes, miss," Zhang Ma replied, and not long after, she returned with a steaming cup of flower tea, carefully placing it before Lin Yi. "Miss, please enjoy." Lin Yi gazed at the cup of flower tea, a slight smile gracing her lips as she thought. "So it begins. I'm not thirsty. I had something on my way here. Perhaps it's better suited for Mrs. Lin," she said, pushing the cup toward Lin Mother. Lin Mother's brows furrowed slightly, and her expression turned a bit awkward. However, her demeanor soon shifted dramatically, turning gentle. Have you really stopped calling me mother? Regardless of everything, the Lin family has raised you for so many years. You cannot treat us as enemies," Madame Lin jested, suggesting that our adversarial relationship is perhaps overstated. Rather, it is merely a matter of incompatible worldviews and conflicting fates. In my opinion, it would be prudent for Madame Lin to expedite the signing of a severance agreement, as it would ultimately benefit all parties involved. Lin Yi, undeterred and resolute, spoke with unwavering conviction. Lin's mother, gritting her teeth in frustration, forced a semblance of a smile. This fruit tea truly is delightful. You should give it a try." This unique recipe was painstakingly developed by Wanwan over several hours last night. A smirk of derision played at the corners of Lin Yi's lips as she pondered the ulterior motives at play. "If it is so delectable, Madame Lin, why do you not partake? Are you afraid it may be poisoned?" Lin's mother's complexion paled instantly. How could you speak of your sister in such a manner? She would never resort to such treachery." "Then by all means, drink up," retorted Lin Yi, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her mother. Lin's mother, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated before gingerly lifting the cup to her lips. "Taking a cautious sip, if it is to your liking, you should indulge further," Lin Yi remarked with an innocent smile, though a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Despite her inner turmoil, Lin's mother, under the weight of Lin Yi's scrutiny, clenched her teeth and downed the entire cup of floral fruit tea in one go. Observing her mother's reaction, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. noting, "It appears to suit your palate quite well, miss. Shall I pour you another cup?" Zhang Ma interjected at an opportune moment. "No, thank you. I have never been fond of sweet beverages," Lin Yi replied, casting a sidelong glance at her mother in hopes of detecting any sign of unease. At that moment, Lin Wanwan descended the stairs, cradling a delicate box in her hands. Lin Yi swiftly approached and accepted the box. "Thank you, dear sister. I shall not intrude any further," she said, glancing back at her mother, who was leaning against the sofa, one hand massaging her temples, her face etched with pain. "Sister, wait!" Lin Wanwan's voice rang out with urgency. Lin Yi furrowed her brow, questioning what her sister might need. "You should check on Madame Lin. She seems unwell." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan quickly turned her attention to their mother. "Mom, are you all right?" Lin's mother feebly shook her head. "Sister, grandmother's bracelet is quite valuable. Please double-check to ensure it is correct. I fear I may have taken the wrong one," Lin Wanwan implored earnestly. Lin Yi opened the box, and at that moment, a faint, peculiar fragrance wafted from within. Lin Yi felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over her, and her vision began to blur. Instinctively, she shook her head to regain clarity, hastily closed the box, and stowed it in her bag. Struggling to maintain her composure, she turned to exit. However, after just a few steps, the world spun around her, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Both Lin Wanwan and Lin's mother exchanged triumphant glances. "Humph, you were too naive to challenge me," Lin's mother scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "What should we do now?" Lin Wanwan inquired. Lin's mother rose from the sofa and approached Lin Yi's fallen form. "I am utterly exhausted from this charade." Lin Yi lay on the ground, clutching her bag, her eyes closed and brow furrowed. "Lin Yi," Lin's mother called several times, receiving no response, before summoning the butler. "Old Zhang, bring 2 men. Place her in the trunk and take her to the Liu family. Inform them she has been sent, and we hope they can finalize the contract swiftly," Lin's mother commanded impassively. "Rest assured, madam, the task will be executed flawlessly." A few minutes later, Lin Yi found herself confined in the trunk of a Mercedes-Benz. The bodyguards outside the Lin residence anxiously watched the time. "It has been nearly half an hour. Miss Lin has yet to emerge. Shall we go in?" one suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Just as Lin's mother and Lin Wanwan were seated on the sofa enjoying their fruit tea, 4 men in black entered the room. "Where is Miss Lin Yi?" The mother and daughter exchanged glances. Surprised that Lin Yi had brought bodyguards with her, she just took something and left. The 4 bodyguards exchanged bewildered looks. "That is impossible. We have been waiting outside and have not seen her leave. Furthermore, her car is still parked at the entrance. Where have you hidden her?" One demanded bluntly. "Do not speak nonsense. Yi is my daughter. Why would we hide her? She mentioned she had errands and left with the butler to buy groceries." Lin's mother retorted mockingly. The bodyguards exchanged glances and quickly rushed outside. One swiftly dialed Mu Juanhong's number. "Master Mu, Miss Yi left in the Lin family butler's car. We lost track of her." On the other end, Mu Junhang immediately stood up from the conference room, announcing a postponement. He hurriedly exited the room, with Su Yuan following closely behind. "Tio, the Liu family," Mu Junhang exclaimed as he hung up the phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. But it rang for an extended period without being answered. After getting into the car, Mu Junhang pressed the gas pedal and sped off to Su Yuan. "She will be all right, won't she?" Chapter 34. The foolish young master at the Liu residence. Madame Liu, Yi Li Shu, donned a white embroidered qipao, stood in the guest room, emanating an imposing aura. Her gaze was as cold as an icy pool, fixated on Lin Yi, who lay unconscious on the intricately carved bed. Within her chest, hatred surged like a relentless tide, crashing against her rationality. This woman was the root cause of her precious son, Liu Yunji's, downfall. This wretched woman not only caused Yunji to suffer injuries, but also plunged him into a quagmire of imprisonment, robbing him of his freedom. Lin Yi, Yi Li Shu spat the name through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with venom. "Now that you have fallen into my clutches, do not expect to enjoy any semblance of a good life. For every ounce of pain and every drop of blood and tears my son has endured, I shall extract 1,000-fold retribution from you." As she spoke, she extended her meticulously manicured hand. Gripping Lin Yi's chin forcefully, a cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Li Shu's lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Look at this face, truly the epitome of a seductive vixen. With such enchanting beauty, how dare she ensnare my foolish son? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Just as she finished speaking, Li Shu abruptly turned, raising her voice towards the door. Butler, where is that fool? Her voice reverberated through the empty room, carrying an unmistakable authority. The butler, Zhang Fu, had been waiting outside and upon hearing her call, rushed in like a well-trained hound. He slightly bowed, his demeanor submissive, and replied respectfully. Madam, the young master is in his room. A glint of cruelty flickered in Li Shu's eyes as she lowered her voice to issue a directive. Go, administer this medication to him. Be swift and discreet. Then bring him here. As she spoke, she retrieved an exquisite small vial from her sleeve and handed it to the butler. He accepted the vial, a fleeting hesitation flashing in his eyes before it vanished, replaced by a respectful acknowledgement as he hurriedly departed. At that moment, Lu Yunqing was clad in a loose-fitting white nightgown, utterly absorbed at his computer desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard, eyes glued to the screen. Upon hearing a knock, his hands paused momentarily, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. He quickly pressed a shortcut key, and the game's interface switched to a casual game. The butler entered and, seeing Lu Yunqing engrossed in the game, wore a look of resigned amusement. Young master, take a break. Playing for too long is bad for your eyes. I made you a cup of coffee. Drink it while it's hot. The butler's voice was gentle and caring. Yet, Lu Yunqing seemed oblivious, remaining immersed in the game. The screen flashed with intense action, accompanied by gunfire and the shouts of characters. Lu Yunqing occasionally erupted in excitement, shouting, Charge! Get him! Yes, yes! Ha ha ha! He was lost in the world of the game, as if everything outside was irrelevant. The butler repeated his suggestions several times before Lu Yunqing reluctantly shifted his gaze from the screen, turning to the butler with a silly grin. Haha, Uncle Zhang. What is up, young master? Please take a break and drink some coffee. The butler urged again. Lu Yunqing cheerfully nodded, squinting his eyes into a narrow slit. All right, coffee time. Ha ha ha. He reached for the coffee cup and gulped down half of it in one go. The butler's lips curled slightly upward, a barely perceptible smile appearing as he stood by with the tray. Lu Yunqing placed the coffee cup on the table and eagerly returned to his game, fingers wildly tapping the keyboard, his voice raised in excitement, entirely disregarding the butler's presence. Young master, there is still half a cup left? The butler gently reminded. Lu Yunqing remained oblivious, lost in his own world. His face flushed and a glimmer of something unidentifiable in his eyes. The butler's expression darkened as he waited several minutes, noticing Lu Yunqing's lack of intention to finish the coffee. Finally, unable to hold back, he said, Young master, the madam wants you to come see her. Lu Yunqing appeared not to hear, continuing to play the game. The butler raised his voice, repeating the request, but Lu Yunqing remained unresponsive. The butler's expression grew increasingly grim. He clenched his jaw, stepped forward, and slammed his hand down on the keyboard, declaring loudly, Young master, listen. Otherwise, you won't be playing on the computer tomorrow. Lu Yunqing was startled, his hand frozen midair, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. He dissatisfiedly pursed his lips and muttered softly, Fine then. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet and followed the butler out of the room. Lu Yunqing trailed behind the butler to the guest room's door. As the butler pushed the door open, Lu Yunqing, upon catching sight of Madame Lu within the room, was instantly taken aback and hid behind the butler. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, Uncle Zhang, I'm scared. Is the madam going to hit me? His body quivered slightly, a sheen of fine sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes brimming with fear. Why? Li Shu turned just in time to see Lu Yunqing's fearful expression and immediately donned a gentle smile. She softly said, Yunqing, come here. Mother won't hurt you. I won't go. I won't go. Lu Yunqing fervently shook his head, clutching the butler's clothing tightly. Li Shu retrieved 2 pieces of chocolate from her pocket, waving them enticingly before Lu Yunqing. Coaxing, Yunqing, come here and you can have chocolate. His eyes instantly sparkled, hesitating for a moment before he shuffled closer and reached out to take the chocolate. Eagerly, he tore open the wrapper and stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Yunqing, do not be afraid. Mother will not harm you. Li Shu reassured him, gently stroking his head. She softly added, I have arranged for you to have a wife. Lu Yunqing froze, chocolate still in his mouth, his gaze following the direction of Yi Lishu's finger to Lin Yi, who was currently lying on the bed. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans, her shoulder-length hair lay tousled beside the pillow. Her complexion was pale as paper, her form appearing frail yet exuding a unique charm. As Lu Yunqing's gaze inadvertently traced the curves concealed beneath her jeans, he felt a tightening in his throat, a wave of heat surging through him, his body responding strangely. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it, I've been drugged." Yet on the surface, he maintained a facade of naivety, chuckling foolishly. "Wife? Mother, do I have a wife now? Ha ha ha, great, wife." Seeing this, Yi Lishu felt a surge of triumph within her, unable to suppress a victorious smile. "Lin Yi, when you awaken and discover that you have been sullied by a fool, will you not feel mortified to death?" Chapter 35. A charade. Yunqing, she is your wife. You must take good care of her, and she will be happy if you sleep with her. Remember to take off her clothes and hold her close. After speaking, Yi Lishu signaled the butler with a glance, indicating for him to leave. As they exited the room, the butler gently closed the door behind them and locked it. Yi Lishu quietly instructed the butler, "Stay at the door and listen carefully to any commotion within." With that, she swayed her hips and departed with elegant strides. Once everyone had left, Lu Yunqing dashed into the bathroom like a gust of wind. He turned on the faucet, cold water gushing forth, and cupped his hands to splash his face vigorously. The biting chill brought him a semblance of clarity, but the heat within him raged like a roaring fire. Incessantly clamoring for release, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he rummaged through the cabinet, producing a razor blade before decisively slicing a line across his arm. Blood immediately welled forth, and he pressed a towel against the wound, the pain gradually restoring his rationality. He returned to the room, approaching the bedside where Lin Yi lay. He gently brushed her hair aside, revealing a stunning yet pallid face. "Miss Lin," he called softly, an edge of urgency in his voice. When Lin Yi remained unresponsive, he propped her up, allowing her upper body to lean against him. The moment they made contact, an electric current surged through him, intensifying his body's reaction. He fought against the impulse surging within him, shaking Lin Yi's head, exclaiming, "Miss Lin." After calling for some time, Lin Yi still showed no signs of awakening. Lu Yunqing glanced back at the closed door, a thought striking him. He then called out loudly, "Wife, wake up and play with me. If you don't wake up, I might just have to take your clothes off." After shouting, he gently pinched Lin Yi's face, whispering, "Miss Lin." Seeing that Lin Yi still did not respond, Lu Yunqing reluctantly laid her back down and hurried to the bathroom again. He wet a towel and returned to place it on Lin Yi's face. "Wife, you are so fair. May I kiss you?" he shouted towards the door. In her slumber, Lin Yi felt a sudden chill on her face, as though a fresh spring had flowed over her. Her lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by the sight of a strikingly handsome man before her. "Wife, I'm here. Don't be afraid," Lu Yunqing bellowed, his voice echoing outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned abruptly, colliding with Lin Yi's astonished gaze. Quick to react, Lin Yi raised her hand and swung a punch towards him. Lu Yunqing, with remarkable reflexes, evaded her strike and firmly grasped her wrist. "Miss Lin, I mean no harm." Lin Yi forcefully shook him off, stepping back a considerable distance. Lu Yunqing released her wrist, placing a finger gently on his lips in a shushing gesture, then pointed towards the door. Lin Yi's face was filled with suspicion as she warily inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yunqing ignored her question and began shouting again towards the door. "Wife, you've finally woken up. Look, I've helped you take off your clothes. Impressive, right? I'm burning up. Wife, may I hug you?" Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of his theatrics. Lu Yunqing lowered his voice, urging, "Play along. Just shout a few times." Finally comprehending, Lin Yi hoarsely cried out, "Who are you? Stay away. Don't touch me. Ah, wife, you smell so good. I promise I won't hurt you. Mother said doing this would make you happy." Lin Yi's gaze darted between the door and Lu Yunqing, her mind in a whirl. "Miss Lin, to cut a long story short, I'm not sure how you ended up here. I am Lu Yunqing, the eldest son of the Lu family, the so-called fool in others' eyes. We are now in the same boat. I doubt will absolutely not harm you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi began to regain her composure, A surge of fury washed over her as she gritted her teeth. Xiao Yue, Lin Wanwan, you actually drugged me. Her eyes were filled with loathing. Had Lu Yunqing truly intended to do something to her, her innocence would have long been lost. Miss Lin, you now know my secret. I hope you will keep it to yourself. We must think of a way to escape this room urgently. Only then did Lin Yi scrutinize Lu Yunqing seriously. The man before her possessed an exquisitely handsome appearance, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The slightly open collar revealed hints of toned muscles, glistening under the light, exuding an unusual allure. A playful smile danced at the corners of Lu Yunqing's mouth as he teased. Miss Lin, if you keep looking at me like that, I might just lose control. Lu Yunqing's brows furrowed slightly, his face betraying an expression of extreme restraint. Lin Yi was taken aback, quickly averting her gaze, and asked, you were drugged? Lu Yunqing nodded gravely, helplessly stating, if this drags on, I'm not sure I can control myself any longer. Lin Yi, filled with urgency, shouted towards the door, stay away, get lost. As she yelled, she hurried to the window, flinging it open and peering down. It was the second floor. Jumping down could be perilous. Moreover, her abdominal wound had yet to heal completely, and leaping down would certainly tear it open. Not to mention, there were 5 bodyguards stationed outside, making escape nearly impossible. Lu Yunqing approached her, softly asking, Miss Lin, you're not thinking of jumping, are you? Lin Yi turned to him, inquiring, do you have any other plans? Lu Yunqing shook his head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, he leaned forward, drawing close to Lin Yi, and said, Miss Lin, shout a few more times. Instantly, Lin Yi's face flushed crimson, but she soon grasped his intention. Get away. Don't touch me. Lu Yunqing's lips curled into a smirk as he gave her a thumbs up. Jesting, but, Miss Lin, if you keep shouting like that, I might really struggle to hold back. As he spoke, he unconsciously stepped closer, the faint fragrance emanating from her enveloping him. In that instant, a warm wave surged through his heart, making the heat within him unbearable. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly extended her arms, pushing against his chest, and exclaimed, stay away. Lu Yunqing, feeling agitated, tugged at his nightclothes, inwardly cursing. Just then, a group of bodyguards rushed into the villa in a flurry, urgently announcing, not good, madam. Chapter 36. Master Mu takes action. A group of people has arrived outside. The leader seems to be Master Mu. They appear to be here for that woman. A bodyguard, his expression frantic, hurriedly approached Yi Li Shu, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Yi Li Shu's previously composed demeanor instantly paled, her heart dropping like a stone, as though an invisible hand had gripped her tightly. Isn't Lin Yi the discarded daughter of the Lin family? Why would Master Mu come to her aid? This question swirled chaotically in her mind, muddling her thoughts and leaving her utterly confused. What to do? This was a man we absolutely could not afford to offend. Yi Li Shu could not help but murmur to herself, her face etched with anxiety and trepidation. At that moment, the bodyguard beside her suddenly suggested, Madam, why not swiftly relocate that woman? Isn't the Shishan villa vacant? Let us transfer the young master and her there. Yi Li Shu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, akin to grasping a lifeline in the darkness, and she promptly replied, yes, let us proceed with that. Quick, take her away. Inside the room, Lu Yunqing heard the faint sound of the keyhole turning at the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and firmly lifted Lin Yi into his arms. His movements were gentle yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness as he carefully placed her onto the soft bed. Subsequently, he swiftly discarded his loose nightgown and grabbed a nearby blanket to cover Lin Yi securely. He then deftly slipped under the blanket, propping it up with his sturdy arm, creating an appearance of intimacy, as if the two were lost in a sweet slumber. Before long, the bodyguard and the butler hurriedly entered the room. The butler, with a worried expression, urged, young master, we must leave at once. Lu Yunqing immediately feigned a trembling voice, filled with terror, saying, what do you intend to do? I am asleep with my wife. Observing Lu Yunqing's demeanor, the butler had no choice but to raise his voice, sternly insisting, young master, Madam has commanded you to dress immediately and come with us. A look of fear crossed Lu Yunqing's face as he deliberately shivered. Slowly putting on his nightgown, she coming along too? He asked, pointing at the figure wrapped in the blanket on the bed. The butler responded urgently, Take her with you? The bodyguard stepped forward, reaching for Lin Yi. But Lu Yunqing acted swiftly, forcefully pushing him aside and declaring loudly, "This is my wife. I will carry her myself." With that, Lu Yunqing cautiously extracted Lin Yi from the blanket, also grabbing her bag from the bedside, and followed the butler out in haste. Lin Yi leaned against Lu Yunqing's strong arm, her eyes shut, and whispered softly, "Where are we going?" "I don't know," Lu Yunqing replied succinctly, his pace unrelenting. After a flurry of activity, they swiftly entered the vehicle, and the driver started the engine, speeding away like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, Yi Lishu composed herself, feigning calmness as she descended to the first-floor hall and settled onto the sofa. Striving to maintain a steady tone, she instructed, "Go, invite Master Mu in." Moments later, Mu Junhang, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, strode confidently through the entrance, flanked by several imposing bodyguards, each exuding an air of stern authority. Upon seeing him, Yi Lishu hurriedly rose, a forced smile plastered across her face as she approached the door. "Oh my! What an unexpected honor for Master Mu to visit my humble abode." Her smile appeared somewhat strained, her tone laced with a touch of insincerity. Listening to her, Mu Junhang's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. "Enough of the pleasantries, Madame Lu. My people have seen Miss Lin enter the Lu residence, and I expect her to be handed over promptly." His voice was low and frosty, imbued with the chill of winter. Realizing Mu Junhang was offering her no leniency, Yi Lishu's previously feigned smile evaporated, her expression growing grave. "Master Mu, you must be mistaken. My Lu family is above reproach. How could we possibly harbor the Lin family's miss?" Her tone now carried a hint of displeasure and discontent, an attempt to mask her inner turmoil with a facade of defiance. Mu Junhang's gaze was as cold as a frigid pool, brimming with lethal intensity. "Madame Lu, I have granted you a chance. Yet you squander it." He raised his hand in a succinct, commanding gesture, and the bodyguards moved in like trained predators, swiftly infiltrating the villa to conduct a meticulous search. Yi Lishu's complexion turned ashen, the reality of Mu Junhang's audacious intrusion into her home hitting her like a thunderclap. "Master Mu, regardless of the circumstances, this is my Lu residence. Your actions are rather inappropriate." She stifled her rising ire, her voice trembling with agitation. Mu Junhang approached the sofa, slowly taking a seat while absent-mindedly fiddling with an exquisite lighter. "Inappropriate? If anything happens to Lin Yi today, your Lu family will pay dearly." His tone was icy, laced with menace. Yi Lishu recoiled, her breath hitching as she trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Mu Junhang, stammering, "You." Mu Junhang cast her a disdainful glance, the contempt in his eyes palpable. "I advise Madame Lu to surrender her promptly." Desperation clawed at Yi Lishu as she forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Master Mu, you must understand. How could she possibly be here in my Lu family?" Mu Junhang's expression darkened further, his voice emerging like ice scraping against teeth. "Madame Lu, it seems the project in Nanwan village for the Lu family may soon be in jeopardy. Are you threatening me?" Yi Lishu gasped, shock and fury mingling in her voice. Mu Junhang sneered, a chilling laughter escaping him. "Indeed, and what of it?" In the ensuing moments, the bodyguards rushed out from various rooms, reporting in quick succession. "Master, she is not on the first floor. Master, she is not on the second floor either. Master, she is not in the yard or the storage." Upon hearing this, Mu Junhang sprang to his feet, striding swiftly to Yi Lishu, gripping her neck with a fierce hand. "Where have you hidden her?" he bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Yi Lishu gasped for air, her face turning a deep crimson, her eyes wide with terror. She could only manage fragmented, indistinct words. "I haven tea. Stubborn to the end, even as your fate draws near." "Master, don't be impulsive," Su Yuan interjected urgently from the side. "If something happens, I will ensure you and the Lu family pay the price." Mu Junhang's voice dripped with frenzied resolve. Yi Lishu was on the brink of asphyxiation, her complexion shifting from red to purple. At that critical moment, a bodyguard suddenly shouted, "Master, there's a back door to the Lu residence." Mu Junhang forcefully released Yi Lishu, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Let us go." he commanded coldly. The group hastened outside, Mu Junheng instructing Su Yuan, immediately find someone to investigate the Lu family's other properties. Without delay, Su Yuan retrieved her phone and dialed rapidly. At the Shishan Villa. The car sped into the driveway, coming to a halt with precision. Lu Yunqing cradled Lin Yi and entered the villa. Her eyes still shut, maintaining the appearance of slumber. The butler and bodyguards trailed closely behind. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, Lu Yunqing gently placed Lin Yi on the bed. The butler and bodyguards lingered behind as Lu Yunqing slowly turned around. In that instant, the butler perceived a flash of lethal intent in Lu Yunqing's gaze, sending a jolt of unease through him. Before he could ponder further, Lu Yunqing cheerfully exclaimed, "I'm going to sleep with my wife now." "You all should leave." The butler, puzzled, scrutinized Lu Yunqing, who appeared blissfully naive, a silly grin adorning his face. Perhaps he had been mistaken. The butler silently shook his head. "Uncle Zhang, do you also wish to sleep with my wife?" Lu Yunqing suddenly chimed in, laughing heartily. "How wonderful! Let us all sleep together." The butler was left speechless, internally lamenting his earlier misjudgment. "Young master, we'll step outside. Call if you need anything." With that, they exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. "Wake up, they're gone," Lu Yunqing softly urged. Lin Yi jolted upright in bed, her head still slightly spinning as she rubbed her temples and inquired, "What now?" Lu Yunqing reclined leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Once they're gone, you can leave. Then I must express my gratitude to young Master Lu," Lin Yi replied with a smile, her expression imbued with appreciation. 20 minutes later, Lu Yunqing summoned the butler. Adopting a pitiful demeanor and whined, "Uncle Zhang, do you have any food? I'm so tired and hungry." Upon hearing this, the butler could not help but smile warmly. "Young master, there's no food here. I'll go fetch some right away." "Quickly, Uncle Zhang. If you delay, Yunqing truly might starve." Lu Yunqing feigned weakness, urging the butler. All right, I'm on it." The butler hurriedly turned and departed, his footsteps brisk. Once the butler had left, Lu Yunqing called over a bodyguard. Deliberately frowning and muttering in dissatisfaction, "Go to the Lu residence and fetch my pillow, nightgown, and notebook. Without them, I can't sleep or play games. It's infuriating." Though the bodyguard was reluctant, he dared not defy Lu Yunqing's whims. Reluctantly agreeing before making his exit, with both the butler and bodyguard gone, Lu Yunqing swiftly approached the door, returning to Lin Yi and instructing, "They've all left. You must go now. Exit through the front door and head south." With that, Lu Yunqing took Lin Yi's hand and led her out. Having just stepped out the door, Lu Yunqing suddenly halted in his tracks upon noticing several vehicles swiftly approaching them. In an instant, the car doors swung open, and Mu Junheng, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stepped out with an imposing stride, flanked by a contingent of stern-faced bodyguards. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a familiar voice rang out, "Is that you?" Lu Yunqing focused his gaze and was taken aback to see Mu Junheng himself. It turned out that Mu Junheng had tracked down Lu's residence after discovering the existence of a villa belonging to the Lu family. Finally arriving at this location, upon hearing Mu Junheng's voice, Lin Yi's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and she exclaimed with fervor, "Uncle, I'm over here." With that, she broke free from Lu Yunqing's grasp and dashed towards Mu Junheng. The latter quickly advanced to meet her, instinctively shielding Lin Yi behind him, his eyes narrowing with vigilance as they darted towards Lu Yunqing. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yunqing was engulfed in confusion. Rumor had it that the eldest daughter of the Lin family had spent 2 years in prison, transforming from a pampered heiress into a discarded daughter of a noble family. Why, then, was Mu Junheng so tense now? Mu Junheng's gaze swiftly scanned Lin Yi, and only after confirming she was unharmed did his originally austere expression soften slightly. He strode towards Lin Yi, his eyes filled with compassion and concern as he gently spoke, "Little Yi, I'm sorry you had to endure this. I arrived too late." Lin Yi quickly shook her head, her voice laced with urgency. "It's not too late, uncle. I'm truly delighted that you came to rescue me. Sir, you misunderstand. I had no intention of harming Miss Lin. I merely..." Lu Yunqing attempted to clarify. Mu Junheng coldly interrupted, "Young Master Lu, regardless of your reasons, the Lu family has no right to take my people without consent." At that moment, Lin Yi regained her composure and turned to Lu Yunqing, stating, "Uncle, you've misunderstood young Master Lu. He saved me. thank you for your concern, but rest assured, it was Mu Junheng who came to my rescue." Although a sense of disappointment lingered within him, Lu Yunqing forced himself to maintain a facade of calmness as he nodded. "If that is the case, then I shall take my leave with peace of mind. I wish Miss Lin all the best in the future." Mu Junheng regarded Lu Yunqing with a look of perplexity. It was widely said that the young master of the Lu family was a fool, yet he appeared to be anything but that at this moment. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. It was the butler of the Lu family, accompanied by several bodyguards, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Upon spotting Mu Junheng and Lin Yi together, their expressions morphed into a complex mix of emotions, and Mu Junheng's eyes turned icy, piercing through the Lu family members like daggers. As he spoke icily, "The Lu family truly has the audacity to treat the eldest daughter of the Lin family in such a manner." The butler forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, stammering, Mu Junheng, there must be some misunderstanding." Mu Junheng did not allow the butler to finish, cutting him off. "Misunderstanding? At this juncture, you still wish to quibble? I will not let today's events slide. Inform your master Lu that this grudge has been established." Listening to Mu Junheng's cold and threatening words, the butler and his companions lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Ignoring them, Mu Junheng turned to Lin Yi and softly said, "Yi, let us depart." Lin Yi nodded gently and followed Mu Junheng into the vehicle. As the sleek black car pulled away, kicking up a cloud of dust, it left the Lu family members far behind. Inside the car, Lin Yi recounted her ordeal at the Lu residence in vivid detail to Mu Junheng. With each word, Mu Junheng's expression darkened, his anger intensifying. Upon returning to the Mu family estate, Mu Junheng immediately arranged for a doctor to examine Lin Yi. Only after confirming her well-being did he finally relax. "Lin family, have you truly pushed her into the fire pit of the Lu family?" Mu Junheng's voice was as frigid as ice shards in winter, chilling to the bone. A bittersweet smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. "Indeed, it was my dear mother and sister, harmonizing together to ensnare me. Regrettably, I had been too careless, foolishly overestimating their sense of conscience, mistakenly believing there remained a shred of familial affection. What do you plan to do next? Are you truly going to sever ties with the Lin family?" Mu Junheng's gaze bore into her, filled with concern. Continuously, Lin Yi softly uttered those two syllables. Mu Junheng's brow furrowed in confusion, but before he could speak, Lin Yi interjected, "Uncle, I haven't finished my thought. Should I continue to endure, waiting for them to scheme against me again?" Feigning nonchalance, she jested. Yet the desolation in her eyes betrayed her. At last, Mu Junheng allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, the chill in his demeanor thawing just a bit. "Now that is the spirit. I will promptly contact the most reliable lawyer, swiftly publish a statement, and resolve this matter once and for all." Lin Yi nodded earnestly, gratitude lacing her voice. "Thank you, uncle." The Lin family's actions were utterly unconscionable. They must pay a steep price. Rest assured, since we have an agreement, your affairs are my affairs. I will ensure everything is managed impeccably. Mu Junheng's tone was resolute and unwavering. Having spent 5 years abroad, he remembered Lin Yi as the beloved eldest daughter of the Lin family. Yet now, upon reuniting, he found her reduced to this state of torment. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he known that, Shi Huaiji, were you not in a relationship with him? After a moment's hesitation, Mu Junheng could not suppress his curiosity. The mention of Shi Huaiji? A pang of bitterness surged within Lin Yi. Memories flooded back, carrying with them a tide of nostalgia. She and Shi Huaiji had known each other since childhood, their relationship blossoming in a manner that had once evoked envy in others. Little did she expect that the stone-like foundation of their love would shatter under the weight of an unforeseen calamity 2 years prior, leading to their disintegration. Has long since ended between us. There can be no further connection. The Shi family would never tolerate their young master marrying a woman with a criminal record. Lin Yi's eyes dimmed, her voice devoid of emotion. Though he had never explicitly mentioned the annulment, she had heard whispers that the Shi family had publicly announced the dissolution of their engagement 2 years ago. Now, it was Lin Wanwan who held the engagement with him. Lin Yi recounted this with a calm demeanor. Yet her slightly trembling fingers revealed the turmoil within her. She had not anticipated Mu Junheng's sudden inquiry into these matters. However, feeling utterly devoid of anything left to lose, she found no reason to conceal the truth. The Shi family truly is opportunistic, in my opinion. Even if you had not been imprisoned, they would have eventually found an excuse to withdraw from the engagement. Mu Juanhong's tone was laced with disdain. Lin Yi looked up, confusion etched across her features. Why do you say that? Is it not because of your false identity as a noble? In the eyes of the Shi family, you are simply unworthy of my nephew. In their materialistic worldview, the benefits and value that a true heiress brings far surpass those of an impostor like you. As he spoke, Mu Junheng produced a lighter and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around him, deepening the mystery in his gaze. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, a hint of resoluteness within. You are right, uncle. It is fortunate that I will not marry into a family like the Shis. Mu Juanhong's lips curled slightly, a flicker of approval shining in his eyes. It is splendid that you think this way, uncle. Now that I have agreed to be your girlfriend, I will fulfill my obligations. As for Shi Huaizhi, I no longer harbor any feelings for him, so you need not worry. Lin Yi's tone carried the weight of a promise. Mu Junheng felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, he responded calmly before turning to leave the room. As soon as he stepped outside, a smile broke across his face, uncontrollable and radiant. Su Yuan had been waiting by the door for quite some time. Upon witnessing the unrestrained smile on Mu Juanhong's face, he momentarily froze. Having been by the boss's side for years, he realized it had been an eternity since he had seen such genuine joy from him. Clearly, Lin Yi held an extraordinary place in Mu Juanhong's heart. Mu Junheng strode forward, clapping Su Yuan's shoulder heartily, and casually hooked his arm around his neck, leading him onward. Su Yuan, come, let us go for a drink. Standing at the doorway, Lin Yi watched as Mu Junheng affectionately draped his arm around Su Yuan's shoulder, momentarily lost in thought. Was the rumor true? Did he share such a close bond with Su Yuan? It seemed that if she wished to establish herself within the Mu family, she would need to cultivate a good relationship with Su Yuan. The night charm bar. The atmosphere was intoxicating. With vibrant lights and pulsating music crashing against the eardrums like relentless waves, on the dance floor, revelers swayed to the rhythm, casting aside the fatigue and pretenses of the day in high spirits. Mu Junheng pulled Su Yuan into this lively venue. After securing a booth, the server promptly delivered the red wine Su Yuan had ordered. Mu Junheng lifted his glass, swirling the ruby liquid within. Before taking a sip, the usual coldness in his demeanor softening slightly. President Mu, it's rare to see you in such high spirits. Is there good news? Su Yuan poured himself a glass, grinning as he inquired. A smile tugged at Mu Juanhong's lips, a glimmer of something different sparkling in his eyes. Yet, he refrained from providing a direct answer, merely stating, I simply feel at ease and thought to enjoy a drink with you. General Mu, what are your plans regarding the Lu family? Mu Junheng took a sip of his wine, pondering the Lu family's intention to have Lu Yunji as their heir. This time, let him be thoroughly disillusioned. Let us see how that old fox Lu Feng intends to retire while accompanying his little lover. Chapter 39. I am not a pretty boy, sir. At this point, it seems we have completely offended the Lu family. Leaving no room for negotiation, Su Yuan's face was filled with concern. Mu Junheng regarded him with a smile, saying, Su Yuan, after so many years by my side, you still act like a Navi scholar. To show mercy to one's enemies will only lead to one's own downfall in the future. Su Yuan's face flushed. Mu General, I may appear delicate, but I can be quite ruthless. Mu Junheng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, no matter how ruthless you claim to be, it hardly aligns you with a man of strength. At most, you are but a pretty boy. Su Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Mu General, I am not a pretty boy. I can be fierce, you know. Was it not I who dealt with those assassins abroad last time? Enough. Let us focus on serious matters. Tomorrow, contact Lu Yunqing. He is the only one from the Lu family who possesses clarity. Support him in rising to power and push Lu Feng out of the board. The two continued their banter over drinks, time slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. Mu Junheng, you finally made it. Mu Junheng lifted his gaze to see Qiao Yu striding toward them. Qiao Yu was renowned in the capital for his carefree demeanor. Following closely was Hua Tingdong, whose tall stature and keen eyes exuded sharpness and competence. He was also the heir of one of the prominent families in the capital. Behind them was Shen Qingyang, the young master of the Shen family, whose graceful demeanor reflected the poise of an aristocrat. You didn't return my call earlier. I thought you had forgotten us. Qiao Yu approached, playfully slapping Mu Junheng's shoulder. Mu Junheng gestured for them to sit, lazily responding, "I sincerely apologize. I was quite overwhelmed with the day's affairs and neglected to check my phone." After some light exchanges, Hua Tingdong spoke first. "Junheng, I hear you intend to make significant moves upon your return. Are you planning to develop domestically?" Mu Junheng nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, I have such intentions. There are ample opportunities for development here, and I plan to focus my efforts domestically." Shen Xingyang adjusted his glasses and replied warmly, "That's wonderful. We'll be able to see each other frequently. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Qiao Yu raised his glass, excitement evident. "Yes, let us work together. We shall surely carve out a successful path." They clinked glasses and drank heartily, soon engaging in an enthusiastic discussion about various business topics, from the trends in emerging industries to breakthroughs in traditional sectors, each sharing their insights in a congenial atmosphere. Just as their conversation reached a peak, a stir at the bar entrance caught their attention. Shi Huai arrived, arm in arm with Lin Wanwan, dressed in a well-tailored suit and impeccably styled hair. Shi Huai exuded confidence, while Lin Wanwan donned an exquisite evening gown, her face radiant with pride. Shi Huai scanned the bar and quickly spotted Mu Junheng's booth. He paused momentarily, a flicker of complexity crossing his features. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Wanwan, my uncle is over there. Let us go greet him." As they approached, Shi Huai's voice brightened. "Uncle, what a coincidence to see you here." Mu Junheng glanced at him, his expression indifferent, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. Lin Wanwan quickly chimed in, "Hello, uncle." Yet inwardly, she mused. It is said that Mu Junheng is decisive and formidable. He previously gifted Lin Yi something, so it's best to keep a distance. Mu Junheng raised an eyebrow, offering no reply. Shi Huai felt the atmosphere grow awkward. He had always feared this uncle, too intimidated to speak loudly in his presence. Qiao Yu, intrigued, observed Shi Huai and Lin Wanwan. Teasingly inquired, "So, this is the young master of the Shi family? Quite the handsome fellow, and this lady is Da." Shi Huai hastily responded, "This is my fiancé Yi, Lin Wanwan." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's smile grew even softer. "Greetings everyone, I am Lin Wanwan." Shi Huai's fiancé Yi. Mu Junheng studied the couple, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. "How curious it is, for I recall your fiancée's name being Yi." "Shi Huai, did you not bring her to the Mu family previously?" Mu Junheng's gaze turned frosty. Shi Huai's face blanched. "Uncle, why bring this up? I doubt I have called off my engagement with Yi. Now, Wanwan is my fiancé Yi." Shen Xingyang seemed to sense an undercurrent in the atmosphere and broke the silence. "Shi Huai, since we've met, why not sit down and share a drink?" Just as Shi Huai was about to agree, Lin Wanwan interjected, No, we have other friends to meet. We wouldn't want to intrude." She had no desire to linger with Mu Junheng, feeling uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. Reluctantly, Shi Huai bid farewell to the group. After they left, Qiao Yu chuckled. "That young lady seems quite intimidated by you." Mu Junheng scoffed lightly, "Don't be fooled. Not all gentle ones are meek." With that, he raised his glass for another sip. Hua Tingdong refilled Mu Junheng's glass, saying, "Junheng, why are you particularly concerned about your nephew's romantic affairs?" Qiao Yu and Shen Xingyang turned to him. "Could it be that our esteemed Mu general has taken a liking to this Miss Wanwan?" Mu Junheng shot a glare at Shen Xingyang, as if to say, "Does she deserve such attention?" Qiao Yu laughed. "Indeed, she is hardly worthy. I wonder which young lady could capture Junheng's heart?" "Ha ha ha." Mu Junheng kicked him playfully. "Mind your own business. You're about to be engaged yourself and still have the leisure to meddle in others' affairs." Shen Xingyang glanced at Su Yuan seated beside Mu Junheng. "Junheng, you wouldn't truly be enamored with the rumors suggesting that your affections lie with Su Yuan, would you?" Su Yuan shot him a glare. "Shun General, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I do not fancy men." Stealing a glance at Mu Junheng, he noticed his displeasure, and his heart sank. "Mu General, it cannot be true." Yu Junheng struck Shen Xingyang on the head. "Who told you I fancy men?" Shen Xingyang pouted. "That's what everyone is saying. Knowing it's just gossip, why repeat it? I have someone I like. Stop making wild guesses." The group erupted in excitement. Only Su Yuan's delicate features revealed a hint of amusement. "Junheng, what sort of woman could possibly stir the heart of someone as aloof and disinterested in women as you?" Hua Tingdong asked, curiosity evident. "Indeed, Mu General, Dio Share." Shun Xingyang could hardly contain his eagerness. Mu Junhang surveyed them coolly, stating plainly, "Why should I disclose my woman to you?" Chapter 40. How could she possibly escape? The Lin family die in the living room. Several individuals sat, the atmosphere tense enough to wring water from the air. Mother, no matter what, Yi is still part of the Lin family. How could you send her to the Lu family? That young master of the Lu family is a fool. Lin Xingbei was the first to shatter the silence. His voice laced with barely concealed anger. Xiao Yue waved her hand in annoyance. Xingbei, what can I do? The Lu family is pressing hard. If we don't send her over, they demand 300 million. 300 million. If that can repay the Lin family's years of support, it would be worth it. Lin Mother Xiao Yue's brow furrowed, unconsciously tugging at her clothing. Lin Zhengwo huffed heavily, his expression darkening. Yue? Can you not consult me before making decisions? Yi is someone we have cherished since childhood. How can you bear to marry her off to a fool? Father, second brother, please don't blame Mother. She is thinking of the family, and I'm sure she feels troubled too. I just wonder how sister is doing now. Lin Wanwan said softly, tears in her eyes, her demeanor fragile as if a gust of wind could topple her. Lin Xingbei looked at his mother and sister, suddenly feeling alienated. They spoke of doing what was best for the Lin family and for Lin Yi, yet had they ever considered whether Lin Yi herself was willing? Mother, you should call Yi back quickly. Don't wait until things escalate. She will surely not forgive you then. Lin Xingbei's tone was tinged with desperation. It's too late now. A day has passed. The necessary arrangements have likely been completed. Xiao Yue sighed helplessly. Lin Zhengwo stood abruptly, his eyes resolute. I will go fetch her with that. He strode toward the door. Just then, Xiao Yue's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID, her face turning pale. It was Mrs. Lu, Li Shu. Lin Zhengwo halted in his tracks. Xiao Yue, are you toying with me? Your daughter Lin Yi, that wretched girl has escaped. The voice on the phone was sharp and furious. Loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Mrs. Lu, what do you mean? Yi has run away. Xiao Yue's expression was filled with confusion. She was well aware that she had purchased the most potent sedative. Logically, Lin Yi should not have been able to escape. Madame Lu, has she not been drugged? How could she possibly escape? Xiao Yue could not help but press further. Xiao Yue, you did this on purpose. She has a powerful backing. Why did you not inform me? Now look, I have gained an enormous enemy for nothing. Li Shu's voice was laced with resentment. Xiao Yue looked bewildered. Madame Lu, what do you mean by backing? Yi has no such support. Humph. No backing? Master Mu of the Mu family personally came to rescue her. This time, the Lu family has thoroughly offended the Mu family. Our family will have no peaceful days. And neither will your Lin family. It would be better for us all to perish together. Li Shu spat through gritted teeth, each word seeming to carry a chilling intensity. What? The Mu family came to fetch her? How is that even possible? She hardly has any dealings with him. Xiao Yue's voice trembled. Why? Li Shu roared again. Xiao Yue, how does the Lin family intend to compensate for the losses of the Lu family? My son has been sentenced to 9 years. What do you intend to offer in compensation? Xiao Yue and Lin Wanwan exchanged a glance, both filled with terror and helplessness. Madame Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. Yi and the Mu family, they have only gone out a few times with Huaiji. There is truly no deep connection. Lin Wanwan was equally shocked into silence. She could not fathom why Mu Junhang would come to Yi's aid. When did Yi establish a relationship with Master Mu? Lin Yi gently tugged at Lin Xingbei's sleeve, whispering, second brother, when did sister get in touch with the Mu family's uncle? Lin Xingbei wore a perplexed expression and could only shake his head in resignation. That gentleman from the Mu family has even coldly rejected my elder brother's attempts to befriend him multiple times, showing no regard for anyone's face. Shi Huaiji holds him in great esteem, not daring to even attempt to connect them. Yet now, he has suddenly intervened to save Lin Yi, which is utterly perplexing. Why? Li Shu's sharp voice once more pierced through the phone. Xiao Yue? Do not feign ignorance here. If the Lin family does not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, we shall not rest. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. The members of the Lin family were instantly engulfed in a suffocating silence, as if time itself had frozen. After a long pause, Lin Xingbei broke the stillness, stating, I have matters to attend to tonight. I must step out. With that, he strode out decisively, his back exuding a sense of determination. With Liu Yunji sentenced to 9 years, our enmity with the Liu family has deepened considerably. Alas, the Lin family is beset with troubles and crises. Lin Jiangwo sighed deeply, his voice filled with weariness and resignation. UAE, given the circumstances, there seem to be no other viable options. Unless Yi can help overturn the verdict and refute the prior testimony. Yi harbors misunderstandings towards us now. You must adopt a softer approach to persuade her. Lin Jiangwo lamented. She does not listen to me at all. Lin Wanwan reassured, Mom, I will help persuade sister. She is also a part of the Lin family. She would never abandon us. My dear Wanwan, you truly possess remarkable understanding. Just then, Lin Xingnan entered the room. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly inquired, Xingnan, what is the status of the company's affairs? Lin Xingnan's handsome face was clouded with worry. Dad, the collaborations with the Liu, me, and Tian families have all been cancelled. Lin Jiangwo slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa, exclaiming, what a mess this has turned into. The losses are staggering. It is all because of Yi, Dad. Though Yi is headstrong, she is also a victim in this situation. Xiao Yue wiped her tears, lamenting. Our Lin family owes her greatly. She will not rest until we are ruined. Lin Xingnan removed his coat and settled onto the sofa. The greatest challenge is not with these families, but with Xingrui canceling our collaboration. We have already invested 10 billion in this project. Lin Jiangwo, agitated, shouted. Xingrui has been collaborating with us for 3 years. Why the sudden cancellation? Could we not negotiate further? Lin Xingnan shook his head. I went to Xingrui, but could not even meet anyone. How could this happen? Is there no reason given? Lin Jiangwo pressed. The assistant merely replied that the Lin family cannot even manage its own affairs, so how can they discuss partnerships? Chapter 41. Have you ever seen someone obsessing over their boyfriend's CP? At the Mu residence, Lin Yi, having been drugged during the day, felt utterly drained, her body limp and her mind foggy. After Mu Junheng departed, she collapsed onto the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. It was not until the midnight hour that a gnawing hunger jolted her awake from her dreams. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lin Yi donned a loose white nightgown and descended the stairs. In the kitchen, warm yellow light bathed the space softly. Aunt Zhang had already prepared meals for her, neatly arranged in the cupboard. Lin Yi skillfully opened the microwave and placed her food inside to heat it up. As the microwave hummed, the wafting warmth seemed to dispel some of her fatigue. Moments later, she sat at the dining table, steaming dishes before her, ready to eat. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, a clear sound of keys turning in the lock drew her attention. Instinctively, she looked up to see Su Yuan carefully supporting Mu Junheng, who staggered in from outside. His tall frame leaned heavily against Su Yuan. Their arms entwined, their steps unsteady, exuding an air of intimacy. Lin Yi was initially taken aback, but quickly sprang to her feet and hurried over. With a perfectly measured concern, she softly inquired, Uncle, is President Mu drunk? As she spoke, she reached out to steady Mu Junheng's arm, working in tandem with Su Yuan to place him gently onto the soft sofa. Su Yuan's cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Panting as he explained, President Mu was in particularly high spirits today and could not resist having a few too many drinks. I will prepare some hangover soup for him right away. With that, he floated off towards the kitchen as if walking on clouds. Watching Su Yuan's retreating figure, Lin Yi felt a flicker of confusion. Why was Su Yuan's face so red? He appeared almost shy. To think he could even make hangover soup, that truly surprised Lin Yi. Just as she was lost in her musings, Mu Junheng suddenly pulled her towards him with surprising force. She gasped, finding herself uncontrollably seated on his lap in an instant. A rush of warmth surged from her cheeks to her ears, turning her face as red as a ripe tomato. Uncle, what are you doing? Lin Yi was both embarrassed and anxious, straining to push Mu Junheng away in an attempt to rise from his lap. Mu Junheng, with intoxicated eyes clouded in a dreamy haze, gazed at her intently, mumbling, Why is your face so red? Did you drink too? Lin Yi grew increasingly flustered, desperately trying to break free. Yet, to her dismay, Mu Junheng tightened his embrace, persistently questioning, Are you feeling shy? Uncle, please let me go. This is really inappropriate. Assistant Su is still making hangover soup. It would be bad if he saw us. Lin Yi pleaded while struggling to escape his grasp. Mu Junheng's captivating gaze paired with a teasing smile only deepened her embarrassment. As he continued, Why worry about him? Aren't you my girlfriend now? Lin Yi felt utterly mortified, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. She mustered her courage to argue. Uncle, aren't you afraid Assistant Su will be upset if he sees? Upon hearing this, Mu Juanhong's smile grew more pronounced, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Upset? What right does he have to be upset about our matters? Just then, Su Yuan returned from the kitchen, carrying a cup of warm water. His eyes lifted, and he was met with the rather compromising scene. Lin Yi perched on Mu Juanhong's lap, tightly embraced by him. For a moment, the air in the room felt as if it had solidified, the atmosphere turning painfully awkward. Lin Yi, as if electrocuted, leaped off Mu Juanhong's lap in an instant. Su Yuan, his face flushed, lowered his head, not daring to breathe. President Mu, please have some water. The hangover soup will be ready shortly. Su Yuan's voice trembled slightly, betraying a hint of unease. Mu Juanhong leisurely extended his hand, prompting Su Yuan to respectfully offer the cup. Lin Yi watched the seamless interaction between the two and could not help but steal a few glances. One was a typically aloof and regal president, while the other radiated youthful vigor as a striking assistant. They seemed to embody two starkly different extremes, yet their harmony was striking. Their good looks only added to the appeal. It was no wonder rumors swirled about Master Mu's alleged preferences. This utterly captivating CP combination was one that anyone would find hard to resist. Little Yi, why are you staring at Assistant Su so intently? Just then, Mu Juanhong's deep, magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts. No, I wasn't. Lin Yi jumped, startled back to reality. Oh no. It seems this gentleman might be displeased. Might he have misconstrued my gaze directed towards Su Yuan as an indication of my affection for her? How am I to explain this? Could it be that he is feeling jealous? Uncle, I shall take my leave for a meal. I am positively famished. In her flustered state, Lin Yi paid little heed to the complexities of the situation. Hastily uttering this remark before making her way to the dining hall, without a backward glance, before long, Su Yuan prepared a hangover soup. He seated himself nearby, gently stirring the concoction with a spoon while attentively blowing on it. Once the temperature was just right, he presented it to Mu Juanhong with both hands. President Mu, please drink up. It will alleviate the hangover and spare you from a headache later. Lin Yi feigned eating, all the while surreptitiously observing the interactions between the two. She watched their exchanges. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. She mused to herself that this scenario was rather pleasant, at the very least. Her future interactions with Mu Juanhong might become more relaxed. After all, her current aspirations were modest. A stable residence, sustenance, and an environment that was undeniably superior. She was already quite content. Moreover, should any troubles arise, she could rely on Mu Juanhong as a pillar of support. In many respects, he was indeed an exemplary choice for a boyfriend. Miss Lin, I entrust President Mu to you. I shall take my leave. Su Yuan announced before unsteadily making his way towards the exit. Su Yuan, President Mu, since you have had a drink today, you need not return. You can stay in your usual room, correct? Mu Juanhong's voice, raspy yet authoritative, resonated loudly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan abruptly halted, a fleeting expression crossing his face before he replied, Of course, as President Mu wishes. Lin Yi felt a slight shock at the revelation that Su Yuan frequently stayed over. She observed Mu Juanhong, his complexion slightly flushed, with a few strands of hair casually falling across his forehead, enhancing his rugged charm. After assisting him to his room, she turned to Su Yuan and said, Assistant Su, please help settle President Mu for the night. I shall return to my room. With that, she pivoted to leave. Suddenly, Mu Juanhong's muffled voice called out from behind, Xiao Yi, do not leave. Lin Yi paused, an inexplicable emotion surging within her. Yet, ultimately, she did not turn back, gently closing the door behind her. Once in her room, Lin Yi lay upon her bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the image of Mu Juanhong pulling her onto his lap that evening. He was undeniably handsome, and his inebriated state was irresistibly alluring. Alas, if only he were not the man he is. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Yi drifted into a hazy slumber. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lin Yi's face, rousing her from sleep. She rubbed her eyes and stretched, quickly freshening up before heading downstairs for breakfast. Upon entering the dining hall, she found Mu Juanhong already seated at the table. Engrossed in the newspaper, he heard her approach, He looked up, and their eyes met, his gaze seemingly imbued with remnants of last night's intoxication, which caused Lin Yi's cheeks to flush involuntarily as she instinctively averted her gaze. "Good morning." Mu Juanhong's voice was deep and gravelly, tinged with the fatigue of a hangover. "Good morning, uncle," Lin Yi replied softly, taking a seat at the table. At tea that moment, Su Yuan descended from upstairs, appearing fully revitalized. His face adorned with his characteristic gentle smile. "Good morning, President Mu, Miss Lin," he greeted politely. The three of them shared a quiet breakfast, an unspoken tension lingering in the air. Suddenly, Mu Junheng set down the newspaper and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Xiao Yi, there is an important banquet today. You shall accompany me." Lin Yi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Su Yuan, questioning why she, rather than Su Yuan, was chosen for such an occasion. Was she truly suitable for this? But Lin Yi hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. "What, are you unwilling?" Mu Junheng arched an eyebrow, his gaze conveying an unmistakable assertiveness. "No, I doubt I merely haven't attended one in a long time. It feels a bit unfamiliar." Lin Yi bit her lip, speaking softly. "Just get some practice. Besides, with me there, you'll be fine." Mu Juanhong's voice was low as he concluded, rising and heading upstairs, leaving Lin Yi and Su Yuan exchanging glances. Once Mu Junheng was out of sight, Lin Yi couldn't help but inquire of Su Yuan, "Assistant Su, why do you think President Mu wants me to accompany him?" Su Yuan shook his head slightly, replying, "I am not certain, but since President Mu has made this decision, he must have his reasons. Miss Lin, do prepare yourself." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to her room on the second floor, her gaze fell upon a scar cream resting on the table. She carefully picked it up and leaned toward the mirror, focusing intently as she began to apply it. For the past few days, she had been diligently treating her scars. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and many of the blemishes had gradually faded. No longer as shocking as before. The once vivid red had dulled significantly, and observing this transformation filled her with a sense of relief. Her eyes eventually settled on a faint red mark on her face. A glimmer of determination flashed in her gaze. "The Lin family shall henceforth have no ties to me. A second injection on the scar should suffice to erase it entirely." This evening's banquet was of utmost importance to her. She could not allow that scar to become fodder for gossip. After all, it was Mu Junheng who brought her, and she could not afford to lose face. A layer of foundation should temporarily conceal the scar. It had been 2 years since she last attended a banquet, and the memories felt as vivid as if they were from a past life. The 2 years of imprisonment were akin to deep scars etched into her soul. Indelible no matter what did I in the past, clad in exquisite gowns, she would gracefully enter the banquet hall, instantly becoming the center of attention. The flash of cameras would swarm around her like fireflies on a summer night. All eyes fixed upon her. Back then, she basked in adoration, as if floating above the clouds, the undisputed jewel of the Qin high social scene. Now, she had plummeted from those heights to the depths below. Those so-called friends who once surrounded her scattered like startled birds at the first sign of trouble, replaced by ridicule, slander, and malice from every direction. A sudden knock on the door broke the stillness. "Xiao Yi, this afternoon, I will send over a dress and a stylist for you. They will pick you up at 4. Mu Juanhong's warm, rich voice, filled with concern, resonated from outside. "Thank you, uncle," Lin Yi quickly responded. There's no need to be anxious. This banquet is hosted by the Mu family, our territory. There's nothing to fear." Mu Juanhong's care and attention enveloped her like a warm ray of sunlight in the winter, bringing a flicker of warmth to her icy heart. At that moment, her phone, which had been resting aside, abruptly rang. Instinctively, she glanced down to see Lin Wanwan's name flashing on the screen. Lin Yi's brow furrowed tightly, her expression turning to one of disdain and impatience. "What is it? Speak quickly. I have no time for your rambling." Lin Yi answered the call without hesitation, her tone icy and brusque, revealing no trace of her annoyance towards Lin Wanwan. "Sister, about yesterday's incident, it was my mother and I who were in the wrong. We are truly remorseful, but we had no other choice at that moment. The Lin family is facing numerous contract terminations and is suffering significant financial losses. I truly did not intend to hurt you." Lin Wanwan's voice came through the phone, sweet and insincere. The feigned sympathy made Lin Yi's stomach churn with disgust. "You didn't mean it? Why don't you go marry into the Liu family instead?" Lin Yi scoffed coldly, her sarcasm cutting deep. Sister, I have advised mother, but she won't listen, sob. Lin Wanwan's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yi's long simmering anger ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, flaring up. Sister, I've heard that the eldest son of the Lin family, aside from being a bit dim-witted, is said to be quite handsome. You two might make a good match. Besides, you know well that after your incarceration, many are reluctant to consider you for marriage. Lin Yi felt her heart sink at Lin Wanwan's sharp words, her annoyance mounting. Handsome? You marry him. My affairs are none of your concern, she retorted furiously. Lin Wanwan was momentarily at a loss for words. But after a brief silence, she stubbornly replied, Sister, I'm about to get engaged to Huai Zhigu. Her tone was laced with boastfulness and pride. Oh, congratulations. But Lin Wanwan, don't come looking for trouble with me. I happen to have a recording that I'm curious if you'd like to hear. A cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's heart dropped. An overwhelming sense of dread washing over her, her voice trembling. What recording? Before long, a clear recording echoed from the phone. Lin Wanwan's complexion drained of color, turning pale as she clutched her phone, her hand shaking uncontrollably. That unmistakable voice was none other than her own. It was the recording of her earlier phone call, instructing someone to take good care of Lin Yi. How could this happen? Why does this recording end up in Lin Yi's hands? Could it be that the person she bribed betrayed her? Sister, please listen to my explanation. There must be some misunderstanding. Someone has surely forged this recording to sow discord between us. You mustn't believe it. Lin Wanwan explained in a fluster, her voice laden with urgency. Heh, sow discord? Do we need anyone else to do that? From the moment you stepped into the Lin family, you have been scheming against me in silence, manipulating those around us to despise and loathe me, ultimately framing me and sending me to prison. And now, you dare to speak such sanctimonious words to me? There is no longer any sisterly bond between us. Lin Yi's gaze was as cold as frost. Sister, I called you today because father wishes for you to come home, and both elder brother and second brother hope you can return. Lin Wanwan's voice was deliberately soft. Cautiously probing, I have already said it. Lin Wanwan, do not provoke me again, or I will immediately make this recording public. Furthermore, I absolutely refuse to go back. What would I return for? To suffer under your disdainful gazes every day? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Yi resolutely refused. Sister, I will listen to you. In the past, I was bewitched and utterly foolish. It's all my fault. Please forgive me this once. Lin Wanwan was thoroughly panicked. She understood all too well that if this recording were to be released, the gentle and kind persona she had painstakingly constructed over the years would shatter like a bubble. After all her efforts to gain the family's approval and Shi Huai's affection, she could not afford to lose everything. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanwan's face flushed with anger. Her chest heaved violently as she could no longer suppress her fury. She turned abruptly and stormed outside. With trembling fingers, she retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed a number. The ringing echoed in the silent, frigid air for a long while before it was finally answered. Hello? Why did you betray me? I had given you so much money. Lin Wanwan could no longer contain her rage as she shouted into the receiver. The voice on the other end responded with unabashed laughter. Miss Lin, I am not anyone to you. What betrayal are you talking about? The tone dripped with mockery and disdain. Lin Wanwan's face turned ashen. Her hands clenched into tight fists. How can you lack any sense of integrity? I paid you so much, and you actually sold the recording to someone else. Do you have any idea how much this will affect me? Miss Lin, since you already know I have more recordings, let us speak plainly. Give me 500,000, or I will send the recording out immediately. The other party was merciless, making a bold demand. Lin Wanwan trembled with rage, her voice sharp and nearly hysterical. You despicable, shameless liar. Ha ha, today it was you who came to me. The voice retorted. If I don't take this opportunity, I would be remiss considering how cooperative you are. Miss Lin, transfer the money to my account before 5 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, you know very well what the consequences will be. With that, the caller hung up without hesitation. As Lin Wanwan listened to the busy tone on the line. Her fury reached a boiling point, and her rationality was completely consumed by anger. With a desperate scream, she hurled her phone with all her might. I cannot simply sit idly by. After calming her tumultuous emotions, she began to rapidly devise a strategy in her mind. Suddenly, A light bulb went off. She thought of someone she believed could help her out of this predicament. Her best friend, Su Yao. Su Yao's father had some influence in the underworld and extensive connections. Perhaps he could leverage his relationships to help her resolve this trouble. She retrieved her phone and dashed to the garage, heading for Su Yao's house. Lin Wanwan hurriedly relayed her extortion situation to Su Yao. Of course, omitting any mention of her own schemes against Lin. Su Yao listened intently, her brow furrowing deeply. After a long contemplation, she finally spoke. Wanwan, don't panic. My father knows many influential figures in the underworld. He should be able to find that extortionist and retrieve the recording. Upon hearing Su Yao's words, Lin Wanwan's eyes rekindled with hope. She grasped Su Yao's hand tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Yao Yao, I am counting on you this time. If we can resolve this matter smoothly, I will be sure to express my gratitude. I will remember this favor. Su Yao patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder reassuringly. We are good sisters. There is no need for such formalities. You go home and wait. I will notify you as soon as I have news. After Lin Wanwan left, Su Yao immediately dialed her father's number. Once connected, she recounted Lin Wanwan's predicament in detail. After listening to his daughter's account, Su's father fell silent for a moment before solemnly advising. Leave this matter to me, but be wary. Lin Wanwan is not a virtuous person. You'd best maintain some distance from her in the future. Su Yao obediently responded. Understood, Dad. Chapter 44. The banquet turmoil at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The stylist arrived punctually at Lin Yi's residence with a meticulously selected, lavish gown. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the stylist's eyes sparkled with admiration as she sincerely exclaimed, Miss Lin, your natural beauty is truly remarkable. With just a little enhancement, you will undoubtedly outshine everyone at tonight's banquet. Becoming the focal point of all attention, Lin Yi offered a polite, faint smile. Thank you. Let us begin. She dared not imagine what unexpected events the evening's banquet might hold or what tumultuous waves awaited her. At 4 o'clock in the evening, Mu Junheng arrived on time to escort Lin Yi. When Lin Yi appeared before him in a meticulously tailored, intricately embroidered champagne-colored evening gown, her elegant demeanor momentarily took his breath away. He stared, momentarily dazed, before sincerely praising. Xiao Yi, you are truly beautiful, like a radiant pearl, shining brilliantly. Lin Yi blushed slightly, a delicate hue gracing her cheeks as she softly replied, Thank you, uncle. Half an hour later, the two walked side by side into the banquet hall. As they stepped into the brilliantly lit ballroom, all eyes were instantly drawn to them. Lin Yi took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and feigned calmness as she linked her arm with Mu Junheng's, gracefully entering the hall. Some gazes were filled with envy. Wow, they look perfect together. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Indeed, I heard she just got out of prison a few days ago. How could she possibly be worthy of young Master Mu? Upon seeing the two enter, Shen Karen's cheeks puffed with anger. You rewrite. She has become the Lin family's discarded child, unworthy of the esteemed young Master Mu. Lin Yi overheard the murmurs and felt her expression darken slightly. However, she quickly composed herself. It mattered not what others said. As long as she did not embarrass her benefactor, a few of Mu Junheng's close friends were quite surprised, gathering around him, eager for an introduction. Junheng, who is this lovely lady? You've kept her under wraps. We never heard you mention her before. The curious Qiao Yu inquired, his gaze flitting between Lin Yi and Mu Junheng. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Mu Junheng wrapped an arm around Lin Yi and formally introduced, Allow me to present Lin Yi, my girlfriend. From now on, you all must address her as sister-in-law. The moment those words left his mouth, the room erupted in astonishment. In a way, young Master Mu is actually taken. Shen Qingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister-in-law? I never expected young Master Mu to be snagged. I was planning to introduce her to my sister. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly responded. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yi. Pleased to meet you. Her voice was soft yet exuded a confident poise. What Tingdong leaned closer to Mu Junheng, teasingly whispering, Well, you've kept this under wraps. When did this happen? Quite sudden. Isn't it? Mu Junheng merely smiled without responding directly. The hotel lobby buzzed with excitement, everyone chiming in with their observations and speculations about Mu Junheng and Lin Yi's relationship. You weren't frightened, were you? My friends are just a bit impatient and overly curious. Mu Junhang cast an apologetic glance at Lin Yi, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Lin Yi smiled and shook her head. It's fine. They are all quite amusing. It's evident that everyone cares about you. She looked up at Mu Junhang and added, and to be your girlfriend, I should feel honored, uncle. Mu Junhang's heart skipped a beat at her call of uncle. He playfully tapped her head. Shortly after, he was drawn away by Hua Tingdong and others to greet some executives from the Qinhai group. Xiao Yi, I'll be busy for a bit. Feel free to wander around. If you need anything, just call Su Yuan. With that, Mu Junhang followed the others upstairs. Left in the banquet hall, Lin Yi wandered aimlessly for a few circles, feeling rather bored. The light from the crystal chandelier was dazzling, making her head spin. Observing the crowd engaged in lively conversations and toasts, she suddenly felt out of place amidst the festive atmosphere. Seeking solace, she found a quiet corner and quietly settled down. At that very moment, her stomach audibly protested in an untimely manner. After a brief hesitation, she rose and took a piece of alluring strawberry mousse, pouring herself a glass of red wine. She took a delicate sip, the sweet and sour flavor blossoming on her tongue, and as she bit into the mousse, its soft, sweet essence melted instantly in her mouth. Yet before she could savor it, a familiar and enthusiastic voice rang out. "Yi, you've come too?" Lin Yi looked up to see Qiao Niannian approaching her, clad in a beautifully tailored red evening gown, her figure gracefully gliding towards her. The tiny crystals adorning the dress sparkled brilliantly with each step, enhancing her captivating presence. "Niannian," Lin Yi exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She appraised Qiao Niannian from head to toe, unable to contain her admiration. "Niannian, you look completely different from your usual self." In her memory, Qiao Niannian typically donned simple, casual attire and rarely adorned herself so flamboyantly. Qiao Niannian flashed a playful smile as she settled beside Lin Yi. She took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray and swirled it gently. "Yi, I never expected to run into you here. This is wonderful. I was worried this party would be dull, and I'd have to pass the time alone. Niannian, thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, I would have been bored to sleep." Lin Yi sighed in relief, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she raised her glass to clink with Qiao Niannian's. The two shared sips of wine and whispered to one another, exchanging amusing anecdotes from their lives. However, this pleasant interlude was abruptly shattered by a sharp, piercing voice filled with rage. "Lin Yi, you vile wretch, you've brought my son nothing but misery." Lin Yi looked up to see Madame Lu Yi Li Shu storming towards her in a dark red velvet qipao, her face contorted with fury. "Lin Yi, how dare you show your face here? People like you deserve to rot in prison, not to roam free and harm others." With each word, Yi Li Shu grew increasingly agitated, her temples throbbing with rage. Suddenly, she raised her hand, poised to strike Lin Yi. Quick as a flash, Qiao Niannian reached out and deftly caught Yi Li Shu's wrist, forcefully yanking her back. Taken by surprise, Yi Li Shu stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "You, who do you think you are, daring to push me?" Yi Li Shu seethed, shaking with indignation, her face a grotesque mask of fury. Yu Ri Seeking Death, Chapter 45. She is my girlfriend. It turned out that just yesterday, the Lu family faced an unexpected calamity. Numerous partner companies abruptly terminated their collaborations, and vital projects were swiftly dissolved, plunging the entire Lu family into a crisis of bankruptcy. The architect of this misfortune was none other than Lin Yi. The Lu family had offended Mu Junhang because of her, and within a single day, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Yi Li Shu's only son was sentenced to 9 years due to Lin Yi's actions. Such deep-seated animosity could not help but incite her to loathe Lin Yi to the core, wishing for nothing more than to see her suffer. Qiao Niannian, seemingly unfazed by Yi Li Shu's distorted, furious visage, frowned and coldly mocked. Look at this rabid dog barking madly here. You're seeking death." Yi Li Shu, utterly enraged, raised her hand once more to strike Qiao Niannian. At that critical moment, a tall, imposing figure stepped in front of Qiao Niannian. Yi Li Shu's hand was once again firmly grasped. Immobilized, my sister, Qiao Yu, is not someone you can strike at will. A deep, resonant voice echoed in her ear, enveloped in a chilling aura that seemed to lower the temperature around them. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, murmurs rippling through the assembly. "Qiao Yu, Could he be the renowned young master of the Chow family? No wonder this young lady looks familiar. She is from the Chow family. Lin Yi is truly fortunate to have the Chow siblings as her protectors. Amidst the throng, Shun Kuren's voice dripped with jealousy and resentment. Why? Li Shu's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as embarrassment and fury warred within her. She had intended to ingratiate herself with the wives of the four prominent families to rescue the Liu family from crisis. Never expecting to offend the formidable Chow family, weighing the consequences, she forcibly suppressed her seething rage and adopted a conciliatory demeanor. Misunderstanding. I truly didn't recognize the esteemed young master and miss of the Chow family. My sincerest apologies. I hope you can forgive me. Chow Yu's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze on Li Shu, his voice frosty as he warned. I advise you, madam, to keep your distance from my sister and her friends. I, Chow Yu, will not tolerate any harm coming to my sister. If this happens again, you shall bear the consequences. Li Shu ground her teeth, yet could only force a smile as she turned to leave in disgrace. Chow Yin exhaled in relief, linking arms with Lin Yi, her face beaming as she introduced, Yi, this is my brother. Chow Yu, brother. This is my classmate. Lin Yi smiled gently, her lips curving into a warm grin as she nodded at Chow Yu, softly saying, Thank you, young Master Chow, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, Nian and I would have been in quite a predicament. Only then did Chow Yu turn his attention to Lin Yi. Upon seeing her delicate, exquisite features, radiant as the warmth of spring sunshine, he momentarily lost his composure. Chow Nian noticed this and stifled a laugh. Playfully shaking Chow Yu's arm, calling out, Brother. Chow Yu regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly as he introduced himself. Hello. I am Chow Yu, Nian's brother. Chow Nian watched her brother with a knowing smile. In her memory, her brother, known in the capital as the Buddha of the Circle, had always shown little interest in women, devoting himself to family business and various affairs. Yet now, he seemed genuinely taken with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to become her sister-in-law, it would be simply splendid. Chow Yu collected himself, a gentle smile adorning his face as he addressed Lin Yi. Miss Lin, are you here alone today? Lin Yi gently shook her head, about to respond when a familiar male voice suddenly rang in her ear. She came with me. The crowd turned to see Mu Junhang, clad in a finely tailored black suit, striding towards them with elegant poise, exuding grace and nobility with every step. Junhang. Chow Yu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Mu Junhang approached Lin Yi, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. A sweet smile gracing his lips as he announced loudly, She is my date for today, and also my girlfriend. A fleeting shadow of disappointment passed across Chow Yu's face before he quickly masked it. Junhang, you're not joking, are you? Miss Lin is your girlfriend? Mu Junhang's smile broadened, nodding emphatically, indeed, no deception here. She is truly my girlfriend. Chow Yu suppressed the complex emotions swirling within him, forcing a smile as he remarked. Junhang, I didn't expect you were serious when you mentioned having someone you liked. Mu Junhang patted Chow Yu's shoulder, chuckling, Come on, Chow Yu. The guys are waiting for you upstairs. Let us go have a good time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two departed together. Once their figures disappeared around the staircase, Lin Yi and Chow Nian resumed their conversation over drinks. Yet, before long, a familiar female voice shattered the tranquility once more. Yi, you've come too? Lin Yi turned to see Su Ning breaking free from her mother's grasp, rushing towards her with a face full of surprise. Sensing the commotion, Chow Nian instinctively glanced back, and the two women's gazes locked instantly. The moment Su Ning spotted Chow Nian, her expression darkened, filled with wariness and hostility as she questioned Lin Yi. Yi, why are you with her? Didn't you sever ties long ago? Chow Nian, undeterred, shot back. What is the matter, Su Ning? Are you so afraid of me spending time with Yi? Are you worried I might expose your true colors? With that, a mocking smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Look at her. She is always targeting me. She was like this back in school. And after all these years, she hasn't changed one bit. Su Ning pouted pitifully, quickly moving to Lin Yi's side and affectionately linking her arm with hers, casting a provocative glare at Chow Nian. In an instant, Chow Nian's smile vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. After a moment of silence, she lifted her glass, downing its contents in one go, then turned to Lin Yi with a serious tone. Yi, one day, you will see who truly cares for you. Su and Ning, equally unyielding, retorted. Yi, listen to her. What nonsense is she spouting? I've always been genuine with you. She is just jealous of our good relationship. Xiao Nianyan let out a cold laugh. Su and Ning, you haven't forgotten your true self after playing pretend for so long, have you? Nianyan and Ning, please, don't argue. You're both very important friends to me. Lin Yi exclaimed, but Xiao Nianyan drained her glass and made no further delay, turning to leave. Nianyan, Chapter 46. Incompatible best friends. Lin Yi watched Xiao Nianyan's retreating figure, her heart clenching painfully as she urgently called out, Nianyan, Nianyan. But the only response was the surrounding clamor of voices. Xiao Nianyan raised a hand without glancing back. Su Anning and Xiao Nianyan are both Lin Yi's closest friends. Yet it seems that fate delights in playing tricks, as from the moment they met in high school, Su Anning and Xiao Nianyan have been like fire and ice, at odds with one another. If she wants to leave, let her go. Out of sight, out of mind. It's better than lingering here and disturbing our peace of mind, Su Anning remarked. After all these years without her meddling, haven't we become as close as one person, with a bond that words cannot describe? Su Anning quickly leaned closer, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Yi's. She affectionately rested her head on her shoulder, playfully chiding her. Lin Yi sighed softly, her expression tinged with helplessness as she gently advised, Anning, truly, Nianyan is a wonderful person, kind-hearted and sincere. Both of you are the most important individuals in my life, and I dream of the day when you can set aside your grievances and coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing this, a fleeting hint of displeasure darted across Su Anning's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a sweet smile. As she affectionately shook Lin Yi's arm, saying, all right, as long as it makes you happy, I will listen to you. Just look at this gathering today. It's absolutely bustling, with socialites and stunning beauties all in attendance. We shouldn't just sit here idly. Let us wander around. Who knows, we might encounter some intriguing people and unexpected delights. After much hesitation, Lin Yi, unable to resist Su Anning's enthusiasm, finally nodded in agreement. The two linked arms, gracefully weaving through the crowd. The dazzling lights reflected off their exquisite makeup and glamorous gowns, making them resemble ethereal beings stepped out from a painting. Yet, after only a few steps, Lin Yi felt a chill creeping down her back, as if a piercing gaze was cutting through the throngs, honing in on her. Instinctively, she turned, only to find herself ensnared by the warm, affectionate gaze of Shi Huai. Her heart skipped a beat, an illusion of traveling back 2 years washing over her. She quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to see him, and engaged with Su Anning in lively conversation with familiar acquaintances. However, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Shi Huai approaching her. Noticing Lin Yi's deliberate evasion, Shi Huai felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, a wave of disappointment crashing over him. The girl who once affectionately called him Huaigu and followed him around with laughter and playfulness now wouldn't even spare him a glance. You are here too. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the pang of bitterness in his heart, striving to keep his voice steady and casual. Lin Yi slowly turned around, a well-measured smile gracing her features. Yet the warmth did not reach her eyes as she chirped, hello, future brother-in-law. You are here too. At the sound of this unfamiliar address, Shi Huai's expression stiffened instantly, his heart feeling as though it had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Causing him to nearly choke on his breath, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears and stammered. He gazed intently at Lin Yi, noticing how her careful grooming had enhanced her already stunning beauty. Even the faint scar that once marred her visage had vanished, making her all the more enchanting under the lights. Can we speak privately for a moment? There are things I've wanted to say for a long time. His eyes were filled with earnestness. Lin Yi's lips curved slightly, forming a meaningful arc as she softly but firmly declined. I don't think it's appropriate. There are too many people here, and everyone is watching. Just then, a soft, melodic voice floated toward them from a distance, Huaigu. The crowd turned to see Lin Wanwan, clad in a delicate pink gown, her graceful movements reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. She walked straight to Shi Huai, affectionately linking her arm with his, and playfully pouted, Huaigu, why didn't you wait for me? I've been searching for you everywhere. Oh, sister. You're here too? With a tilt of her head, Lin Yi regarded Lin Wanwan with a smile that held a hint of irony, responding leisurely, yes, I've been here for a while. Sister, who did you come with? Such a high-profile gathering isn't something just anyone can attend, right? Surely you have an invitation, don't you? Lin Wanwan's lips curled into a taunting smile, her tone dripping with disdain. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, raising her hand to point at her phone. Lin Wanwan's expression darkened instantly, her fingers tightening. Lin Yi was threatening her in front of so many people. Even if she played the recording, she would never admit to it. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Su Anning's expression shifted dramatically, her brows knitting together in anger. She turned around and boldly confronted Lin Wanwan. What do you mean by that? Just because you think you're precious, does that mean doesn't have the right to be here? Don't forget, in terms of background and grace, is 100 times more noble than you. A mere chicken trying to fly high? Lin Wanwan was momentarily choked by Su Anning's words, her face alternating between shades of blue and white. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she pitifully tugged at Shi Huai's sleeve, her voice quivering. Huai Gu, I really meant no harm. Sister misunderstood me. Seeing Lin Wanwan's tear-streaked face, Shi Huai's heart softened instantly. He could never bear to see her cry and hurriedly reassured. Wanwan truly didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Don't misunderstand her. Lin Yi looked at Shi Huai defending Lin Wanwan, and a sharp pain pierced her heart. Yet, she maintained her composure, coldly laughing. Ha ha, fine. I won't delay you two from showcasing your affection any longer. Let us go, Anning. With that, she grasped Su Anning's hand and left without looking back. Shi Huai watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, opening his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately swallowed his words. Lin Wanwan, sniffling as Lin Yi departed, lamented, Huai Gu, I genuinely want to get along with sister, but it seems she looks down on me no matter what. Shi Huai gently patted Lin Wanwan's head, soothingly replying, Wanwan, it's not your fault. You've done well. Is just straightforward. Once she calms down, she will understand your good intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Su Anning found a quiet corner to sit down, each pouring themselves a glass of red wine. To lighten the mood, Su Anning immediately dove into gossip. Look over there. That's the eldest daughter of the Liu family. I've heard she has been wholeheartedly pursuing the young master of the Shen family. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have any interest in her. It's a case of unrequited love. As Su Anning spoke, she gestured for Lin Yi to look. Intrigued, Lin Yi inquired, which Liu family? Is she Liu Yunji's sister? Su Anning nodded vigorously. Yes, that's her. Oh, and over there is Shen Karen, the young master's sister. Can you guess whom she likes? Lin Yi, curiosity piqued, widened her eyes and urged, Who is it? Don't keep me in suspense. With a mischievous grin, Su Anning leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. She likes that gentleman? Puzzled, Lin Yi frowned. Which gentleman? Unable to contain her laughter, Su Anning replied, In our Qinghai city, who doesn't he know? It's none other than Master Mu. He is a figure whose mere stomp can shake the entire city. Shen Karen's courage is truly commendable. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise. She hadn't realized her uncle was quite the catch. Su Anning leaned in closer, lowering her voice even further. But you know, I've heard that gentleman isn't interested in women at all. Lin Yi's gaze flickered, and she opened her mouth, just about to say something. Anning, actually the boyfriend I mentioned before is. Before she could finish, a tall figure suddenly charged toward them. The newcomer roughly grabbed Lin Yi's arm, yanking her toward the exit. Hey, what are you doing? Su Anning sprang to her feet, her voice rising in alarm. Lin Yi furrowed her brows, fury evident in her eyes as she glared at the man pulling her. Lin Xingnan, what on earth do you think you're doing? Su Anning stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stammered. He is actually your brother? Only then did Lin Xingnan cast his gaze toward Su Anning, his tone cold and laced with warning. You must be Su. This is a private matter between my sister and me. It's best if you don't interfere. Su Anning's face flushed with embarrassment. Had it been another man acting so recklessly, she would have confronted him fiercely, but this was Lin Yi's brother, making her hesitant to speak further. Lin Yi struggled fiercely to free herself from Lin Xingnan's grasp. Once free, she firmly declared, If you have something to say, say it here. Lin Xingnan, his handsome face twisted in anger. resembling a stormy sky before a tempest. Lin Yi, do you even realize the occasion today? Is this a place for you to be? Are you aware of how tarnished your reputation is outside? If you ruin the Lin family's business with Master Mu, can you bear the consequences? A profound sense of helplessness washed over Lin Yi, drowning her like a tide. How could the Lin family be so self-righteous? The severance agreement had already been submitted to them, and she had publicly declared her stance in the news. What was it that fueled their overpowering desire to control her? Lin Xingnan, the Lin family, the business with Master Mu was destined to fail. Lin Xingnan, filled with anger, unexpectedly burst into laughter, a sound rife with derision. Lin Yi, as long as you don't disgrace the Lin family, this business will surely succeed. Lin Xingnan, did your mother not inform you that I have completely severed ties with the Lin family? Lin Yi's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Smack, a resounding slap echoed abruptly, piercing through the slightly noisy environment. Lin Yi's cheek instantly burned with pain, as if seared by fierce flames. Her gaze turned sharp as a blade, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingnan in this moment. She struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. Had it been anyone else, she would have retaliated with an equally forceful slap. Yet Lin Xingnan was different. Recollections of his past, when he had showered her with heartfelt affection, swept through her mind like a flickering lantern. Lin Yi, has your upbringing been fed to the dogs? The Lin family has truly wasted years raising you. And my mother? Is she not your mother? Lin Xingnan's previously seething rage was ignited further by Lin Yi's words, flaring like a fire doused with gasoline. He had initially harbored doubts, wondering if the family had indeed been too harsh on Lin Yi over the years. After all, she had endured considerable hardships these past 2 years, suffering significant emotional and physical trauma. He had even contemplated gifting her a villa as compensation. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's biting tone, the last remnants of his guilt evaporated into thin air. Lin Yi was utterly unworthy. In the blink of an eye, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. The noble young ladies present, ever fond of gossip, were now particularly animated, chirping like a flock of birds that had stumbled upon something novel. Pointing and whispering, they eagerly awaited the sight of this fallen heiress making a fool of herself, relishing the potential embarrassment. After all, the affectionate scene when Lin Yi had entered alongside Master Mu had been a sharp thorn in many a side. Humph, Lin Xingnan, you accuse me of lacking manners? Yet here you are, behaving disgracefully in public, even resorting to violence, and you think you have the moral high ground? I shall reiterate, I, Lin Yi, have severed ties with the Lin family. Do not dare to provoke me again. As these words left her lips, the atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot. Good heavens, Lin Yi has truly cut ties with the Lin family? Alas, it seems she is not blood-related. It is no wonder they cannot get along. The Lin family has indeed raised an ingrate. Lin Xingnan's expression shifted from dark to darker, an ominous shadow crossing his face as he gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, so you believe your wings have hardened? As he spoke, he raised his arm, poised to strike again. Lin Yi, quick on her feet, tilted her head, expecting the anticipated pain that never came. A tall, sturdy figure stepped in front of her. Blocking the blow, Master Mu? Lin Xingnan's face registered shock. His eyes wide. It turned out Mu Juanheng had been upstairs discussing business with several partners, deeply engrossed in conversation, when Su Yuan hurriedly ran to him, breathless and frantic, informing him that Miss Lin was being assaulted. Mu Juanheng could no longer remain seated, his heart racing with urgency. Lin Dasha, are you bullying the weak just because you are stronger? Mu Juanheng's gaze was as deep as ink, his voice low yet laced with an icy chill. Master Mu, I sincerely apologize. I am merely addressing family matters, and my sister is simply being unreasonable. Lin Xingnan forced a smile. Suppressing his rage, Mu Juanheng swiftly flung Lin Xingnan's wrist away. Lin Dasha, are you not aware that she has already severed ties with the Lin family? Chapter 48. Nephew, do you have an opinion? Lin Xingnan's face fluctuated between red and pale. Embarrassed, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Forgive me, Master Mu. It is merely my sister's lack of understanding. How can a family simply sever ties like that? I will certainly teach her a lesson when I return. I will take her away now. He reached out to grab Lin Yi, but Mu Juanheng was quicker, pulling Lin Yi to his side. Turning to Lin Xingnan, he spoke firmly. Lin Dasha, She has no relationship with you whatsoever now. Please refrain from laying a hand on my girlfriend. As these words fell, gasps erupted from those around. Some newcomers had not heard Mu Juanheng declare Lin Yi as his girlfriend, but now they comprehended the revelation clearly. Wow! So Lin Yi has truly caught the eye of Master Mu. How is that possible? How could Master Mu be interested in a woman who has been imprisoned? Lin Xingnan was equally astonished, his mouth agape. Master Mu, did you just say Lin Yi is your girlfriend? Mu Juanheng raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Dasha, if your hearing is impaired, perhaps you should consult a doctor. Lin Yi, I must admit, I underestimated you. You managed to ensnare Master Mu. It seems Master Mu is uninterested in my family's business, so I shall not embarrass myself any further. Farewell, Lin Xingnan scoffed and, with a flick of his sleeve, pushed through the crowd, striding out of the venue. At that moment, Shi Huaizhi finally managed to squeeze through the throngs of people. Uncle, what did you just say? Yi is your girlfriend? His face was a portrait of disbelief. His eyes wide as saucers, Mu Juanheng regarded him with a smile that held a hint of mockery. What's the matter, dear nephew? Do you have an objection? Shi Huaizhi's face flushed crimson, stammering, Uncle, you and Edith, you both are simply not suited for each other. You know that Yi was previously, haha, what was she to you? Mu Juanheng retorted. When you unilaterally dissolved the engagement 2 years ago, where was your consideration? Now you are betrothed to Lin Wanwan, and yet you dare to speak. The more he spoke, the more discontented his expression became. His voice rising in intensity, he had not yet held Shi Huaizhi accountable, yet here he was, attempting to have it both ways, shamelessly straddling 2 boats. Shi Huaizhi felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had never anticipated his uncle would show him no mercy in front of so many people. Uncle, that was not my intention. I was simply taken aback. Just then, Lin Wanwan returned from the restroom, her gaze immediately landing on the tense scene. She approached gracefully through the crowd. Huaizhi, what is going on? Mu Juanheng glanced at Lin Wanwan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Miss Lin, your timing is impeccable. I just announced that Yi is my girlfriend, and your fiancé seems rather displeased. Lin Wanwan's face drained of color, her gaze darting between Shi Huaizhi, Lin Yi, and Mu Juanheng. She forced a semblance of calm. Managing a strained smile, Master Mu is jesting. Huaizhi is merely surprised. However, we are all happy that my sister has found a good match. Shi Huaizhi shot Lin Wanwan an irritated glance, silently cursing her for bringing up the subject. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, he could not afford to express his frustration openly. Lin Wanwan's insides were in turmoil. Why was it that Lin Yi caught the attention of Master Mu? Would she have to call her aunt if she married into the Shi family? Absolutely not. She felt a surge of indignation. Why did Lin Yi enjoy such fortune? Having been imprisoned, she still managed to win Master Mu's favor. Lin Yi remained silent, her head throbbing. Today's events had escalated far beyond her expectations. She had merely intended to enjoy a quiet evening with wine and cake, only to find herself embroiled in such chaos. Noticing Lin Yi's distress, Mu Juanheng gently grasped her hand, asking softly, Yi, are you all right? Would you like to leave? Lin Yi met his gaze, seeing the concern and worry reflected in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head. No, I'm fine. At that moment, whispers began circulating through the crowd. I heard that Lin Yi was imprisoned because she was framed. Is that true? The Shi family simply abandoned her back then. That's incredibly unfair. Indeed. Now they want to backtrack? There's no way it could be that easy. These murmurs reached Shi Huaizhi's ears, igniting a burning embarrassment that felt akin to being slapped in public. After leaving the venue, Lin Xingnan's anger intensified as he pondered the events. He pulled out his phone and dialed home. Dad, Lin Yi has completely disrupted today's proceedings. She is actually with Master Mu now and claims to have severed ties with our family. She must be out of her mind. On the other end, Lin Father's authoritative voice resonated. Do not panic. This matter is not as straightforward as it seems. Mu Juanheng is notoriously enigmatic. How could he possibly be interested in Yi? There must be some misunderstanding. We will discuss this further when you return. Lin Xingnan hung up, feeling unsettled. Meanwhile, within the venue, Mu Juanheng led Lin Yi to a nearby lounge area. He poured a glass of red wine and handed it to her. Speaking softly, Yi, I apologize for the distress you endured today. From now on, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Lin Yi took the glass, sipping gently, her heart a swirl of emotions. Su Anning approached and sat beside her. Lin Yi realized that from this day forth, her life would be irrevocably altered. Shi Huaizhi watched the closeness between the two, feeling as though a multitude of conflicting emotions were battling within him. He had assumed that despite her past, Lin Yi would still harbor some feelings for him. Yet now it seemed he had overestimated his standing in her heart. Standing to the side, Lin Wanwan's eyes glinted with jealousy and resentment. She had always believed that her engagement to Shi Huaizhi was enviable enough. Yet, unexpectedly, Mu Juanheng and Lin Yi had emerged as formidable competitors. At that moment, the host of the event ascended the stage, cleared his throat and announced, "Esteemed guests, I now invite Mu Junheng to the stage to share his unique insights on the future of commercial development." Mu Junheng stood up and gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, "I will go up first. Please wait for me here." Lin Yi nodded, watching as Mu Junheng made his way to the stage. Standing there, he exuded an impressive aura, his gaze sweeping across the audience before he slowly began. "Today marks a banquet organized by the Mu family in search of partners, and I hope all esteemed guests present will enjoy a delightful evening." Seated in the audience, Lin Yi gazed at the radiant Mu Junheng on stage. Her mind fleetingly entertained an unrealistic thought. If he were truly her boyfriend, that wouldn't be too bad. Chapter 49. "Uncle, you can't handle this." As night fell, the opulent banquet hall sparkled with brilliant lights. Guests engaged in spirited toasts and lively conversations, fervently networking to secure more connections and opportunities amidst the grand celebration. However, in one corner of the banquet, Lin Yi and Su Anning had created their own little world. Oblivious to everything around them, focused solely on their drinks, reveling in their merriment. Their faces radiated with unrestrained smiles. The wine swirling in exquisite glasses seemed to flow with their current joy as time gradually passed. The banquet reached its conclusion, and guests began to depart in succession. After bidding farewell to the guests, Mu Junheng returned, weaving through the crowd until his gaze quickly settled on the petite woman who was joyfully drinking with Su Anning. He approached Lin Yi, softly calling, "Yi, let us head back." Reluctantly, Lin Yi set down her wine glass and stood up, her steps slightly unsteady. With hazy eyes, she looked towards Su Anning, cheerfully saying, "Anning, I can't drink with you anymore. My benefactor is calling me back. Let us gather again tomorrow." Su Anning's doll-like face flushed crimson from the alcohol. She grasped Lin Yi's arm, playfully pouting, "Yi, don't go. I haven't finished my drink yet." Mu Junheng quickly stepped forward to support Lin Yi, allowing her to lean against him. Looking down at her with an expression full of affection, he gently inquired, "Why have you drunk so much?" Lin Yi gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling like stars, unable to resist reaching out to touch his face, murmuring, "You are so handsome." The warm sensation from her fingers on his cheek stirred something within Mu Junheng. He captured her wandering hand, unable to bear seeing her sway any longer. He simply bent down and lifted her into his arms. He gestured to Su Yuan, who was waiting nearby, then strode towards the exit. Cradled in his embrace, Lin Yi, once seated in the car, continued to babble, "Uncle, why are you so good-looking?" Her fair fingers occasionally caressed Mu Junheng's face, as if lost in a beautiful dream as she touched him. Her attention was drawn to the hint of muscles visible beneath his white shirt. She reached out to gently poke them, pouting, "Uncle, you're so bouncy." Just as she attempted to explore further, Mu Junheng felt a rush of blood surge through him. Gritting his teeth, his body trembled slightly as he said in a low growl, "Little Yi, have I ever told you that you're playing with fire?" "Uncle, you're just being coy. It's just a little touch." "You not losing anything." Lin Yi laughed nonchalantly, her charmingly naive demeanor leaving Mu Junheng both amused and exasperated. Su Yuan, driving in the front seat, felt his face flush crimson at their banter. He wished fervently to lose his hearing at that moment, fixating intently on the road ahead, as if that would shield him from the flirtatious exchanges behind him. Unable to endure Lin Yi's playful antics any longer, Mu Junheng lowered the partition between them, then seized her small hand, imprisoning it within his grasp as he softly commanded, "Don't move." Lin Yi's face resembled a ripe red apple, her enticing lips glistening alluringly in the dimly lit car. Emanating a captivating charm, Mu Junheng felt an uncontrollable rush of desire coursing through him, making it difficult to suppress his impulses. Leaning back, Lin Yi ceased her struggles, resting her head on Mu Juanhong's lap. Her breathing gradually evening out. Mu Juanhong's fingers brushed gently over her lips, soft and warm, sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, a powerful longing surged within him. He yearned to taste those tempting lips. Thus, he slowly leaned down, intending only a brief kiss. But once his lips met Lin Yi's, he was irresistibly drawn in, unable to pull away from the softness and sweetness of her mouth. Dazed, Lin Yi felt enveloped by a warm, familiar scent, soothing her senses. A delicate fragrance invaded her nostrils, prompting her to instinctively tug Mu Junheng closer, leaning in to meet him halfway as she kissed him with fervor. Her fingers roamed across his chest, the unintentional gesture igniting the suppressed rationality within Mu Junheng. He deepened the kiss, his tongue slipping past her parted lips, claiming her as his own. Lin Yi found herself unable to control her soft moans, the very air in her lungs stolen away, her hands instinctively pushing against Mu Junheng, yet he captured them effortlessly, kissing her with even greater fervor. Lin Yi felt utterly powerless, her lips being teased by something soft. Breath becoming a challenge, yet an oddly pleasurable sensation coursed through her, almost addictive. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently. Su Yuan slammed on the brakes, causing Mu Junheng and Lin Yi to collide against the back of the seat. Su Yuan, Mu Junheng released Lin Yi, his gaze instantly turning icy, his voice cold enough to freeze. If you can't drive, go home. Su Yuan's face flushed red. Throughout the journey, he had endured the intermittent sounds of soft moans, feeling increasingly awkward. Now, startled by Mu Junheng's fierce reprimand, he stammered, Mr. Mu. The car in front suddenly stopped, and we collided. Taking a deep breath, Mu Junheng forced down his anger and raised the partition. Handle it promptly. Su Yuan hurriedly exited the car, just as the driver of the other vehicle also stepped out. Su Yuan inspected the damage, noting the rear of the other car was dented, while his own vehicle, a luxury SUV, bore a small dent on the front bumper. Presenting his business card, he said expressionlessly, get it repaired and let me know the cost. The other driver glanced at the sleek black car, then at Su Yuan, cautiously inquiring, is this Mr. Mu's car? Su Yuan nodded. The driver hurried back to his own car, announcing, young master, it's Mr. Mu's car. As soon as the words left his mouth, the car door swung open, and the occupants quickly exited. Young master Shi, is this your car? Su Yuan was taken aback. Assistant Su, is my uncle in the car? Shi Huaizhi asked. Concern etched on his face. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Since it's family, that makes things easier. Please contact me once the repairs are complete. Young master. Ignoring Su Yuan, Shi Huaizhi approached the car window, calling out, Uncle. At that moment, Mu Junheng was being playfully tormented by Lin Yi, desperately wishing to return home when he heard Shi Huaizhi's voice. Uncle, are you all right? Chapter 50. The effects of alcohol. Mu Junheng rolled down the window halfway, revealing a face as frosty as an iceberg. You uncle, a dog suddenly ran out in front of us, which is why the driver had to brake sharply. Shi Huaizhi hurriedly explained. If everything is fine, let us leave. Repair costs can be discussed with Su Yuan. Mu Junheng replied coldly. Just then, a hand climbed up Mu Junheng's neck. You uncle. Suddenly, Mu Junheng's icy demeanor thawed, a smile gracing his lips, while Shi Huaizhi's previously warm expression stiffened. Is that you? Shi Huaizhi's voice trembled. His eyes wide with shock and disbelief, Mu Junheng glanced down at the petite woman resting on his lap, then turned to Shi Huaizhi, calmly stating, Huaizhi, let us head home. Su Yuan drive. As the window gradually closed, Su Yuan started the car. Uncle, is not suitable for you, uncle, Shi Huaizhi shouted from behind, his voice laced with urgency and reluctance. The only response he received was the exhaust fumes left in the wake of the departing car. At the Mu family villa, when the car came to a halt, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The inebriated Lin Yi had already succumbed to sleep. Resting on Mu Junheng's lap, he carefully lifted her out of the car. Hurriedly making his way upstairs to the bedroom, Su Yuan, unable to meet their gaze, turned and drove away. As Lin Yi was placed onto the bed, Mu Junheng intended to rise and turn on the light, only to be ensnared by Lin Yi, who wrapped her arms around his neck. Uncle, don't go. My head feels so dizzy. Mu Junheng was left with no choice but to use one hand to switch on the bedside lamp. The warm glow illuminated the room, creating a cozy atmosphere. Little Yi, are you trying to seduce me? Mu Junheng squinted his elongated eyes, his voice low and alluring. Lin Yi, her gaze clouded by intoxication, blinked her long lashes. Her stunning face even more enchanting under the warm light. Uncle, why head feels so dizzy? I see you have two heads. Mu Junheng gazed at her with amusement, their current position extremely intimate. Mu Junheng propped himself up, hovering above Lin Yi, her arms tightly encircling his neck. Oh, then come closer and take a look. As he spoke, Mu Junheng lowered his head, inching closer still, his breath gently brushing against Lin Yi's face. Imbued with a hint of warmth, Lin Yi, in a daze, blinked her eyes as she gazed at the increasingly magnified handsome face before her, suddenly reaching out her hand. She playfully pinched Mu Junheng's nose. Giggling, "Uncle, your nose is so straight." Mu Junheng found himself caught between laughter and exasperation at her unexpected antics, yet he was reluctant to push her away, allowing her to continue her playful mischief. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang, the sharp tone shattering the room's intimate atmosphere. Mu Junheng furrowed his brow slightly and reached into Lin Yi's bag to retrieve her phone. Upon seeing the name Su Anning flashing on the screen, he hesitated for a moment before finally pressing the answer button. Have you made it home yet? I just remembered that at the party today, a handsome guy kept staring at you. I didn't have the chance to tell you." Su Anning's voice came through the line, laced with a hint of inebriation and excitement. Before Mu Junheng could respond, Lin Yi snatched the phone from him, mumbling indistinctly, "Anning, I'm home, so sleepy, let's talk tomorrow." Before she could finish, she hung up the call and tossed the phone aside, once again wrapping her arms around Mu Junheng's neck. Her gaze was hazy, exuding the languid aura of someone who had indulged in too much drink. Her cheeks were flushed, akin to the colors of a sunset, and her moist eyes sparkled with a different kind of light, fixed intently on Mu Junheng. Before Mu Junheng could process the situation, Lin Yi suddenly looped her arms around his neck, leaning in and boldly kissing his lips. Her movements were imbued with a certain reckless abandon brought on by inebriation, her soft lips pressing urgently against his, as if she were desperate to pour forth all the emotions she held within at that very moment. Mu Junheng felt his mind go blank, his rational defenses crumbling in the wake of this unexpected kiss. His breath quickened, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Yi's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, deepening the kiss. The air was thick with an intimate atmosphere as the dim light flickered, casting shadows of their entwined forms. Lin Yi's kiss radiated a searing warmth, igniting the deepest desires within Mu Junheng. His lips traveled from Lin Yi's mouth to her neck, leaving behind a trail of fervent red marks. Lin Yi let out a soft moan, her hands clumsily attempting to remove Mu Junheng's shirt. It was only when Mu Junheng freed one hand that he managed to shed the garment. Their bodies drew ever closer, as if they might meld into one. As articles of clothing were discarded, they succumbed completely to one another atop the bed. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like water. Inside, only their rapid breaths and heartbeats remained, intertwining to compose the most enchanting melody. After they had both reached the heights of ecstasy, Lin Yi, glistening with sweat and utterly spent, had already drifted into a deep slumber. Mu Junheng held her for a while, but soon felt a stirring within him once more. He turned her over and continued their intimate exchange. In her dreams, Lin Yi instinctively responded to his movements, emitting soft whimpers. The more Mu Junheng listened, the more fervently he engaged with her, continuing this cycle for several rounds. It was only when Lin Yi's voice had grown hoarse and her body felt as limp as a noodle that Mu Junheng finally rose. Satisfied, Mu Junheng gazed at Lin Yi's face, still flushed with lingering warmth, gently caressing her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness and contentment. He got up from the bed and carried her to the bathroom. After giving her a quick rinse, he noticed she was still curled up like a sleeping kitten, showing no signs of waking. With a helpless smile, Mu Junheng carried her back to bed, carefully removing her hands from around his neck and tucking her under the covers. He lay beside her, quietly watching her peaceful visage, his heart filled with affection and indulgence. As he lay there, his thoughts drifted back to the moment they first met. They were 6 years apart. This year Mu Junheng was 28, while she was 22. Due to Lin Yi's betrothal to his nephew, Shi Huaiji, since childhood, she would often come to the Mu family's old residence to play with him. Back then, she was merely a young girl in her teens. On one occasion, Mu Junheng's stepmother, Lu, had stealthily added mango to a cake, leading to a severe allergic reaction. The household staff had been sent away by Lu, and Shi Huaiji had been lured into the study. The dining room was left with only Lin Yi and him. It was Lin Yi who dialed emergency services, summoned an ambulance, and even performed chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. When Shi Huaiji descended the stairs, he was utterly bewildered. Eventually, the ambulance arrived, and it was only then that Lu emerged, feigning concern. The paramedics informed them that had no one acted promptly with CPR, Mu Junheng might not have survived. He spent a week in the hospital recovering. Had it not been for Lin Yi, his life could have ended that day. Since then, he had longed for an opportunity to express his gratitude. Yet each time he found himself unable to voice it. Watching her grow closer to Shi Huaiji, the flicker of hope in his heart had dimmed into a mere ember, until this return home. When he learned of her plight, this time, he would never let her go. Time passed, and Mu Junheng gently rose, placing a tender kiss on Lin Yi's forehead before turning away and closing his eyes. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Lin Yi's face in warmth. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to be greeted with a throbbing headache, the remnants of last night's indulgence leaving her feeling quite unwell. Rubbing her temples, she struggled to recollect the events of the previous night. All she could remember was drinking heavily with Su Anning, and then Mu Junheng coming to pick her up, but the details that followed eluded her. Turning her head, she was met with Mu Junheng's perfect visage, mere inches away. His bare torso revealed well-defined muscles, adorned with varying sizes of love bites, and a particularly conspicuous bruise on his neck. Lin Yi's face flushed a deep crimson as her mind momentarily short-circuited. Did I not sleep with him? Lin Yi mused inwardly. Hastily, she threw off the covers, only to discover she had been changed into comfortable sleepwear. Confusion washed over her, wondering if Mu Junheng had helped her change. Beneath the sleepwear, her skin was marked with a myriad of red marks. Realization struck, and her face turned beet red. Fragments of last night's memories flickered through her mind. Oh no! Could it be that I was the one who took the initiative? Once again, alcohol had led to mischief. Lin Yi felt a wave of regret. What if Su Yuanyuan found out? Would she be angry? Would Mu Junheng regret it upon waking? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her thoughts tangling into a chaotic mess. After a quick wash, she made her way downstairs. Breakfast was already prepared, and recalling that Mu Junheng had yet to rise, she took a stroll in the yard. After wandering through the garden and playing with the little white dog for a while, she suddenly heard footsteps. Lin Yi looked up to find Mu Junheng, fully dressed, standing behind her. A gentle smile graced his face. Did you sleep well? Is your head still hurting? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Yi lowered her head and murmured. It's still a bit painful. Last night was all my fault. If it affected you and Su Yuanyuan, I can personally explain it to him. Mu Junheng was taken aback. Their affair had nothing to do with Su Yuanyuan. Why would there be a need for an explanation? Since when did a boss's matters require an employee's intervention? Lin Yi awkwardly chuckled. Yes. Last night was entirely my fault for drinking too much. I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I? Mu Junheng stood up and approached her, gently ruffling her hair, chuckling. You said I was handsome and kept touching my face and… Stop! Lin Yi quickly interrupted, her face ablaze. I get it. No need to say more. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Mu Junheng couldn't help but laugh. He led Lin Yi back into the house, then brought her a glass of honey water from the kitchen. Offering it to her. Drink this. It will help you feel better. Lin Yi accepted the honey water, sipping it cautiously, but her mind was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. This infuriating man even dared to ask if she had slept well. How dare he? Her entire body felt like it was falling apart, and he had come back for more and more. Who could possibly endure such a thing? Stealing a glance at Mu Junheng, she found him gazing at her with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with warmth. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhang Ma rose to answer it, revealing Shi Huaiji standing at the entrance, his expression somewhat grim. Shi Huaiji stepped inside. Uncle, I need to talk to you. He glanced at Lin Yi, then stated firmly, You two are already living together? Mu Junheng took a bite of his soup dumpling, wiping his mouth before responding. Let's eat first. Shi Huaiji chewed on a fried dough stick, his demeanor tense. Struggling through breakfast, Mu Junheng and he settled onto the sofa. Lin Yi ignored them. Heading straight upstairs, it was Mu Junheng who spoke first. Huaiji, you came all this way early in the morning. not just to discuss my living arrangements with Yi, right? Shi Huaiji's expression turned anxious. Uncle, Yi was once my fiancée, Yi, now that you are with her. Doesn't he that seem rather inappropriate? Mu Junheng let out a cold laugh. Shi Hua, what is inappropriate about a man being unmarried and a woman being unmarried? Uncle, would it not tarnish our reputation if this were to be spoken of? Humph. Is there anyone in Qinghai City who dares to gossip openly? His gaze darkened. Uncle, Yi and Wan are sisters. Does that not create a generational disparity? Shi Huaji's expression grew grave. Shi Hua, Yi has severed ties with the Lin family. It has already been published in the papers. She shares no connection with Lin Wan. Besides, who my girlfriend is does not seem to concern you. Amir Jr., Mu Juanhong's eyes grew icy. Uncle, do you not mind that Yi and I were childhood sweethearts? Having loved each other for so many years, he casually adjusted the creases in his trousers. You know that was in the past. Now, your fiancé is Lin Wan. Shi Huaji frowned slightly. Uncle, in truth, I have never been able to let go of Yi. The annulment of our engagement was merely the family's wish. If you would relinquish her, I would annul my engagement with Wan and marry her. Get lost. Do you truly think you are something special? Yi is not someone you can simply discard at will. Let me remind you once more. Lin Yi is currently my girlfriend. Do not harbor any intentions. Mu Junheng rose, shouting furiously. Shi Huaji shivered momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Uncle, as long as Yi does not marry you, I will not give up. Shi Hua, do you not find this amusing? You parade around with your fiancée Yi while claiming you will not give up on Yi. Do you truly believe she would accept you again? Mu Juanhong's gaze was filled with disdain. At that moment, Lin Yi descended the stairs. Shi Huaji, we have had no relationship for 2 years. There will be none in the future. Consider it as though I was blind in the past. Shi Huaji's heart jolted. Yi, you have always been in my heart. The one I have loved has always been you. Chapter 52. I will never give up. Shi Huaji, your words are utterly laughable. Lin Yi's face was filled with sarcasm, her eyes brimming with disappointment and anger, her sharp voice echoing in the air. 2 years ago, you were among those who sent me to prison. Weren't you? You clearly knew I was likely wronged. Yet what did you do for me? You turned around and got together with Lin Wan. Lin Yi was filled with speechlessness towards him, finding the man before her utterly unfamiliar. Shi Huaji's voice held a hint of urgency. He tried to explain, but before he could finish, he was mercilessly interrupted by Lin Yi. Enough, Shi Huaji. I do not wish to hear another word from you. Lin Yi waved her hand as if to brush away all the past. From this moment on, there is nothing left for us to discuss. With that, she resolutely turned and ascended the stairs. Shi Huaji stood frozen, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi's retreating figure, his heart filled with loss and regret. He knew all too well that he had lost the girl he once loved dearly, perhaps irretrievably. Meanwhile, Mu Junheng, observing Shi Huaji's demeanor, could not conceal a trace of disdain in his eyes. He understood that his future with Lin Yi would be fraught with thorns and challenges. Yet he had firmly resolved never to relinquish her easily. Shi Huaji slowly stood up, his tone resolute. Uncle, I will absolutely not give up. After saying this, he turned and strode away, his back radiating defiance. At that moment, Su Yuan hurriedly entered from outside. President Mu, what has happened to young Master Shi? He seems quite distressed. Is it due to the car incident? Mu Juanhong's expression was cold, his tone laced with disdain. Do not mind him. He is merely losing his sanity. Su Yuan nodded, then continued, President Mu, I have sent someone to fetch Doctors Zhang Minmin and Li Yajuan. Today is the day Lin Miss has scheduled for her scar removal. Mu Junheng slightly nodded. Well done. Postpone my morning meeting. I will head to the company after Yi receives her injection. Understood, President Mu. Su Yuan replied and then exited. Mu Junheng ascended the stairs and arrived at Lin Yi's room. Lightly knocking on the door. Yi, Dr. Zhang and Li will be here shortly to assist with your scar removal. Please prepare yourself. Before long, Lin Yi had tidied herself and arrived at the previous room. At this time, Doctors Zhang and Li, along with their assistants, had already arrived. The two doctors carefully examined the condition of the scars, their faces revealing satisfied smiles. The recovery is quite good, Miss Lin. We can begin. Dr. Zhang Minmin spoke gently. Lin Yi lay on the medical bed, slowly removing her sleepwear, revealing her arms and legs. The scars, varying in depth, looked significantly better than before. Mu Junheng also approached, affirming, "Indeed, it is much improved." Much lighter than previously. The team soon became busy. They applied anesthetic to each scar, and for deeper scars, additional anesthetic injections were required before finally administering the scar removal injection. Lin Yi had over 60 scars on her body, and they worked tirelessly for more than 2 hours to complete the task. After everything was finished, some areas had already lost the effect of the anesthetic, and the sensation of soreness surged through her skin. The injected areas had reddened and swollen slightly. "Miss Lin, one more injection, and these scars will be nearly restored," Dr. Zhang Minmin remarked while tidying up the tools. Lin Yi endured the pain as she dressed in her sleepwear and struggled to get off the bed. "Thank you for your hard work, doctors. It is truly wonderful to see such recovery." Seeing this, Mu Junheng quickly moved over, carefully supporting her. Lin Yi had never envisioned that one day her scars could completely vanish. Now, as this reality approached, her heart swelled with excitement. "Miss Lin, please remember to apply the scar cream daily," Dr. Li Meiwan reminded from the side. Lin Yi nodded vigorously. "I will." Mu Junheng summoned Su Yuan to see off the doctors. He then bent down and gently lifted Lin Yi, carrying her towards her bedroom. "Uncle, I can walk on my own." Lin Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since they had shared such intimate moments the previous night. However, Mu Junheng ignored her protest and placed her gently on the bed. "Yi, do not go anywhere today. Just stay home and rest well. Avoid water for now." "Okay." Lin Yi obediently responded. "I have an important meeting at the company this afternoon. I must leave first. If anything arises, please call Zhang Ma and Xiaoli for assistance," Mu Junheng patiently advised her. "I understand, uncle." Mu Junheng playfully flicked her forehead, feigning discontent. "I am already yours, and you still call me uncle. Am I that old?" Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him, internally muttering, "This annoying man is truly particular." Yet she asked, "Should I call you President Mu or Master Mu?" She lifted her gaze, looking directly at Mu Junheng. "Call Junheng, Ahang, or even husband will do." Mu Junheng's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yi felt a wave of exasperation. To her, calling him uncle felt more natural. As the other titles seemed too intimate, "Well, I still think uncle flows better." Mu Junheng was momentarily speechless, letting out a helpless sigh. "Suit yourself." After saying this, he turned and left the house. Meanwhile, at the Shi family residence, Shi Huaji returned home, filled with frustration. His mother, Mu Juning, was leisurely sipping tea in the living room. "Mom, I wish to annul my engagement with Wan Wan. The one I love has always been Yi. She is the only one I wish to marry." Shi Huaji's tone was resolute, his eyes reflecting an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Mu Juning nearly dropped her teacup in shock, staring at her son incredulously. "What did you say? You want to annul the engagement? Shi Huaji, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shi Huaji took a seat beside his mother, his expression serious. "Mom, I am serious this time. I truly want to fight for my own happiness. Yi and I grew up together. We have been childhood sweethearts. For all these years, the one I have loved is only her. Wan Wan is merely like a sister to me. The one I truly wish to marry is Yi." Mu Juning scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "Huaji, you need to wake up. Our family will never allow a woman who has been imprisoned to enter our home. You might as well abandon this thought. Do not even dream of it." Chapter 53. Shi Huaji's regret. "Mom, but can the Mu family marry a woman who has been imprisoned? That is so unfair. Yi and I loved each other first." Shi Huaji, agitated, rose abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. Mu Juning paused, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "What do you mean by that? What does this have to do with the Mu family?" A cold smile crept onto Shi Huaji's lips. "Mom, your good brother, my uncle, is currently pursuing Yi, and she has already moved in with him." "What? Lin Yi has moved in with your uncle? Junheng actually likes her? How is that possible?" Mu Juning's voice suddenly turned sharp, her face a mask of disbelief. "Mom, you should persuade uncle to give up on Yi. How can an uncle compete with his nephew for a woman? It would tarnish the Mu family's reputation if this got out." Shi Huaji felt a surge of triumph within him, believing that as long as his mother intervened, this matter would fall apart, giving him a chance. However, the question of how to earn Yi's forgiveness remains a perplexing dilemma that gives him considerable distress. What an absurdity! This woman, does she not weigh her own worth? How dare she set her sights on Junheng? Is she not aware of her reputation in Qinghai? Is her self-awareness so lacking? Mu Juning was so incensed that her entire body trembled, her face a shade of iron. Mother, please refrain from such harsh words. He was likely wronged back then. It could have been Wan Wan who pushed my cousin down the stairs, Shi Huaizhi interjected. His voice lowered. Mu Junheng's fury showed no signs of abating. I do not care who pushed your cousin. The fact remains that she has served time in prison. Such a person is unworthy of someone as exceptional as Junheng. Shi Huaizhi's brow furrowed with worry. Mother, Yi is truly a good girl. I genuinely have feelings for her. The response he received was a resounding slap across the face. Mu Juning had exerted all her strength in that blow, causing her own hand to tingle with pain. She looked up at Shi Huaizhi, seeing the clear imprint of her hand swelling on his face. He gazed at her in disbelief, his eyes filled with grievance and shock. Mother, you have never struck me in all these years, Huaizhi. I never intended to hit you, but you cannot continuously challenge my limits, Mu Juning retorted vehemently. Lin Yi is not welcome in either the Shi family or the Mu family. Though her heart ached at the sight of her son's face, her resolve against Lin Yi's entry remained unyielding. Mother, whether you approve or not, I will marry Yi in this lifetime. Or else I shall remain single forever. Do not expect any grandchildren from me, Shi Huaizhi declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto his mother. Mu Juning trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at the man before her. Her voice, elevated by fury, nearly erupted into a shout. Shi Huaizhi, have you grown wings and no longer heed your mother? Shi Huaizhi's brow slightly furrowed, his expression a mix of helplessness and determination. He remained silent, resolutely turning away and striding upstairs, his footsteps echoing heavily in the stillness. Mother, I have made up my mind. I will not compromise. His voice resonated from the top of the stairs, imbued with undeniable conviction. Mu Juning stood frozen, her chest heaving, gasping for breath, her feet stamping furiously against the ground, as her inner fury nearly engulfed her. After a considerable time, she suddenly regained her composure, seizing her designer handbag from the side and furiously shouting towards the butler, "Come, we are leaving," before long. The car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Mu family villa. Mu Juning forcefully flung open the car door, her high heels striking the ground with a sharp sound as she marched towards the villa's entrance without a backward glance. However, before she could take a single step inside, a robust bodyguard extended his hand to block her path. Madam Shi, you cannot enter. The bodyguard's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. Mu Juning's eyes widened in disbelief, a sharp glint flashing within them as she glared furiously, berating him. Who do you think you are to stop me? Open your eyes and see. I am the elder sister of your Mu master. One of the bodyguards bowed his head slightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor yet speaking with firm resolve. Madam Shi, we are fully aware of your esteemed status. However, rules are rules. Please contact Master Mu for permission, and only then may we permit you to enter. You insolent fool. I am visiting my own brother's house, and I must ask for permission? Mu Juning's face turned a deep shade of anger, her hands clenched into fists, yearning to unleash her wrath upon the bodyguard. Another bodyguard quickly stepped forward, blocking her path once more, his tone laced with apology. Madam Shi, I sincerely apologize, but without Master Mu's orders, we cannot allow anyone inside. Slap, slap. Two crisp sounds rang through the air as Mu Juning did not hesitate to raise her hand, delivering two resounding slaps to the bodyguard. Following this, she forcefully pushed her way between the two bodyguards, storming into the villa. The bodyguards exchanged helpless glances, and one promptly took out his phone, dialing Mu Junheng's number. Master Mu, madam, she has arrived. She has barged in, and we could not stop her. On the other end, Mu Junheng's steady voice responded, Understood. I will return immediately. Mu Juning stormed into the villa, her eyes scanning the surroundings before she marched directly to the sofa, plopping herself down with an air of arrogance and dominance. Someone, she bellowed, her voice echoing in the spacious living room. It wasn't long before the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, and Xiaoli hurried from different directions upon hearing her call. Zhang Ma, slightly breathless, inquired with a hint of confusion, Madam Shi, what brings you here so unexpectedly? It was well known that Mu Juning rarely set foot here. Mu Juning raised an eyebrow, disdain flickering in her eyes as she coldly retorted, "If I do not come, that vixen will soon settle down here." Zhang Ma and Xiao Li exchanged knowing glances. They both understood who the vixen in question was. Xiao Li quickly lowered her head and responded respectfully, "Madam, she is in the first room on the right on the second floor." And knowing smile curved Mu Junning's lips. "Good. You have some sense. Let us go see just how capable this Miss Lin is and how thick her skin truly is." Xiao Li softly replied, "Yes, madam." Chapter 54. Unwelcome visitor. At that moment, Zhang Ma discreetly tugged at Xiao Li's sleeve, shaking her head gently, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, Xiao Li pretended not to notice, acting as if all was well in her heart. She believed that Mu Junhang was such a perfect individual. How could he possibly be swayed by a so-called vixen? During her year of working in the villa, she had made considerable efforts to catch Mu Junhang's attention. Once, she feigned a fall in front of him, eagerly hoping to land in his arms and draw his notice. However, just as she was about to tumble into his embrace, he adeptly dodged, resulting in her crashing heavily to the ground, her arm bruised for an entire week. Another time, after taking a shower, she deliberately donned a sheer nightgown and dashed out of the servants' quarters, only to bump into Mu Junhang in the living room. She screamed about a cockroach, rushing towards him, but he merely recoiled in distaste, coldly admonishing her, "Next time, if you come out without proper clothing, you might as well quit. Also, if I see another cockroach in the house, you will be packing your things." After that, Xiao Li completely abandoned her unrealistic fantasies. Although she still harbored admiration for Mu Junhang, she understood that losing this job was not an option. Her mother was bedridden, and the family's expenses depended on her salary. Therefore, when she heard today that Mu Junhang had brought home a girlfriend, a woman who had served time in prison, she was filled with jealousy and resentment. Why did Mu Junhang overlook a pure girl like her, yet develop feelings for a woman who had spent 2 years behind bars? She simply could not comprehend. Seeing Mu Junning's imposing demeanor now brought her a sense of secret delight. She hoped fervently that Mu Junning would deliver a thorough lesson to that Lin Iy. That moment, Zhang Ma stepped forward, her expression serious. "Madam Shi, Master Mu has instructed that Miss Lin just had a scar removal treatment and is resting. No one is to disturb her." Mu Junning's eyes narrowed, a hint of displeasure surfacing. "Zhang Ma, you have been with the Mu family for many years. I never expected you to speak up for a worthless person." "Madam Shi, I have been with the Mu family since the young master purchased this house. I cannot disregard his words, and I only heed the young master's commands," Zhang Ma asserted firmly, maintaining her composure. "Humph, you consider yourself a senior? Don't think you can lord it over me. I will have Junhang dismiss you." Mu Junning scoffed disdainfully. "As long as I am here, I will ensure that you do not bully Miss Lin." Zhang Ma stood resolutely in front of Mu Junning, determination radiating from her. "Get out of my way," Mu Junning shouted angrily, forcefully pushing Zhang Ma aside as she strode towards the staircase. Xiao Li, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Zhang Ma stumbled a few steps but quickly regained her balance, hurrying after them, her voice persistent. "Madam, you cannot disturb Miss Lin's rest." Mu Junning suddenly halted, turning to glare at Zhang Ma. "Zhang Ma, do not push your luck." Zhang Ma inhaled deeply, ascending a step, her tone resolute. "Madam Shi, perhaps you should rest downstairs." Mu Junning let out a cold laugh, her eyes brimming with derision. "Zhang Ma, you are truly laughable. Who do you think you are to manage me, madam?" Zhang Ma, in a state of urgency, grasped the hem of Mu Junning's dress, calling out loudly, "Madam, do not slap." Mu Junning raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap across Zhang Ma's face. "Ah!" Zhang Ma let out a desperate cry, losing her balance and tumbling down the steps, crashing heavily onto the ground, instantly losing consciousness as blood trickled down from her forehead. "Madam, Zhang Ma is bleeding. Should we call 120? Xiao Li, gazing at the motionless Zhang Ma on the floor, displayed a flicker of fear on her face. "She's just a servant. What does it matter if she dies? Ignore her. Focus on the task at hand." Mu Junning cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Ma lying on the first floor, then continued her ascent to the second floor. Soon, Xiao Li led Mu Junning to the first room on the right on the second floor. At that moment, Lin Yi was sleeping soundly when suddenly a series of urgent knocks jolted her awake. Blinking in confusion, she felt a surge of doubt. She knew that servants were always polite when knocking and would never be so frantic. And certainly, Mu Junhang would not behave that way either. Rubbing her eyes, she got up to open the door, only to find Mu Juning standing at the entrance with an imposing demeanor. Before she could utter a word, Mu Juning stormed into the room and plopped down onto the sofa. Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. She silently pondered that it seemed Madam she was not here with good intentions. Suppressing her unease, she asked softly, Madam Shi, is there something you need? Humph. You know I have business here? Mu Juning smirked mockingly, her gaze slanting towards Lin Yi, filled with disdain and loathing. She scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, mentally cursing, this woman truly has the face of a vixen. After being locked away for 2 years, she hasn't even become hideously unattractive. How infuriating, however. Lin Yi remained unfazed by Mu Juning's imposing presence. Calmly, she walked to the bedside and elegantly sat down. With a gentle yet teasing tone, she asked, what else could it be, Madam Shi? Did you barge into my bedroom intending to share a cup of tea and chat? You think you're worthy? Mu Juning was instantly incensed, her voice rising sharply, as piercing as a blade slicing through the night sky. Lin Yi, stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. Your entanglement with Huaizhi isn't enough. Now you've set your sights on Junhong. Have you even considered your own standing? The mention of the matter ignited Mu Juning like a powder keg. Her emotions causing her body to tremble, Lin Yi slightly furrowed her brow, her eyes flashing with a mix of helplessness and annoyance. She found it utterly absurd that she was jolted awake from a peaceful slumber by this inexplicable woman, only to be dragged into such a meaningless quarrel. What kind of nonsense was this? Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she replied, Hee, Madam Shi, could you please clarify the situation first? I have no relationship with Shi Huaizhi. After all, it was your family that publicly announced the annulment of our engagement. Mu Juning, observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, felt her fury intensify. With a cold laugh, she wore an almost triumphant expression. Lin Yi? Don't pretend to be noble. Do you really think Junhong would find you appealing? You probably don't even realize that he is already betrothed. In Mu Juning's view, someone like Lin Yi should live humbly at the bottom of society, forever deprived of the chance to rise. Today, she intended to make Lin Yi face reality and see her true self. Dreaming of marrying into the Mu family was utterly delusional. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, an air of nonchalance and indifference in her smile. Madam Shi, your words hold no weight with me. You should direct those sentiments to Mu Yi, for I cannot dictate his choices. Mu Juning felt a surge of anger rushing to her head, her scalp prickling. This insufferable woman was utterly oblivious. Gritting her teeth, she shouted furiously, Xiao Li, slap her twice for me. 1 slap for 10,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and incredulity. Such an unexpected stroke of fortune? Her heart raced, glimmering with greed. Without hesitation, she swiftly approached Lin Yi, raising her arm high, ready to deliver a fierce slap. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of 2 slaps echoed throughout the room. However, the sound did not originate from Xiao Li's hand striking Lin Yi's face. Instead, it was Lin Yi who, in a flash, retaliated with 2 swift slaps against Xiao Li. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Xiao Li was momentarily stunned by the sudden counterattack, taking a while to recover. Clutching her reddened face, her eyes blazed with fury as she lunged at Lin Yi recklessly. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. She calmly lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick. Though she only exerted half her strength, Xiao Li was sent flying as if she had been severed from a string. Crashing heavily at the bedroom door, clutching her stomach as she lay on the ground. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Xiao Li wailed in agony. Her face a portrait of pain, Mu Juning's expression turned a deep shade of anger as she glared at the disheveled Xiao Li. Unable to contain her frustration, useless, she then turned her ire towards Lin Yi, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Lin Yi, you have some nerve. Do you really think you're the mistress of this villa? Have a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what a wretched sight you are. If you know what is good for you, pack your things and get out of this villa immediately. If you comply, I will act as if nothing has ever happened. Mu Juning, leaning back on the sofa, seethed with rage. Madam, she seems to have forgotten that this is not the Shi family. If you wish to unleash your wrath, it would be more appropriate to do so at your own home. Mu Juning, incensed, stood up and charged forward. What, do you wish to take matters into your own hands? Lin Yi remained unperturbed, Dealing with such a woman was somewhat of an overkill for her. She refrained from physical confrontation out of respect for Mu Junhong. After all, she couldn't just go around hitting his sister. "You little Mu Junning," exclaimed as she raised her hand to strike. "Stop!" A loud shout rang out. That moment, Mu Junning's hand had already swung out. Yet, just as her hand grazed Lin Yi's face, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Stunned, Mu Junning had never encountered such a scenario in her life. Did she just fall from a mere brush? She hadn't even touched her. Mu Junhong stormed in, his face a mask of fury, quickly rushing to help Lin Yi up. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi shook her head, looking wronged. "Junhong, I'm fine." She held her cheek. Her eyes slightly reddened. "You little wretch, stop pretending." Mu Junning was ready to charge at her again. Mu Junhong firmly grasped her arm. "Enough, sister. This is my home." Someone. 4 bodyguards rushed down from upstairs. "Mu Yi, from now on, Mu Junning is not allowed to enter here. If she does, you can all resign," Mu Junhong bellowed. "Junhong, I'm your sister. How can you protect Lin Yi and drive me away?" Mu Junning was utterly astonished. "Sister, you barged into my home today, causing a scene, injuring Zhang Ma, and even attacking Yi. Zhang Ma is currently in the hospital fighting for her life." Mu Junheng's expression was as cold as ice. "Junhong, what is your relationship with her? I tell you, Lin Yi must never set foot in the Mu family. I will never agree to that," Mu Junning yelled. "Sister, I'll say it again. Who I associate with and whom I marry is none of your business. If you bully Yi again, the Shi family should brace for bankruptcy." Mu Junhong spoke coldly. "Ding Yi, please escort Madam Shi out." "Yes, Mu Yi." The bodyguards immediately moved to drag Mu Junning outside. She broke free, insisting, "Let go of me. I can walk myself." "Junhong, have you grown wings and started looking down on your sister? I tell you, Dad won't agree." Mu Junhong scoffed. "No one can stop me from doing what I want." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the bodyguards to take her away. Yi, are you all right? Were you hurt? Concern filled Mu Junheng's gaze. Lin Yi forced a smile and shook her head, assuring him she was truly fine. As he turned around, he noticed Xiao Li still standing at the door, her head down, clutching her stomach, her face pale. "What is wrong with you? Did Madam She hit you as well?" Hearing Mu Junheng's icy tone, Xiao Li lowered her head even further. "No, it wasn't. It was Miss Lin who hit me." Only then did Mu Junhong turn to face her, stepping closer. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the neck, leaving Xiao Li stunned. "Ugh." She turned red from the lack of air, unable to utter a word. "Speak. How did you bully her for her to hit you? If you don't tell me, I'll strangle you right now." The veins in Mu Junheng's forehead bulged. Even Lin Yi was taken aback. She had always wondered why Mu Junhong seemed so different from the ruthless persona rumored about him. He was usually gentle and had never shown anger. Now, she finally witnessed the legendary Mu Yi. "Uncle, if you keep choking her, she might truly die." Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Mu Junheng's expression softened somewhat. Xiao Li cast a pleading glance at Lin Yi, seemingly still holding on to her compassion. "You don't need to speak up for her. I know her character well, Uncle. I'm not speaking up for her. If you choke her to death in my room, how am I supposed to sleep? I'm afraid of dead bodies. Why don't you go outside and fight?" Lin Yi said languidly. Mu Junhong's lips curled into a faint smile. He suspected this girl was not as benevolent as she seemed. How could someone who had spent 2 years in prison be so soft-hearted? Xiao Li glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Chapter 56. Fight back? I'll cover you. Speak. What on earth is going on? Mu Junhong's gaze was piercing, filled with an icy intensity. His iron-like hand clutched tightly around Xiao Li's neck, his voice low and oppressive. Xiao Li's eyes widened, and a choking sound escaped her throat. She struggled desperately to pry Mu Junhong's hand away, her legs flailing in panic, her expression rife with fear and despair. "Xiao Li, someone, help me!" Mu Junhong snorted coldly and abruptly released his grip, causing Xiao Li to collapse limply to the ground like a rag doll. She gasped for breath, coughing violently, as though she might expel her very innards. After a considerable time, she managed to stammer, "Mu. Master. It was Madam She who instructed me to attack Miss Lin. I didn't want to. I was compelled." Mu Junhong's fury ignited in an instant. He raised his foot and kicked Xiao Li twice with force, roaring, "You accept my wages, yet conspire to harm my people. Who gave you the audacity?" Xiaoli trembled uncontrollably, her face as pale as a sheet. Her lips quivered as she pleaded, "Master Mu, I won't dare again." Mu Junheng dismissed her pleas with disdain, coldly commanding, "Someone, throw her out." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly bodyguard rushed in from outside, responding loudly, "Yes, Master Mu, wait, don't just throw her out, that would be too lenient. Let her return the favor 100-fold for how she harmed Miss Lin." Mu Juanhong's voice was frigid and devoid of warmth. "Master Mu, please, I beg you'd, spare me," Xiaoli cried out, tears and snot mingling. But the bodyguard showed no mercy, dragging her away as though she were a mere chick. Only then did Mu Junheng gradually calm his emotions. He walked steadily to the bedside, crouching down to gaze tenderly at Lin Yi, who lay there. He gently reached out to touch her cheek, his voice laced with concern. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Yi shook her head, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "Next time, no matter who it is, if they strike you, strike back. I'll cover you," Mu Junheng replied with a smile, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. "All right, I'll heed my little uncle's words," Lin Yi obediently responded. "However, if my identity as your girlfriend affects you, little uncle, we can terminate our contract." Lin Yi spoke earnestly, a hint of worry in her gaze. Mu Juanhong's expression darkened. He pondered silently. "You wish to dissolve the agreement I painstakingly negotiated? That is out of the question. Don't worry, Yi, it won't affect me. My affairs are mine alone to decide. Mu Juning has no right to interfere." Mu Junheng smiled faintly, his eyes revealing determination. Lin Yi was indeed surprised that Mu Junheng unhesitatingly sided with her, even at the expense of offending his own sister. After all, their relationship was merely contractual. There were no genuine feelings involved. Though Lin Yi had acted recklessly, they were both adults, and it was not a dire situation. Mu Juning had looked down upon her false identity as a wealthy daughter, having initially rejected her engagement to Shi Huaiji, and now witnessing Mu Junheng with her must have driven her into a frenzy. Little uncle. Master Mu, your sister must be harboring jealousy towards me because I have impacted your sibling relationship, and I feel quite guilty. I'm also afraid that if I encounter her in the future." Lin Yi voiced her concerns. "You need not worry about others. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. No one should be afraid." Mu Junheng ruffled her hair affectionately. "Does the injection still hurt? The leg surgery is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. You might need to stay in the hospital for a week, then rest at home for at least a month and a half. Take care of any matters over the next few days." "The day after tomorrow? So soon? That's fine. I have nothing pressing to attend to." Though surprised, Lin Yi didn't hesitate further. It was better to get it over with and not dwell on it. In the afternoon, Mu Junheng stayed in, and Su Yuan called to inform him that Zhang Ma was out of danger, but would likely need to stay in the hospital for a week. Mu Junheng instructed Su Yuan to find 2 reliable housekeepers. As Lin Yi would need care post-surgery, Mu Junheng allowed Lin Yi to rest a while longer before heading downstairs to the kitchen to prepare lunch. He deftly tied on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the air was filled with enticing aromas. He had prepared a tomato beef stew, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised pork, and stir-fried shredded meat with green peppers. When Lin Yi came downstairs, she was utterly astonished. She had never expected the formidable Master Mu to be such a skilled cook. "Little uncle, you are incredible. I can't believe you can cook." Lin Yi looked at Mu Junheng with admiration. He removed his apron and sat down, a faint smile gracing his features. "I learned while abroad. I couldn't stand Western cuisine, so I often cooked for myself." Lin Yi took a bite of the short ribs, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, little uncle, this is simply delicious." Seeing her exaggerated expression, Mu Junheng couldn't help but chuckle. "If you find it tasty, then eat more." As anticipated, Lin Yi overindulged during the meal. Since her release from prison, she had already gained 10 pounds, her weight shifting from 85 to 95 pounds. After lunch, Lin Yi returned to her room to continue writing. She needed to stockpile more content, as her fans had been eagerly awaiting updates. Mu Junheng, meanwhile, was in the study handling business matters. Lin Yi found this peaceful coexistence quite enjoyable. After all, she would definitely leave in a year, so she had to work hard to earn money to buy her own home and car. At the Lin residence, Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa, dressed in a cream-colored long dress, scrolling through her phone. She had originally planned to go shopping with friends, but Shi Huaiji had called to say he needed to see her about something important. Before long, Shi Huaiji arrived. Brother Huaiji, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Wanwan hurried over, taking his hand with anticipation in her eyes. Shi Huaiji gently brushed her hand aside and slowly sat on the sofa, his expression somewhat grave. Wanwan, there is something I've been pondering for several days, and I want to discuss it with you. Shi Huaiji appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of how to begin. A hint of hesitation flickered in his gaze. Lin Wanwan tilted her head in confusion, asking, Brother Huaiji, what is it? Is it something that can't wait until today? Shi Huaiji nodded affirmatively. Wanwan, it's better to clarify these matters sooner rather than later. Lin Wanwan sensed an ominous premonition. She felt that Shi Huaiji must be about to deliver bad news. Chapter 57. Annulment of engagement. Shi Huaiji's complexion paled slightly as he took a deep breath and began. Wanwan, I know this is unfair to you, but marriage is a serious matter that cannot be taken lightly. I've come today to annul our engagement. We are simply not suited for one another. A deathly silence ensued for several seconds. Lin Wanwan felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, her entire being frozen in shock, the light in her eyes extinguished in an instant. What, Brother Huaiji, you want to annul our engagement? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Shi Huaiji nodded, a twinge of guilt in his eyes. Wanwan, I am truly sorry that I've thought long and hard about this. I only see you as a sister. We simply cannot be husband and wife, and I cannot continue to delay your future. Lin Wanwan cried out, Brother Huaiji, have I done something wrong? You want to annul our engagement? Her voice was sharp and piercing, akin to a wounded beast. Wanwan, you are wonderful. It is I who am at fault. I truly do not harbor romantic feelings for you. Shi Huaiji's tone was low, unable to meet her gaze. Lin Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, Brother Huaiji, all these years, was your kindness towards me all a fade? You said you loved me. Why? Why are you treating me this way? Wanwan, please don't be agitated. I understand this is a tremendous blow to you. But I cannot deceive myself or you any longer. Shi Huaiji gritted his teeth, deciding it was best to lay everything bare. I do not agree. I do not agree. Lin Wanwan's sharp cries echoed through the room, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Xingnan entered, having overheard Lin Wanwan's shouts. What happened, Wanwan? Lin Xingnan asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Brother. Lin Wanwan threw herself into Lin Xingnan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah. Wanwan, please don't cry. Whatever it is, just tell me. Lin Xingnan comforted her, gently patting her back. Brother. Brother Huaiji wants to annul our engagement. What? Lin Wanwan choked out. What? Lin Xingnan was taken aback, a flash of anger crossing his features. He pressed Lin Wanwan down onto the sofa before turning to face Shi Huaiji, his eyes filled with accusation. Shi Huaiji, do you truly intend to annul your engagement with Wanwan? Shi Huaiji nodded solemnly, his tone resolute. Yes, I've given it careful thought. Wanwan and I are incompatible. My feelings for her are purely fraternal, and marrying her would be unfair to her. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xingnan's fist had already swung towards him. Shi Huai, caught completely off guard, stumbled back, covering his eyes with both hands as the sharp pain nearly rendered him speechless. Brother, how could you resort to violence? Lin Wanwan exclaimed as she hurried over to check on Shi Huai. Huai, are you all right? Shi Huai waved his hand, enduring the agony as he replied, I'm fine. What have you been doing all this time? After such a long period, you only now claim that you and Wanwan are incompatible. Do you truly believe my sister Wanwan is easy to push around? Dare to mention breaking off the engagement again, and I swear I'll make you pay. Lin Xingnan shouted furiously. Shi Huai, suppressing the pain etched on his face, said, Brother Nan, I understand your affection for Wanwan, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. I've longed to love Wanwan wholeheartedly, yet I've come to realize that I simply cannot. I cannot forget Yi. The one I love will always be her. Lin Xingnan was taken aback. You also love Lin Yi? Since when has she become so favored? If I recall correctly, your Uncle Mu just announced yesterday that Lin Yi is his girlfriend, and today you tell me that your affections lie with her? Are you and your uncle competing for the same woman? Lin Xingnan retorted without reservation. Brother Nan, how I pursue Yi is my own affair. Today, I merely came to break off the engagement. A glimmer of determination shone in Shi Huai's eyes. So, Shi Huai, everything you said to me was a facade. From the beginning to the end, I was merely a substitute for my sister, wasn't I? How could you treat me this way? Lin Wanwan cried, running back to her room in tears. Lin Xingnan shot Shi Huai a venomous glare and gritted his teeth, saying, "If Wanwan suffers due to your breaking off the engagement, I will never forgive you." Shi Huai removed the ring from his finger and placed it in his pocket. It was the couple's ring he had purchased with Lin Wanwan. With a heart heavy with despair, Shi Huai returned to the Mu residence, only to accidentally knock over a teacup upon entering. A few tea leaves clung to his pant leg. "Mom, what are you doing?" Shi Huai asked in astonishment. Mu Juning, seeing Shi Huai's pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to vent. "You ungrateful son, why have you returned? Are you all trying to drive me to my grave?" Mu Juning roared, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Mom, who is upsetting you? Why are you taking it out on me?" Shi Huai replied helplessly. "Isn't it because of that Lin Yi? Your uncle kicked me out for her, and you, too, are opposing me for her. What kind of spell has she cast on you all?" Mu Juning's chest heaved with indignation. "Mom, please don't be angry. You hold a bias against Yi. You never listen to what I say. Just calm down for now." With that, Shi Huai went straight upstairs, feeling an immense headache. Just as he had resolved to break off the engagement and pursue Lin Yi once more, he was met with so many obstacles. Back in his room, Shi Huai lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. He knew that winning back Lin Yi would not be an easy task. He not only had to contend with his uncle Mu Juinhong's rivalry, but also face his mother Mu Juning's vehement opposition. Yet, the love he harbored for Lin Yi only grew stronger. Perhaps one does not realize the depth of their love until faced with loss. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he would not relent. As Mu Juning's anger intensified, she took out her phone and dialed Lin's mother. After ringing for several seconds, the call connected. Before she could speak, Lin's mother launched into a tirade. "Mrs. Shi, I was just about to contact you. What is the meaning of the Shi family? Why has come to break off the engagement with Wanwan today? Is this how you conduct your affairs? Where is Wanwan supposed to place her dignity?" Lin's mother scolded without restraint. Mrs. Shi hastily interjected. "What did you say? Why broke off the engagement? I was unaware of this. This rascal, Mrs. Lin. Let's put this matter aside for now. I will ensure Wanwan receives an explanation." To you, the fact that Wanwan has been jilted is of no consequence, is it? What could possibly be of greater urgency? Lin's mother retorted, "Of course, this matter is more important. As a mother, shouldn't you be concerned about Lin Yi? Not only has she entangled Huai, but she has also utterly captivated my brother Junhang. It's utterly shameless." Mu Juning nearly spat venom in her fury. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Lin's mother's expression darkened. "Mrs. Shi, do you think I do not wish to intervene? She has publicly severed ties with me and now refuses to return to the Lin family. Her actions have hurt Wanwan." Chapter 58. She is merely a child of a maid. Mu Juning's fury was barely contained as she gripped her phone tightly. With a voice strained with anger, she responded, "Mrs. Lin, I will certainly give Wanwan an explanation regarding her situation, but you must resolve the issue with Lin Yi. Otherwise, I will completely withdraw from overseeing Huai's affairs." On the other end, Lin's mother Qiao Yue was seated on the sofa in the Lin family living room. Upon hearing this, she trembled with rage, nearly dropping her teacup. With a sharp and piercing tone, she retorted, "Mu Juning, how dare you threaten me? It was your Shi family who betrayed us first. How can you now have the audacity to threaten me?" Mu Juning sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Qiao Yue, you cannot even manage your own daughter. Lin Yi has been imprisoned. Do you really expect a person like her to step foot into my Mu family? That is the height of absurdity. It is nothing more than a daydream. Mu Juning, do not go too far. How could my Lin family's daughter be unworthy of your Mu family? Moreover, matters of the heart cannot be coerced. If that gentleman is unwilling, there is nothing anyone can do." Qiao Yue retorted fiercely. Nearby, Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly around her skirt. Upon hearing her mother's words, her already swollen eyes flashed with surprise. She softly called out, "Mom." Qiao Yue suddenly realized that she had inadvertently spoken in favor of Lin Yi, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She quickly patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder, offering her a comforting gaze. "You? Qiao Yue, how can we proceed with this? If you wish for Wanwan and Huai to be together, you must ensure that Lin Yi and Juinhang's situation is disrupted. Otherwise, I will absolutely no longer involve myself in Huai's matters," Mu Juning stated coldly. her tone resolute and uncompromising. Lin's mother and Lin Wanwan exchanged glances, both understanding Mu Juning's true intentions. Tears welled up in Lin Wanwan's eyes once more, and she began to cry even harder. After all her efforts to wrest Shi Huai from Lin Yi, how could she let go so easily? If it were not for the mystery surrounding that gentleman from the Mu family, she would have devised a way to claim him for herself long ago. She had to ensure that Lin Yi's connection with Mu Junheng was severed. She could not allow Lin Yi to have a better life than her. After hanging up, Xiao Yue hurriedly consoled Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, do not cry. Since Huai no longer loves you, I will find someone even better for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan cried even louder in Moemsdom, my heart only holds Huai. I cannot accept a life without him. If he truly breaks off the engagement, I do not wish to live anymore. Sob. Xiao Yue held her daughter tightly, gently patting her back. Wanwan, do not rush. I will definitely ensure you are not harmed. Her expression grew serious, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Wanwan, you also heard it. Huai's mother indicated that as long as Yi severs ties with Junheng, she will try to facilitate Huai's reconciliation with you. Lin Wanwan wiped her tears, her face a mask of grievance as she replied, Mom, but we cannot even communicate with Junheng. My sister is currently not listening to us. Moreover, she has endured so much suffering during her 2 years in prison. Now that she has finally found a strong backing, how could she easily let go? If you two are destined to sacrifice one, it must be her. Consider it repaying the Lin family's decades of nurturing. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Yue's eyes. Lin Wanwan began to cry again, yet she said, Mom, this is too unfair to my sister. Isn't it? She has suffered so much these past 2 years. Forcing her to give up her happiness for me makes me feel guilty. Xiao Yue embraced her, gently patting her back, exuding a maternal warmth. Wanwan, that is her fate. Had it not been for those past events, you should have been enjoying a life of luxury in the Lin family, while she is merely a child from a maid's household. Lin Wanwan stifled her tears and asked, Mom, but how can we make sister give up on Junheng? Xiao Yue's gaze hardened. If she refuses to agree, then extraordinary measures may be necessary. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Lin Wanwan's lips, only to vanish moments later. A person abandoned even by her own mother has no right to contest with her. Xiao Yue took out her phone to call Lin Yi, only to find she had been blocked. Enraged, she stomped her feet, and with no other option, she seized Lin Wanwan's phone to make the call. After a lengthy wait, the phone was finally answered, and Lin Yi's impatient voice came through. What is it? Speak quickly, Yi, it's Mom. How have you been these past few days? Why not come home? I promise I won't scold you anymore. Xiao Yue's tone was laced with a hint of appeasement. Lin Yi scoffed twice. Lin Mother. What s with the change of strategy? Is today's theme motherly kindness and filial piety? Yi, how can you speak to Mom like that? Mom sincerely wishes for you to return. After all, the outside world is quite perilous. Just get to the point. Don't waste my time here. Lin Yi retorted sarcastically. Yi, I heard you were dating that gentleman from the Mu family? Yes. What of it? Yi, upon hearing this, Mother couldn't sleep a wink the entire night. Although Mu boasts exceptional qualities, the threshold of the Mu family is not easily crossed, so you must think twice. Xiao Yue's voice resonated with an unusual tenderness. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. It had been quite some time since she had heard such a gentle tone from Madame Lin. Alas, this softness was not directed at her, but rather a calculated effort born from necessity. And then, Mother will never let you suffer any injustice. The Mu family is not one to be trifled with. Should you step through their doors, you might find yourself bullied mercilessly. Mother is also concerned for your well-being. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. There is no need for your concern. After all, we have severed our ties. There is no relationship left, so I dare not trouble you. Didn't I hear that Mu Junheng had a prior engagement? Why must you wade into such murky waters? Ah, really? But I quite enjoy splashing about. I might even catch some fish. Lin Yi twirled a pen idly in her fingers while seated on a swivel chair. Wearing an expression of indifference, Xiao Yue gritted her teeth in frustration, glancing at the tearful Lin Wanwan beside her, and chose to restrain herself once more. This stubborn girl is driving me to madness. If it weren't for Wanwan, I would have lost my temper. Rest assured, if you break up with Mr. Mu, I will surely find you a suitable match. Moreover, haven't you heard? Mr. Mu seems to be. Xiao Yue hesitated, her words trailing off. Chapter 59. Never lose your composure. Lin Yi burst into laughter upon seeing Mu Junhang standing at the door, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. She deliberately pressed her phone to speaker mode and asked, "What does you not understand?" With a darkened expression, Mu Junhang placed the coffee on the table behind her, his eyes betraying his displeasure at having overheard Xiao Yue's earlier remarks. Xiao Yue lowered her voice. I've heard that Mu seems to be lacking in that department. There are even rumors suggesting that he prefers men. If you were to be with him, happiness would elude you. Ha. Lin Yi couldn't contain her laughter. Mr. Mu is lacking in that department and prefers men? Who did you hear that from, Madam Lin? She laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. Mu Junhang squeezed her shoulder from behind, gritting his teeth as he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Little girl, you're not refuting anything, yet you're laughing. You have no idea how well I perform. Do you?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yue, oblivious to Mu Junhang's presence, continued her persuasion. I only wish the best for you. Everything I say is true. Mr. Mu is truly unfortunate. A marriage devoid of intimacy cannot be a happy one. Mu Junhang pinched Lin Yi lightly, urging her to speak. Madam Lin, one can only ascertain Mr. Mu's capabilities through experience. Hearsay is rather impractical. After all, Mr. Mu currently favors me. He is handsome, wealthy, and considerate, and I quite like him. Lin Yi squirmed slightly as Mu Junhang's pinch tickled her, and his dark demeanor lightened a bit at her words, a smile creeping onto his lips. The girl seems to know how to please me. He casually tossed a black card onto her desk. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, glancing back at Mu Junhang before pointing at herself in disbelief. Mu Junhang nodded, leaning close to her ear. Spend freely, no limit. Lin Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Is it really this easy to earn the money of my benefactor? Just a few flattering words? It seems I must learn to speak like this more often. Mu enjoys it. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yue continued. Since you're not together yet, don't waste time. Hurry and break up with him, and I will find you someone better. Lin Yi, wishing to end the conversation, replied, All right, then go ahead. If you find someone better than Mr. Mu, I will break up. Xiao Yue was overjoyed upon hearing this. After so long, she had finally succeeded in persuading her. What a relief! After hanging up, Xiao Yue embraced Lin Wanwan, saying, Wanwan, don't worry, this matter will be resolved swiftly. I will start looking for a suitable candidate right away. With that, Xiao Yue cheerfully set about making calls. Lin Wanwan wore a facade of contentment, yet her mind was calculating how to ensure Lin Yi lost Mu Junhang for good. She knew her mother might not find anyone better than Mu Junhang. So she decided to take matters into her own hands and create some trouble for Lin Yi. Relying on others for such matters made her uneasy. Regardless of whether she was the one being jilted, she would not let Lin Yi have it easied. That moment, Lin Yi found herself cornered by Mu Junhang in the swivel chair. Little girl, weren't you just laughing so heartily? Are you scared now? Mu Junhang's smile was enigmatic. Uncle, no, Mr. Mu. Can we discuss this calmly? Please get up first. Mu Junhang leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Lin Yi's neck, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. Little girl, do you not know how well I perform? Or do you wish to try again? Lin Yi hurriedly waved her hands. No, let us just forget about it. Seeing her blush, Mu Junhang found it amusing. However, I want to showcase my prowess further. I feel my last performance wasn't quite up to par. Lin Yi felt her face flush with heat, utterly surprised that this aloof Mr. Mu could be so playful. What a charming rogue. No need for that. Everything is perfectly fine. She turned her head, unable to meet Mu Junhang's gaze. Are you quite satisfied with my abilities? Or would you like to experience it again? Lin Yi cursed inwardly. This scoundrel. Why is he always toying with me? But I'm not entirely satisfied. I believe there's ample room for improvement. Mu Junhang's smile was unnerving. Lin Yi attempted to push him away, but he was as immovable as steel. That Mr. Mu, let us not go this route. After all, we're not truly a couple. Lin Yi laughed lightly. Really? Not a couple? True, we are indeed husband and wife, of the kind who has shared a bed. Do you not wish to consider the implications of your words? Is this going to go on forever? Lin Yi's expression darkened. Get up. If you don't blame me for being rude. Mu Junhang's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, little girl, you're quite bold here. You can be bullied by others, yet you are so fierce with me. Do not push your luck. I find your kissing skills rather lacking. Mu Junheng suddenly declared. Lin Yi locked eyes with him. My kissing skills are lacking? I've kissed so many people I've lost count. And you dare say I'm lacking? Mu Junheng burst into laughter. Haha, that you've kissed so many, yet you can't even catch your breath, nearly suffocating yourself each time? Lin Yi's face turned crimson, yet she knew she must maintain her composure, ts merely because we haven't kissed often enough. We not very familiar, otherwise my skills would be. Before she could finish, Mu Junheng leaned down and captured Lin Yi's soft, sweet lips in a kiss. Her words were swallowed by his fervent embrace. His kiss was intense, as if he wished to devour her whole. Just as Mu Junheng attempted to slip off Lin Yi's nightgown, she caught his wayward hand. Foiled in his attempt, Mu Junheng kissed her even more passionately until Lin Yi's breath hitched. And he finally released her. Mu Junheng playfully flicked her forehead. Silly girl, you can't even manage to breathe between kisses. Have you been bragging about kissing so many others? Lin Yi covered her face with her hands. Feeling utterly embarrassed, its not that many, about a dozen or so. Mu Junheng laughed uncontrollably. A dozen? Pfft, I was just kidding. It's not that many, probably 3 or 5. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed mercilessly. What is so funny? What is amusing about this? Lin Yi huffed, cheeks puffed in indignation. 3 or 5. Surely you've never been kissed before. How could why she have not kissed you after all these years? Lin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, mortified by the revelation. Had she known, she would have practiced kissing with a few people to avoid such ridicule. You know nothing. We are guided by feelings and propriety. I understand nothing. I only know you belong to me now. He is irrelevant. Mu Junheng chuckled, exhilaration radiating from him. Chapter 60. Mu is a bit mischievous soon. The day of Lin Yi's surgery arrived. Mu Junheng drove Lin Yi to the private hospital under his name, speeding along the road. The hospital appeared understated yet luxurious from the outside, with advanced facilities that showcased top-tier medical standards at every turn. Inside the operating room, the experienced Dr. Liu Yiming meticulously checked the surgical instruments, while the renowned surgeon Dr. Wang Jiadong, just returned from abroad, carefully reviewed the surgical plan. Both men wore expressions of focus and seriousness. Clearly well prepared for the upcoming procedure, Mu Junheng personally pushed Lin Yi into the operating room, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, Yi, don't be afraid. I'll be waiting for you outside. The surgery will go smoothly. Lin Yi nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips, as the doors of the operating room slowly closed. Mu Junheng's gaze remained fixed on them until they shut completely. His eyes filled with tension and concern. Xuan quietly stood beside Mu Junheng, observing her boss in his current state, unable to restrain herself from offering words of comfort. President Mu, Miss Lin is blessed with good fortune. The surgery will undoubtedly be successful, so please do not worry too much. Mu Junheng did not respond, merely moving to a nearby chair and sitting down in silence. After a considerable time, as if suddenly recalling something, he abruptly lifted his head and inquired, what is the recent situation with the Liu family? President Mu, Liu Yunqing has completely taken control of the Liu family now. Under various pressures, his father had no choice but to retreat into the background. Xu Yuan promptly replied, Now he can finally enjoy his desires, accompanying his mistress and illegitimate child in peace, Mu Junheng said with a hint of mocking amusement at the corner of his mouth. Xu Yuan chuckled softly, continuing, he now storms into the Liu group daily, seeking to confront Liu Yunqing, yet he cannot even gain entry through the company's front doors. And what of Yi Li Shu? How is she faring? Mu Junheng asked again. Upon hearing this question, Xuan could not help but laugh. President Mu, you actually care about how Liu is doing, ha. Mu Junheng shot him a fierce glare, his eyes filled with frost. Of course I must care. She previously sought to harm Yi, and I will not allow her to live comfortably. Arrange for someone to inform her about her husband's infidelity and his illegitimate child. President Mu, isn't this a bit underhanded? Xu Yuan stifled a laugh, striving to suppress any sound. Mu Junheng raised an eyebrow. Xu Yuan, do you wish to hear the words you speak? To call your boss underhanded? That is merely a light term. I wish to see her married off to a beggar. How dare she force Yi into marriage? She doesn't deserve any leniency. His gaze turned icy, chilling the air around them. Yes, President Mu, you are absolutely right. Xu Yuan hastily shifted the topic. By the way, Yi Li Shu has also approached Liu Yunqing. I heard he even allowed her entry. It seems this young Master Lu is indeed remarkable, capable of enduring for years while playing the fool, a feat not easily accomplished. Mu Junheng noted, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Recently, he had instructed someone to investigate the Lu family's affairs. It turned out that Yi Li Shu had become the mistress, responsible for the death of Lu Yunqing's mother, and later gave birth to Lu Yunji. At that time, Lu Yunqing was merely 7 years old, and Yi Li Shu naturally looked down upon her stepson, subjecting him to relentless abuse and humiliation behind closed doors. Lu Yunqing's life in the Lu household was exceedingly arduous. He had suffered from food poisoning 3 times, fallen into a swimming pool twice, and once tumbled down the stairs when he was 9. News of the young Master Lu suffering from fever and delirium spread, and from that point onward, he pretended to be foolish within the Lu family. This endurance and cunning earned Mu Juanhong's admiration. President Mu, you may not know, but Lu Yunqing has not set foot in the company even for a single day, yet he is well versed in all company affairs. Within mere days of taking over, he cleared out the old chairman's faction. Xuan continued to report. Mu Junheng chuckled lightly. Indeed, he is quite the talent. How is our negotiation with the Lu Group progressing? We are currently in discussions. The Lu Group has graciously offered us an additional percentage of profit as thanks for your assistance, Xuan responded. Mu Junheng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Lu Yunqing certainly knows how to conduct himself. Now all the noble families are extending olive branches to him. Many heiresses are vying to marry him. He is truly in the spotlight, Shiyuan said with a smile. So popular? Is he particularly handsome? Mu Junheng turned his gaze to Shiyuan, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Shiyuan nodded. Indeed, he is exceptionally dashing and charming. It's no wonder women are drawn to him. Mu Juanhong's expression darkened slightly, irritation lacing his tone. Am I not more handsome? Shiyuan suddenly realized his slip of the tongue, hastily suppressing his laughter and cautiously replied. Of course, no one can compare to your elegance, President Mu, and Qin Haishur, who could rival your charisma. Mu Junheng finally emitted a satisfied hum, thinking, at least your flattery was timely. Otherwise, the bonus would have been forfeited. Shiyuan internally lamented. President Mu is quite conceited. What does it matter if a man is handsome? Why can't I say another man is good-looking? Wait, could it be that the president truly prefers men? Otherwise, why would he react to my compliment about Lu Yunqing? No, he is so fond of Lin Yi. That can't be the case, can it? Perhaps it's a dual attraction? A preference for both men and women? Shiyuan was startled by his own thoughts, a shiver running down his spine. Mu Junheng cast a sidelong glance at Shiyuan, pondering. This pretty boy, so effeminate. No wonder he is attracted to someone like Lu Yunqing. Could Shiyuan possibly be gay? Upon closer inspection, Shiyuan indeed appeared more delicate than the average man, his skin fair and refined, and aside from his tall stature, he bore a striking resemblance to a girl. Shiyuan felt a prickling unease under Mu Juanhong's gaze, awkwardly turning his head away. Observing Shiyuan's reaction, Mu Junheng wondered, oh, this lad is shy. Could my guess be correct? Does he really prefer men? A chill ran down Mu Juanhong's spine as he recalled that day when he and Lin Yi had been together after drinking. And Lin Yi had asked Shiyuan if he would be upset at the time. He had found it puzzling. What relevance did their affair have to Shiyuan? Now it seemed even Lin Yi could see that Shiyuan felt differently towards him. To break the awkward atmosphere, Mu Junheng inquired about the Lin family and several other companies, and the two engaged in a half-hearted conversation, each lost in their own thoughts. Time slipped away unnoticed. And after 3 hours had passed, the operating room door finally creaked open, revealing Lin Yi being wheeled out by 2 nurses. Mu Junheng rushed forward, his eyes filled with concern. Lu Yiming and Wang Jiadong emerged. Their faces weary, Lu Yiming removed his mask, revealing a smile of reassurance. Master Mu, the surgery was very successful. Only then did Mu Juanhong's anxious heart finally settle. Thank you both for your hard work, he expressed gratefully, gesturing to Shiyuan. Shiyuan promptly stepped forward, handing each of them a card. Gentlemen, this is your compensation, a small token of appreciation from Master Mu. Please accept it. After expressing their gratitude and accepting the bank cards, Lin Yi was pushed into the VIP ward, with Mu Junheng closely trailing behind. When will she wake up? Mu Junheng asked urgently. The young nurse turned, her gaze landing on Mu Juanhong's strikingly handsome face, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, so handsome. Mu Junheng shook his head helplessly, ignoring her. and continued softly calling Lin Yi's name. It was the nearby nurse who timely interjected. "Mr. Mu, she will wake up in less than half an hour. However, after the anesthesia wears off, she may experience some pain." Mu Junheng nodded. "Understood." The starry-eyed young nurse left, her gaze lingering on Mu Junheng as she whispered to another nurse. "Wow, Master Mu is so handsome." The other nurse quickly pulled her away, whispering a warning. "Be careful. Do you dare to think of Master Mu? You want to lose your life?" The young nurse, starry-eyed, replied, "I'm just looking. It's not illegal." Mu Junheng had no interest in their chatter. He instructed Xuyuan to fetch kanji for Lin Yi, while he sat quietly by her bedside, waiting for her to awaken. Half an hour later, Xuyuan entered the ward carrying kanji. At that moment, Lin Yi had just regained consciousness. She weakly moved her eyes, and Mu Junheng quickly grasped her hand, gently asking, "Yi, how do you feel?" Lin Yi trembled as she spoke softly. "It hurts." "Xuyuan, go call the doctor. Yi says she is in pain," Mu Junheng shouted anxiously. Xuyuan immediately dashed out. 2 minutes later, Lu Yiming rushed in. "She woke up? How is Miss Lin?" Lu Yiming inquired with concern. "Dr. Lu, she says she is in pain. Does she need a painkiller?" Mu Junheng asked hurriedly. "Wait a moment. I will arrange for a pain pump immediately," Lu Yiming replied, swiftly making the necessary arrangements. A few minutes later, the pain pump was set up. Observing Lin Yi's pale face, Mu Junheng felt a pang of heartache. After the medication was administered, Lin Yi slowly spoke. "Better." Mu Junheng opened the kanji, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. He carefully propped Lin Yi up, softly saying, "Here, have some kanji." He gently blew on it and began to feed Lin Yi spoonful by spoonful. Lin Yi had little appetite, eating only a few bites before drifting back to sleep. Mu Junheng stayed by Lin Yi's side in the hospital for a day and night. It was only the following morning that he returned to the Mu residence to change clothes. Leaving a newly hired maid to accompany Lin Yi, Lin Yi's condition had evidently improved significantly today. After finishing her four, she quietly sat on the bed for a while. It was then she remembered her phone had died. So she retrieved it, plugged it in, and powered it on. Instantly, a barrage of messages flooded in on WeChat, some from Su Anning, others from Shi Huaiji, but the majority were from Lin Wanwan. Most were inquiries about her well-being and why her phone had been off. Lin Yi understood that Lin Wanwan's intention was likely not benign. Meanwhile, Shi Huaiji was pleading for her forgiveness, professing his deep-seated feelings, asserting that the only person he truly cared for was Lin Yi. He claimed to have terminated his engagement with Lin Wanwan and hoped for Lin Yi's acceptance once more. Lin Yi could only respond with 2 words. "Ha? Late affection is worth less than grass. What nonsense is this? Just because you regret it, I must play the role of the rebound. How dare you treat me like a trash can?" Lin Yi swiftly dragged him into her blacklist. Not long after, Lin Wanwan's call came through. "Sister, why did you take so long to turn on? Grandfather is ill, grandfather. How could he suddenly fall sick? Wasn't he always in good health?" The mere mention of grandfather Lin brought a tinge of sorrow to Lin Yi's heart. In her childhood, he had treated her with utmost kindness. Every visit to his home was met with delicious food and playful companionship. However, after Lin Wanwan returned, a gradual distance had formed between them, as the elderly man seemed to place greater value on blood ties. Naturally, Lin Yi visited less frequently after that. "Sister, let us go visit grandfather together today," Lin Wanwan said over the phone. "I can't go today." Lin Yi replied in a flat tone. "Sister, grandfather used to be quite fond of you. Why can't you go see him?" Lin Wanwan's voice carried a hint of impatience. How could she not be anxious? She had already arranged for people to ambush Lin Yi on her way to grandfather's house. They had been waiting for 2 days. "I can only go a month later. I have matters to attend to right now." Lin Yi's tone was resolute. "Sister, is it truly impossible for you to go? Grandfather misses you." Lin Wanwan continued to plead. "It is indeed not possible." Lin Yi once again refused. Frustrated, Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth but felt helpless. It seemed this approach would not yield results. She hung up the phone and began to pace back and forth in her room, secretly plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqing was wrapping up his work at the office. Preparing to leave, as he stepped out of the building, he spotted a familiar figure. Yi Li Shu. She appeared haggard, her eyes filled with a hint of desperation. "Yunqing, please forgive your mother. I know I was wrong." Lu Yunqing regarded her coldly. his gaze devoid of emotion. You are not my mother. My true mother was long since harmed by you. Li Shu stepped forward, grasping his arm. Yunqing, please let your father return to the company. Otherwise, he will only sulk at home, creating chaos. That is out of the question. Lu Yunqing remained unmoved, turning to get into his car and drive straight to the hospital. Earlier that morning, he had instructed his assistant to gather information about Lin Yi, who was reported to have undergone surgery and was currently hospitalized. Thus, after the meeting, he drove directly to the hospital to see her. Since their last encounter, she had lingered in his thoughts. As he exited the car, a black G-Class vehicle slowly approached and stopped in front of him. The door opened, and Mu Junheng stepped out. President Liu, what a coincidence, Mu Junheng said with a smile. Lu Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned the smile. President Mu, it has been a while. Are you here at the hospital for a checkup or to visit a patient? Mu Junheng inquired. President Mu, I came to see Miss Lin, Lu Yunqing replied with an innocent smile. Oh? It seems President Liu and Yi are not very familiar, are you? Mu Junheng's smile faded. Lu Yunqing narrowed his eyes, thinking, President Mu must not be so petty as to deny a visit. President Liu? I heard that you were quite the catch lately, with many heiresses vying for your attention, Mu Junheng interjected. Lu Yunqing shook his head helplessly. President Mu, please refrain from joking about me with that. The two men entered the hospital together. The sunlight cast dappled shadows on the pristine white sheets. Lin Yi lay languidly in bed, holding her phone and scrolling through an array of colorful comments from readers on her written novel. The amusing and incisive messages occasionally lifted the corners of her mouth, eliciting soft laughter. Just then, the door to the ward creaked open, revealing two tall, striking men who strode in side by side. Their distinguished demeanor and handsome features radiated an air of elegance. Lin Yi instinctively raised her head, and upon locking eyes with them, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Wow! Two heartthrobs, simply too delightful to behold. Mu Junheng had been smiling gently, but as he noticed Lin Yi's gaze fixated on Lu Yunqing, his smile abruptly froze, gradually fading away. The wave of sourness washed over him, akin to aged vinegar. Stirring discomfort in his heart, Lin Yi, her face a picture of surprise, couldn't restrain her curiosity. Young Master Liu, what brings you here? Lu Yunqing's lips curled slightly, revealing a courteous smile as he spoke softly. I happened to pass by, and upon encountering President Mu, I decided to come in and see you. How is your wound healing? Thank you for your concern. Young Master Lu.it is much better now. Lin Yi responded promptly. Without uttering a word, Mu Junheng approached the bedside, pulled out a chair, and deftly began to peel an apple with a fruit knife. His gaze was focused intently on the apple. Yet his grip on the knife tightened, causing his knuckles to turn white. Lu Yunqing slightly turned his head, casting a gentle look at Lin Yi, and smiled. Miss Lin, may I have your contact information? I believe we can consider ourselves friends. The previously silent Mu Junheng suddenly lifted his head, his voice cold and resolute. No. As he spoke, he handed the sliced apple to Lin Yi, then added, President Liu can add me on WeChat. You may communicate through me if needed. A teasing smile danced on Lu Yunqing's lips as he quipped, Is President Mu truly so stingy? Lin Yi found Mu Junheng's behavior rather petty, silently thinking, I never expected this was the sort of person President Mu was. Without hesitation, she took her phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and generously said, Young Master Liu, please scan. Unfazed by Mu Junheng's seemingly murderous glare, Lu Yunqing calmly took out his phone and added him as a friend. Mu Junheng's expression darkened, his face paling in comparison to liver. He stared at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with resentment, as if silently accusing her. You didn't add me on WeChat. Instead, you added a stranger. A hint of grievance tinged Mu Junheng's voice. Lin Yi suddenly realized they had indeed not added each other on WeChat. Her heart sank. Oh dear, how did I forget this? My goodness. I hope I haven't offended my benefactor. Will my black card be revoked? Without further ado, she swiftly took Mu Junheng's phone, urged him to unlock it, and quickly added each other as friends. After retrieving his phone, Mu Junheng swiftly took Lin Yi's phone. His fingers flying over the screen, quickly modifying the contact name. Lin Yi glanced at the WeChat contact, Universe's invincible super handsome husband. She fell into contemplation. Is this really something President Mu would do? It's so childish, akin to a 3-year-old. Lu Yunqing observed Mu Junheng's antics and merely smiled softly, teasing, President Mu, are you feeling a bit jealous? President Liu, you should manage your own horde of admirers, Mu Junheng retorted without hesitation. Miss Lin, take good care of your injury. I shall visit again soon. Feel free to reach out if you need anything, Lu Yunqing said with a smile. All right, young Master Lu, Lin Yi replied. Just then, Su Yuan pushed the door open and entered the ward. Upon seeing Lu Yunqing, he expressed his surprise. President Liu? What brings you here? Lu Yunqing maintained his warm smile, which made Mu Junheng suspicious, believing he was flirting with Su Yuan. I came to visit Miss Lin. Lu Yunqing clarified. Could it be that he wasn't here for Yi but for Su Yuan? Mu Junheng found the thought absurd. Assistant Su, please see me off, Lu Yunqing said as he walked towards the exit. Su Yuan set down the meal he had just purchased and followed him out. Mu Junheng watched their departing figures, inwardly musing. I was right. This guy is also bent. Thank goodness he's bent. That way, I won't have to compete with him for Yi. As Su Yuan followed Lu Yunqing out of the ward, he asked, President Liu, is the contract ready? Lu Yunqing nodded and replied, tomorrow at 10. President Mu, and you will come to Lu's to sign the contract. After a pause, he added, Assistant Su, what exactly is the relationship between President Mu and Miss Lin? Lu Yunqing felt a sense of dissatisfaction for not receiving a direct answer. The girl he had fallen for at first sight had seemingly become someone else's girlfriend before he had a chance to pursue her. President Liu, let's put it this way. For now, they can be considered a couple. Miss Lin is someone President Mu cares about greatly. Su Yuan responded. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yunqing's expression as he softly said, Please convey my gratitude to President Mu for his assistance with Lu's matters. With that, he took long strides into the elevator. Upon returning to the ward, Su Yuan found Mu Junheng preparing to share a meal with Lin Yi. Yi, shall I feed you? Mu Junheng's voice turned unexpectedly gentle. No, if there's no need, I can manage myself. Lin Yi felt somewhat taken aback. Mu Junheng's sudden kindness caught her off guard. Mu Junheng turned to Su Yuan, asking, What did Lu Yunqing say to you? Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering. He inquired about the relationship between Miss Lin and you. He also asked me to thank you for helping Lu's. Go back to the office and attend the meeting for me today. I won't be going, Mu Junheng instructed. All right, I'm on it, President Mu, Su Yuan replied, promptly exiting the ward. As Mu Junheng served Lin Yi porridge, he remarked, Don't pay any mind to that Lu Yunqing. He's not as simple as he appears. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, contemplating how unexpectedly possessive this President Mu could be. As I reminisce about Su Yuan's departure to see Lu Yunqing, I can't help but notice the hesitance in her speech upon her return. Then I recall Mu Junheng's gaze when he thought of Lu Yunqing. Could it be that Master Mu was feeling envious of Lu Yunqing because of Su Yuan? No, that seems rather implausible, doesn't it? It is a tad absurd. Uncle, I wish to be discharged from the hospital soon to rest at home. Lin Yi whined. Mu Junheng set down his chopsticks and gently replied, Do not rush. After these 2 days of intravenous therapy, you will be able to return home to recuperate. Chapter 63. Just how wealthy is Master Mu? 2 days later, with the sun shining brightly and the sky clear, Mu Junheng drove Su Yuan to the hospital to pick up Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi's face still bore a hint of post-illness pallor, Mu Junheng carefully lifted her onto the stretcher and pushed her out. He then carried her from the stretcher to the car. And Lin Yi felt a surge of happiness. The sunlight poured through the car window, illuminating her as she gazed at the familiar streets outside. Inexplicably cheerful, upon returning to the Mu residence, the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, was already bustling about in the yard, full of energy. The new housekeeper, a young and enthusiastic girl named Xiao Wang, hurried over to take Lin Yi's belongings and assist with the arrangements. As Mu Junheng carried Lin Yi into her room, the familiar scent enveloped her. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, she instantly felt a long-lost sense of security. During her time in the hospital, the acrid smell of disinfectant had made her feel nauseous with every breath. And now, she had finally escaped that torment. The doctor had previously advised her that she would not be able to get out of bed for at least a month, which meant that for the next month, she would have to obediently rest in bed. Lin Yi sighed softly. Although the wait would be long, she would endure it for the sake of recovery. After a hearty lunch, as she idly flipped through a magazine, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Su Anning, and a smile graced her lips as she pressed the answer button. Hello, Yi. What have you been up to? It's been almost a week since you last contacted me. I've missed you so much. Su Anning's voice came through the receiver, laced with playful affection. Anning, I just had leg surgery and I'm recuperating at home now. Lin Yi replied with a chuckle, her tone lighthearted. What? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Do you still consider me your good friend? Su Anning's voice rose several octaves, filled with a mix of complaints and concern. Anning, it's nothing serious. I just got discharged today. And after a month of resting at home, I'll be fine, Lin Yi patiently explained, trying to soothe her friend's agitated emotions. Yi, I'm your true best friend. How could you conceal something so significant from me? Su Anning continued to tease. Lin Yi chuckled helplessly and softly replied, Once I recover, I promise to accompany you to the bar to look for male models, okay? This brought joy to Su Anning, her voice filled with anticipation. You better keep your word. But will Master Mu agree? Why wouldn't he? He even gave me a black gold card to spend freely, Lin Yi said with a hint of pride. Her tone infused with happiness. What? A black gold card? Wow, Master Mu is truly generous. When will I ever meet such a benefactor? Su Anning's voice brimmed with envy. Ha ha. I admit, he is indeed quite generous. The two exchanged playful banter. And with each passing moment, the shadows in Lin Yi's heart gradually faded, leaving her in high spirits. Yi, I must tell you, I quit my previous job. I was scouted by a talent agent to enter the entertainment industry. Su Anning suddenly exclaimed, her voice bursting with uncontainable excitement. Lin Yi widened her eyes in surprise. What? Anning, you've been discovered by a talent scout and are going into the entertainment industry? That's amazing, sister. Have you signed a contract with them yet? Not yet. I'm still considering it, but I did some research and found out that Xingyue Media is quite a big company. However, I'm lacking in confidence. Su Anning's voice revealed a touch of discouragement. Unlike Lin Yi, who possessed an enchanting beauty, Su Anning had a cute, doll-like face with a pure and sweet appearance. Yet, she often felt inadequate, filled with worries about entering the entertainment world. Anning, believe in yourself. You can do it. Your uniqueness is your strength. If you work hard, you will certainly carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. Why don't you join me in the entertainment industry? Let us strive together. Su Anning suggested eagerly. Anning, look at my leg. I don't even know when it will fully heal or to what extent I can recover. Do you really think the industry would want someone with a limp? Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. Don't say that. Your leg will definitely heal. There's no way you'll be left with a limp. Su Anning quickly interrupted Lin Yi, as if fearing that such negativity might come true. Anning, when you have some free time, please come to the Mu residence to keep me company. It's truly too boring lying in bed all day, Lin Yi said somewhat plaintively. Of course. I'll come over tomorrow. I also want to discuss entering the entertainment world with you. Su Anning readily agreed. After hanging up, Lin Yi's heart was in turmoil. She felt joy for Su Anning's opportunity, but was also filled with uncertainty about her own future. Just then, Mu Junheng gently pushed open the door, holding a steaming cup of milk. He approached the bedside and tenderly said, Drink this milk. It will help you sleep better. Lin Yi accepted the milk, gazing at the considerate man before her, warmth flooding her heart. The usually aloof and dignified Master Mu displayed such tender affection, creating a striking contrast. If you need anything or feel bored, don't hesitate to invite your friends over. Uncle, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. I'd like Su Anning to stay with me for a couple of days. All right. The following morning, Su Anning drove to the Mu residence bright and early. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by the opulence of the Mu household. The courtyard was as expansive as a park, and the interior was resplendent, exuding luxury at every turn. Upon seeing Lin Yi, she tightly embraced her. I've missed you terribly. Just how wealthy is Master Mu? This house is extravagantly decorated. Lin Yi chuckled. I'm not sure of the specifics, but he must be quite affluent, my dear sister. I envy you so much. When will I ever get to be pampered by such a magnate? Su Anning's expression was one of pure envy. Xiao Wang knocked and entered with a platter of sliced fruits. Anning, have some fruit. Su Anning casually picked up a cherry, large and sweet. Wow, this cherry is absolutely delicious. Wealthy people are indeed different. They only buy the best fruits. Make sure to eat plenty. That talent scout called me again today, asking me to go to the company tomorrow to sign the contract. Lin Yi sat up straight, excitement bubbling within her. Really? That's wonderful. Su Anning was equally thrilled. She had never imagined that she would one day enter the entertainment industry. Su Anning came from an ordinary background. Her father ran a small company that had been struggling in recent years. This year, the company had been facing losses, and her once generous monthly allowance had been cut off. Now, all expenses had to be borne by herself. Unlike Lin Yi, who had nearly 20 million in savings, Su Anning only had a mere 10,000 left in her account, and her younger brother frequently called asking for money. If she didn't start earning soon, she would be in dire straits. If only you could join me. If I become famous, you can be my manager. Seeing Su Anning Estelite, Lin Yi couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Of course, I'll be your manager, my big star. Chapter 64. The victim of domestic strife at the Lin residence. Lin Wanwan sat disheartened on the sofa. My sister completely ignores me. Now that she's living at the Mu residence, she hardly leaves her room. How can we make her break up with Master Mu? Lin Wanwan began to cry again. Today, Mu Juning had called to inquire about their progress in persuading Lin Yi. Xiao Yue was seething with frustration but dared not speak too harshly. Lin Yi refused to answer her calls, and even when they visited the Mu residence, they were not allowed in, no matter how many schemes they devised. They were powerless. Just thinking about Lin Yi made Xiao Yue's teeth grind with anger. She felt she had raised a daughter in vain. Having swapped her biological daughter for 15 years, Lin Yi enjoyed the wealth and luxury the Lin family provided while her biological daughter suffered. Now, it had escalated to the point of severing ties with the Lin family, making her feel like a complete ingrate. Furthermore, she had caused her biological daughter to be rejected in marriage. How could she not be furious? If it weren't for the nurse's switch of the babies, her Wanwan would have been a pampered little princess. Truly, a wolf's meat cannot be compared to a dog's, if it's not biological. It simply doesn't work. Wanwan, stop crying. We must think of another way. Mom. What other way is there? My sister won't even come out to see us. Xiao Yue wore a worried expression as well. Wanwan, is there no one that Lin Yi cares about? Mom, the ones she used to care about were Huaiji, our elder brother, and you and Dad. But now it seems she doesn't care about anyone. Lin Wanwan continued to sob softly. Well, your elder brother used to dote on her the most. That year when he was ill, she cared for him all night. Perhaps your second brother offended her too severely recently. Xiao Yue recalled. Then, if elder brother fell ill, would she come out? Lin Wanwan spoke softly. I'm unwell. Xiao Yue murmured, and then she leaned close to Lin Wanwan's ear and whispered. Lin Wanwan nodded. Big brother has been staying at his apartment these days. I will go see him shortly, Lin Shinan interjected. When did I become a pawn in your domestic squabbles? Lin Wanwan picked up her bag and exited the villa. Half an hour later, she received 2 packets of powdered medicine from a man. She then proceeded directly to Lin Shinan's apartment. After ringing the doorbell for quite some time, the door finally opened. Lin Shinan, bleary-eyed and disheveled, stood at the threshold, looking bewildered. Wanwan, what brings you here? Lin Wanwan's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Big brother, Huaiji insists on calling off our engagement. What should I do? Wuwa, as she spoke, Lin Wanwan began to cry again. The moment Lin Shinan heard her sobs, he was jolted awake. He had been inebriated from drinking with the clients the previous night, which was why he had not gone to the company today. Wanwan, please stop crying. Come inside. This was Lin Wanwan's second visit to her brother's apartment. The interior was immaculate and tidy, furnished in a minimalist style. As Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa, still softly weeping, she lamented, Big brother, what should I do? I love Huaiji so much. Wanwan, a forced marriage is no sweet fruit. If he doesn't love you. Even marriage won't bring you happiness. It's better to let go. I'll find someone better for you, Lin Shinan consoled. Big brother, my heart truly belongs to Huaiji. I cannot marry anyone else. Lin Wanwan cried pitifully. Wanwan, don't be sad. I'll talk to Shi Huaiji on your behalf. Lin Shinan, unable to bear his sister's tears, offered. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me go buy you some breakfast. Lin Wanwan wiped her tears and said, Yes, I drank too much last night and now have a headache. Lin Wanwan picked up her bag and left the apartment, finding a breakfast shop not far from the community. She bought a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee along with several side dishes. Upon returning, she found Lin Shinan had already washed up and resumed his usual appearance. Big brother, I brought you congee. Come eat. Lin Shinan looked at Lin Wanwan, his eyes filled with concern. Wanwan, have you eaten? Big brother, you eat first. That I finished. Lin Shinan took the bowl and began to eat by in no time. He had consumed a bowl of congee. Wanwan, would you like something to drink? Brother, juice will suffice. Lin Shinan rose to pour Lin Wanwan some juice, but suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Writhing in pain, he gasped, Wanwan. My stomach hurts terribly. Wanwan, quickly call a doctor. Big brother, don't panic. I'll find a doctor right away. Lin Wanwan exclaimed as she grabbed her phone and rushed to the window to dial 120. Upon returning, she found Lin Shinan still curled up on the floor, moaning and sweating profusely, his face pale, and he began to lose consciousness. Lin Wanwan was horrified. A surge of fear gripped her. Had he taken too much medication? Trembling, she retrieved his phone from his pocket, quickly unlocking it with Lin Shinan's fingerprint. She found Lin Yi on WeChat and sent her a location. Then, she recorded a video of Lin Shinan writhing on the floor in agony, captioning it, "Help me." Before sending it out, she then disposed of the leftover side dishes and kanji in the toilet. Wanwan. Take me to the hospital. Lin Shinan could barely articulate a complete sentence, the pain overwhelming him. He wondered why the ambulance had not yet arrived. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity without any response from Lin Wanwan, he forced his eyes open, only to find no trace of her in the room. His phone lay on the coffee table, and he struggled to crawl towards the Mu residence. Lin Yi awoke from a midday nap, accompanied by Su Anning as they played games for a while. Just as they finished, a WeChat notification chimed. Upon seeing the profile picture, Lin Yi felt a moment of confusion. Lin Shinan. It had been years since he had contacted her. Opening the message, she found a location and then a video, revealing Lin Shinan lying on the floor, seemingly in great distress. Another message followed. Help me. Anning, go call Xiao Wang and have her summon 2 bodyguards to the entrance. Su Anning, not pausing to ask what was happening, dashed out. Minutes later, the bodyguards arrived at Lin Yi's bedroom door. Wang Gu, Li Gu, please head to this community. A close friend of mine has fallen seriously ill. Take him to the hospital for treatment and contact his family once you arrive. Lin Yi instructed, handing Su Anning a note. The bodyguards quickly left with the note in hand. Lin Shinan, with all his strength, finally crawled to the coffee table, reaching for his phone, only for a hand to suddenly snatch it away. Lin Shinan could no longer hold on and fainted. Lin Wanwan deleted the WeChat conversation between Lin Shinan and Lin Yi before stuffing the phone back into Lin Shinan's pocket. She was fully prepared, waiting for her sister, Lin Yi, to fall into her trap. She had no intention of harming her sister or taking her life. She merely wanted to incapacitate her and capture some intimate photos. After all, she was her sister, and Lin Wanwan did not wish to inflict harm, but felt it was necessary. The man she had arranged was already hiding in her brother's bedroom. Chapter 65. The Pearlfish's Dilemma. Lin Wanwan left the door ajar, creating a narrow gap, then donned a hat and hid at the staircase, her gaze fixed intently on the door, meticulously observing the situation outside. Time ticked by, and after approximately 20 minutes, the elevator doors opened, revealing 2 men. They hurriedly strode towards her brother's room 501, their purpose clear. Why are there 2 men? Where is Lin Yi? Confusion enveloped Lin Wanwan, her brow furrowing, her face etched with questions. Had Lin Yi sent them? This is bad. Those 2 men are still in the bedroom. Lin Wanwan was engulfed in hesitation, her mind torn, unsure whether she should enter. Just then, upon entering the room, the 2 bodyguards spotted Lin Shinan lying on the floor. Unconscious, they moved to assist him. Suddenly, 2 men in black rushed out from the bedroom. The bodyguards immediately became alert and engaged in a scuffle with the assailants. After several exchanges, the 2 men in black were left battered and bruised, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Bodyguard Wang Lin swiftly lifted Lin Shinan onto his back and hurried outside. Once downstairs, they quickly jumped into their vehicle and sped away. Lin Wanwan, witnessing this, hastily got into her own car. Closely tailing them, however, the opposing vehicle drove too swiftly, and she lost them along the way. With numerous hospitals scattered throughout the area, Lin Wanwan gazed at the empty streets, feeling a wave of headache wash over her. She had to find Lin Shinan before he regained consciousness, or her meticulously crafted plan would be exposed. Another failed attempt could lead to her brother's disdain. Truly, a penny wise, a pound foolish. Anxiously, she dialed her mother's number. Mom. The plan has gone awry. My brother is now unconscious and was taken to the hospital by 2 men. If you receive any related calls, please inform me immediately. I must call my brother to check on him. After hanging up with her mother, She promptly dialed Lin Xinan's number. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, the call finally connected, but a stranger's voice answered. One of the men who had rescued her brother. After confirming the hospital's address, Lin Wanwan pressed the accelerator, racing toward the facility. Upon her arrival at the hospital, Lin Xinan had already been wheeled into the operating room. Outside the surgery room, the 2 men stood waiting. Lin Wanwan took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and approached them politely. Hello? Did you 2 bring my brother to the hospital? Wang Lin nodded and replied. Are you Lin Gongzi's relative? I am his sister. Lin Wanwan. I sincerely thank you for bringing my brother to the hospital. Here is a card with 100,000 yuan as a token of my gratitude. Please accept it, Lin Wanwan said as she extended a bank card. Since you are a family member of Lin Gongzi, we will leave him in your care. We have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. We cannot accept this card. They replied, declining the offer before departing. Lin Wanwan felt a weight lift from her heart, relieved that her secret remained intact. 2 hours later, the operating room door finally opened. The doctor emerged, looking fatigued, and inquired. Where are the patient's family members? Lin Wanwan, Qiao Yue, and Lin Xingbei stood up in unison. Doctor, how is my brother? Lin Wanwan asked anxiously. The patient is suffering from acute food poisoning. His stomach has been pumped, but he is currently quite weak and will need to stay in the hospital for a few days of recovery, the doctor explained as Lin Xinan was wheeled back to the ward. Qiao Yue gazed at her eldest son's pale and frail face, her heart heavy with guilt. Had she not suggested this, Lin Xinan wouldn't he have endured such suffering. It was all her fault for a moment's folly. She grasped Lin Xinan's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xinan, are you feeling better? Lin Xinan slowly opened his eyes and weakly called out, Mom, big brother, you're finally awake. We were so worried. Lin Xingbei exclaimed with excitement. Xingbei. Lin Xinan turned his gaze towards Lin Wanwan, who felt a pang of guilt and could not meet his eyes. Big brother, the ambulance was stuck in traffic, and it took too long. I had no choice but to run out and ask 2 security guards to take you to the hospital. Thankfully, they arrived in time. The doctor said that if it had been any later, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Wanwan recounted, wiping her tears. Lin Xingnan recalled the last scene before his unconsciousness. The room was utterly deserted, and as he struggled to crawl towards his phone, a hand snatched it away first. Clearly, during dinner, his phone had been nestled in his pants pocket. Wanwan, you have worked hard. Upon noticing Lin Xingnan's unaltered demeanor, Lin Wanwan finally felt a sense of relief. Losing Lin Xingnan as an ally would indeed be a tremendous loss. It was all because of that Lin Yi. No matter what means she employed, she simply refused to step outside. What on earth could make her break up with Mu Yi? Lin Wanwan's heart brimmed with frustration. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. By the time she exited the hospital, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. She had arranged to meet Shen Karen for coffee. Inside the blue coffee shop, as Shen Karen walked in, she spotted Lin Wanwan sitting by the window, waving at her. Karen, over here. Shen Karen approached Lin Wanwan's table and took a seat across from her. Wanwan, what brings you out today? Shen Karen inquired with a smile. Karen, my elder brother just got food poisoning and was hospitalized. I'm feeling particularly down and wanted to chat with you, Lin Wanwan replied. Her eyes reddening once more. Wanwan, don't be too upset. Brother Lin will surely recover. Shen Karen quickly offered her consolation. Before long, their ordered coffees and pastries arrived. Wanwan, when will you and Shi Huaiji finally become an item? Shen Karen teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan suddenly burst into tears. Karen, Brother Huai is planning to break off our engagement. Shen Karen's expression turned to one of shock. She had always perceived Lin Wanwan and Shi Huaiji as an enviable couple. Wanwan, how could that be? Haven't you 2 always had a great relationship? What on earth happened? Lin Wanwan took a tissue, gently wiping away her tears, and said, Karen, the person Brother Huai has always liked is my sister. Just a few days ago, he suddenly came to me and said he wanted to break off the engagement. What? He likes Lin Yi. Has he lost his senses? How can a woman who has served time in prison compare to you? Shen Karen exclaimed in indignation, feeling it was a grave injustice for her friend. Clearly, Lin Wanwan was more beautiful, kind-hearted, and gentle. What on earth was Shi Huaiji thinking? Karen, what should I do? You must help me think of a way. I simply cannot lose Brother Huai. I've liked him since I was 15. No one else occupies my heart. Chapter 66. A fortunate opportunity. Lin Wanwan's pitiful cries tugged at one's heartstrings. Shen Karen took out a tissue and gently dabbed at her tears. Wanwan, my dear Wanwan, please don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore. Lin Wanwan managed to smile through her tears, saying, Karen, you're the best to me. You truly are my dearest friend, Wanwan, but I honestly don't know how to help you. Shen Karen lamented. Brother Huai's mother called me, saying that as long as we can separate Lin Yi and Mu Yi, she will find a way to get Shi Huaiji to agree to our engagement. But I can't even see Lin Yi. She hasn't been stepping outside for some reason. Lin Wanwan's face fell, her expression one of utter helplessness. Separate Lin Yi and Mu Yi. I really don't know what means my sister has employed to ensnare Mu Yi. Even Brother Huai's mother was driven away by him. What can I possibly do? As she spoke, Lin Wanwan began to dab her eyes once more. Sister won't even answer the calls from me or mom. She ignores both my older brother and second brother. We simply cannot persuade her. As for Mu Yi, I don't even have the opportunity to get close. Lin Wanwan's voice was tinged with urgency and helplessness, her tone rising involuntarily. Karen, weren't you fond of Mu Yi before? Why not make an effort to pursue him? Lin Wanwan's voice held a hint of skepticism and probing. Upon hearing this, Shen Karen fell into a brief contemplation. The cold yet charming visage of Mu Junhang flashed through her mind, causing her heart to race slightly. Suddenly, she recalled her brother mentioning that he had arranged to drink with Mu Yi at Yimei that evening. I do like him, but with Mu Ye's aura, who would dare approach? However, since my brother is meeting him at Yimei tonight, why don't we go as well? Shen Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Lin Wanwan's previously tear-filled eyes now shone with a glimmer of hope, her tone a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Really? Will it work? I'm not sure, but we can go to Yimei, pretend to run into them, and then stay to drink with them. Shen Karen's confidence grew as she spoke. Listening intently, Lin Wanwan recalled the package of powder in her bag, and a bold idea quietly sprouted within her. It was truly a fortuitous opportunity. Karen, it wouldn't be quite right for just the two of us girls to go, would it? What if we invite Mu Junling, who is your friend from the Mu family? She might be able to help us and is likely easier to talk to, Lin Wanwan suggested. Shen Karen slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten her? Just a moment, I'll call her. After hanging up, the two conversed in the CAF until after 6 o'clock, then drove together to Yimei. Inside Yimei, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with lights and laughter, the air thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and perfume, and the music deafening. Shen Karen skillfully reserved a private room, conveniently located next to the one her brother frequented. The two entered the room, ordered a bottle of red wine and a platter of fruit, and settled into the plush sofa, indulging in the fruit while awaiting Mu Junling's arrival in less than half an hour. The door to the room swung open and Mu Junling, wearing sky-high heels, entered with an elegant stride. Her makeup was exquisitely done, though the superior genes of the Mu family did not fully manifest in her. She took more after her mother. Her features were refined, though her complexion was slightly sallow. However, today she had applied a substantial amount of foundation, making her appear strikingly fair at first glance. Junling, you finally made it. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Wanwan, the daughter of the Lin family. Shen Karen enthusiastically stood up, grasping Mu Junling's hand. Lin Wanwan quickly rose as well, a sweet smile adorning her face as she softly said, Hello, Junling Jie. I'm Wanwan. Mu Junling nodded lightly, elegantly taking her seat as she replied, No need to be so polite. We've met before at the banquet, right? Lin Wanwan hurriedly poured a glass of wine for Mu Junling, presenting it with both hands and said, Junling Jie, I toast to you. Although Mu Junling held a slight disdain for Lin Wanwan, she found the latter's thoughtful demeanor somewhat agreeable, so she accepted the glass and took a delicate sip. Initially, there was a hint of awkwardness among the three, but after a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere warmed considerably, and they quickly became inseparable friends. Lin Wanwan then suggested a few songs, and after a few boisterous renditions in the room, she sensed the moment was ripe. She subtly signaled Shen Karen, who instantly understood. Junling, my brother, and your cousin Mu Yi are drinking in the next room. Why don't we go over to greet them and join in? It would be more lively, Shen Karen suggested with a smile. Mu Junling's eyes lit up as she put down her glass. My cousin is next door? Shen Karen nodded eagerly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Mu Junling stood up with enthusiasm. Typically, it was nearly impossible for her to catch a glimpse of her cousin, as Mu Junheng rarely returned to the Mu family's old residence. There were some conflicts between him and the old man. The control of the Mu family, founded by the old man, had been handed over to his younger brother, Mu Junlin, leaving Mu Junheng with merely 10% of the shares. Though the company was still called Mu, it was not the same as the one established by the old man, but one that Mu Junheng had founded himself. His headquarters were abroad, yet his business spanned across various cities in the country. Thus, in just 6 months back in the country, this new Mu had already gained a remarkable reputation, becoming an object of admiration for many. The three entered the adjacent room, pushing the door open. The occupants within were momentarily stunned, their glasses suspended mid-air, all eyes riveted on the entrance. It was Shen Qingyang who reacted first, quickly spotting his sister and exclaiming in surprise. "Karen, what brings you here?" He set down his glass and approached her. "Brother, we were just having fun next door and heard you were here, so we came to say hello," Shen Karen explained with a smile. Mu Junheng remained expressionless, not even lifting his gaze, as he downed his drink in one go, seemingly indifferent to the unexpected intruders. Hua Tingdong and Xiao Yu lounged on the sofa, observing the scene with a hint of amusement. Su Yuan sat beside Mu Junheng, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Mu Junling hurried over, calling out sweetly, "Cousin." Only then did Mu Junheng slowly raise his head, his gaze landing on Mu Junling as he asked in a flat tone, "Junling, what brings you here?" Mu Junling, looking aggrieved, sat beside Mu Junheng, clinging to his arm in a spoiled manner. "If I don't come, when do you plan to return to the Mu family? I haven't seen you in 2 months." Chapter 67. Truth or Dare? Mu Junheng frowned slightly, a hint of distaste crossing his features as he attempted to push her away, but Mu Junling held on tightly. He glanced at the pristine white shirt he wore for the first time today, imagining it would soon be ruined by her makeup. It was, after all, Shen Qingyang who shattered the brief stalemate, warmly ushering Lin Wanwan and Shan Karen inside, and smilingly remarked, "Please, make yourselves comfortable, Miss Lin." Shen Karen took the opportunity to sit beside Shen Qingyang, while Lin Wanwan cautiously settled next to Mu Junling. The dim lighting within the private room allowed Lin Wanwan to discern Mu Junheng's features clearly. Even from a mere profile, he left her utterly mesmerized. His high-nose bridge, exquisite jawline, and alluring lips seemed like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. A ripple of emotions surged within Lin Wanwan. How could such an extraordinary man be possessed by Lin Yi? A bold and reckless thought took stronger hold in her mind. If she could win over Master Mu's affection, what was she Huaiji in comparison? At this notion, she secretly rejoiced, a flicker of barely perceptible greed flashing in her eyes. The unexpected arrival of a few individuals abruptly halted the previous conversation among Mu Junheng and the others, creating a momentary atmosphere of awkwardness. Shen Qingyang, quick to react, suggested, "Since we're all family here, let's raise a glass together." Shen Karen rose and moved to the coffee table, pouring drinks for Hua Tingdong and Xiao Yu. Lin Wanwan also stood up, her heart racing, her hands trembling with nervousness. She poured a glass for Mu Junling first, then, with unsteady hands, poured for Mu Junheng. Her palms were slick with sweat, and seizing the moment, she discreetly slipped the powdered drug into the wine glass. Just then, Mu Junheng spoke up, "Miss Lin, you've spilled some wine." Lin Wanwan was startled, her hand shaking, nearly toppling the bottle. She feigned calmness, trembling as she extended the glass towards Mu Junheng. He accepted the glass, his piercing gaze fixed on her, as if he could see through all her thoughts. Lin Wanwan, feeling guilty, dared not meet his eyes, turning to offer Mu Junling her glass before pouring one for herself. "Come, let's toast," Shen Qingyang proclaimed loudly. The group raised their glasses and drank in unison. "Junheng, Tingdong, Xiao Yu, Assistant Su, with so many of us, why not play a game to stave off boredom?" Shen Qingyang proposed. Hua Tingdong, with a smirk, replied, "All right, since young Master Shan is interested, we shall gladly accompany you." Thus, Shen Qingyang suggested they play Truth or Dare. The game rules dictated that whoever the bottle pointed at must choose between a truth or a dare. With those unwilling facing a penalty drink, as the first round commenced, the bottle spun rapidly on the table. All eyes were fixated upon it, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Gradually, the bottle's speed diminished and finally came to a halt, its opening pointing directly at Lin Wanwan. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her. Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat, yet she maintained a facade of composure, forcing a smile to mask her inner turmoil. Shun Xingyang wore a playful grin as he inquired, "Miss Lin, truth or dare?" Lin Wanwan hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes before she softly uttered, "Truth, please." Shin Xingyang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he elongated his question. "Then I must ask, do you have someone you fancy?" Lin Wanwan's heart raced, almost bursting from her chest. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Mu Juanheng, her gaze betraying a hint of unspoken affection. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes." "Who is it? Do tell," Shin Karen urged, her curiosity piqued. Lin Wanwan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she stammered, "Of course, it's my fiancé, Shi Huaiji." The room fell silent for a brief instant before erupting into laughter, the sound echoing within the private chamber, dispelling the earlier tension. After the laughter subsided, the game continued. In the second round, the bottle began to spin again under the watchful eyes of all present. As its speed waned, it ultimately pointed towards Mu Juanheng. Instantly, all gazes converged upon him, the atmosphere thickening with tension as if the very air had solidified. Shin Xingyang maintained his smile, asking, "Juanheng, truth or dare?" With an expressionless demeanor, Mu Juanheng calmly replied, "Truth." Shin Xingyang contemplated for a moment before a mischievous grin spread across his face as he asked, "Juanheng, when did you lose your virginity?" The moment the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Mu Juanheng, filled with curiosity and anticipation. A slight smirk graced Mu Juanheng's lips, as if recalling an amusing memory. He replied leisurely, "A few days ago." At this revelation, Shan Karen's heart jolted, jealousy igniting in her eyes, turning them a fiery red. She inwardly mused, who could be so fortunate as to have one Master Mu's first? Lin Wanwan was equally taken aback, her mind racing with the image of Lin Yi. Anger surged within her as she silently screamed, "That wretched Lin Yi dared to sleep with Master Mu? How does she deserve him? I must win him over." At this moment, Lin Wanwan's heart was a tempest of tumultuous emotions, jealousy and resentment crashing over her like a tidal wave. The game pressed on, and Mu Juanheng casually raised his hand to spin the bottle once more. It twirled wildly on the table, a blur of motion, before finally coming to rest, pointing at Mu Junling. The group turned their attention to her. Shan Xingyang inquired with a smile, "Miss Mu, truth or dare?" With a confident smile, Mu Junling boldly declared, "Dare." Shin Karen, quick on the uptake, interjected, "Sister Mu, find a man present to share a cup with." Mu Junling picked up her glass, scanning the room. When her gaze fell upon Mu Juanheng, he shot her a cold glare, causing her heart to tighten. She thought to herself that she dared not choose her cousin. Thus, she approached Su Yuan. Su Yuan's previously pale face turned a crimson red, resembling a ripe apple. Shin Xingyang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, why are you blushing?" Su Yuan shot him a glare, though internally he was quite reluctant. However, given that Mu Junling was the cousin of the esteemed Mu, he could hardly refuse to show some respect. Thus, with resignation, he raised his glass and shared a toast with Mu Junling. Shen Xingyang led the cheers, whistling loudly, the sound resonating in the private room. Even the typically aloof Mu Juanheng allowed a rare smile to grace his features, though his amusement stemmed from Su Yuan's comically pained expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. The game continued, and Mu Junling spun the bottle once more, which ultimately landed in front of Shan Karen. With a smile, she asked, "Karen, truth or dare?" "Truth, please," Shin Karen replied. "Is there someone here you fancy?" Mu Junling pressed. "Indeed." Shin Karen's words trailed off as her face flushed a brilliant red, akin to the hues of a sunset. The others exchanged glances, curiosity and intrigue evident in their expressions. Eventually, Hua Tingdong, Xiao Yu, and Su Yuan's gazes converged on Mu Juanheng. They had all noticed that since entering, Shan Karen's attention had been unwaveringly fixed on him. "Can you tell us who he is?" Mu Junling persisted. "I cannot say." "I shall drink instead," Shin Karen declared, pouring herself a drink and downing it in one go. This time, Shin Karen spun the bottle vigorously. As it slowed, it pointed at Xiao Yu. All eyes turned towards him. The usually reserved Xiao Yu straightened in his seat and, before anyone could ask, declared, "Truth." Shin Xingyang swiftly inquired, "Young Master Qiao, do you believe in love at first sight?" Xiao Yu offered a bittersweet smile, softly affirming, I do. Shen Xingyang pressed on, and who was the object of your first love? She is already taken. I shall drink, Xiao Yu replied, raising his glass and downing it. Subsequently, he spun the bottle again, which landed on Su Yuan. Hua Tingdong, intrigued, asked, truth or dare? Truth, Su Yuan answered. Assistant Su, what is your sexual orientation? Do you prefer men or women? Hua Tingdong posed the provocative question, WOW.is it that scandalous? Shun Karen exclaimed, ha ha ha. Shen Xingyang's laughter echoed, causing even the typically disinterested Mu Juanheng to focus intently on Su Yuan. Su Yuan's face turned beet red. He had not anticipated such a question. Feeling the pressure, he blurted out, of course, I prefer men. Wow. Su Yuan, you truly are gay. The group erupted in laughter. Mu Juanheng was equally stunned. Pondering indeed, Su Yuan seems to have ulterior motives. It must be for my good looks. Flustered and sweating profusely, Su Yuan quickly clarified, no, I like women. I am not bent. I merely misspoke out of nervousness. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, you need not explain further. We understand you. The crowd erupted in laughter, completely disregarding his attempts at clarification. No, I assure you, I am perfectly normal. I am attracted to women. Although I have yet to meet someone I truly like, I am certain that I will in due time. Su Yuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Shen Xingyang was laughing so hard that tears were nearly spilling from his eyes as he teased, Su Yuan, among us men, what type do you fancy? Is it President Hua? Or perhaps President Xiao? Or maybe Junheng? Surely, you don't fancy me? At that moment, Mu Junheng suddenly rose, speaking in a calm tone, I will step out for a moment. You all may continue. Shen Xingyang and the others were so engrossed in their teasing that they completely forgot about the game, encircling Su Yuan and laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan took advantage of the distraction and quietly slipped out of the private room. From a distance, she spotted Mu Juanheng's figure entering the restroom and followed closely behind. At that moment, Mu Junheng felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, his reflection in the mirror appearing alarmingly flushed. How could a few drinks lead to this? He felt a sense of confusion. Soon, he realized something was amiss. He was reacting, and quite intensely, he turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to regain his composure. Just then, Lin Wanwan, hiding at the door, suddenly rushed in and embraced Mu Junheng from behind. The already uncomfortable Mu Junheng was suddenly enveloped by a soft body, igniting an insatiable desire within him. In a swift motion, he turned and forcefully pinned Lin Wanwan against the restroom door. Breathing heavily, he struggled to suppress his urges and gritted his teeth. What have you done to me, Lin Wanwan? I assure you, this is not me. Lin Wanwan tilted her head, locking eyes with Mu Juanheng's crimson gaze and sensual lips. In a sudden movement, she lifted her foot and kissed him. Mu Juanheng's mind exploded in a haze. Rationality screamed that this woman was crossing a line. How dare she? Seizing the moment of his shock, Lin Wanwan kissed him fervently, seeking more. With a sudden burst of strength, Mu Junheng pushed her away. Get away! He stumbled towards the sink, immediately splashing his face with cold water. Lin Wanwan, having fallen painfully, recognized that this was the moment of peak reaction for Mu Junheng. The fact that he pushed her away immediately was proof enough. Regardless, she had tasted the allure of the esteemed Mu. She was determined to go all in. Ignoring her pain, she rose and approached Mu Junheng from behind, embracing him tightly, her hands exploring his body. Mu Juanheng's body trembled, the situation spiraling out of control. He grasped her wrists, forcefully prying her hands away. Lin Wanwan, have you no shame? I am Shi Huai's. His anger flared. Let me help you, Master Mu. I don't mind. Lin Wanwan's voice was soft and melodic, one hand still wandering over Mu Juanheng's abs. He felt himself reaching his limit. He had to leave immediately, or he would truly lose control. Struggling to break free, he suddenly felt weak and increasingly heated. Lin Wanwan took advantage of this, holding on tighter, taking liberties. Mu Junheng was on the verge of losing his mind. Are you seeking death? How dare you touch me? He shoved Lin Wanwan away and staggered towards the exit. This woman was recklessly treading a dangerous path. Lin Wanwan chased after him, pulling him back into the restroom, while she plotted to kiss him again. Mu Junheng shook his head vigorously to evade her. Just then, someone rushed in and pushed Lin Wanwan aside. Chapter 69. The Wrong Little Puppy. Lin Wanwan was violently shoved to the ground. Letting out a cry of distress, Su Yuan's gaze was fierce, as if he were about to kill. Fixating on Lin Wanwan, he scolded her vehemently. "You are seeking death." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward and kicked her twice. Then, he hurried to assist Mu Junhang, asking with concern, "President Mu, are you all right?" Mu Junhang's eyes were red, struggling to utter a few words. "Take me to the hospital," Su Yuan, not daring to delay even a moment, immediately supported Mu Junhang and hurried outside. Mu Junhang retrieved his phone and handed it to Su Yuan, weakly stating, "Call Shi Huai. Have him take her away." Su Yuan took the phone, deftly entering the password and quickly dialing Shi Huai's number. The call connected after a few rings. "Young Master Shi, please come to Yimei immediately and take Lin Wanwan away. She drugged Master Mu and attempted to assault him," Su Yuan spoke urgently. "I have already broken off the engagement with her. How could she do such a thing? Where are you? I will come right away." Shi Huai's voice was filled with shock and anger. "Iti Yimei." Su Yuan succinctly relayed before hanging up. He carefully assisted Mu Junhang into the car, and they sped towards the hospital. When Su Rui received the call, he had just exited the operating room. Anxiously, he rushed to Mu Junhang's hospital room. "Junhang, what happened?" Su Rui asked urgently upon entering the room. "Dr. Su, Master Mu has been drugged. It seems to be that type of drug," Su Yuan explained anxiously. Su Rui glanced at Mu Junhang, who was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His entire body trembling slightly. Su Rui inadvertently glanced down and his eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned to the nurse, commanding, "Prepare for an 4 drip, now." Minutes later, Mu Junhang finally began receiving the IV. As time passed, his symptoms gradually eased, and he drifted into a hazy sleep. By 10 o'clock that evening, the 4 was completed, and Mu Junhang was returned to the Mu family villa. After escorting Mu Junhang to his room, Su Yuan remained restless, opting to spend the night on the sofa in the room. In the morning, Su Yuan emerged from Mu Junhang's room only to find a strange girl staring at him. He asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" Su Anning smiled politely, responding, "I am Su Anning, Yi's close friend." Realization dawned on Su Yuan, and he nodded. "Ah, so you are Miss Lin's friend." With that, he went downstairs. Su Anning returned to Lin Yi's room, gently shaking her awake. Wake up. I just saw an incredibly handsome guy come out of Master Mu's room." "Who is he?" Lin Yi stretched and slowly opened her eyes. "A guy." Initially taken aback, she suddenly recalled, "Oh, that must be Su Yuan. He is Master Mu's assistant." "Oh," Su Anning replied. Lin Yi's interest piqued. She inquired with a hint of gossip, "Did he spend the night in Master Mu's room?" As she spoke, inappropriate images began to surface in her mind. It seemed her previous suspicions were not without basis. She absolutely could not become the third party in Master Mu's life. After all, she had no desire to see someone as charming as Su Yuan hurt. Moreover, the incidents between her and Mu Junhang had all been initiated by her when she was intoxicated. Perhaps Master Mu was also forced into it. "Yes, it must be that way, Yi. Let me help you with your morning routine," Su Anning offered, assisting Lin Yi into a wheelchair and pushing her towards the restroom. After they finished washing up, the nanny, Xiao Wang, arrived with breakfast. Su Anning and Lin Yi sat down at the table in the bedroom to enjoy their meal. "Wow, Yi, the breakfast in a wealthy family is so lavish and diverse," Su Anning exclaimed, gazing at the table filled with an array of breakfast options, her amazement palpable. The opulence of the wealthy far exceeded her expectations. "If only I could have a wealthy boyfriend or husband," she mused. "Don't you feel guilty waking up every morning amidst this overwhelming display of wealth?" Su Anning half-joked. Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Anning, stop being jealous and eat up." After finishing their meal, the nanny informed Lin Yi that Mu Junhang seemed to be ill and had yet to awaken, mentioning that Su Yuan had taken care of him all night. This revelation made Lin Yi realize her misunderstanding. Initially, she had thought they had shared a bed after getting drunk, but it turned out Su Yuan had been diligently caring for Mu Junhang throughout the night. Nonetheless, it was not far from the truth. Lin Yi instructed Su Anning to push her to Mu Junhang's room. She knocked on the door but received no response, so Lin Yi instructed Su Anning to return to her room while she entered the room in her wheelchair. Approaching the bedside, she gazed at the man lying there. Mu Junhang was still clad in the white shirt from the previous day, his complexion pale, peacefully asleep. For some reason, Lin Yi felt a surge of compassion. The typically aloof and regal CEO now resembled a sickly little puppy. His chiseled features, thick brows, and long eyelashes were nothing short of a masterpiece. What could have happened to him? Lin Yi's mind was filled with questions. She reached out, intending to touch Mu Junhang's forehead to check for fever. Suddenly, her hand was seized and Mu Junhang slowly opened his eyes, a tender smile gracing his lips. Little Yi, when did you learn to spy on others while they sleep? You were awake all along? Why pretend? Lin Yi could not help but retort, I woke up shortly after you entered. Mu Junhang replied softly, water. His voice was so hoarse he could hardly speak. Lin Yi quickly maneuvered her wheelchair to pour him a glass of water. Mu Junhang took the cup, gulping down the water eagerly. Little Yi, why aren't you concerned about what happened to me? Mu Junhang's face fell, appearing quite pitiful. Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. This was no longer the imposing Master Mu. He resembled an adorable little puppy. Uncle, why did you suddenly fall ill last night? Lin Yi inquired with concern. Mu Junhang abruptly grasped her hand, his expression grave as he said, Yi, it was a near miss, just a hair's breadth away from me never being able to face you again. Lin Yi was taken aback, confusion etched on her face. Your dear sister, Lin Wanwan drugged me, and then she threw herself onto me. Not only did she attempt to kiss me, but she also tried to touch me. Mu Junhang lamented with a look of deep sorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's complexion darkened instantaneously. What? She drugged you? Isn't she enamored with Shi Huaiji? Why would she do such a thing to you? And she threw herself at you, kissing you. Chapter 70. Standing up for her man, Mu Junhang weakly nodded. Yi, as your boyfriend, you must stand up for me. I cannot allow myself to be bullied like this. Is Lin Wanwan out of her mind? Does she dare to lay hands on my boyfriend's uncle? Engaging in such indecent behavior, she is utterly shameless. Lin Yi seethed with rage. She maneuvered her wheelchair to the doorway and shouted, and Ning, bring me my phone. In no time, the phone was in her hands. She closed the door and dialed Lin Wanwan's number. The phone rang for quite a while before it was finally answered. A feeble voice came from the other end. Sister. Lin Wanwan, you truly have some nerve. Haven't you? You dare to drug my boyfriend and force a kiss on him, all while being utterly devoid of shame. Lin Yi's fury erupted. Sister, I was intoxicated yesterday and mistook Mu Yi for Huaiji Go. Lin Wanwan's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Sister, please don't be angry. I was wrong. You have always prided yourself on being the young lady of the Lin family, yet you engage in such disgraceful acts. How do you intend to resolve this? Are you not aware that Mu Yi is Shi Huaiji's uncle? Drugging your uncle-in-law, is that something a person can do? You claim to have mistaken him while drugging him as well? Are you trying to deceive ghosts? Lin Yi's chest heaved with indignation. She had never witnessed such audacious shamelessness before. Mu Junhang observed her passionate outburst, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. This little woman had finally realized the importance of standing up for her man. Sister, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please plead with Mu Yi to spare me. Lin Wanwan cried out, utterly distraught. Lin Wanwan, spare me your pathetic act. What were you thinking before you did this? Did you believe that if you could seduce Mu Yi, it would be quite splendid? Your calculations are indeed remarkable. Sister, please save me. Only you can help me. I am truly sorry. Forgive me this once. Lin Wanwan, the fruits of your own actions must be borne by you. No one can assist you. And as for how Mu Yi chooses to retaliate, that is his affair. I will not intervene. Lin Yi declared, filled with fury. I am your mother. Wanwan has indeed acted outrageously this time, and she acknowledges her mistake. Can you not? A voice came through the phone, that of Xiao Yui. No, Lin Yi replied decisively. Madam Lin, since you recognize the severity of the mistake, are you still dreaming of seeking forgiveness? I beg you, please help Wanwan this once. Xiao Yui pleaded, her tone one of submission, that I cannot do it all. Do you believe that Mu Yi would swallow this grievance simply because of my words? Do you know what kind of person Mu Yi is? Lin Yi felt utterly speechless at the absurdity of Xiao Yui and her daughter. I beg you, Madam Lin, do you understand what Lin Wanwan has done? She not only drugged him, but she also molested Mu Yi. She hugged and kissed him while touching him inappropriately. Do you know Mu Ye's current state? He has been unconscious since yesterday, and upon waking this morning, he is so disgusted with himself that he wishes to scrub his skin raw. He is nearly driven mad. How do you expect me to persuade him? Mu Junheng listened from the side, pondering. Am I truly disgusted with myself? Though I must admit, I do feel quite unclean and shall need a thorough wash. Watching Lin Yi unleash her fury, Mu Junheng's spirits lifted immensely. You shall have to fend for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi decisively hung up the phone. Uncle, rise and have something to eat. I will have Xiaowang bring you some porridge. Before long, Su Yuan entered with a steaming bowl of porridge and softly said, Mr. Mu, do you feel any better? Please eat some porridge. Mu Junheng slowly rose and descended from the bed. Although the effects of the medication had subsided considerably, his legs still felt weak, and he walked with a slight unsteadiness. Su Yuan quickly stepped forward, assisting him towards the bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, Mu Junheng finally settled onto the sofa, partaking in this breakfast. Uncle, take your time eating. I shall return to my room, Lin Yi said, turning her wheelchair to exit the room. She thought to herself that with Su Yuan attending to him, there was no need for her to worry. As soon as she returned to her bedroom and lay on the bed, her phone rang. It was Shi Huaizhi calling. Are you with Uncle? He answered my calls. How is he doing? Shi Huaizhi's anxious voice came through, laced with urgency and concern. He has been unconscious the entire night and just woke up to have breakfast. Lin Yi's tone was cold, seemingly disinterested in engaging further. I truly did not expect Wanwan to do something like this. She might have been affected by the conversation we had about the annulment the day before. And perhaps she was unable to accept it in that moment, leading to this foolishness. Shi Huaizhi's voice was filled with helplessness and regret. What she did is not your fault. You need not speak on her behalf. Lin Yi coldly retorted. At the root of this matter lies my involvement. I annulled the engagement with her because my heart has always belonged to you. I hope you can grant me another chance to pursue you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi found herself utterly speechless. Speechless had come knocking at the door of speechless and was now home. Shi Huaizhi, our relationship has long since concluded. There is no possibility for us anymore. Lin Yi rejected him without hesitation. Shi Huaizhi felt a piercing pain in his heart, as if it were being tightly gripped by a merciless hand, rendering him nearly breathless. I realize my mistakes. The one I have always loved is you. 2 years ago, I should have put my faith in you. It is entirely my fault for being bewitched at that time. We have grown up together. How can our childhood bond be severed so easily? Shi Huaizhi was consumed with unwillingness. In his view, Uncle and Yi did not truly understand each other. How could there be any profound emotional foundation? He believed he still had a chance. Lin Yi could not be bothered to continue entangling herself with him, thinking he was simply too young and not very bright. After hanging up the phone, she finally felt a sense of tranquility. At that moment, Su Anning had already completed her makeup, donned a brand new dress, looking fresh and charming. Anning, are you preparing to leave? Lin Yi inquired. I cannot accompany you any longer. The entertainment company has called for me to sign a contract. I must hurry, Su Anning replied. When I have free time, I will come visit you again. Lin Yi looked at Su Anning, who resembled a fresh little flower, and sincerely praised, Anning, you look truly beautiful today. Su Anning stepped forward and embraced Lin Yi tightly, saying, I am off. Chapter 71. A handsome man beside. After Su Anning departed, Lin Yi moved her notebook to the bed and immersed herself in her writing. The editor had sent her an email to discuss matters related to the book's publication, and there were several new book signing events to prepare for next month. Fortunately, her leg would also be almost healed by then, perfectly aligning her schedule without conflicts. Thus, Lin Yi meticulously arranged the dates and specific details with the editor. Currently, with her leg being inconvenient, she could not go anywhere, providing her the perfect opportunity to concentrate and create. Within less than half an hour, Mu Junheng appeared at the bedroom door. Lin Yi looked up and met Mu Junheng's profound gaze. Mu Junheng stepped into the room, directly approaching the bedside and lying down beside Lin Yi. She nearly burst into laughter at his unexpected gesture. What are you doing? Lin Yi asked in confusion. I was too bored alone. Mu Junheng replied. It is even more boring here. I am a patient. Mu Junheng muttered softly. Lin Yi whispered, Mr. Mu, what a coincidence. So am I. Then it is perfect. We can recuperate together. Lin Yi glanced at Mu Junheng, who was acting a bit spoiled, realizing that at this moment, he appeared entirely different from the cold and ruthless Mu Yi she knew. He was practically a different person. Then you should rest a while. I will continue my work. After saying that, Lin Yi chose to ignore him and returned her focus to her writing. Today's tasks were not yet complete, and inspiration must not be squandered. Mu Junheng sat up and leaned over to watch Lin Yi type. I never expected my little Yi to be such a great writer, Mu Junheng said with a smile. Lin Yi shot him an eye roll, remaining silent as she continued her work. Seeing this, Mu Junheng did not disturb her further and lay back down, gradually falling asleep. Lin Yi suddenly felt a peculiar sensation of having a handsome man by her side. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi gently closed her notebook, putting away her small table. At that moment, Mu Junheng stirred awake, exhibiting a hint of drowsiness. He softly called out, "Yi, have you finished?" Lin Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mu Junheng sat up from the bed, feeling much more refreshed after that nap. However, there remains a matter of utmost importance awaiting his attention. Those who have committed wrongdoings have yet to receive their rightful punishment. Yi, take a moment to rest. I shall accompany Su Yuan to attend to some affairs. In the Lin residence, Lin Wanwan sat despondently on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, while Qiao Yue and Lin Xingbei flanked her, offering comfort. Lin Zhengwo paced nearby, his brow furrowed, silent as the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive weight. Suddenly the butler, Uncle Zhang, rushed in with a look of alarm, gasping, "Master, Madam, Mu. Master Mu has arrived with his men." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yue sprang to her feet, her face a mask of terror. Lin Wanwan's sobs escalated. Her body trembling in fear, she understood well that Master Mu had come to settle scores. "Wanwan, do not be afraid. Your second brother is here to protect you," Lin Xingbei declared, stepping resolutely in front of Lin Wanwan. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengwo continued his restless pacing in the living room, fully aware that offending Master Mu could lead to dire consequences. That girl, was unwilling to mediate in the blink of an eye. Mu Junheng strode in, flanked by 8 bodyguards clad in black, with Su Yuan following closely behind. His countenance was as frigid as a glacier, and he spoke with an icy disdain. "Mr. Lin, I trust you are aware of your beloved's actions?" Lin Zhengwo quickly donned a forced smile, hurrying to Mu Junheng's side and pleaded, "Master Mu, Wanwan acted out of a moment's folly. I implore your magnanimity, please forgive her this once." Mu Junheng let out a derisive snort, his gaze brimming with contempt. "A moment's folly? I perceive it as a premeditated scheme. Lin Wanwan, while you were engaging in romantic entanglements with my nephew, you also sought to drug me and had the audacity to attempt an affront. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" His voice, laced with fury, reverberated through the air as though it were trembling in response. Lin Wanwan trembled at his outburst, her voice breaking. "Master Mu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Qiao Yue, witnessing this, immediately shielded Lin Wanwan behind her, her tone resolute. "Master Mu, while Wanwan may have erred as her mother, I will not allow you to harm her in any way." Lin Xingbei also stepped forward, unflinching. "Master Mu, though our Lin family may not rival the Mu family, I will not permit you to hurt Wanwan." Mu Junheng clapped his hands lightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What a touching tableau of maternal affection, filial piety, and brotherly loyalty. Yet, when Yi was at the Lin residence, why did I not witness such concern for her? Now, confronted with a daughter of such venomous disposition, you rally to her defense. At that moment, Su Yuan stepped forward. His tone was frigid. To sweep this matter under the rug so easily is out of the question. Master Mu was rendered unconscious for an entire night, enduring great torment. You now have 3 choices. First, allow the Lin family to face bankruptcy. Second, report her to the authorities and send her to prison. Or third, surrender her to Master Mu for retribution. Qiao Yue, upon hearing this, wore an expression of anxiety, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. With Lin Xingnan still hospitalized and the company facing numerous challenges, what could they do? Lin Xingbei, filled with indignation, was about to confront Mu Junheng. But Qiao Yue clutched him tightly. "Xingbei, we are in the wrong. Do not act impulsively." Lin Zhengwo, with an unyielding facade, beseeched. "Master Mu, please, for Yi's sake, spare Wanwan. I implore you. Yi has stated that matters will be handled according to my wishes." Mu Junheng remarked, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Wanwan, seeing her father as pleas were in vain, wept even more bitterly. "Mom, I am scared. I do not wish to go with them." "Wu Wu." Xiao Yue embraced Lin Wanwan, both of them dissolving into tears. Mu Junheng watched their display with an impassive demeanor, his voice icy. You have 5 minutes to decide. Should you fail to choose, I will immediately contact the authorities. Wu Wu. Master Mood, I was wrong. Lin Wanwan sobbed. Mu Junheng glared at her with rage. Were you not quite arrogant last night? Where has your bravado gone? Wu Wu. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. And Su Yuan coldly inquired, Mr. Lin, have you reached a decision? Lin Jiangwo appeared distressed. Master Mu, are you not creating a dilemma for us? Is there any chance to negotiate alternative conditions? Su Yuan scoffed. Retrieving his phone and dialing 110. Hello, is this the police? Lin Jiangwo rushed forward, snatching the phone from his hand. Assistant Su, do not call the police. I choose. But will you grant me one request? Su Yuan regarded him with a frosty gaze. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, in this law-abiding society, we will neither take her life nor maim her. We will merely return to her what she has done to Master Mu. In kind, Jiang Wo, how can you hand Wanwan over to them? She is just a girl. Xiao Yue cried out, Dad, you cannot do this. Lin Xingbei protested loudly. Lin Jiangwo bellowed in anger. She has committed such disgraceful acts. Do you wish for me to declare the Lin family bankrupt? Or would you prefer to have them report her, making this a public spectacle? Xiao Yue and Lin Xingbei fell silent, realizing they had no alternatives. Mom, I do not wish to go. Mom. Second brother, save me. Lin Wanwan cried out in despair. Su Yuan gestured, and several bodyguards swiftly advanced, seizing Lin Wanwan and escorting her out. Wanwan! Wanwan! Xiao Yue cried, her sobs echoing in the air. Filled with anguish, Lin Xingbei slumped onto the sofa, gripping his hair in frustration, consumed by regret. Why could I not save my sister? At that moment, he loathed his own weakness, realizing that without strength,